In front of us is the fourth academy of the city of Su, a futuristic beige-orange-colored building. In a glowing circle of light, people stand and listen to a man from a large staircase tell the crowd of students that they will become players in the meta-universe. This man is Principal Su's Jin Lung, and he explains to the students the rules about the system that will determine the class of a student when they enter the circle. The class categories can be different. For example, a student can be a strong swordsman, an invincible knight, a dexterous assassin, or a mage. The headmaster continues his speech and announces that the choice of class category is decided only by fate. Su's Jin Lung is sure that everyone will become an outstanding representative of the class. The glowing circle becomes brighter as the headmaster orders it to be activated, and the students are frozen in anticipation of the distribution. One of the students standing in the circle, Chao Yu, notices that 18 years have passed since his rebirth, and he has been waiting for this day. The hero remembers that there is a planet similar to Earth. It is his parallel world where a meta-universe was created that changed people's lives. In this world, dungeons were opened for clearing them, which required abilities that people received at adulthood for killing monsters they received points for. The young man's thoughts are interrupted, and he hears a voice greeting him and asking him a question about his class definition. Chao Yu eagerly awaits the distribution and prays to all the ancestors that he would get a good class. The boy gets the hidden class of necromancer, which he is overjoyed about. A voice says that the necromancer class can be obtained by 2 people in the world. With the help of a staff, he can summon the undead from hell, as long as there is enough mana. The hero rushes to the screen to look at the stats and see the power of his class. He is stunned because the necromancer's will is 0, which scares him a lot. The voice explains that the stats are distributed randomly, to which the hero objects that he can't fight with 0 will. The distribution system offers to determine the talent of the newly minted necromancer, to which he agrees but considers it useless. Chao Yu has received the talent Braveheart Mage rank unknown, but the talent increases his stats by 10 points. If he kills an enemy in close combat, he will get points. He considers it unrealistic, and points can be earned by leveling up or training. The hero realizes that the passive effect gives points when eliminating the enemy, and the active effect can raise other stats to the maximum, but it can be used once. The newcomer decides that all is not so hopeless because he can use it now and become powerful. He realizes that there is an even better option. He can wait for the power to increase and use the active effect to become invincible. Chao Yu continues to ponder and comes to the conclusion that the passive effect is best combined with the strength meter. Then he orders the system to put all 10 points into strength. The hero looks at the updated scoreboard and sees a strength score of 20, which means he is extremely strong. The next step is to register and complete the rookie task so that the class is considered complete. The hero is transported through a portal to the mission and sees the silhouette of a girl in front of him. The stranger greets the newcomer. She is his guide. Her name is Elaine, and she offers the player help. The guy flashes a thought about the beauty of Elaine and whether she is real. He tells her that he came to register and perform a task. The girl accepts the player's request and gives him a box with a gift. The hero from the gift gets the equipment of a beginner in the form of an old robe and gets the skill of rank skeleton summoning. The old robe, staff, and the skill of summoning seem to the player useless. He expected more from the gift. After thinking for a while, Chao Yu remembered his 20 points of strength, and the stick looked strong enough, so he partially appreciated the gift. He confidently put the stick on his shoulder and asked the girl about the task that awaited him. She said that his task was to get out of the foggy cave, and a tall stone gate appeared in front of him. Island told the conditions of the challenge. The player was asked to find a quick way out of the cave without killing any skeleton. As she continued to tell the rules, the girl discovered that the player had disappeared. Chao Yu saw the entrance to the misty cave behind him. He boldly entered without listening to the guide. In front of him, painted a gruesome picture in the cave, everywhere lying skulls. Gloomy atmosphere of the cave was oppressive. The young man turned to the entrance to the cave, and it seemed to him that the girl did not say something. But for him, it was not important, as he was sure that the task could not be difficult for a beginner. Meanwhile, he began to examine the cave more carefully. Suddenly, behind the guy flashed an image of something creepy. He did not see what it was. When he turned around, he saw a monster that was a level 1 skeleton soldier with a strength of 5 units that wanted to attack the player. Chao Yu quickly gathered his wits and struck the monster's skull with a sharp blow. He looked at the skull to make sure he had defeated the monster and realized that it was hard not to have magical ability. The system congratulated the student on the first monster. As a reward, the player received 1 point of characteristics and 3 points of experience, and a passive skill, a rank. The hero was offered to turn 1 point into 2 points of damage. He began to reason that strength is the damage dealt, and defense is how much damage will be absorbed. He continued to think that a point of strength is equal to 1 point of damage, and noticed that the skill is similar to doubling from strength to damage. he concluded that this is cheating. An eerie sound came from behind the young man. It was the hands of skeletons coming out of the ground. Xiao Yu concentrated because fighting skeleton monsters was his main task. The necromancer's staff was already ready for battle. The enemies reached the student very quickly. The blow of the staff on the skeletons was so strong that in one blow he defeated 4 soldiers and received 4 points of characteristics and 12 points of experience. Hearing this, he began to count the total number of points. His strength increased to 30 points. His score was much higher than the average player. And then the guy thought about whether the tasks he was given were too easy for him to gain points. His stream of thought was broken by a skeleton commander who emerged from the depths of the cave. The monster had 15 points of strength, and if the student fought him, he would be in trouble. But the commander had only 1 point of dexterity, so the chances of defeating him became higher. Xiao Yu armed himself with a staff and swung it at the monster. His first attempt was not successful as the commander deflected the blow with his shield. Next was the monster's move. He aimed his spear at the student but missed. The young man noticed that this skeleton was more powerful because it attacked and defended at the same time. It was strong enough to split the stone floor with ease. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The monster's body was not protected by a shield and was vulnerable to a blow. The apprentice didn't hesitate, and with a crushing blow of his staff, he knocked the monster to the ground. This is a great chance to win the battle. Xiao Yu jumped and struck the monster, which was the last blow in the skeleton's life. The voice announced the reward for the commander received 3 characteristic points and 10 experience. Putting the staff on the ground, the disciple admitted that the battle was hard. He didn't understand how the other students could complete the task. Looking down, he saw a yellow glowing core. Taking the core in his hand, Xiao Yu remembered the headmaster's words that you can get the core by opening it. You can get random rewards for winning. The core gave the skeleton gloves, which are a one-time item of rank D. They are guaranteed to deal critical damage, but the student is not happy about it because they are for one time. And again, there was the terrifying screams of the skeletons behind the hero. Turning to them, the student realized that this is not all the surprises of the cave, and it is necessary to fight again. The number of monsters grew larger each time. Xiao Yu thought over his tactics before attacking. He had to be careful not to get hit because his health stats were low. One by one, the hero defeated the skeleton, for which he increased his level and received 10 characteristic points. He thought he was lucky as the skeletons had a weakness of 1 point of dexterity each, and it was time to look at the characterization window. Xiao Yu stared at the screen and studied in detail what he had achieved during the series of fights with the skeletons. Meanwhile, the students of the academy were discussing their assigned grades. All the students were waiting for an announcement from the principal, but it didn't happen because one of the students didn't come out. The guys were giggling because they thought the task was very easy because they had to run away from the skeleton. One of the students wondered why Xiao Yu still hadn't come out of the cave and started to worry about him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was in the cave waiting for the task to be completed because he had already defeated all the monsters. He heard an unfamiliar voice that was indignant at his student's abuse of the skeletons. Suddenly, the skulls from the cave began to rise into the air one by one, surrounding the young man. The skulls flew near Xiao Yu without attacking him, all of them moving in the same direction. The necromancer saw the skulls gathering together in one big ball. A moment later, the skeleton king appeared in front of him, his strength and health exceeding the student's. He looked up at the skeleton from below, and he was huge. The student thought that it was an evil joke, and that everyone wanted the newcomers to die on the first task. The boss skeleton swung at Xiao Yu with all the fury of anger and desire to harm. The axe struck with a powerful blow, but the axe stabbed into the stone floor of the cave and the student managed to dodge and run away. The monster was furious. Xiao Yu found his advantage over the skeleton that was clumsy, and the guy decided to start by penetrating its defense. The strike was not in vain, but he only managed to damage the monster by minus 32 damage. The fighter quickly counted the number of attacks he needed to attack the king about 10 times to break it. The blows quickly followed on the boss. He was no longer able to repel the student's attack. The slain monster fell down, and some of its bones scattered in all directions. Xiao Yu stood in the dust after the battle and hoped that it would be over soon as the boss had 200 health left. The monster gathered his strength and appeared before the student. He said that he had never seen a player walking to the exit of the cave on lifeless bodies. The skeleton admitted if fewer soldiers had fallen, he would have been stronger. He didn't understand how the rookie broke through the defense. The monster approached the student to strike. Xiao Yu started to dodge the blows and realized that the monster had become stronger. The boss was moving faster and faster towards the target and wanted to finish off the student. He noticed that the monster had become much faster and was no longer as clumsy as it was at the beginning of the fight. The enraged monster missed again and struck the student. The force of the blow sent the boy flying sideways, but he was still on his feet. He realized that a direct attack would not work, and he had to block the monster's movements. Meanwhile, the skeleton prepared for a new attack and moved towards the student with even greater fury. The guy realized that there was a boulder behind the monster, and it was about to collapse. Xiao Wu ran around the boulder, and the monster clumsily slowly turned towards him. The young fighter lured the boss under the boulder that was about to fall. The plan was excellent. Monster fell for the provocation and hit the axe next to the guy. The blow led to the fact that the boulder began to disintegrate into small stones. They caught our hero and took away from him 26 health. Although it took away the monster's health, it didn't hurt him. So he was once again approaching his prey ominously. Xiao Yu had a look of terror on his face, and it looked like he was about to say goodbye to his life. Suddenly, the plan with the boulder worked. The monster received a strong blow that took away 70 health points. The Skeleton King cried out in pain and had 129 health points out of 500. The student looked at the monster and realized that he had to end it quickly, or the skeleton would rise again from under the pile of stones. Xiao Yu had the courage to make a dash towards the stone monster and decided to finish it off with a single blow. To do so, he used the skeleton gloves, which were 100% likely to inflict critical damage. The monster realized that things were bad, but he was immobilized and stared at the young man in horror. With a powerful single blow, the necromancer knocked out the enemy's last health. This blow was the last one in the skeleton's life. From the hit, the boss was left only green smoke, and the voice of the system congratulated the student with the completed task to get out of the foggy cave. The hero received the 5th level for winning the battle with the skeleton boss. The voice of the system confirmed the completion of the task and rewarded the young man with the ring of the Skeleton King. He was not very happy with the prize because the gloves are more powerful, but the ring had advantages. It was reusable. Its price when sold could be several thousand. The young man asked the system if he was the first to win because the Skeleton King was killed by him, and not by the other apprentices before him. But the necromancer quickly became indifferent to hearing the answer to his question and went through a portal out of the misty cave. The portal led him to the distribution circle, where the same disciples were standing there looking at him in surprise. Yang Shanda ran up to Xiao Yu and hugged him with genuine joy on his face. The protagonist's friend began to ask why he had been in the cave for so long, and Xiao Yu was puzzled as to how the students had managed the task so quickly. The friend confirmed that it had been 3 hours since the penultimate person had left the cave. The young man asked his friend what class he had been assigned. He replied that he had become a wizard. Our hero wondered if they had been in the same cave. Their conversation was interrupted by the head of the group, who teased our hero about being the last to leave. His name was Ma Fei, a blonde young man who called the hero a beautiful rapper, because in the meta-universe, everything is decided by class, and also asked if he knew what class he was. Xiao Yu wondered to himself why the headmaster was clinging to him. The conversation was interrupted by the headmaster, who said that everyone had left the cave and about the test for the newcomers. Tomorrow, he asked everyone to tell about their classes. All the students started to talk about their classes. Someone was a killer warrior, and someone had a talent F rank. A pretty russet girl announced that she was a mage healer. Her name was Zhao Ziyue. Around a crowd of guys admired her beauty. Another girl, Zuyu, said that she was a living shield, and her class paladin next to the girl formed a golden transparent shield. The next said his class elder he had a swordsman class and a B-rank talent. The guys in the crowd exclaimed that the swordsman class was the strongest in the meta-universe, and they concluded that the headmaster was sent to them from heaven. The headmaster listened to the students and thought to himself that these students were not hopeless because there was a B-rank talent among them, which could be considered geniuses. Xiao Yu introduced his class next and said that he was a necromancer, but he paused for a moment before speaking about his talent. He said that he didn't want to reveal his rank right now and thought to himself that he had no idea about his rank. The headmaster happily announced that necromancer was a hidden class that few people ever get. The students couldn't believe in the necromancer class and told the story of how the necromancer single-handedly dealt with a large guild. Ma Fei asked how he became a necromancer, and he didn't understand the value of the hidden class. He noted the fragility of mages and their fear of approaching anyone. The headman said that necromancers are weak because they are always around the undead, and it takes them a long time to cast a spell, and they need someone to protect them. The blonde youth thought that Xiao Yu didn't say his rank because he was embarrassed, because the lowly headman looked at him scornfully. Our hero stood in the center around the guys, amazed by his calmness and earthiness. They think that it is inherent in geniuses who have a hidden class. Xiao Yu thought to himself that he was barely stronger than a human because he couldn't summon any creatures due to the lack of spells. The headmaster told the student that successful completion of the novice training would allow him to enter the best universities in the country. After everyone talked about their classes, the headmaster ordered the students to go home and prepare for the upcoming training. Yang Sangdai embraced our hero, complimented him on his uniqueness, and admitted that he himself would like to have a class of necromancer. The friend shared with our hero that he has 8 points of will, and his other characteristics are also good, he suggested that Qiao Yu hardly has a bad talent. Qiao Yu told his friend that it doesn't matter because with hard work, one can achieve anything, and then thought that the more points he has, the more divine his characteristics are. Finally, the hero came home. He opened the door to his house. His house was tidy. This is the house of his parents. He lives alone after they disappeared. The boy has a habit of saying that he is home in his memory. The boy looked at a childhood photo of him and his parents having dinner. He remembered that his parents were good people. From his childhood memories, his parents said they had to go to the capital. The little boy saw his parents off at the door. That was the last time he saw his parents, and they never came back, and the boy became an orphan. He kept looking at the photos until now, not realizing where they had disappeared to, for 12 years had passed. Qiao Yu promised himself that he would go to a university in the capital at any cost to find out the circumstances of his parents' disappearance. The next day, the students came to the square where the principal was speaking and asked them to fulfill a request. The headmaster looked closely at each student and told them to refuse if they thought they wouldn't pass the test. He went on to say that the option of withdrawal was much better than death, and the students were dumbfounded by this statement and stood in a daze. In his speech, he tried to smooth things over and urged the students not to be afraid, for the test is quite passable for beginners, but noted that there is always a risk. The headmaster went on to tell the story of how the 40 students were destroyed and never seen again. The academy authorities only know that they disappeared in the village of nightmares in this world inhabited by terrible monsters giants. The horror still lingered on the students' faces as they listened attentively to the head of the academy. He set a timer. After the time expired, the students would go to the first training session and urge them not to be afraid because they just had to leave the village on time. The students watched the time on the timer, and the time quickly came to an end. The timer rang loudly, and it meant that the training had begun. With a powerful jerk, along with a black and blue lightning bolt, the students were thrown into the village the principal was talking about. The students looked around and saw the dilapidated buildings and dry land. Some of them were in fear, and some of them were assessing the situation. While Qiao Yu was looking around, Headmaster Ma Fei smugly tried to calm the panic by promising to protect everyone. The boys saw a sign that read Nightmare Village and someone's purple feet peeking out of the darkness. Ma Fei ordered his fellow students to follow him as he thought he would lead the group of students to success. The students followed the headmaster while he thought that Qiao Yu, although a necromancer, was not the real leader. Our hero wondered why there weren't any system hints in the first test. Behind the students, there was a voice saying that he regretted that the students were very young guys turned to the sound. The image of a tall purple villager with gray hair and beard, elf ears, and dark clothes appeared before them. The headmaster asked him if he was a digital copy, and if he was real. Qiao Yu was perplexed and asked why he felt sorry for the group of students. The stranger didn't answer his question and only told the students welcome behind his glasses with red eyes. Then a purple lightning bolt appeared from the sky. It was frightening, and the stranger stared at the puzzled students. Screens appeared in front of the students where it was written about the difficulty of the test. S rank for beginner's task to stay alive and reveal the secret of the village. The boys were frightened because this was the same village the director had told them about. They remembered the 40 missing people who had disappeared here. Some of the boys changed their minds about the challenge and ran to get out of the village. The headmaster shouted that he would get everyone out of the village. Qiao Yu talked about passing the test because they were students and could hardly do it. The running boys were pushed back by the holographic barrier and were not allowed to go home. The stranger looked at what was happening and explained that it was useless to resist, and no one would be able to leave the village unless they completed the task. Panic broke out, and the guys were screaming and tearing their hair out. The headman urged everyone to calm down and trust him to get out of the village. Qiao Yu thought that there was a reason for the incident with those guys. After all, the purpose is to reveal the secret of the village. The stranger did not seem to be evil or an enemy. The stranger entered the crowd of guys and asked them to be calm. Ma Fei tried to strike up a conversation with the stranger and asked him about the steps forward and their intention to be strong and brave. The villager told him that the students should just accept that there was a high probability of defeat. The students stared silently, fearfully expecting the worst. Finally, the stranger introduced himself. His name was Wogan, and he was the head of the Nightmare Village. The head began to tell the rules of the village. The first condition is that you can live in any empty house, but it is forbidden to touch the black stones on the door. The second rule is to come to the house before dark and close the doors and windows and do not open them under any circumstances. Qiao Yu asked the head of the village why it was forbidden to leave the house at night, but he only said they would understand when it got dark and evening came. After listening to the rules, the students went to look for a free house. They divided into 4 groups of 11. One of the groups came across a door with stones attached to it, which the village leader had told them about. The students went inside by knocking, but for safety reasons, they decided to go up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Xiaoyu was approached by Zhao Ziyue, a healer, and asked if he would protect her in case of danger. She reminded him of her ability and said with a wink that she could restore him a lot of health. Ziyue shamed the healer, as all the students were watching her ambiguous hints. The healer asked her opponent not to interfere in the conversation, and they began to insult each other about the size of their breasts. The argument turned into a shouting match, and the girls continued to bicker while Qiao Yu and the other students looked on. One of the students looked out the window and saw his late grandmother. He said how much he missed her. The grandmother asked the grandson to open the window so she could come in and hug him. He immediately started to open the window to let his ghost grandmother inside. Qiao Yu saw this and shouted to the boy that it wasn't his grandmother at all. But the ghost's eyes turned red, and the grandmother attacked her grandson. The grandmother's face became even more sinister. She had sharp teeth like a shark's. The guys saw how the ghost attacked the grandson and rushed to help. Suddenly, there was a cry of someone calling out sand chains, and the grandmother's ghost was surrounded by a golden-colored whirlwind. It was Yang Shangdi who used a magic spell and ordered the injured student to get away from the ghost. The magician held the defense, and the grandson hurriedly ran away from what was happening. The power of the sand shackles broke, and instead of the grandmother's ghost, the burgundy silhouette appeared. It was an ordinary monster of the 3rd level. From the crowd, someone said that even low-level monsters are so different in the world's rank for beginners. Meanwhile, the monster was moving closer and closer to Yang Xiangdi. The monster's eyes were burning red flame. Yang Xiangdi shouted to the monster that it was too expensive to eat it, because it would raise his cholesterol sugar level and blood pressure. Suddenly, Zhu Yu appeared between the student and the monster and activated a shield that dealt 20 damage to the enemy. The girl held the shield. She ordered Yang Shangdi to flee and summoned a healer and a necromancer to help her so that one would heal her and the other would summon the undead. The healer activated her ability and continuously restored the girl's health. Zhu Yu realized that as long as the students stuck together, they would be able to cope with all the difficulty. But for now, they just had to stall for time while fighting the monster. Qiao Yu rushed next to the girl, but the girl's shield did not see the summoned undead necromancer. Our hero entered into close combat with the monster and used the staff again as he did in the first trial. Yang Sangdai watched the events and shouted with all his might to the necromancer that the staff was not as used. He was greatly worried for his friend's life. Already experienced in close combat, Qiao Yu struck the monster with a blow that took away 50 damage. The monster fell to the floor from the blow. The participants of this fight looked on in amazement. One of the students began to discuss the fight because the necromancer defeated the monster with one blow. The boys watched as the ghost began to vaporize and turn into a black stone like those that hang over the doors in houses. The girls noticed that the symbol on the stone was exactly the same as the one on the door, but it was not unusual because they were both from the village. Qiao Yu wondered why he didn't get any points for killing the monster. He thought it was strange. His train of thought was interrupted by a shield girl who asked him if he had noticed anything strange, to which our hero replied that he might be imagining things. The next day, all the groups of guys came out of the houses and gathered in the center. They discussed yesterday's battle and thanked the necromancer and the protector. The headman heard the guys talking about how Qiao Yu had defeated the monster with a single blow, and Zhu Yu had been holding the defense with her shield for a long time. Ma Fei thought that he wouldn't use the strength of a fragile girl to defend himself. Ma Fei thought to himself if he could defeat the monster with one blow. But his thoughts were interrupted by Qiao Yu's voice, who asked if Yang Shangdi had been practicing since morning. The headman choked up and started making excuses that he had only practiced for a minute. The headman suggested that Zhu Yu stay home. He thought it was wrong for the girl to take the blow on herself. The girl replied that she was a tank and it was difficult to fight without her. Ma Fei began to explain to the girl that she could manage on her own, but Zhu Yu started to argue with her, saying that it was necessary to act together as a team. Suddenly, there was a stomping sound, and the guys saw monsters like the village leader who wanted to kill all the students. In front of the army of villains was the village leader who was pointing at the target in the form of students. Ma Fei asked the chief what was the matter, and he replied that the event last night was unacceptable. At the same time, Qiao Yu scrutinized the villagers. They were the same in number, and the students were the same age with them. The headman continued the dialogue with the leader. He said that the spirits who had disappeared because of the students' fault were protecting the village, and he tried to punish them because they had broken the rules. The chief said that the spirits were very angry about breaking the rules, and now everyone would suffer to atone for their sins. Ma Fei asked the chief if there was any way to remedy the situation and save the spirits if they accidentally destroyed them. He replied that there was a way for the one who angered the spirit to stay outside at night. The headman thought to himself that this was a dangerous path, and no one knew how many nightmares could happen at night in this village. Chao Yu loudly confessed that he was the one who dealt with the spirit that night, and he was willing to redeem himself by staying outside after sunset. The headman scolded the necromancer for his initiative as it was a very dangerous venture. Then he turned to the village head and apologized for his fellow students' delusions. Chao Yu told the headman to calm down because he wanted to test a theory that would help them all escape. The ringleader ordered our hero to be chained up, and he was chained to the cross. The boys approached the boy and asked him what the plan was to escape from the village. They assumed that Chao Yu had discovered a secret. The boy replied that it was highly probable, so with the sunset he would test it out. The night was full moon, and the village was covered with fog. In the square was our hero, crucified on a cross. His fellow students were sitting at home. A monster was climbing on the roof of one of the houses, having taken Chao Yu as an easy prey. Three-eyed something became very close to the crucified disciple, and our hero humbly waited and prepared for the worst. Suddenly, someone activated the magic guy realized that it was the ability of his friend, because he had previously called for help Sandfetters. It was Yang Shangdi, who could no longer tolerate what was happening, and called for help from the headman. Ma Fei quickly reacted by getting closer to the monster, and shouted that he would protect the chained student, striking the enemy with a single blow. The monster began to move quickly and broke free of the sand shackles. The headmaster was frightened by the monster's speed and wondered how the necromancer had defeated the monster in the previous battle with a single blow. The headman was determined to prove to everyone and himself that he could handle the enemy. He made a solid sword attack, but it only did 5 damage to the monster. Chao Yu's defender and healer came to the aid of the chained student, angered because he had ordered them to hide in the house. The girls examined the chains that bound the boy's hands and concluded that only the headman could break the chains, but he was busy fighting. Chao Yu's hands were suddenly freed, and the chain was broken into links. He got out of the shackles on his own, and the girls looked at him in surprise and doubted that Chao Yu was a necromancer. At the same time, the headman fought with the monster and blocked its attacks. Zhu Yu asked the healer to heal her, which she did, and all 3 of them rushed to help Ma Fei. His ego didn't allow him to accept the help, and he shouted to the guys that he could handle the monster himself. The boys stopped and advised the headman to aim for the nightmare's head, since that was the most vulnerable spot. Ma Fei said it was an easy task, and how could he not have thought of it before? Chao Yu called out to the headman and said that the head is actually not the monster's weakest point. The headman replied not to worry about it. The headman raised his sword up and shouted to the monster to be afraid of his sword. He struck the monster with his sword. This strike had a small result and removed 10 of the enemy's damage. The swordsman was shocked by what he saw, because he did everything as the guys told him. He had little health left for this fight, and the monster had more than half of it. The defender said that it was strange because yesterday's blow to the head was successful, but Yang Shangdi assumed that the necromancer was stronger than the swordsman. Barely controlling his rage, the headman couldn't believe that the swordsman was weaker than the necromancer, which was a blow to his self-esteem. The guys urged the headman to retreat as he had little health. Zhu Yu encouraged the necromancer to continue fighting the monster. The restless Ma Fei continued to fight and unleashed a devastating attack that caused 30 damage to the monster. The headman stood over the crushed monster. He was proud of himself and proved that he was as good as the necromancer. But the arrogant youngster did not think that the monster still had 5 units left, and Chao Yu finished the enemy with his staff. The headman was shocked by what had happened and was filled with injustice and anger. He shouted at Chao Yu that he was taking away his reward, but the necromancer only thanked the swordsman for his work and took the stone for himself. The headmaster continued to resent the unfair deed and accused our hero of taking away someone else's merit, but Xiao Yu just chuckled at him. Meanwhile, the next opponents were moving towards the students at high speed. When the students saw the scary spirits, they were scared because there were 2 of them. Xiao Yu told everyone to hide in the house and not to fight the monsters. He had another plan. They all ran into the house and slammed the door behind them. The monsters came to the door, but they couldn't get in. The student Yang Shangdi slammed the door behind the students and asked Chao Yu how they could defeat the enemies and what the plan was. He replied that tomorrow the students would know everything, but for now they should just listen to him. The next day, all the student groups gathered together. The head of the village swore that they had dealt with another spirit and told them all to get lost. The headmaster continued that he would not allow self-rule and would protect the village, so he would get rid of the students at any cost. Chao Yu asked the ringleader if they were really from this village, to which he said that they had lived in this place for centuries. But our hero remained unperturbed and decided to find out the truth about this village and its inhabitants. The headmaster looked at the young man menacingly and didn't understand what he was talking about. Chao Yu pointed his finger at the crowd of local villagers and said that they were not indigenous. He explained why he thought so. Since there were 40 of them, it looked like they were the missing students the principal had told him about before the trial started. The boy continued with his theory. Since the missing students were in an illusion all the time, there was no way they could have left the village and come back. The principal was amused by the student's theory and thought it was nonsense. He replied that he was telling stories and trying to mislead everyone. Xiao Yu replied that there was proof of what he said and was ready to present the evidence. He showed the stone to everyone, and the headmaster shouted that the student had destroyed it, and for that, he would receive the most severe punishment. The stone appeared in the hands of not only the protagonist, but also the whole team that fought last night. The leader looked at the stones and said that if the stone was broken into pieces, the higher powers would punish him for it, and that the stones also served as protection at night. Xiao Yu objected and said that these stones are illusions. If they are destroyed, the locals will be able to get out of the village. Together, the boys threw the stones at one point, and there was a small explosion. The shattered stones caused the universe of the village to split, and the director clutched his head and clenched his eyes in anticipation of the worst outcome. All these actions activated a series of memories of the missing group of students embarking on this ordeal. They remembered entering the village and fighting together shoulder to shoulder. Finally, the leader remembered everything and regained the image of the man who was the head of his group. The system congratulated the students for discovering the village's main secret. They had successfully helped the villagers to get out of the mission. The former leader Wogan thanked for the good deed the students did by freeing them. The students praised Xiao Yu, and even Ma Fei acknowledged the deed. The students tried to find out how he figured it out, but the guy said he would tell them later. Time passed, but the students were still in the village, and there was no teleport back to the university. Then Xiao Yu heard that the system congratulated the 5 students for destroying the Nightmare Stone and started a new mission to steal the Nightmare Heart. All the 5 students moved to the university because they had discovered a hidden mission. The headmaster said that if they passed the mission, they could go to any institute. But the headmaster knew that the hidden missions in the village were complicated, and he doubted whether the newcomers could do it. Meanwhile, the fog in the village cleared and the trees turned green. The boys were discussing their low levels and how to complete the mission. Zhu Yu asked Xiao Yu if it was possible not to break the stone but to awaken the village chief. Yang Sanda guessed Xiao Yu's plan to unlock the hidden mission was to have all 5 students break the stone together. After he was happy that Xiao Yu had gathered a team and they would go through the mission together this time, Ma Fei decided to try to defeat Xiao Yu one more time. The guys heard a rumbling noise and threats to send them to the next world. The 5th-level monsters were running towards them. The team saw that there were 4 monsters. Yang Xiangdi said that they couldn't handle it. But Zhu Yu had a different opinion and believed in the strength of her fellow students. Together they started to fight and began to use their strength to fight the monsters. Ma Fei struck the monster with his sword, but it only dealt 10 damage, and he didn't understand how Xiao Yu could deal with it in one strike. Zhu Yu and Zhao Ziya fought against one monster healer, asked everyone to hurry up, because she was running out of mana to restore health. In the meantime, Xiao Yu had single-handedly defeated the monster in close combat and received 10 experience points. The girls warned Xiao Yu that 2 more monsters were coming from the sky. The fighter did not leave the monsters no way out. He made one hit on each of them and received another 20 points of experience. He was pleased with himself and the speed of the mission. A golden glowing sphere appeared in front of Xiao Yu, which meant that he had received a new artifact. He got a fairy necklace, but Yu couldn't use the item as it was meant for mages, so he decided to leave the necklace for Yang Xiangding. The guys gathered together. They shared that they had taken out all the enemies. Ma Fei bragged as always, and Xiao Yu called everyone to go look for another monster. Xiao Yu's goal was to defeat one more monster. Then he would get the 6th level and find artifacts this mission was exciting for. Yang Shangdi asked how they could find the heart of the nightmare. Xiao Yu said that the heart of the monster was inside the monster, so they had to fight it first. The unsuspecting Xiao Yu suddenly heard a cracking sound under his feet. The ground shattered and the team flew into the abyss along with the shattered rocks. They landed from above. They could see the hole they'd fallen through, but Xiao Yu was surprised that the landing was soft. He landed on Yang Xiangding. His big body cushioned the fall, and he asked Xiao Yu to get off him. Luckily, all the guys were unharmed from falling into the pit. They immediately noticed the foul smell that came from the feces and microorganisms at the bottom of the abyss. Xiao Ziyo exclaimed that the smell was not what they thought it was, but the breath of something. Everyone turned around and saw the dragon-like Nightmare King with his level at 10. Xiao Yu remembered that this and the last boss had the same level, but this monster was stronger. The boys were frightened at the sight of the Nightmare King because he was strong. They realized that the heart of the nightmare was inside him, but it would be difficult for them to fight him. Even Ma Fei wished to leave this monster alone and not attack. Xiao Yu insisted that they try to fight it. He counted his strength at 202 to help complete the mission. The necromancer also had the Ring of the Skeleton King. If they all add up, they should hit the monster 3 to 4 times and win the battle. Yang Shangding put his hand on Xiao Yu's forehead to check if he was all right, because he was afraid of the huge monster and did not hope to win. Xiao Yu said to trust him because the monster to be fought has strength, but it has a weak defense which can be taken advantage of. The headman asked Xiao Yu about Xiao Yu's plan to distract the monster. The young man answered in the affirmative and promised to defeat the monster. Xiao Yu understood the risk. If they worked separately, they would lose the battle, but if they united, the chance of victory increased. The team decided to trust Xiao Yu's plan and do as he said. Ma Fei said that if they couldn't attack the monster, it would be better to run away and lose the battle. After resting, Xiao Yu lunged straight at the body of the sleeping monster the other team members were watching and ready to fight. But the necromancer jumped on the body of the boss not with the purpose of striking a blow. His first priority was to find a weak point so that the first attack would be productive. Examining the body for a weak spot, Xiao Yu found a glowing orb with a fiery color. He realized that this was the spot and activated the Demon King's ring and struck at the spot. There was a loud sound, and the monster lost 508 health as planned. Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi opened their mouths in astonishment. They could not believe what was happening, and that such a powerful damage could be inflicted as a disciple. The voice of the system announced that the heart of the nightmare had been defeated, but the monster had woken up from the blow and was still alive. The task now changed to destroying the king. Meanwhile, the boss rose up and threw Xiao Yu off his body. The necromancer found himself next to the team and ordered them to get ready to act according to the plan. He would attack, and they would distract the monster. The king stood up to his full height, looked around and saw the monster small compared to him, and shouted that they were ugly. Xiao Yu shouted to Ma Fei to attack the king and provoke him to anger. Ma Fei was already in a hurry to execute the plan, and abruptly flew towards the monster closely. The swordsman struck a blow, but it was not a resounding success as his sword only did 1 unit of damage. He was spurred on by his rivalry with the necromancer and decided to scratch the monster while it was dealing even a small amount of damage. Ma Fei moved quickly and began to strike one by one, but they were still of little use. The monster felt Ma Fei's blows and threatened him that if he wanted to go to the other world, he would easily do it. The swordsman began to taunt the boss by offering to do so, showing him that he was not afraid of his power. After finally making sure that the monster was angry, Ma Fei called for Yang Shangding's help. The mage summoned his crowning spell in the form of Sand Shackle, and Zhu Yu also joined in and activated her shield. After a few attacks and the healer's recovery of health, the results of the battle were not much more than they could barely resist the monster. The headman Ma Fei was not timid. He kept hitting the target with his sword and said that it was impossible to stop. He called for Xiao Yu's help. The necromancer quickly arrived to carry out his plan. Xiao Yu struck a powerful blow, but this time the damage was 182 points. The voice of the system warned the team that the king had 336 health left and would soon be able to use the Nightmare Realm. The monster became angry and dust appeared around him. He crushed the stone slabs. Everyone dodged his blows as the king did not strike directly, but the area around him. Xiao Yu prepared for the attack. He didn't want to give the king a chance to attack the guy, guessed that this monster was the reason for the imprisonment of the villagers. The necromancer struck again, and it took another 182 more health points from the monster. The system warned that the king had a little over 100 health left, and then Xiao Yu prepared to attack again. Xiao Yu made a powerful leap upwards in his hands, was a staff ready to strike a decisive blow. Monster noticed the necromancer and did not expect such a turn of events. Jaziak told Cao to be careful as she didn't have the mana to restore his health. Floating in the air, Xiao Yu was so confident in his strength that he replied that he didn't need healing. In the end, Xiao Yu dealt a fatal blow to the monster, robbing it of its last health points. The system congratulated the necromancer on his victory and awarded him characterization points and experience. The Demon King was finished, and the rest of the team was not left without rewards, because they also helped in the battle. The guys realized that the mission was complete, and their plan had worked successfully. Zhao Ziyu received the skill of Spring Breeze and Willow, and Zhu Yu was rewarded with the skill of Armored Spikes. The guys were also rewarded. Magician Yang Xiangdi received a new skill, Earth Blast, and Headman Ma Fei received one sword, Split the World. Cao Yu received a truly well-deserved gift of a necromancy book. But the gifts didn't end there. Xiao Yu was waiting for the artifacts as he defeated the monster in close combat. This time for the victory, the necromancer received a dragon sword that increases the attack power and ignores part of the enemy's defense. The new item did not please Xiao Yu much because the sword was rank B. The necromancer gave the sword to Ma Fei because he knew how to use such a weapon. Ma Fei asked Xiao Yu if he was sure he wanted to give the sword because it was very expensive, and selling it would buy a house, in addition to having a high rank. Qiao Yu insisted that Ma Fei take the sword, and he also checked to see if any other items had fallen out during the battle. After finding nothing, Qiao Yu decided to look at the updated characteristic. His strength had increased, but his total health was not very high. After reading the information further, he concluded that he needed to be more stable in battles because the presence of passive effect does not add points to his characteristic. Meanwhile, the system warned the students that they had passed the village location and were ready to move them to the university. A group of students stood next to each other to make the transfer successful. In a moment, they all found themselves inside the university walls. Other students were waiting for them and were happy to see the return of Qiao Yu and his team. The director of the university quickly came to the guys and asked them what had happened to them while performing the task since they had been away for 2 days. The team told the director about the events, and he noted that the hidden mission was really difficult and said that everyone could now enter the best academy. The observing students were happy that their class had a team of 5 geniuses, and now their class would be the best. While everyone was chatting with the principal, Ma Fei was thinking that in the future he would show Qiao Yu the full power of the new sword, but he would need a level 11 sword. The headmaster was called out by a man in a suit who was in a hurry to tell him that people from Kyoto and Huaqing universities had arrived. The unexpected guests had most likely come to see the Genius 5. Su's Jinlun remembered that he had not told anyone about what had happened and did not understand how his superiors had been informed so quickly. 2 men in classic suits entered the building and walked straight to the principal, followed by the team of geniuses. They said hello to the principal and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The 2 strangers were teachers, Peng and Pei. Peng looked at the team of students who had accomplished the hidden mission and paid his respects. He introduced himself to the students. His name is Peng Liangji. He said that the universities of the country are looking forward to such geniuses as they are ready to enroll them tomorrow. Mr. Pei's colleague, Mr. Peng, was not in favor of enrollment without exams, which is unacceptable and spoils the image of the university. So Mr. Peng suggested an exam. The second man also introduced himself. His name was Pei Shingo from the university's admissions office, and he advised the guys not to be nervous. Pei continued and talked a bit about the exam. It was more of a formality. The committee would just test their abilities to see if they met the standards. Qiao Yu thought that he was not able to use his skills, but he had to go to the university to find out why his parents were missing. The men asked the boys to choose who would be the first to take the exam. Ma Fei volunteered to be the first one to take the exam. He said his level and rank. Peng Liangji looked at Ma Fei and thought that he was suitable for Kyoto University because he was good-looking and had a high rank for a beginner. Pei Xingguo appreciated Ma Fei's bravery and suggested that he try out his sword on it. Ma Fei armed himself with his sword and warned the examiner to be careful. The headman pointed his sword at Pei Xingguo, and the weapon went through the defense the examiner had put up. Pei was surprised to see the defense shield pierced. He didn't understand how this could happen since his level was much higher than the students. Holding a cigarette in his hands, Pei praised Ma Fei and noted that the skill of one sword slashing the world was not something the head elder thanked for his compliment. Peng also praised the swordsman's skills and noted his agility. He said that if Ma Fei were to pierce shields in the future, it would give a good boost to his strength. The students who were watching the exam were surprised at the great increase in strength and noted that the swordsman's class was recognized as one of the best for a reason. Pei thought to himself that it would be good if Ma Fei became a student of Huaqing University. Pei and Peng began to suggest Kyoto University or Huaqing University and asked him which one he wanted to go to. Ma Fei asked the examiners for time to think while they tested the others, but he already knew he would go after Qiao Yu to compete with him. Pei and Peng agreed with him and invited the next student to take the exam. This time Zhao Ziwei was ready for the test. The healer activated the regenerative skill Spring Breeze and Willow. Pei saw this and thought that her ability was also good because despite her 4th level, she could do massive health recovery. Zuyu went to the exam next. She activated her shield along with her skill learned in the village. The girl's abilities at low also surprised Pei. Also, he appreciated that if Zuyu receives damage from an opponent, it is reflected back to him. Pei asked the student to tell about the skill. She said that they are armored spikes and they reflect 20% of the damage received. Examiner Pei noted that this is a practical skill, because with this skill, the enemy essentially strikes at himself. It was time to invite the next student. Volunteered Yangshang Di Pei clarified. His class guy replied that he was a mage. Pei wondered how he could be a mage with such a large body composition and thought that there was some confusion in the distribution of classes. After Pei thought about it, he asked Yang Shangding to start the exam, and the student began to activate his skill. Peng, who was watching, didn't understand the student's purpose because he couldn't see his magic power that he was trying so hard to show. Finally, Yang Shangda activated the skill Earth Explosion. It was so powerful that the shock wave caught the student standing in the distance. As the smoke cleared, Pei thought about how he had underestimated the guy. The skill activated suddenly, and he dealt him some damage. Pei then turned to look at Principal Su's Jinlun, who always remained in the shadows despite the fact that during his entire tenure, he produced geniuses from the academy. The examiners called the last student for the test. Xiao Yu named his class level, but did not indicate the rank of the skill because it was unknown. Peng stared and thought that Xiao Yu was afraid to name his rank because it was too low, but he also noted that he had a higher level than the others. Everyone was ready for the exam, and Pei told Xiao Yu to proceed with the exam. Pei looked at Xiao Yu. He wanted to see his ability teacher thought he could pass the exam because these new students are strong. Xiao Yu ran at Pei. He didn't understand why the necromancer didn't summon undead but attacked in melee. Pei saw Xiao Yu's fist, and he didn't understand why he didn't cast a spell. Meanwhile, the young man approached the teacher. The necromancer struck Pei in the jaw, making him stunned, which was unexpected because he was waiting for the spell. Xiao Yu dealt -200 damage to the teacher with a right hook. Pei flew a few meters away and fell on his back. All the students and the principal were watching what was happening. They were all dumbfounded by what they saw. After a while, the students started whispering to each other that Xiao Yu had defeated a 25th level teacher. Peng approached Pei and asked him how this was possible. Since necromancers were the weakest class in terms of strength, Peng suspected that Pei was giving in to him. Pei looked at Xiao Yu with anger. He thought the guy was a monster because he almost gave him a heart attack at the 7th level. The students in the crowd began to suspect that Xiao Yu was not human, but undead, because the physical strength of necromancers cannot boast. Teacher Peng looked at the student fearfully and was glad that the exam was conducted by Teacher Pei because he didn't want to lose to a newcomer. Xiao Yu asked if the test was over, to which Teacher Peng replied that the student had not shown necromancy, so they could not evaluate his skill. The boy confessed that he would enter the physical education department since he couldn't use necromancy, and it was important for him to enter Kyoto University. Peng told the boy that in his practice, he had never had a case where a student's class was not matched with a department, and he needed time to discuss it with the rector. The teacher called the rector and told him about the student and his frightening abilities, but he wanted to go to another department. The rector did not understand what he was talking about. Chopin told the rector that the student was level 7, but he supported the success of the fight with Pei, and the rector said that the student should be obtained at any cost. In the end, the rector decided to talk to Xiao Yu on his own and appeared in front of him in the form of a hologram. The rector said hello to the student. His name was Ji Ping'an from Kyoto University. He said that their university was the best and asked if he wanted to enroll. Xiao Yu said he really wanted to go to Kyoto University. Teacher Pei finally got through to the rector of Huaking University, but it was too late, and he thought he should get other students. While Pei was on the phone, Rector Ji Pingyan invited all 5 students to their university. When Pei heard about it, he was furious. Teacher Peng dreamed that it would be the highlight of his career if the students were enrolled in their university. Xiao Yu asked Rector Ji if he knew his father, Chao Anqing. The rector said he understood why Xiao Yu seemed familiar to him, since the rector knew his father and mother by Shixia. The stunned student asked the rector if he knew where they were now. The rector said that his parents had once been his students, but he didn't know where they were, but he remembered how powerful they were. Jai remembered that they had disappeared 10 years ago, and he had no way to contact them to find out where they were. Xiao Yu listened attentively to Rector Ji added that the student should go to the university to find his parents. Rector Ji told the guys that they would receive notification of their enrollment, but for now, they needed to clear the unique dungeons to get their skills pumped up. The hologram of the rector said goodbye to the students and wished them good luck. In the mage's office, the newcomers were being tested to divide them into classes and prepare them for the university exams. The headmaster began to tell the students about the exclusive dungeon of mages and said that these tests would test the mental abilities of the students. The headmaster continued his speech and advised the students to work together and to think big. The students found themselves in front of the portal that was before the first task. Yang Xiangdi reasoned that everything is worth trying in practice, because there is so much theory. Yang Xiangdai continued to dialogue with Xiao Yu and asked him to allow him to help him pass the test, because the main thing was to get all the possible rewards. The magician turned to Aylin and complimented her beauty, and warned that they were about to enter an exclusive dungeon. Aylin heard the student's request and started to download the exclusive copy. The young people saw in front of them an entrance through a purple-colored portal that glowed. This copy was called 10,000 Poisons Lair. Xiao Yu called out to his friend to start the trial and enter the portal sooner, but Yang Xiangdi stopped and said that he needed to listen to the system's prompts. Xiao Yu was surprised at the presence of hints, and his friend asked how he had frequented the past dungeon if he didn't listen to the instructions before the test. When Yang Xiangdi realized that Xiao Yu had entered the last test without clues, the student admired the young man's bravery. Pretty Island started with the backstory of the place. An ancient dark flame creates poisonous insects that poison people. If a person has been infected, they fall into agony while the insects in their bodies multiply and lead a parasitic life until the body dies. Island announced the tasks of the challenge they had to find the flame she told them about in the story and destroy the insects the flame creates. Since there were 2 guys, the system picked up 3 more students and the program did it, and all 5 students found themselves in front of a big door. 2 guys and a girl joined the team. One of the guys looked at Xiao Yu and Yang Xiangdi with disdain. The girl introduced herself as Fang Yuan, a fire mage. Then she introduced her brother, his name is Fang Xun, who is also a mage, and a disdainful guy named Lun Chang. The guys also introduced themselves. Yang Xiangdi suggested that the guys work as a team to pass the test successfully. All 5 of them started to look at the door above it had phrases Fang Yuan assumed it was the key to open it. But Lun Chang was determined to open the door without it. Lun Chang used his staff channeling magic power into it, but it didn't work, and the door wouldn't open. The guys realized that the door was not vulnerable to magic. Fang Yuan suggested to consider the clue. Xiao Yu came closer to the door. The girl quickly solved the puzzle with the words virtue and manliness giving peace. But Xiao Yu had his own plans while the girl was solving the riddle. He went to the door and destroyed it with a single blow. The new guys in the team were surprised because they didn't know that Xiao Yu had high physical strength. Yang Sangdi ran up to his friend who was standing by the destroyed door and told him that it was strong. Xiao Yu wanted to test her strength and see if the door could open, but he didn't expect it to be so flimsy. The team moved forward, and they saw another door that also had inscriptions on it and red flowers growing on the way to the door. Xiao Yu thought that the flowers might be dangerous. But Yang Xiangdi had already touched the flower, and his palm was enveloped in purple flames. A moment later, the rest of the team saw the same thing on their hands, and it seemed like they were all infected by the flowers. Every minute, the poisoning from the flowers minus 3 units of health. Xiao Yu told everyone to hurry up and stand still. Xiao Yu calculated that his entire health level would be used up in just half an hour, which was critical for him. The team of students crossed the flower lawn, and all of them ran to the door. They took a closer look at the encrypted code and had to solve it as soon as possible, because they didn't have much time. Xiao Yu crushed the door again with his strong kick and split it into small pieces. Very quickly, the whole team of boys broke through the shattered door. The students remembered the essence of the task they need to show their mental ability. But with all the obstacles during the test, they cope with other ways. The team went further. They saw a mountain sunset and many green trees in front of them. Suddenly there was a greeting. It was a girl in the traditional dress of these places. Her name was Xiao Dong. She interrupted the introduction when she saw that the boys were poisoned. She said that they were infected from the licorice radiant flower. Xiao Dong called the students to follow her to the lair to treat the disease. She warned that if they didn't do it now, it would be impossible to escape in the future. Xiao Yu looked at her. He didn't understand how she appeared. Fang Yuan offered to go after the girl since they didn't know what to do next. Xiao Dong and a team of guys came to the place. The girl said hello to her parents and showed them who she had brought. The parents did not understand who had come to them. Xiao Dong explained that she had found them by accident and they were poisoned and needed help. The girl's mother invited the strange guests to come into their home to be safe. The family brewed a healing potion to help the team heal from the infection. They brought the potion dishes to the guests. They saw plates in front of them filled with scorpion bones and scolopendra bone. The broth itself was a muddy color, as if it was water from a puddle. Lun Chang offered Yang Shangting to be the first to taste this dish, but he refused. Xiao Yu drank the whole plate in a gulp as his health was less than half. He then told the boys to drink the concoction, which tasted not as disgusting as it looked. One bowl helped him to relieve the poison. While the other students were coughing from the potion, Xiao Yu asked Xiao Dong about the poison den, and she said to stay away from it. The girl's mother told all the guests to leave as soon as possible. They didn't like strangers and were cured, so they could rest easy. Xiao Dong asked her mom why she should send the guests away since there were only 5 of them. Then she turned to the guests and told them not to listen to mom. They could stay as long as they wanted. Xiao Yu told the house owners that they were too weak for the road, but they didn't want to disturb them too much, and he wondered why their parents were sending them away. Xiao Dong went to the door and asked the guests to rest in the room. The house owners promised not to disturb the guests. The family started to leave, and they saw the full moon, and it seemed that Xiao Dong was happy about it and was expecting something from this event. In the night forest, in the darkness, a crowd of people gathered. In the middle of the crowd stood a woman with colored hair and a long skirt. She asked the great swarm to rid the people of all diseases and favorable weather. They sacrificed human blood and flesh. A huge swarm of insects landed on 2 boys who were bound for sacrifice. After a moment, the 2 boys were nothing but lifeless skeletons. The team saw what had happened, and they were very frightened because the sacrifice was not of locals, but of humans. Xiao Yu urged them to leave quickly, because in case of an attack, They would not be able to cope with the insects and the large number of people despite the great strength of the attack. The woman sacrificing was a tribal elder. She called one of her soldiers and ordered him to capture the students alive. The boys managed to escape and quickly ran into the house, slamming the door shut. Fang Yuan assumed that the tribe would just catch them and give them to the bugs to eat. The group turned around at the noise and saw scorpions everywhere on the floor. Fang Yuan immediately activated her skill and put up a magical fire barrier. Xiao Yu also prepared to fight, but he realized that he wouldn't get any points for it since the scorpion target was too small. Next activated his Yangshang Di skill, he simultaneously summoned in a sand shackle and an earth blast. Xiao Yu praised his friend for combining his two skills well, but Yangshang Di said that his mana had run out. A rough and threatening male voice was heard behind the backs of the students. It was a local scorpion warrior. He said that he was against them destroying the sacred swarm. For this, they would all be sacrificed. Yang Shangdai activated an earth blast and directed it towards the man. The scorpion warrior only laughed at the blow because he had many health points and level 10. Fang Yuan and Lun Chang didn't know how to deal with the scorpion warrior, who had the same characteristics as the boss despite being an NPC warrior. Xiao Yu wondered what was the specialty of this dungeon. His right hand was at the ready to attack. The necromancer ran up to the warrior who was laughing at him because he was going to fight with his bare hands. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate and launched his crowning fist strike that took away 121 units of health from the warrior. Scorpion Warrior did not believe in what happened, that any mortal could cause him such damage, and he activated the insect bite skill. Covering from the rage of the scorpion guys, saw that his characteristics have increased. Even his defense became more in several times. The warrior's eyes turned red with rage, and he shouted that no one could overcome his defense. He was ready to fight for the sake of his tribe. Xiao Yu clearly knew the scorpion's weaknesses. For only a few moments, the scorpion had only 25 units of health. Feeling superior, Xiao Yu began to interrogate who was the woman who sacrificed in the dark forest. The warrior said that the woman was a tribal elder who had made a pact with the insect queen to sacrifice every full moon. The scorpion added that the insect queen lives in the well. Yang Xiangdi understood why they were cured by that family. They wanted to sacrifice them all. Xiao Yu asked the scorpion why Xiaodong called the tribe the Den of 10,000 Poisons, but the scorpion didn't know who he was talking about. He said that there was no one with that name in his tribe, but the name of their elder Zhundong, he thought the names were similar. Xiao Yu thanked the scorpion for the information. The warrior asked if he could leave, but the young man was against it. Xiao Yu had a plan to destroy the scorpion. He gave it the final blow, and for this, he received an increase in stats and experience. The necromancer also received a sage's shelter, a disposable item of the highest rank, immune to death. The team was deciding what to do next. Soon the tribe members would know about the events with the scorpion, and they thought that the elder was extremely strong. Xiao Yu reminded the team of the task of the test. They need to destroy the insects and not the tribe members. If the queen beetle is sitting in the well, they will blow it up. Everyone decided to act quickly because the elder didn't know what had happened. The team followed Xiao Yu. They found the well in the woods. They looked around and there was no one there, so the team went to the well. While they were looking at the well, Fang Yuan saw Xiaodong's parents massacring their own tribesmen. Xiao Yu suggested not to be distracted by what was happening because their main goal was to wipe out the queen's well. All the team members took turns using their skills to destroy the well. It looked like they had succeeded because the well was blown apart by a massive explosion. When the flames and smoke cleared, the boys saw a huge abyss. Yang Sangdi rightly pointed out that if they had eliminated all the bugs, the system would have shown the completed task. But it didn't happen. An elder came from the forest with her assistant Python. Zhundong said that she didn't expect the students to defeat the scorpion. Xiao Yu asked the elder's name again to confirm a hunch. She asked why the necromancer didn't recognize her and said that her name was Shundong. In an instant, she transformed into the same little girl who had brought the students to the house to be treated for the infection. Shundong confessed that she wanted to keep Xiao Yu alive to continue her lineage with him, but the boy had killed many insects. Xiao Yu asked the elder why they were destroying their own people since they were her own people, her mom and dad. Zhendong admitted that they are just two losers who serve her. Xiao Yu, with fear on her face, asked what is happening to her parents now. Zhendong, with a sneer in her voice, told Xiao Yu not to be angry and to be calm. Her face became sinister, and she threatened the necromancer that he would soon find himself in their tribe. Then Chundong summoned an army of flying beetles that emerged from the portal. The insects chose their target and surrounded Xiao Yu, buzzing loudly. The team rushed to Fang Yuan's aid and began to activate their fire magic. The assistant tribal elder Python kicked the team of guys on the ground, and Lun Chang fell face first into the ground. The attacking Python said that he would not harm his elder, and if anyone dared to do so, he would have to fight him. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu made sharp movements to destroy the attacking insect paradises, but there were too many of them. He thought that he did not have enough defense agility and strength for this battle, and even wanted to use the skill Brave Heart of a magician. However, Qiao Yu changed his mind and relied on the strength he had now and focused on the elder he wanted to destroy. Zhendong was happy to see the necromancer in the insect vortex. She even thought that she had almost defeated him. Qiao Yu didn't listen to her. He focused on piercing the bug whirlwind with his fist. He did so and damaged the elder's arm and stomach. Zhendong was recovering from her wounds and told Qiao Yu that he was making a big mistake by hurting her. After looking at Zhendong's characteristics, the guy concluded that she was a rare NPC, and her characteristics were worse than a scorpion. Zhendong fully restored the damaged body parts and asked Qiao Yu how he felt if he received the same injuries in return. The elder stabbed Qiao Yu in the chest and her hand went between his ribs. The necromancer had 9 health units left. Zhendong held Qiao Yu in the air. While her hand was inside his body, she threatened him with retaliation. Yang Shangdi saw that his friend was in trouble and rushed to his aid. But he was unable to do so because Python threw the young man aside with a kick on the ground. Python told the students that he was their opponent while they were preparing for another attack. Now Yang Shangdi tried to activate sand shackles against Python, but the enemy blocked his magic. Python said that Yang Shangdi's magic was ridiculous and pathetic because he could easily deactivate it. But he didn't notice the sand that the disciple had summoned had turned red. Yang Shangdi did a combination of magic spells and in addition caused an earth explosion that took away 312 health from the enemy. Yang Shangdi's fat-burning process began, and the combination of spells left him with mana unlike last time. Zhendong was still holding Qiao Yu, who was still alive, and Yang Shangdi headed towards them, since there were no more obstacles. The young mage still didn't understand why all his fat had evaporated. Even stranger was that he had more mana. Qiao Yu replied that it was due to the number of skills he had used together, that together gave him more power, and that was why his mana had increased. Qiao Yu ordered Yang Shangdi to use the Earth Explosion spell, and their plan was overheard by Zhendong, who didn't understand what the two of them were up to. Yang Shangdi didn't immediately follow his friend's order because Qiao Yu himself could be hurt by this spell. Then the necromancer shouted that it was all nonsense and told his friend to trust him. Yang Shangdi activated his crown spell Earth Blast, and everyone waited for the result of this action. Zhendong realized what the matter was. She was in danger just like Qiao Yu and asked to be released, but the necromancer held her tightly. Yang Shangding's spell caused a big, loud explosion. Qiao Yu and Zhendong were no longer visible. The team members were worried for their fellow student's life. They didn't know what to expect. Fortunately, Qiao Yu survived. The system rewarded him with a powerful contract, and he gained a lot of health points. Now he had more than 1,500. A happy Yang Shangdi ran to his friend and asked him how he managed to survive the explosion. Qiao Yu joked that he could resurrect himself. Qiao Yu asked his savior what he had been given for Zhendong. He said that there had been no notification of reward and that she was probably alive. Zhendong's elder appeared out of the mist and complained that the students had hurt her. Zhendong was angry and was about to show her real appearance. She turned into a half-human, half-insect with a poisonous sting. Qiao Yu noticed that Zhendong's characteristics had increased in her new appearance and told Yang Shangdi to use the same spell again, but he was low on mana. During their conversation, the system gave out a warning message of the lair was beyond the novice level students needed to leave the dungeon. Qiao Yu didn't listen to the system's advice. He didn't want to leave empty-handed. He needed to clean up the dungeon and moved to fight with Zhendong. The battle-hungry elder was glad that Qiao Yu stayed behind. She moved towards him and was ready to destroy the student. When they got close to each other, they fought on equal terms. Zhendong didn't understand why the necromancer was alive since his level was much lower than hers. At the moment of the battle, Qiao Yu also wondered where he got such strength to resist the elder. Zhendong ordered to stop the fight. She asked about Baiji. She was sure that Qiao Yu had created Baiji since only he could create such strong heroes. Qiao Yu replied that he had no idea what she was talking about and told her his name. He prepared for another strike on his opponent. The necromancer dealt 213 damage to the elder, which greatly injured Zhendong. In her last breath, Zhendong thought about the Qiao surname and couldn't believe that this could be the case. She didn't understand why he wanted to destroy her so badly. The system notified Qiao Yu that he had defeated Zhendong. He had once again leveled up and earned experience. All the team members were notified that they had passed the dungeons. The system evaluated each member and assigned them ranks. After the ranks were assigned, the guys were waiting for more rewards for their bravery in completing the challenge. Qiao Yu received the 10th level. He was happy about it because when he reached it, he was no longer considered a student, but a real player. The necromancer also received the wild spider armor. This artifact was of rank B, and its characteristics were useful. After that, a glowing turquoise mysterious cube appeared in front of Qiao Yu. The cube is recognized by Qiao Yu as an item that helps the owner to determine the ability of characters with some error, but how to unlock it is unknown. From the portal appeared Aylin, who greeted the players before the task. She congratulated everyone on passing the test. Aylin approached the players and gave them a small gift to each student to increase their willpower by 20%. Yang Sangdi was very happy about the gift, but Qiao Yu doubted the usefulness of the reward, since he had no will points at all. Fang Yuan thanked the necromancer for allowing their team to go through and clear this dungeon. When Aylin opened the portal, she asked Qiao Yu and Yang Xiangding what university they wanted to go to. They said they wanted to go to Kyoto University. Pretty Aylin smiled mysteriously and said she would go there too. When the whole team arrived at the academy, Ma Fei was surprised that Qiao Yu had also become level 10. Ma Fei was sure that the swordsmen in the special dungeon for them get much more points since there are more monsters there than in the mage dungeon. Chao Ziyue and Zhou Yu watched Yang Xiangda eating lunch and couldn't recognize it. After reducing his weight, the girls liked his current image. Yang Xiangdai objected that he was not satisfied with his thinness and wanted to return to his past body as soon as possible, because this way he felt at ease. Yang Xiangdi, who was munching on a chicken, informed the boys that they were all admitted to the university without entrance exams. If a student passed the entrance exam, it would help him get into the best group, and a high score in the exam would give him fame, fortune, and a top-ranked artifact. Ma Fei said that no matter what, he would take the entrance exam to become the best among the group. The headmaster said that he talked to his father and he shared that this year the student will get a S-rank item. After the conversation, Qiao Yu took a walk and decided to take the entrance exam and compete for a rare and high-rank artifact. Under the rooftops, whispers were heard about a strong student who can't be defeated. A second voice ordered to grab Qiao Yu. Quickly descending from the roof, two guys appeared in front of Qiao Yu. The necromancer's ability to see the characteristics of other people had been activated. The appearance of the two strangers was unexpected to him, and Qiao Yu asked what they wanted. The two guys asked the necromancer if he was Qiao Yu who had killed Shundong. The necromancer read their abilities. They were both assassin class with rookie status. The necromancer stared at them and assumed that they were the same Baiji, and most likely not one person but an organization. Qiao Yu said that the strangers were confused because his name was Ma Fei. One of the guys apologized and apologized. His partner slapped him hard. He was angry that he believed Qiao Yu for nothing. They realized that the necromancer had to be taken out to see if he was who he said he was. The hooligans hit Qiao Yu from both sides, who stood there and didn't even move. One of the guys was amazed that Qiao Yu didn't even try to run away, knowing that he would be in trouble. It was Qiao Yu's turn, and he slammed one of the criminals into the wall of the building. His partner stood aside and was amazed at the situation, because they had hit Qiao Yu and it did nothing, but he was able to take away almost all of his health with a single blow. Qiao Yu looked at the other bully and asked him if he wanted to be next. The bully realized that things were bad and apologized. He asked the necromancer not to be angry and admitted that they were really mistaken. The stranger then said that he was an employee of an organization ranked 7,438th in strength and offered Qiao Yu peace. Qiao Yu frowned at the stranger and was surprised that his strength was so low. Qiao Yu decided to let him go and tell his boss. Qiao Yu wished them success in their search and added that if they needed Ma Fei's help, they could contact him. When Qiao Yu returned home, he looked up the word Baiji on the internet and found that it was a mythical beast that was a helper in exorcising demons and looked like a lion with wings. But Qiao Yu couldn't find any information about Baiji as an organization. He sat back in his chair and promised himself that sooner or later he would find out everything and deal with them because he felt his power. He kept thinking that he should definitely go to Kyoto University because there he would be safe from the intentions of the Baiji group. Qiao Yu remembered the rector Ji Pingyang, who is famous for his sword skills, and he definitely ensures the safety of his university. Qiao Yu remembered about the cube that fell to him in the last cleared dungeon and started to examine it. The necromancer pondered about the cube, thinking that he had gotten it because of the exclusivity of the dungeon, or that the prize was assigned to him. He wondered how anyone knew that he was the one who would clear the dungeon. He remembered Jundong Baiji's parents and could not put it all together. At the same time, a man in a black robe stood on the roof of the high-rise and the familiar hooligans who had attacked Qiao Yu. The leader asked the henchman what was the true reason for the massacre of Jundong, to which the two replied that they had not encountered a mage, but his power was great. The man in the robe looked at his fighters with disdain and told them that they were lowly scum. The head shifted the priority from Jundong and told his henchmen that it was more important to prepare the next special operation in Sioux City. The next day, Qiao Yu visited the academy and came to the principal's office and asked him to help with the mysterious cube. He showed the principal the cube, which was sealed, and asked how to open it. Su's Jinlong answered that there were two ways to open it. The password? But if the password was unknown, then the key to unseal the cube should be used. The director examined the cube and noticed that its defense was not that strong, and it would not be difficult to open the cube without damaging the contents. Xiao Yu was puzzled and asked the principal where he could get the key to open the cube. The director said to go to the mechanical kingdom to get the key, but there were nuances in the form of hostile players inside the space. The director told the story that once there was a battle between humans and machines as the machines became more independent, but in the end, they made peace. The director then explained how to get the key Xiao Yu needed to fulfill a task from Mayor Huajun in the City of Mechanics. Xiao Yu moved to the right location. He saw two tough guys pushing an elderly man who looked like a science professor. The man looked at one of the guys with a shiver in his body and apologized for the collision. The big guy looked at the scientist and charged him for his carelessness in running into people he thought was a special collision. The two thugs began to demand compensation from the old man for the damage they had caused because they claimed the poor man had hurt them. The argument was getting heated, and then one of the hooligans took the professor by the leg and turned him upside down, trying to literally shake money out of it. Xiao Yu went up to the two men and reprimanded them for robbing the old man in broad daylight. One of the hooligans told Xiao Yu to mind his own business and get lost. With a clenched fist, Xiao Yu said that any bad deed would have to be answered for, and that no one had canceled the consequences. Xiao Yu, with his crowning blow, knocked down his opponent, who clearly did not expect it from a skinny guy several times smaller than him. The bully flew away from the blow for an unknown number of meters, with the professor and the second criminal watching. The surviving thug begged for forgiveness. Repenting of his deed, he asked Xiao Yu to let them go. Then, the two cowardly bandits ran away so fast that they vanished in seconds. Xiao Yu went to his grandfather and asked how he was feeling. The old man said he had no money. Xiao Yu told him that he didn't need any money. Then the old man thanked him for protecting him, but he still felt he had to pay Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu then asked his grandfather where he could find the mayor of the city. Xiao Yu explained the reason why he needed the mayor, because he needed the key to break the seal, which only the head of the city had. The old man said that if he couldn't repay the money, he would help Xiao Yu find the mayor. The necromancer thanked the grandfather for his help. Grandpa warned that it would not be easy to get the key. Xiao Yu was sure that he would be able to do it because his power would help in the search. Meanwhile, the two men who attacked Grandpa wondered if the mayor could find the man he needed. But Xiao Yu was beaten by a bully who admitted he'd never met such a strong guy. In the laboratory of the Mechanical Kingdom, a man in a robe announced another colloquium and ordered a henchman to find Professor Huajun. The subordinate's name was Britz, and he told his master Monder that he could handle the task. At the same time, Grandpa and Xiao Yu reached the place where the mayor was located. It was a large white building. Xiao Yu looked at the building that looked like it was the mayor's headquarters. The necromancer was surprised that the old man had calmly led him to this place. The young man turned around to ask his grandfather something, but the old man's footprints were gone, and he disappeared. Xiao Yu shrugged his shoulders and opened the front door because his main goal was to find the key to open the mysterious cube. Xiao Yu opened the door and saw a huge hall with the disappeared old man sitting on the throne and men standing next to him on both sides. Xiao Yu came closer and saw not only the old man, but also the two guys who attacked him on the street. And then the grandfather said that he was actually the mayor of the city. He also added that these two guys were the guards not only of him, but of the whole city. Xiao Yu didn't understand why the attack was initiated. The mayor said that he had to find the strongest one who was superior in strength to his guards, and he found Xiao Yu and was now confident in his strength. The mayor continued that he would give the key to the necromancer if he would fulfill his assignment. The old man launched a hidden mission. He explained that tomorrow there will be a colloquium where he will talk about his developments and the enemies will try to steal the information. Xiao Yu asked if Mayor Huajun needed protection from him, then he said no. The old man explained that Xiao Yu's main task would be to defeat the leader of the machines and destroy his mechanical heart. Xiao Yu understood the task and said that he could easily cope with it because they were only robots, and they were probably not as strong as him. The next day, everyone gathered in the seminar hall where Huajun gave a lecture on the development of technology. He touched on the subject of nature, which gave man the benefits of food. But the world has changed, and artificial intelligence has begun to replace almost everything. Huajun said that intelligence was created to study human life, but if tested, it would not be considered alive unlike humans. The professor continued that robots cannot reproduce themselves, which is their difference from humans. Huajun asked a question to the audience about the organic growth of robot machines, whether they are capable of. During the lecture, Xiao Yu yawned from boredom, but he was on the lookout for the ill-wishers the mayor was talking about. Xiao Yu looked up and saw that there was a crack in the glass dome of the room. Suddenly, Britz appeared from the rooftop into the seminar hall, clearly not with good intentions. Britz angrily turned to humans and said that they were much more vulnerable than robots. He called Huajun to take off his human mask and join the robot squad. Panic set in. The seminar attendees scattered, and the guards burst into the hall. Hwa-jun's guards reacted to the intruder and told him to get out. Brits stabbed one of the guards in the chest without further ado. Then the crazy robot damaged the second guard and went after the guards. Enjoying his superiority, he laughed loudly as Qiao Yu and Hua-jun watched. The professor said that this car had come for him, and that they wanted to win him over to their side. The mayor said that he was counting on Qiao Yu, to which the young man nodded affirmatively and was ready for anything. Brits continued to take away the guard's health with blow after blow, and said that robots were invincible. Mr. Monder appeared from above in a black robe and ordered Hua-jun to follow him. The mayor gave an ultimatum that he would follow Monder only after he ordered his men to stop and leave. Monder chained the professor and told him he realized the point too late. The villain pulled Hua-jun under his roof and ordered Brits to wrap up. He told Monder that he wanted to stay and have some more fun. Monder kidnapped the professor along with him, and they flew off in an unknown direction, leaving only a red light behind them. Brits continued to taunt the guard. Qiao Yu walked over and called out to the robot. Qiao Yu looked at Brits with anger and asked him if he really thought he was invincible. The crazy robot was provoked and still praised the power of robots, but Qiao Yu didn't think so and prepared to strike. Brits was amused and sarcastically suggested that Qiao Yu should become a machine and be stronger than a human. Qiao Yu gave the robot a punch that took away 306 health points. The young man hit Brits on the torso, which damaged his mechanisms, and Iron Shell Qiao Yu said that he already had strength. His offer was ridiculous. Brits examined the damage and couldn't believe that a human was capable of such a blow. The robot asked Qiao Yu how he managed to do that and break part of his shell. Brits continued to be puzzled how his mechanical body succumbed to the body of an ordinary human. Qiao Yu replied that he was special. Qiao Yu forcefully laid the brute on his stomach and pressed down hard with his foot. The guy did another 102 damage to the robot and ordered him to get lost, or Qiao Yu would turn him into a pile of useless iron. Qiao Yu grabbed the robot's arms and lifted them up to fix Brits and precisely control the situation and his actions. Qiao Yu realized that the mayor was captured on purpose. He sacrificed himself so that the guy could infiltrate the kingdom and destroy the mechanical heart. The restrained Brits looked at Qiao Yu and thought that he should tell Monder about his abilities and strength. Monder arrived at the mechanical kingdom. He was with the mayor. He apologized to the mayor for the circumstances and expressed his sympathy about the situation in general. Hua-jun replied that under no circumstances would he become one of them. He was even willing to sacrifice his life for. Monder asked the professor not to worry and invited him to see the new development. Monder took the professor to a mechanical heart that beeped like a human heart and glowed. He told the mayor that this heart had been modernized, and it had the strength and invulnerability of a robot, while also combining spiritual qualities. Monder added that he called the development an ascension and emphasized that machines are eternal, unlike humans. He urged Hua-jun to join the robot guild. The professor called Monder a traitor and said that no one in his right mind, being human, would turn into a soulless machine. Monder stared at the professor and didn't believe what he said. Monder asked Hua-jun to look at the abilities of the new development. She tossed up the lab worker. One of the scientists called out for help and marveled at the power of the new monster. The heart made a whirlwind with its mechanical tentacles. It pulled the poor people closer to itself. The new robot squeezed the victims and crushed them without leaving any chance of survival. At the same time, Qiao Yu finally got rid of Brits and saw a huge army of robots in front of him. The machines were moving straight towards him, and a mechanical voice announced that the intruder had been found. Qiao Yu was not afraid of the number of machines he rushed into battle, and he had no trouble fighting with a large number of iron. The excitement gripped Qiao Yu as each robot he destroyed earned him a boost in performance and points. The recently intimidating robots turned into a pile of metal they scattered into parts that lay everywhere. Meanwhile, the professor, stunned by the horror of what was happening in the lab, accused Monder of inhumanity. Monder replied that anger was pointless. He said that the heart's name was Martha, but admitted that it was a failed project because it had not acquired human qualities. Monder continued that they did not expect this result. Martha has become a monster and needs to devour more and more people every day. The real purpose of the professor's kidnapping was to help refine Martha. Monder admitted that if the mayor refused, the robot would devour more people. Hua-jun glared menacingly at Monder and mentally summoned Qiao Yu to eliminate this chaos. One of Monder's guards ran to his master with all his legs and shouted that a sacred creature had infiltrated their facility. Monder turned around and asked him if it was the creature Brits had told him about. A golden axe smashed through the wall of the laboratory and into the floor. Qiao Yu looked out of the crevice and wanted to fulfill his promise to the professor. Hua-jun rejoiced at the guy's visit. Everyone standing around was looking at the very sacred creature Brits had warned about. Monder welcomed Qiao Yu to his mechanical kingdom. That Brits is his most powerful warrior. The head of the lab, Monder, admitted that he didn't realize that someone could massacre Brits. Qiao Yu asked if he wanted to avenge his warrior, and if he felt ashamed that Brits had been defeated after all. The two standing guards pounced on Qiao Yu, sensing danger. But he was happy with that because he could get extra points for them. One by one, the guards fell in an unequal battle and Qiao Yu got the points he wanted. In a moment, both guards were lying on the floor, their equipment shattered into pieces. Monder watched what was happening and wanted to get Qiao Yu for himself, as he would be able to create a monster of incredible strength. Monder imagined that Qiao Yu could look like a robot giant in black armor, and his eyes would sparkle with lightning to instill fear in his opponent. Qiao Yu ran up to the mayor and asked about his condition. He said that everything was fine. The professor told Qiao Yu to pay attention to Monder's creepy design. The guy saw a mechanical heart with 2,000 health units. The mayor told Qiao Yu that it devours people. Qiao Yu told the professor he had to exterminate it by all means. Monder had his own plans. His goal was to defeat Qiao Yu. He told the necromancer to renounce his human body and switch to the side of the mechanical robots. Monder saw Qiao Yu approaching the protective glass behind which Martha's robot was. Qiao Yu made a sharp jump to penetrate directly to the mechanical heart. Monder told the guy to stop and asked what he was planning to do with his development. Qiao Yu struck the heart with all his might, inflicting 404 units of damage. Monder spread his black robe and flew up to Qiao Yu, asking him to stop. Qiao Yu looked straight into Monder's face and provoked him, preparing to do battle with the insane creator. Suddenly, the security system went off and warned of the infernal danger and the need to leave the lab as soon as possible. Despite this, Qiao Yu struck Monder, taking away 288 health points. The blow was so strong that Monder's body flew into the wall. The villain's mask was half destroyed and Qiao Yu could now see his face. Monder smiled madly and admired the guy's strength. While the ringleader was far away from his heart, Qiao Yu launched a series of blows at Martha. But Martha didn't want to be destroyed, so Qiao Yu was extremely angry. With the final blow, the heart was broken and shattered into small pieces. Qiao Yu gained experience points and characteristic. Monder cried out in despair. He had great hopes for Martha, but now he realized that it was too late, and the heart was gone. Qiao Yu asked him how many people Martha had eaten during her existence. Qiao Yu looked at Monder's face and realized that the man was hiding under a robot mask, and the guy wanted revenge for the innocent people. Monder wanted to stop Qiao Yu and to talk to him and tell him something. He told the young man that he was strong, but the queen was stronger, and she was not at all offended by the Martha he had destroyed. Monder continued that the queen is giving him another chance, and if Qiao Yu follows Monder, she will forgive all his sins. But Qiao Yu thought that Monder was the head of the robots, and then it turns out there's someone else higher up. Mayor Huajun shouted at Qiao Yu not to agree to this proposal under any circumstances. Qiao Yu continued his dialogue with Monder and said that he was satisfied with his human body and did not dream of robots and mechanical shells. Monder was sure that Qiao Yu would change his mind after seeing what his queen was capable of. In the end, Qiao Yu agreed to follow Monder out of curiosity. Monder led the young man. They approached a large door walking down the hallway. Qiao Yu didn't notice Monder attached a mechanical bug to him that over time turns a person's body into a robot. Monder thought that if he turned Qiao Yu into a robot secretly, Her Majesty would give him a reward. Qiao Yu suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his neck and swatted a mosquito. He swung his fist at Monder and shouted that he couldn't be trusted. Monder turned around and then the villain received a punch to the stomach from Qiao Yu. The necromancer's punch was powerful. Monder flew back a few meters. Qiao Yu noticed that the opponent had a level 15 and was not easy to fight. Monder was angered by this guy's behavior and asked him if he really wanted to meet the queen. Qiao Yu smirked and asked how far away the queen's lair was. He told Monder of his intention to continue walking alone if Her Majesty was somewhere nearby. Monder said not to jump to conclusions because he too was not easy and could bring his queen Qiao Yu in pieces. With his mechanical fist, he swung at the necromancer with the desire to beat him. He added that the queen would still create a mechanical body for him. Qiao Yu touched the mechanical fist with his fist. It was like arm wrestling as they were both facing each other in an equal fight. The guy asked Monder why his punch was so pathetic and lacked so much power. Monder only had to watch his defeat and repelled attack. Qiao Yu froze while holding Monder's mechanical fist in preparation for his next attack. He applied the attack and once again damaged Monder, and this time dealt 240 units of damage to him. Monder begged him to let go, and couldn't move. Qiao Yu held him with a dead grip. Suddenly, Qiao Yu tilted his head as he prepared for another blow to the robot. The guy followed up with a headbutt to the Monder's forehead, dealing 260 damage. The headbutt slammed the robot into the wall and sparks flew from Monder's body. Monder admitted that he didn't fully appreciate the necromancer's power, and the robot was low on health. From that moment on, the robot became angry and promised Qiao Yu that it would not spare him. Monder's appearance changed to a solid iron body. Qiao Yu looked at the robot's new appearance and found it unsightly and realized that he would never give up his human body in favor of a robot. Monder activated his mechanical fist again and laughed evilly. Qiao Yu decided that he would take his opponent more seriously in his new form. As they clashed, Xiao Yu delivered a final crushing blow that sent the robot to the grave. The necromancer looked around and realized that he had finished off Monder, and for defeating him, he received a level increase and additional performance points. The system notified Xiao Yu that the mission had been successfully completed and the key to open the mysterious cube had been found. Instead of leaving the location, the necromancer decided to go to the queen and wondered what prize he would get if he destroyed her. Xiao Yu went to the iron door labeled Sector 13. He entered the password, but it was wrong. The guy couldn't find the right password. He regretted that he had dealt with Monder too soon. He could have given him the right code. Xiao Yu tried to enter the password again and again. He failed. Then he scratched his head and started to think who else might know the code to the door. All attempts to open the door were heard by the queen, who was sitting on her throne. She had blonde hair and a burgundy dress. She thought that Xiao Yu had left the laboratory because she knew that he had completed the task and got the key she wanted. Xiao Yu decided not to pick up the password already experienced. He destroyed the door with his fist. The guy said that the good old method always comes in handy in difficult situations. Xiao Yu entered Sector 13 and saw the queen on the throne. She was surprised by the broken door that was destroyed by an ordinary person. The guy thought that the queen was being held hostage. He said hello to her and asked her what she was doing here alone. The queen stared at Xiao Yu and realized that he was not from her circle of people. Xiao Yu again called out to the queen, who was silent, and asked her what her name was. The girl said her name and everyone called her the Mechanical Queen. Xiao Yu looked at her and wondered if she didn't have a name or she just decided not to tell him. The queen did not take her eyes off the necromancer and gazed at him intently. Xiao Yu looked at the queen's characteristics. She had 100,000 health units. He was surprised because he had never seen such a character before. The guy thought that a character like the queen could easily become a boss in an exclusive dungeon. Realizing the criticality of the situation, Xiao Yu said goodbye to the queen and said that he was lost and went to the wrong place. But the queen had other plans and released mechanical glowing tentacles and captured the necromancer. Very quickly, the tentacles pulled Xiao Yu to the queen. He could not break free from these shackles. The queen reached out her hand to the necromancer's face and told him not to be afraid, as she would not harm him. Xiao Yu was still unable to move. The queen established a connection between her head and Xiao Yu's head with red, glowing electrical connections. The queen saw in the young man's memories of eating ice cream, playing computer and soccer, wandering the streets of the city. She didn't know what the outside world outside her kingdom looked like, and always believed that there was real life somewhere out there. The girl showed a hologram that depicted the artificial world of the dungeon. She said that it would be restarted and everything would return to normal. The queen continued the dialogue. She said that the world has many bugs. Even when copies of the dungeons fail, she stays here no matter what. The queen doesn't remember how many times the world has changed. She admitted that Xiao Yu is the first one who came to her in all time, and she will hold on to this chance. After hypnotizing the queen, Xiao Yu asked why she read his thoughts. The queen said she took them for herself. Xiao Yu realized why the queen had such high scores on all criteria. The necromancer asked the queen if she wanted to leave this place, to which she agreed. Xiao Yu then suggested the queen send him to the other world. He said he couldn't handle fighting with his low level. The lady replied that she wasn't going to put up a fight, and she then thrust her hand into his chest. Xiao Yu clearly didn't expect such a turn, and he shouted, asking what she was up to and why she stabbed her hand into herself. The queen ripped out her heart and said that they would now play by the terms of the universe they were in. Xiao Yu caught the heart that the queen threw at him, saying that it would soon create her other one, and ordered the young man to make sure it wasn't stolen. The queen explained that the heart would create a clone that could live in the outside world. Xiao Yu asked her why she trusted him with her heart. The queen replied that she had not found any bad memories of betraying anyone, and now she wanted to see the world through his eyes. Xiao Yu remembered that he had never met an NPC who wanted to leave the dungeon. The queen asked if the necromancer would take on such a task, to which he replied that he had no choice. At that moment, the queen was happy and thanked Xiao Yu and said that he could leave now. The voice of the system congratulated the player on his victory, as if he was able to defeat the queen. Xiao Yu still received experience and also received a book of formation techniques and an item, Mechanical Knuckle. Xiao Yu decided that he should return to the academy to open the cube. The necromancer quickly moved to the principal's office, from where he went on a mission to the Mechanical Kingdom. Xiao Yu noticed that the room was completely empty and the principal was nowhere to be found. Impatiently, the young man decided not to wait for the director and opened the mysterious cube with the key he had obtained himself. Xiao Yu turned the key, inserted in the cube, and it split into several parts. The cube contained a weapon of Qinglong Yan Yuedao's stature, a long staff with a large, sharp blade. Xiao Yu stared at the object in amazement and wondered if it could be improved since the weapon had no characteristic. The young man took the new artifact in his hands and scrutinized the blade. At the door of the office, the principal came in and called the student Xiao Yu, happily informing him that he had uncovered the mysterious cube. The principal anxiously warned him that he had to hurry to the exam that was about to start. Xiao Yu realized that he had completely forgotten about the exam that would take place today. Meanwhile, all the students of the academy had gathered in the examination hall. The three guys in white windbreakers asked the examiner for permission to proceed. Yang Shangdi told the examiner that one member of their academy hadn't come to the exam yet. Two of the guys whispered that the fourth academy students were mediocre, and there was no point in wasting their time on an exam that they would already fail. Yang Shangdi loudly asked the guy why he had taken the exam. Also standing next to the guy were the headmaster Ma Fei and the girls Zhao Ziyue and Zhu Yu. The haughty student said that his academy had the best results in the entrance exam, and Lun Xiang from their school had won the grand prize. The blue-haired student continued that they intended to repeat the success of the previous years and asked the students from the fourth academy to scram. The three students started laughing at the fourth academy team and said that the late member of the team didn't come because he was afraid of the exam. Yang Shangdai contradicted his opponent and said that they wouldn't survive if Xiao Yu demonstrated his crowning kick. The guys kept laughing and were amused that someone could handle them, so they proposed a bet that they would meet at the exam to see who could beat who. Zhu Yu was worried that Xiao Yu hadn't shown up for the exam yet and was excited about his absence. Ma Fei told the guys that today he would end their academy's winning streak, and Xiao Yu was his most worthy opponent. The headmaster thought to himself where Xiao Yu was and why he was still not in the hall. At this time, Xiao Yu was rushing to the exam and the university was already visible on the horizon. The teacher and the examiner also noticed that one student was missing, but they were willing to wait a little longer and wait for him. The teacher was angry and mentally told Xiao Yu that if he didn't show up, he wouldn't get a second chance. The team of guys were happy when they saw Xiao Yu finally show up for the exam. Xiao Yu left the open door behind him and greeted the team saying that their boss was here. The necromancer walked over to his team and was watched by the negative guys who didn't understand why they were waiting for Xiao Yu because he looked like a lowlife. Zhu Yu replied to the students that there was no hurry and the exam would be held at the right time. The student could not calm down and provoked the team into a conflict, calling them losers who would soon be defeated. Xiao Yu asked Yang Shangdi who these guys were and why they were acting like clowns. One of the guys didn't like it so much and threatened Xiao Yu that he would have a hard time fighting him. The other guy calmed down the indignant student. Xiao Yu turned to the group of guys and asked why they were so confident as students of the First Academy and said that they couldn't outdo him. This provoked the blue-haired guy even more, and he shouted that he would tear Xiao Yu and his team apart. Another student in a black cloak with yellow symbols came from behind and called out to the blue-haired boy. It was Gu Su who was the leader of the First Academy team, and their goal was first place. He told the guys not to argue, and they agreed. The crowd of guys left after their leader, and Xiao Yu's team just looked at them and didn't understand why they just left the room like. All the students gathered in the hall stood next to each other, and it was time to start the exam. The examiner came out to the students. His name was Jin Tong, a grown man with a gray beard and hair. He explained the rules of the exam would be a point system. For a win, you get 1 point. For a loss, minus a point. A series of wins gives 1 point after the top 10 will go to the finals, and there will be a fight for first place. After explaining the rules of participation, Jin Tong happily announced that the exam was about to begin. The students listening to the examiner cheered and raised their morale for the exam. Xiao Yu stepped into the major arena where duels were held. According to the rules of the test, health points could be reduced to 1, but there would be no defeat. The necromancer looked around and realized that he intended to act fearlessly because the rules of the duel would allow him to do so. One of the judges asked Lun Xiang what his bets were on the winner of the exam. Lun Xiang was sure that the student from the First Academy would win. Lun Metian and Xiao Yu entered the arena. The examiner announced the first round to the guys. Xiao Yu stared intently at his opponent. From the First Academy, he finally recognized his name. Lun Median was also watching his opponent and admitted that meeting him in the first duel specifically was quite surprising. Xiao Yu continued the dialogue and sarcastically said that Lun Metian's name was very martial. The necromancer ironically pronounced his opponent's name in syllable. This gesture angered Lun Metian, and he ordered him to never mock his name and threatened Xiao Yu to kill him. The examiner asked about the willingness of the guys to fight, and both expressed their willingness to fight. Before the fight started, the opponents had to introduce themselves according to the rules of the exam, and the guys were surprised by this requirement. Lun Metian and Xiao Yu asked why all these formalities and if they could start the fight without introducing themselves. But they humbled themselves, and the first one to introduce himself was Lun Mitian by class. He is a Thunder Mage, and he is a level 9. Chao Yu gave his name at the time of the battle. He was level 11, and his class was still entry-level necromancer. Lun Mitian clearly didn't expect such a class from his opponent, and was scared. The examiner looked at Chao Yu with astonishment, as the necromancer was able to reach such a level before the exam, and he considered him worthy of the first place. The introduction of the duelists ended, and it was time for the battle to begin. Lun Mitian, out of fear, began to activate his best ability, which was lightning magic, thinking to himself that he could handle the necromancer. Other thunder-related spells that followed were barrier and shrouding. Chao Yu was almost hit by his opponent's thunderbolts, but the necromancer looked at his opponent's efforts with boredom. The students in the stands were mesmerized by the Thunder Mage and the electrical discharges that surrounded him. The audience continued to discuss the class of the Thunder Mage because the chance of getting it is extremely small, and this class is also recognized as the most dangerous of the mages. Meanwhile, Lun Mitian didn't attack as he activated his defensive stance and shield. Chao Yu was amused to see an opponent who didn't attack first and only defended himself. Lun Mitian was ready for anything. He ordered Chao Yu to attack first and show all the power of a necromancer. The magician looked at Chao Yu and wondered why his opponent hadn't prepared his staff yet. At this time, the teachers and the director of the 4th Academy stood on the podium and asked why Chao Yu was just standing there and questioned his preparation. The teacher was afraid that if Chao Yu didn't use a spell right now, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Thunder Mage. Principal Su Jinlong replied that going for trumps at the beginning was not the smartest tactic and urged the teaching staff to watch for further development. One of the teachers doubted the principal's words and waited for the fight to unfold to compare the duelists. Chao Yu was in no hurry to go anywhere. He moved towards his opponent with a slow step. Lun Mitian obediently waited for Chao Yu to come to the right distance and start fighting. Chao Yu began to pass through the shield of lightning. Lun Mitian did not understand his actions and waited for his opponent to summon sorceress power. Chao Yu confidently passed through the lightning barrier further and further while losing health points with each step. Moonmething. There was nothing left to do but marvel at the necromancer's actions as he was amazed that he was overcoming the barrier. Chao Yu came closer while the damage was uninterrupted by the lightning bolts. The magician reasoned that the necromancer was the weakest of the class, but this man was not like that. The spectators watching were also surprised at what was happening. They were expecting different spells from the battle, but on the battlefield something incomprehensible was happening. As soon as Chao Yu got close enough to the opponent, he put on a mechanical knuckle to increase the chance of a critical strike. Chao Yu's gaze became insane and he wanted to try out his new toy on the cowardly mage. Lun Mitian clearly didn't expect this, and he asked Chao Yu to stop. Chao Yu ignored the mage's pleas, and with one punch, he threw him back a few meters with a clear and critical punch. With only one health point left, Chao Yu closed his hand with his knuckles and told the mage that he owed him a debt of gratitude. The audience stood up from the stands in amazement. They couldn't believe their eyes, and their pattern of necromancers was shattered. The teacher grabbed Principal Su Jinlong by the collar of his jacket and exclaimed that even he couldn't withstand the thunder. But here, the blow was in close combat with a brass knuckle. The teacher felt cheated because necromancer is about magical power, not incredible physical strength. The satisfied headmaster replied that the winners are not judged. Chao Yu had been practicing physical strength since childhood, but the teacher thought it was crazy. The other teacher, on the other hand, was looking forward to the necromancer's further manifestations, but he was expecting powerful magic instead of physical strength. Meanwhile, one of Lun Mitian's team members came running to Gu Su. He told Gu Su about their friend's loss and said that Chao Yu from the 4th Academy had won. Gu Su replied that he was already aware of what had happened and had a plan in his mind to eliminate Chao Yu as he was a danger. Gu Su was sure that the winning streak should be behind the 1st Academy and didn't want to give the first place to the necromancer. In the hall, the crowd of students did not understand how physical strength could cope with magic because even the experienced ones could not resist it. Chao Yu smiled smugly and thanked everyone around him for watching the battle. Examiner Jin Tong approached Chao Yu and invited him to follow him, but the necromancer didn't understand why. Jin Tong explained that the teaching staff assumed that the necromancer was cheating and they wanted to personally test him. Chao Yu was astonished by this statement and thought it was unfair to test him since he had already performed well. Jin Tong asked Chao Yu why he was a necromancer of his own class, but he did physical damage and said that he had a chosen power. The answer did not satisfy the examiner, and he insisted that Chao Yu follow him for additional testing. Chao Yu was taken under his arms and led away. He shouted that he was innocent, and the students in the stands did not understand what was happening. The teacher pointed out to the principal that his student had been taken away, and it was obviously for a reason. The principal replied that Chao Yu had fought fair. Ma Fei suggested that Qiao Yu was doping because he also fought well in the dungeons, which Zhu Yu resented. The bullies from the First Academy were happy that Qiao Yu would be tested, and they were sure that the tests would show his strength stimulant. Yang Shangdi said that Qiao Yu was like that, and the tests wouldn't give anything after the test. He would come back and take the first place. But the boys just laughed at Yang Xiangdi and his childish faith in his friend's honesty. The teachers and Qiao Yu came to the place in front of them. Was a glowing circle. The teachers told the necromancer to go inside for inspection. Qiao Yu didn't worry a bit and calmly entered the circle because he knows he didn't cheat. After a short time, Qiao Yu was tested, and no traces of additional stimulants were found. Jintong was not satisfied with the results and asked for the test to be repeated. Qiao Yu entered the scanner again unhindered, and the result didn't change. Jintong ordered his employee to inspect the machine for any breakages. The employee quickly proceeded to carry out the order. The machine was inspected, and no damage or faults were recorded. Then Jintong really believed in Qiao Yu's power, but it was unclear to him why the necromancer used force instead of spells in battle. But the examiner still had doubts and asked a staff member to take Qiao Yu away for a urine test to check for sure. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, the second round between the duelists was announced. Gusu assumed that Qiao Yu would not return and would be defeated. Qiao Yu's new opponent waited for him to come back and start their battle. He asked the teacher how he would be judged if Qiao Yu did not come back. The teacher said that the victory would automatically be awarded to him, but not to the necromancer. The students in the stands whispered about why Qiao Yu was still missing and assumed that he was really cheating. A university official took Qiao Yu to the restroom and told him to urinate in front of him for analysis. Qiao Yu told the specialist that he was afraid of scaring him and shut the door. The staff member told the necromancer not to worry because he had been trained to a high level. While Qiao Yu was urinating, the employee ran out of the stall in tears, but the necromancer came to calm him down and told him that he had warned him. The employee came to Jintong with the results of the tests and said that Qiao Yu's tests did not contain any suspicious substances in his body. The examiner took the test results and told Qiao Yu to continue taking the exam. Jintong scrutinized Qiao Yu's card and found that he was Qiao Anking's son. After examining the student's file, the examiner assumed that Qiao Yu would have many more adventures in the future. Meanwhile, Yang Xiangdi was anxious that his friend would be defeated in the second round simply because he was not on the battlefield. The two bullies grinned at the worried guy and were sure that Qiao Yu wouldn't come back because he was a cheater and a cheat. Zhu Yu asked the guys an uncomfortable question, and she suspected them of snitching because after the conflict with Qiao Yu, the administration had started an inspection. The guys just grinned at the girl's words and said that they still had to prove that it was them. One of the guys started to suggest that no one believed in the honesty of the necromancer, not even the examiners. Yang Shangdi shouted that they were wrong and Qiao Yu was an honest student and he would definitely come back to continue the exam. The bully didn't stop and replied to Yang Shangdi that he was naive and was sure that the necromancer's victory in the first round would be annulled. Yang Sanda told Ma Fei that he suspected the guys of snitching. The headman said that they must have done it because they wanted to take the first place. Ma Fei said that in any case, the prize would go to the Fourth Academy because there is him instead of Qiao Yu. Zhu Yu saw Qiao Yu and called out to him. Ma Fei was clearly surprised to see the necromancer and Yang Xiangdi was very happy to see his friend. At the same time, the examiner looked at his watch and proposed to end the fight. But someone shouted at him not to jump to conclusions. It was Qiao Yu, and he made his presence known on the battlefield. The examiner then asked for the students' attention and announced the start of the battle in front of everyone. Qiao Yu stood in front of his opponent. He presented his class and level as before the first round. The students in the audience realized that the necromancer had returned and realized that Qiao Yu had been honest in the first round, or else he wouldn't be allowed to fight again. The bully boys couldn't believe what was happening. They just had to accept it. Qiao Yu's opponent didn't want to introduce himself and say his name. He thought it was pointless to introduce himself because if Qiao Yu was against him, he would raise the white flag and surrender. The student who did not introduce himself was leaving the battle and reasoned that he did not want to get hit by the necromancer. Qiao Yu tried to stop him and bring him back to the battle. The examiner announced that Qiao Yu was winning the battle because of his voluntary withdrawal and received 3 points. Qiao Yu counted his points, and the total for the two duels was 5 points. Yang Shangdi and the other team members happily ran up to their friend. At the same time, the students of the First Academy came to Gusu and told him about Qiao Yu's return after the checkup and tests. Gusu reasoned that Qiao Yu was really honest in battle, and all these tests were just to confuse the necromancer. But Gusu did not give up because he had several plans and ways to push Qiao Yu aside and bring victory to his academy. Meanwhile, the third round began in the examination hall, and a new duelist appeared in front of Qiao Yu. The guy immediately told his teacher that he would not fight Qiao Yu and surrendered. Qiao Yu was astonished by such events. He thought that the students had no pride and courage at all to at least try. The student turned around and left the battlefield, saying that he didn't want to feel the pain of fighting a necromancer. The fourth round was announced, and again, Qiao Yu's new opponent raised the white flag and was passed. Rounds were assigned in order, and the eighth round was the same as the previous rounds. Everyone surrendered. Qiao Yu watched all this and no longer counted on a brave opponent. Gusu's team watched and realized that the necromancer would break the record because this was the 8th consecutive battle he had won. Gusu ordered his comrade to arrange for the student Shi Xiaozhang, who was from the 2nd Academy, to participate in the 9th battle. The comrade looked at the girl standing in the crowd and asked Gusu his opinion whether she had heard of their plan or not. Gusu replied that she had a good chance of winning if she put in the effort. In the 9th round against Qiao Yu was the athletic Xu Xiaozhang. The girl had purple long hair and muscular arms. The mesmerized guys in the stands admired the girl's beauty and were willing to do anything to get her attention. Before the fight began, the examiner told the opponents to introduce themselves. Shi Xiaojun said that she was a level 11 ice mage. The teachers talked about Shi Xiaozhang as the best student of the 2nd Academy. Everyone who dealt with her was defeated, but the headmaster believed in Qiao Yu. The necromancer nonchalantly introduced himself, giving his name, academy number, level, and grade. The girl prepared her magic staff and prepared for battle. Qiao Yu was surprised because Shi Xiaozhang was not going to give up like the past cowardly students. Shi Xiaozhang stared intently at the necromancer and didn't understand why she should give up. Qiao Yu was excited about the upcoming battle. He had finally waited for a worthy opponent. The necromancer prepared his knuckles for the battle. The students in the stands were outraged that Qiao Yu would use the same method of attack as the first fight because it was unfair to the girl. Qiao Yu heard the crowd's outrage and agreed that such a weapon would not work against a beautiful girl. Qiao Yu then exchanged the knuckles for an axe with an extended blade, which was given to him as a reward after the dungeon test. The examiner saw this and once again questioned Qiao Yu's class because his fighting methods were nothing like a necromancer. Shi Xiaozhang looked at the new weapon and thought that she had never met such necromancers before. Qiao Yu didn't waste any time. He swung his weapon and rushed towards Xu Xiaojun. The girl saw the impending danger and activated the ice wall spell. The magic worked, and the resulting block of ice briefly stopped Qiao Yu, pushing him back from the girl. But this only made Qiao Yu more excited, and he began to break the ice into small pieces with his weapon. Shi Xiaozhang realized that her spell was weak. She watched the necromancer break the ice and decided that there was no way he could get closer. The girl's skills could hold the necromancer for a short time. Qiao Yu liked the fact that they were trying to resist him. With a powerful leap, the necromancer flew up a few meters before shattering the ice barrier and was already approaching the girl. Shi Xiaojun looked up at Qiao Yu, and she finally waited for him to fly off the ground. She armed herself with her magic staff again and told the necromancer that he thought too much of himself and she intended to interrupt his victories. Shi Xiaozhang put a huge ice barrier with her spell, which stopped Qiao Yu from flying. In a moment, Qiao Yu was trapped inside a tall ice floe that Xu Xiaozhang had created. The spectators admired Xu Xiaozhang's repulsive attack and believed in her strength. The students thought that Qiao Yu was not as strong as in the first round. The teachers were happy that Qiao Yu was blocked and already considered it a victory, but the principal only told them to keep watching. Xu Xiaozhang asked the examiner about the end of the exam, and the examiner said that the victory would be when the opponent had 1 unit of health or surrendered. The examiner saw Qiao Yu slowly losing health points while under the effects of the freeze, but it had not been used up yet. Xu Xiaozhang used some magic, and Qiao Yu's head was free outside the ice. The girl urged him to raise the white flag and admit defeat, but Qiao Yu refused to do so. Then Shi Xiaozhang asked why he should endure this damage, as he was losing health by the minute, and this torture would lead to nothing, as everything was predetermined. Qiao Yu looked at the scale, and he had 95% of the total health. The ice began to crumble, and large cracks of different sizes formed around the necromancer. Xu Xiaozhang stood in confusion. Then the girl once again used the barrier spell, directing the magic at the cracks. The ice floe became whole again. Without damage, Qiao Yu was once again head to toe inside the ice floe. But just a moment later, Qiao Yu broke through the ice with his head and pulled out his head. He smiled madly and asked Xu Xiaozhang how much mana she had left. The girl saw that the necromancer's health had hardly decreased at all and realized that her mana was close to 0. Using his physical strength, Qiao Yu completely broke through the ice, destroying it around him. Shi Xiaozhang couldn't believe her eyes. Qiao Yu's face and gaze had become insane, and he wanted to win another victory. Qiao Yu pointed at Shi Xiaojun with his shrieking. His blade was next to the defenseless girl. He looked at her carefully and asked about her intention to surrender. Shi Xiaozhang looked the necromancer in the eyes and stood firm in her defeat. She did not want to admit her defeat. After a moment, Qiao Yu struck her on the head with his staff. The blow was so strong that Shi Xiaozhang flew back, and the attack took away 260 of her health. The onlookers were horrified by the necromancer's act, They didn't expect him to use force on the female gender. Qiao Yu heard their cries and urged them not to condemn him, because if it was him, everyone would do it, as it was just a test exam. Xiaozhong slowly got up from the floor. The examiner announced that Qiao Yu had won the round and received 3 points. The teaching staff stood there with their mouths open as the principal of the 4th Academy told them that there was no player as strong against Qiao Yu. Teacher Shi Xiaozhong picked her up after the fight and apologized for the defeat, but the teacher calmed her down and said it was okay. The teacher held her student and looked angrily at Qiao Yu. She said that he was disgracing all mages with his actions. Qiao Yu heard their conversation, and he didn't understand why everyone despised him for his physical strength. All things being equal, he was still a mage. Gusu's team in a separate room were discussing Xu Xiaozhong's defeat and did not know what to do next because the necromancer had reached the finals with his results. Gusu was very angry. He said that the students of the 2nd Academy were useless and could not trust anyone but himself. Xu Xiaojun and her teacher were sitting in the waiting room. She asked the girl about her feelings during the battle with Qiao Yu, and she said that he was extremely strong. The teacher said that in the list of opponents, the girl should not be Qiao Yu. The girl was surprised and realized that someone had set her up on purpose. Xiaozhong was hurt to hear this. She thought that someone didn't want her to reach the finals and thought that Qiao Yu didn't know anything either. After a while, Xu Xiaozhong went to the necromancer and told him everything. The girl assumed that the true victim of the plan was him and not her. The girl asked him to be more careful, but Qiao Yu was determined and promised that the instigator would not get into the finals at any cost. Time passed and the applicants went to the big arena to continue the tests. The examiner announced that it was the final exam, and it was time to begin. The students were seated in the spectator seats, waiting for the battle of the 10 strongest students, and wondering who would be the ultimate winner. Qiao Yu was the first to enter the arena. He was waiting for his enemy and was ready to fight. The spectators saw the necromancer standing alone in the ring and assumed that he would fight alone against everyone. Qiao Yu was followed by a muscular young man who was confident of his victory. Without thinking long, Qiao Yu executed his crowning blow to the jaw, thus taking away all the health of the big guy. Qiao Yu looked down at his defeated opponent and realized how weak he was despite his mountains of muscles. The audience suspected that Qiao Yu was not a necromancer at all, and it looked like no one would stop him. The crowd began to cheer for the necromancer. They shouted his name loudly for support, and some of the guys even became his fans. Under the shouts of the students, Qiao Yu was waiting for his main opponent. He was looking forward to it. Suddenly, a voice behind Qiao Yu asked if the necromancer liked his new fans and their support. It was Gusu's voice, and he offered Qiao Yu 5 million to admit defeat. Gusu went on to say that he had made inquiries about Qiao Yu and found out that he was an orphan and needed the money for the rest of his life. Qiao Yu was offended by this offer. He said that his dream was to win and become the best, and he was not willing to trade his dream for money. But after Qiao Yu's fiery speech, his face changed dramatically, and he said he wanted more. Gusu played along and said that Qiao Yu really deserved better and more. He asked the necromancer how much money he wanted. Qiao Yu replied that 100 million would be enough, but if he gave 10 billion, the necromancer would refuse to take the exam. Gusu realized that the necromancer was mocking him and threatened that they would not solve this issue in a good way. The chance was lost, and now it would be a bad way. Qiao Yu looked at Gusu and wondered if this was the villain who had framed Xu Xiaozhong. The two opponents introduced themselves. Gusu was a shadow mage examiner, signaled the start of the fight. Qiao Yu was happy with this outcome because he didn't have to search for the villain. He came to his hands. Gusu activated the Shadow Servant spell, and a dark liquid matter like smoke formed around him. After the concentration of the spell reached its peak, Gusu directed the evil shadows towards Qiao Yu. The fans were waiting for further developments as the Shadow Mage and Necromancer were an unusual mix, and they were all curious to see if Qiao Yu would summon his undead. Qiao Yu only grinned at this speculation and armed himself with his staff and axe and moved into battle. The Necromancer began to strike defensively against the approaching shadows. After a while, Qiao Yu realized that he had underestimated his enemy and realized that he was much stronger than expected. Gusu told him that this was not just a spell, it was also backed by a shadow bone, and this was just the beginning. Qiao Yu gathered his courage and hit the shadows even harder, and they spread to different sides of the arena. The guy laughed at the supposedly strong spell. Qiao Yu swung his weapon again and cleared his way to Gusu, leaving a few more magical shadows alive. The necromancer continued to slice through the shadows, his weapon swiftly and professionally striking precisely at the target. After a few moments, there were only 3 shadows left, Qiao Yu was pleased with himself and smiled at his opponent. Gusu looked at what was happening and realized that even his strong spell did not work on the necromancer. It seemed that he was truly invincible. Qiao Yu was drawn into the battle, and he was excited because there was still one last magical shadow to finish off. The necromancer approached Gusu and announced that it was his turn to fight him. As Qiao Yu was flying towards Gusu, the magician said that he did not activate the spell for the shadows to fight the necromancer. Qiao Yu realized that Gusu just wanted to sacrifice the shadows, and he didn't have any clear plan of action. Qiao Yu used his blade to hurt Gusu's leg, who clearly didn't expect it. The battle was heating up, and the spectators were betting on whether the necromancer could defeat the mage with his physical strength and blade. Suddenly, Qiao Yu received a blow on the shoulder, turned to Gusu, and saw him unharmed. Gusu admitted that Qiao Yu was very strong because he was the first to defeat his shadows and cause him physical damage. Qiao Yu held onto his injured arm and suspected that Gusu wanted to attack him again. Gusu took out a sharp knife with a golden handle and asked Qiao Yu if he was thinking of hurting him again. Then came an unusual action from Gusu. He plunged the knife he showed to the necromancer right into his heart. After this action, Qiao Yu lost 50 health even though Gusu didn't hit him directly. The magician urged Qiao Yu to surrender in this fight, and if he did so now, the money terms would still apply. The necromancer shouted to Gusu that under no circumstances would he surrender. The magician was surprised that he struck him in the heart, but Qiao Yu survived. After Qiao Yu's negative answer, Gusu stabbed his heart again. Qiao Yu felt pain exactly in the same place where Gusu had stabbed himself. It was very painful for him to receive such a blow. Gusu proceeded to take the next stab, and he aimed at his groin. Qiao Yu shouted at him to stop and not to make that stab. After gathering his strength, the necromancer armed himself with his staff and powerfully stabbed Gusu. Qiao Yu injured his opponent's forearm, tearing his clothes, but Gusu did not want to give up and cast a new spell. It worked instantly, and Qiao Yu received almost 500 damage. Qiao Yu crouched down in pain. He didn't realize what had knocked him out so badly. Gusu's attack power was at a high level. The necromancer thought about what plan to put into action to reduce Gusu's strength and how to block his dark spells. Qiao Yu told his opponent that he recognized his strength and skills, but he had a clue how to defeat Gusu. Behind his back and his hand, the magician held a blob of dark energy that he was ready to direct at Qiao Yu. Gusu directed a spell at Qiao Yu, but the necromancer repelled it with his physical strength. Qiao Yu grinned as he couldn't help but notice Gusu's devious plan. The necromancer came closer to Gusu. He smiled at him and asked him to activate his defense spell again so Qiao Yu could test his theory. Gusu said that he would never act on Qiao Yu's orders, and then the necromancer swung his fist at his opponent. Then Gusu realized that Qiao Yu would get his way anyway, and the magician used the Shadow Guard spell. Dark energy formed around Gusu in the form of a dome which Qiao Yu tried to penetrate with his fist. After Qiao Yu asked Gusu why he continued to defend himself since he was superior to the necromancer, the mage tried to negotiate and agree to the student's term. Qiao Yu struck hard at Gusu's defense, which he destroyed, and the mage received 125 damage from the shockwave. Gusu scrolled the thought that his defense spell could repel the boss's strike, but somehow the necromancer managed to surpass him. Qiao Yu looked at the exhausted mage and said that it was better for them to stop this battle now, but Gusu had other plans. Then the mage cast a sacrifice spell and a dark aura appeared around him. Qiao Yu was mesmerized by what was happening in his head and had no thoughts. He just watched the spell work. The magician's face turned into an eerie mask. Gusu roared that he was now invincible and encouraged Qiao Yu to continue the battle. Gusu's eyes became creepy, and he was sure that he would win, and the necromancer would suffer a sad fate. Qiao Yu was tired of idle chatter and took action with a powerful leg kick. The necromancer kicked Gusu in the stomach. Gusu flew away from the necromancer. Qiao Yu assumed that the mage had merged with the shadows, and their skills became one. The mage turned back to the necromancer and swung to strike Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu also prepared to strike after a moment. Their fists were locked together. Gusu caught the moment when Qiao Yu was no longer standing firmly on his feet, and the magician kicked the guy so hard that he flew up. But Gusu didn't give Qiao Yu a chance to maneuver and grabbed his leg in midair. But Qiao Yu found a way to get out of the magician's block, and from above, Gusu's face was hit with a whiplash. The stunned spectators wondered why two mages of their class were fighting in close combat and not using spells. Meanwhile, in the back of the stands were the guys who approached the necromancer on the street and were looking for Qiao Yu. They wanted to take the necromancer and Ma Fei with them. The two rivals in the arena were facing each other, and Gusu didn't understand what kind of demonic power was sitting in Qiao Yu. Gusu added that they were fighting as equal, but Qiao Yu was not at all sure about it. Gusu looked at his opponent and realized that he needed to buy time because his spell had a time limit. The magician told the necromancer that he had angered him and had to cast the spell again. Teacher Gusu from the rostrum urged the magician to stop and not continue the fight, but it was too late. Gusu was unstoppable. He wanted to win and prove that he was as strong as his brother. One of the teachers suggested that Gusu was being pressured because his brother had become the champion in the past. Chao Yu teased Gusu and said that he might lose because there were situations he wouldn't be able to withstand. Gusu hit the necromancer and took away 141 units of health. Chao Yu was not confused, and a flurry of punches came from him as well. The teachers suggested to the examiner to interrupt the conflict between the fighting students, but he said that they should just wait, because no one would stop them. The unknown person said on the radio to get ready and remove both students from the battlefield. Gusu, with all his fury, tried to resist. He did not understand why the necromancer was still alive. Chao Yu had a similar question to his opponent. And again, Gusu hit Chao Yu. The attack was on the guy's head. But they were on equal footing, and Chao Yu also hit the magician. The blow was on Gusu's face. Gusu's mask was shattered after Chao Yu's blow, and then the magician assumed he had lost the battle. The judge couldn't stand it any longer and announced that the champion's award belonged to Chao Yu. He thought he was the winner. The examiner was furious at the judge's arbitrariness and voiced his complaint. Gusu, broken and tired, stood in the arena. Chao Yu turned around and saw something. The necromancer saw a cloaked figure with eyes glowing red. The unknown person flew towards him quite swiftly. After a while, the truck was traveling away from the university. Its direction was unknown. In the back of the truck, handcuffed and unconscious, were Chao Yu, Ma Fei, Gusu, Xu Xiaozhong, Zhao Ziyue, Zhou Yu, and Yang Xiangdi. The necromancer woke up and didn't understand what was happening and where he was now. Chao Yu saw Gusu and Xu Xiaozhong lying unconscious in front of him. The necromancer thought that they had all been captured. Chao Yu was surprised if this was the place for the strongest disciple. A female voice was heard not far away and said that the necromancer had regained consciousness. In front of the guy stood a girl in a black cloak with the same patch as the guys who tried to kidnap Chao Yu. The girl apologized for being harsh. The girl explained that, by other means, she couldn't gather everyone in one place. Chao Yu was not happy with this method of gathering students. The girl introduced herself as Hua Qi, under her control in Baize district. She promised that she wouldn't do any harm, and she just liked Chao Yu's abilities. Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei woke up from their conversations and asked Hua Qi what Baize was like. Chao Yu looked at all this and thought why, and most importantly, how the group stole students right from the exam. He considered this act absurd. Then Xu Xiaozhong and Gusu came to their senses and asked why Baiji was doing all this, and warned that the consequences for them would be unpleasant. Huaqi laughed at the guy's words and said that they would know everything when the car arrived at its destination, and threatened to keep quiet. Huaqi added that if anyone planned to escape, she would have to send the instigator to the next world, and she would be sorry to do so. Zhao Yu asked Huaqi why she took them and what her purpose was. She answered that all universities need outstanding students, and their organization also does not select them because it is difficult, so they kidnap students. One of the kidnapped students stood up. He was handcuffed. He was angry that the actions were not of their will and asked Huaqi to let everyone go. The girl was unapproachable, and to shut the student up, she put him on the floor with her foot. She stood with one foot on the guy's body and said that the students had no right to anything, and added that they would like it in Baijie. Huaqi further said that they couldn't refuse her offer, but if they dared, she would be forced to massacre them. As she left, she reiterated that the rebels would be dealt with accordingly. Huaqi left the back of the truck with the students and slammed the door loudly. Before the kidnapping, the examiner saw the miscreants who were intent on stealing the students. He took out his bow and threatened them with violence. He shot one of the Baiji boys with his bow and hit him in the chest. The examiner realized that they were pretending to be participants in the exam. With a hateful look in his eyes, the examiner called the group members rats and promised to save all the students. A voice behind him said that he was not worthy to be an examiner because he was only a level 35 archer. He turned around to look for the voice and saw the Beize representative in front of him and asked him to tell him why they were doing this, but the faction member wouldn't tell him. A bright light began to emanate from the Baiji guy, and he was ready to teleport out of the exam arena. The trace of Beize was gone, and the examiner stood there confused. But it was a distraction. Out of nowhere, a guy appeared again and struck a brutal blow at the examiner. The victim flew a long distance away. The attacker marveled at the courage of a grown man and hoped that he would soon leave this world. The villain shattered the ceiling of the arena, and a pile of stones fell on the teacher. But now the master was free, shattering the pile of stones with his strength. The surviving students ran up to Jin and asked him how he was feeling. The examiner replied that everything was fine and asked the guys where the other applicants were. Mr. Jin said that 10 students had been kidnapped by Baiji, and they tried to stop them, but the group resisted. Mr. Jin asked who the group had kidnapped. The boys started listing names. The examiner got really angry and slammed his hand on the stone in frustration. Jin Lung, the director of the academy, came running and said that the best students had been kidnapped, so they had time to find the students. The headmaster was sure that ordinary gangs wouldn't be able to cope with such a task, so Baiji was not an easy organization. A student burst into the hall and said that Baiji had been stolen, and other students from 4 cities, not just Sioux City. The examiner was disturbed by this news and ordered to verify all the information and protect all the students. Meanwhile, Chao Yu was looking at the handcuffs that his hands were shackled in. He thought the handcuffs were quite ordinary. One of the muscular students said that his strength could break the flimsy handcuffs. He made an attempt to break the handcuffs in half. He put a lot of effort into it, but it failed. Chao Yu repeated the same actions, but he had no trouble breaking the shackles apart. The strong man did not understand why the necromancer succeeded. Chao Yu urged the boys to get out of their imprisonment. The strong man asked the necromancer to help him free his hands. The necromancer helped all the kidnapped boys. Zhu Yu pointed at Gusu, who was the only one left handcuffed. Gusu was stubborn and proud. He said he didn't need Chao Yu's help. Then Chao Yu pulled out his weapon and destroyed the door that led to freedom. The barrier shattered into splinters, and the boys looked at the exit from the back of the truck. Huachi was sitting with the driver in the cab, and she heard some noise from behind and ordered the car to stop immediately. The guys managed to get out of the truck and started to run away, but Huachi had a gun in her hand and caught up with them. Chao Yu greeted the villain again. He was calm and cool-headed. Huachi told the necromancer that he was only a level 20, and even with it, it was difficult to get free and escape. She asked how he managed to do it. Chao Yu smiled slyly and said that he wasn't going to tell her anything. He said goodbye to Huachi, and all the students started teleporting to escape from the villain from Baizhe. Huachi fired her weapon right into the crowd of students when she realized they were trying to escape from her again. The driver told his mistress that the boys had infiltrated Huachi's inner world, afraid that the students might return with reinforcements. Huachi said that she remembered a student named Chao Yu, and they would meet again in the future. The students arrived at the location between worlds, and Aelin happily opened the portal for the students. Zhu Yu asked Chao Yu if they were being chased, but the necromancer said that the enemies were unlikely to come. They didn't have the courage. The students moved to the universe of the Mountain of Spirits. Here was organized the transfer of souls. They were transferred to other measures in secret ways. Chao Yu didn't understand the meaning of this location and what they would be doing here. A bell rang, calling the boys to the heavenly gate. A guide appeared at the head of the group of students and led them to give up their souls, for the bodies of the boys were considered dead. All the students walked with their hands up like zombies. Gusu walked next to the necromancer, and from the context he realized that he was also deprived of life. Chao Yu realized that his body was not obeying the bell in the hands of the guide seemed to have subjugated his body. The system made it clear that this challenge had to be overcome and stop the resurrection. Chao Yu didn't see any students. He assumed that everyone was randomly distributed. The necromancer looked towards the guide and wondered if he could suppress the power of the bell. The guy walking beside the guide looked at Chao Yu cautiously. He shouted to his mentor that they had encountered a deception, and Chao Yu was not really in a trance. The guide asked if the boy was all right, and why he was so worried, since there was no way the deception could have happened. The guide turned to Chao Yu and told his disciple that his body was getting fluffy and his teeth and nails were growing back. He asked if the disciple understood. He claimed he saw Chao Yu with a knife in his hand. The mentor said that a body without a soul can't do that. Chao Yu realized that he had to go after these two men who seemed to have useful information and would take him to the temple. The old mentor led Chao Yu to a dark, dilapidated temple. All three of them went inside the temple. The room was dark, and nothing could be seen. The mentor had an urgent matter and ordered his disciple to follow Chao Yu's body, which he agreed to do without question. The disciple put his hands together and asked Chao Yu to do nothing. Suddenly, two men burst through the door, kicking it open. It was a gray-haired old man smoking a pipe, and a young pumped-up guy holding a huge box on his shoulder. The old man continued smoking and approached Chao Yu's body. He asked what their relationship with Gu Shuchuan was. The young disciple replied that Gu Shuchuan was his mentor. He asked the two men if they were coffin bearers. The old man looked at the young man and remarked that he was too curious. Then the old man asked where Gu Shuchuan was. The boy said he was away on business and would come soon. The old man was looking at Chao Yu's body. He noticed that the body had not deteriorated in temperature. Not like the deceased, he concluded that the death was recent. The young man urged the old man not to touch the body so as not to cause trouble. The old man's servant thought the guy's words were nonsense because the dead man can't do anything. The strong man continued that if Chao Yu will follow any action, he will not tolerate. He called Gu Shuchuan and his disciple superstitious. The disciple was outraged because the two uninvited guests behaved inappropriately in the temple and towards the body. The old man didn't care. He touched Chao Yu with his pipe and estimated the fee they would get if they sold the body. He ordered Feng Li to take the body. Feng Li did not hesitate to carry out the order. The disciple stood by and did not know what to do with the two villains. The boy stood between the villains and Chao Yu, blocking the way, and threatened his mentor. Feng Li slapped the guy's palm was as big as his head. The disciple was not timid with his eye closed from the blow. He stood his ground and did not let the robbers pass and threatened to attack them. Feng Li looked down at the boy. He was amused to hear the threats and thought that he did not have the courage to stand up to him. After the student received another blow, this time Feng Li hit him in the stomach with his knee. The student flew off and hit his back hard, injuring him. Feng Li looked at the young man and called him a lowlife and his actions meaningless. Qiao Yu heard and saw everything that was happening and sighed aloud. All three of Feng Li, the old man and the disciple, were surprised that Qiao Yu made a sound. The necromancer took off the memorial bandage that the old man had put on him. All three of them were still in a daze and waited for what would happen next. The disciple shouted in panic that the dead man was alive and had been resurrected. Qiao Yu pulled out his weapon. He said that he didn't want to reveal that he was alive, but he had to. And now he needed to get rid of everyone who saw him alive. The old man's pipe emitted purple smoke, and he called the resurrected Qiao Yu an evil force. Qiao Yu gave the old man his first impressive blow. The man's body flew off. The old man quickly recovered and believed Qiao Yu was really alive. Feng Li quickly ran up to Qiao Yu to resist. Feng Li struck the necromancer in the face with a huge iron mace. But Qiao Yu's body remained unharmed. The old man and Feng Li couldn't believe their eyes. The old man couldn't tell if he was human or dead. Qiao Yu froze and did not realize what state he was in. The system warned the necromancer that he was in the dead mode, and he had additional protection. Qiao Yu realized why his body was obeying the bell. The old man ordered Feng Li to detain Qiao Yu while he tried to calm his fervor. The bulky man picked up his mace again and prepared for the next attack. Qiao Yu also armed himself and prepared to fight his opponent. Feng Li asked the old man to act faster as the strong man had almost no strength left to resist the necromancer's onslaught. But the strong man only saw the old man set him up and ran out of the temple. Feng Li shouted at the old man that he trusted him and didn't think he was such a coward. Qiao Yu also looked at the fleeing old man and told Feng Li not to worry because he was unlikely to get far. After Qiao Yu divided the old man's body into two halves from a distance, the necromancer was pleased with himself. Feng Li fell to his knees in fear. Qiao Yu turned to the bully and said that he would be next on his list, and the necromancer massacred Feng Li. The system rewarded him for massacring the henchman and old man Pu Tianxiang. Then Qiao Yu noticed the coffin that the two men had brought. The system warned him that if anyone lay in the coffin, it would have an effect. The necromancer opened the coffin lid and saw that his friend Zhu Yu was there. Qiao Yu did not expect such a thing, and he could not believe what he saw, and in addition was very frightened. The girl woke up and sat up. Qiao Yu laughed and was glad she was alive. Zhu Yu could not remember how she found herself inside the coffin, but Qiao Yu guessed how he decided that all the students who had entered this world were dead. The mentor's disciple looked at the guys and a cold sweat came over him as he realized that another spirit had been resurrected. Qiao Yu called out to the young man and asked him to escort them to Lingshu Mountain, to which he agreed, saying that he and his mentor were heading there. A moment later, Gu Xuxuan returned to the temple, and the first thing he did was to go to the boys. The disciple bragged to his mentor that he had defeated the spirit, but Gu Xuxuan asked warily when this fragile boy had become strong. Gu Xuxuan turned around, took the bell in his hands, and told everyone to follow him. The group reached the mountain. Everyone watched as the monk ordered the guys carrying the coffin to take it to the rebirth to restore order. Qiao Yu and Zhu Yu pretended to be undead and looked around at what was happening. Gu Xuxuan approached an old man in the same attire and called him brother. The old man told him to follow along. Gu Xuxuan handed his disciple a bell and instructed him to take care of Qiao Yu, and Zhu Yu's disciple promised to do well. The disciple with the bell led Qiao Yu and Zhu Yu to the temple. There were other missing students from the academy, including Ma Fei, Yang Xiangdi, and Shi Xiaozhong. Qiao Yu and Zhu Yu approached the guys, and they responded and smiled, meaning they were alive. The disciple was horrified. He saw all the spirits that should be silent come alive and talk to each other. He thought he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, the monks gathered in a circle and prepared to perform the ritual. The head old man told everyone to be careful and not to make mistakes. It was their 5th attempt. His colleagues said that everything was ready for the ritual. The monks said it should happen tonight. Night fell and the monks led the students, still using the bell. Together they arrived at the imperial mausoleum where the ritual was to take place. The monks reported to the chief that all the spirits were gathered and asked for permission to proceed. The chief asked them which direction they were going to follow, and then all those present saw something. The chief monk fell on his knees and began to greet the Lord. He had been waiting for him for thousands of years. The monks were amazed at this outcome of events and realized that they needed a sacrifice to perform the ritual. All the monks scattered away from the monk who greeted the emperor. The old man turned to his colleagues and asked them where they were going. A dozen monsters appeared in front of the monks and surrounded them from all sides. They looked like zombies. The zombies attacked the monks. Their faces were really creepy. They had sharp teeth and red round eyes. Gu Xuxuan activated the golden shield from the zombies. He asked the head of the monks how long ago he had a plan to clean up the world. The students watched the events. Zhu Yu asked Chao Yu if they would just watch it or take action. Then the students heard the monk explain that he wanted to stop the awakening. Chao Yu realized it was the Heavenly Emperor. Chao Yu was the first to kill one of the zombies and was rewarded with extra points. The possessed monk was waiting for the Ming dynasty family and said that his master would be resurrected very soon. As he finished his fiery speech, he saw the students slaughtering an army of zombies. The monk was outraged that Chao Yu was not a breathless body, but alive, and began to fight. The old man took his brush and painted the soul and the sky in one stroke. Chao Yu at this time was struggling with the uncleanness. He realized that his movements were constrained, and he was moving quite slowly. Chao Yu looked back and saw the instigator of the chaos. He began to clear a path of zombies to get to the monk. Meanwhile, the old man was painting with his brush. He asked for reinforcements in the form of a squad of zombies and prayed for the Lord to give him protection. In the sky, the monk drew a yin-yang portal, and thousands more zombies poured out. The students were scared out of their wits, but Chao Yu shouted at them not to move. The monk said they'd all make a fine meal for the Lord. The old man was anticipating the upcoming massacre and went back to the altar satisfied with what was happening. Chao Yu turned to the defeated monks and asked how many of them were still alive. He asked one of them how the students could break the spell. Chao Yu added that the students are here to stop the resurrection. Gu Shushuan could not believe his ears. The necromancer again asked how to remove the restriction from their bodies. Gu Shushuan said that once the night passes and the day comes, it will be too late, and then the Lord will be resurrected, and all living people will go to the next world. Monk Gu Shushuan thought about it and decided to give the students a chance to help stop the Emperor's rebirth. The old man promised that he would free Chao Yu from the curse and began to draw a sacred seal on the necromancer's back with his finger. Gu Shushuan's actions freed the necromancer, and he stopped from spirit back to human. Chao Yu once again felt his power and strength. He said he would prevent the monk's horrible plan and prevent the unclean from resurrecting. The other monks woke up after the deafening blows, and Gu Shushuan urged them to help all the students get rid of the curse. The monks approached the students one by one and drew sacred talismans on their backs, turning them back into human beings. Meanwhile, Chao Yu almost reached the crazy old man, and he noticed the necromancer. Chao Yu kicked the old man in the stomach with such force that he flew backwards right into the coffin. Gu Shushuan said that they were in bad shape because the old man had absorbed the emperor's blood. The madman said that it was too late, and new bodies would soon arrive and all living people would be sacrificed. The monk continued to recite his prayers and a huge dragon appeared, so the resurrection was accomplished. The boys watched as the sky turned red. Chao Yu thought of a plan of action while the system loaded new tasks. Now the student's goal was to destroy the drought demon. He was a giant. In addition to its height, it had fiery eyes, devil horns, and developed muscles. The monster had 4,000 health. One of the students panicked. He was afraid of the demon reborn. The guy was sure that now it would be the end of all living things. The evil demon chased the cowardly student, and he didn't realize what his goal was. He ran to Chao Yu, thus bringing the monster to him. The student apologized because he just wanted to stay alive. The demon saw a new target in the form of the necromancer and found himself right next to him, preparing to attack. Chao Yu struck the monster, who obviously did not expect his strength to be resisted. The demon slammed its entire body into the pillar and was discouraged by the force of the blow. This enraged the monster, and then it released green-colored smoke from its mouth. It was a monstrous poison that struck Chao Yu and penetrated his lungs. Zhu Yu was scared for her friend and shouted at him to beware of the green suffocating smoke. Xiaozhang came to the rescue and activated the permafrost spell. The vile green smoke was trapped inside the ice so it did not spread further into the air. Zhao Ziyu healed Chao Yu and restored his health scale, for which he thanked the healer. The demon destroyed the ice flow created by Xiaozhang and headed towards the team of students not with good intentions. One of the students activated the shadow skill and dealt critical damage to the demon, but it only took away 36 units of health. Then the monster got angry and used a pressure spell on the tiny student. This spell reduced the student's stats by half. Chao Yu didn't like this fact because his health would be halved and it wouldn't be good for him. Chao Yu asked Chao Yu what to do next and what plan they had, since all their strength and health had been reduced and only unification would help them. Chao Yu threw himself at the demon and dealt critical damage to it, taking away 398 units of health. The student didn't understand why Chao Yu was so strong because even with the reduction in strength, the necromancer still dealt a lot of damage. The demon hit Chao Yu hard, and now he flew several meters away. The necromancer got to his feet, and Yang Xiangdi asked him if he was all right. Chao Yu said that he was fine. Chao Yu thought of something and quickly ran up to the unsuspecting Gusu. Chao Yu kicked Gusu so that he flew up. The guy did not expect this from the necromancer, but he said not to worry and watch. In flight, Gusu saw the demon in front of him. He was not confused and decided to use the Shadow Servant skill. Chao Yu was surprised that Gusu would cast this spell, because the necromancer thought it was not very useful in battle. Demon lightning destroyed all the shadows he approached Gusu, and then the guy with fear tried to activate the shadow sacrifice. But the mage didn't have time to do it before the demon hit him in the face with a deafening blow. Gusu tried to stay on his feet, but the demon did not stop, and another blow landed on the student's face. Yang Shangdi and Shi Shaozhong made a collaboration and prepared to help Gusu, who had fallen into the demon's clutches. Shi Shaozhong promised Qiao Yu that they would hurry up and try their best to cope. Shi Shaojun activated her most powerful spell called Ice Fury. Yang Shangdi kept up with the girl and cast a spell that activated the Sand Staff. The two spells intertwined and were delivered straight to the demon's body. But for the monster, these were ridiculous attempts to defeat him. He easily deflected the student's spells away from him. Yang Shangdi told Qiao Yu that he was almost out of mana and had little strength against the demon, and called his friend to help him fight the common enemy. Qiao Yu immediately jumped to the level of the monster's face and punched it on its evil face. The necromancer hit the demon hard enough, and the monster received critical damage that took away 398 health. Then, Qiao Yu struck the demon's body with a series of blows from all sides, and all of these blows were critical. The monster's health decreased rapidly. The demon regained consciousness after the damage was inflicted, and in response, attacked the necromancer. Qiao Yu was spurred on by the monster's antics, and again, the guy struck a critical blow. The demon flew backwards and was out of breath from fighting the necromancer. Taking advantage of the situation and wanting to finish off the monster, Qiao Yu jumped up and prepared to beat up the demon again. Gu Shuxuan warned Qiao Yu that he couldn't do it alone, and the mentor rushed to the necromancer's aid. Without waiting, Qiao Yu gave a final blow to the demon system, congratulated the guy on the victory, and gave prizes. It meant that the test was over. Gu Shuxuan ran to Qiao Yu and said that whoever destroys the demon gets a curse. Necromancer did not understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, a bright maroon smoke started coming out of the dead demon's body. The system announced that Qiao Yu was now under a curse, and his life would end in 3 days. The necromancer asked Gu Shuxuan if there was any antidote for this affliction, but unfortunately there was no such medicine. The necromancer's friends rushed to him to ask about his well-being. Qiao Yu hoped that the spell could be lifted at the university. Yang Shangdi said that having a heart and wanting to save someone could cause unpleasant consequences, and no one would thank you. But Qiao Yu thanked Gusu, who was rummaging through the remains of the demon. Gusu found the ring as an artifact. He mockingly told Qiao Yu that he had done a great job. Yang Shangdi shouted that Gusu had done nothing and was not worthy of the reward, but the magician didn't hear him. He was enjoying the ring. After Gusu laughed at the guys and teleported away instantly. But Yang Shangdi didn't want to do that. He activated the sand shackles and detained Gusu, interrupting his teleportation. Then he called Qiao Yu. Gusu said that he didn't want to have a conflict with anyone. It would be worse for the instigator of the quarrel because he thought he was the strongest. Qiao Yu rushed to start the fight. Gusu asked if he had the strength to fight the demon. Gusu activated his ring and used it against Qiao Yu to harm the necromancer. He was disappointed when he didn't see the powerful effect of the new item. Qiao Yu then used his old method of punching Gusu's jaw with his fist to take away 520 health. The necromancer said that this ring was useless. It was painful for the mage to take such a blow. He wondered how the necromancer had so much strength and when it would run out. Gusu did not subdue Qiao Yu's blow, and the mage prepared to fight his opponent. The magician told the necromancer that it was for real now because they were not in an exam. Gusu was not jealous of Qiao Yu's low dexterity, so he definitely believed that he would win. But Gusu stopped the ice that came out of the ground too quickly. It was Shi Shaozhong's magic. She was angry with Gusu and so imprisoned him in her ice. Qiao Yu stared at Gusu and realized that he had done many unkind deeds to many people. The magician didn't want to continue the conversation, and he said his incantation and called the shadow servants for a sacrifice. But Qiao Yu was without compromise, and he once again hit the mage in the chest, taking away 335 health points. At the end of the battle, Qiao Yu took away Gusu's ring while the magician teleported away. He successfully teleported away and told the necromancer that they would meet in the future. Qiao Yu looked at the ring and realized that he was slow and sluggish in battle because the ring stole the opponent's agility in battle. Qiao Yu thanked the guys for their help in the battle. Shu Shaozhong told the necromancer to be careful with Gusu because she thought that he would take revenge in the future. It was time for the guys to teleport as well. Because the test had been passed, Qiao Yu looked at his stats, which had been increased, and was happy about it. The kidnapped students returned, and the military and medical vehicles were waiting for them, as well as the university administration, all of whom were happy to see the return of the students. The examiner came up to the students and said that they would investigate the situation and set the record straight. The students listened to the teacher, who informed them that the whole university administration was terrified and ready to solve the issue. The students were invited to the bus, and all of them will be taken to the study centers where they will be safe. Shi Shaojun was worried about Qiao Yu and urged urged him to be more careful. She thought that Gusu would take revenge, but the necromancer thought that the mage would not do anything to him. Meanwhile, in Baizi Castle, Huachi was on her knees reporting to her master, who did not believe that the kidnapped students had escaped. Huachi was desperate and ashamed that she hadn't followed up on the students she was supposed to deliver. The gentleman was interested in Chao Yu. He told Huachi that he had met him in person, and from that moment, he realized that the guy was a genius. He added that the boy was really Chao Anking's son because he had impressed the gentleman with his abilities. Moving on to Kyoto Academy, the bus with the kidnapped students arrived at the main entrance. The boys got off the bus and they were happy to see the academy again. Peng Liangji called out Chao Yu. He was very worried about the guys and was happy that they had finally arrived back. Chao Yu asked Liangji to arrange a meeting with the rector. Ji Gai said he had an important matter. Liangji said he would take him to the rector. After a while, Chao Yu came to Rector Ji Pingyan's office. The principal greeted Yu and asked why he wanted to see him. Yu showed the rector the ring and tattoo he had on his left hand and explained that a demon had put a curse on him. Pingyan confirmed that it was a drought demon curse and added that if it was true, the boy would die within 30 days. Liangji was standing nearby and was shocked that the curse was so cruel. He asked the rector how to get rid of the curse. The rector thought for a while and replied that he needed to get the sage props, but this item was rarely available for sale. Yu remembered his battle with Shundong where he had used the sage props. He didn't think that this artifact could be so useful. Pingyan promised to ask people if anyone had this item. Yu asked the rector if there was another way to rid him of the curse. He confirmed it, but with Yu's current strength, Pingyan suggested putting him in a place where the curse wouldn't be so strong. The rector's words frightened Yu and asked him to do something to help him. Pingyan said that there was little chance of curing him, and he thought all attempts were futile. Yu still insisted and asked the rector what exactly to do. Pingyan said that he had to pass the trials in the D-ranked universe. The necromancer told the rector that he had been in dungeons of this difficulty before. The rector explained that the quests and universes were different from the ones Yu had been in. Pingyan said that it was incomparable. He added that even strong high-level players did not return from the quest. The rector said that with such assignments, Yu's level and strength is a low rank. This news displeased the necromancer greatly. Pingyan shouted that he couldn't send his student to such a dangerous torture because it would hurt the image of the university, but Yu didn't think it was a big deal. Yu asked the rector to at least give him one chance to try. Suddenly, the rector pulled out a tremendous power that took away 500 health points from Yu at a time. Yu's eyes immediately glazed over and he felt a terrible discomfort as he realized that the rector was showing him the power of the following trial. Pingyan was surprised that the guy was still holding on. He was surprised because for such a small level, Yu was very sturdy. The necromancer's eyes turned red, and he asked the rector if he would allow him to go on a difficult mission now. Pingyan returned Yu's health that he had taken with magic and began to talk about the D-rank universe. This universe is called the Lake of Soul Purification, and it can remove all the bad things from a person and purify him. Yu hurriedly thanked the rector, but Pingyan was not finished. He admonished the student not to get into more trouble. Wei replied that he understood what he was talking about and reassured the rector that the necromancer could be relied upon. The student understood the purpose and realized that he had to hurry to stop the spell. The rector wished Yu a speedy return. After Pingyan threw an object at the student, the rector said it would help the necromancer. Yu took a closer look at the object. It was a Kunki rank pendant, and the object increased all the stats of the wearer. Yu told the rector that it was a very valuable and expensive item. Pingyan said he would loan the pendant back. The necromancer was pleased with the gift. He said goodbye to the rector and went on his mission. Yu moved to the zone of entrance to different worlds. Island opened the entrance to the Lake of Soul Purification for the guy. The boy entered the portal and the system welcomed the new player. And after a short time, Yu found himself in a dense green forest with other players. The system familiarized him with the rules. You can't turn around if someone calls your name. If a player disappears for more than a minute, you have to be more careful with it. Further, it is necessary to remember the behavior of players for it. If a player hears smacking, you must shout, "Fifth." Do not answer questions from strangers. The system wished a good trip. One of the guys in the team said that preservation of lives is the most important thing. A girl from the team offered to tell everyone about herself. Her name was Qin Qianshu, and she was a 22nd level water maid. The anxious guy's name was Cao Xiao, and he was a 22nd level swordsman. Next introduced Mi Yuan was a 25th level swordsman. Tanggong, she was a mage, and Chengfu, he was also a swordsman. It was Yu's turn to introduce himself. He gave his name and class, and also said that he was a level 13 swordsman. Cao Xiao was outraged that everyone had a level higher than the 20th level, and here was some weak player. Chengfu was sure that Yu would do nothing useful to the team. Mi Yuan believed in Yu, because although he was a low-level necromancer and could summon the undead Xiao, thought that it was not worth trusting the guy. Yuan drew her sword and brought it close to Xiao's face, threatening him not to talk nonsense or he could kiss his tongue goodbye. Xiao slowly lowered the sword and pretended that everything said before was just a joke. Yu decided to add oil to the fire, and he asked Xiao if it was bad to be so handsome. Kang Shui called Yu to the team. The necromancer was happy to have the girl invited. Xiao pondered about the next task. He came to the conclusion that his team could not lose early. The group of students walked deep into the forest. Chanshu said that the Lake of Soul Purification is located in the center, and therefore it is necessary to move in that direction. Chanshu asked Yu why he had to go on this mission. Yu wanted to answer the girl, but suddenly the necromancer split into two identical parts. It was a copy of him. Xiao noticed it. He was amazed at what was happening and didn't realize how they had a new addition to their team. Soon, all the guys saw Yu split into two absolutely identical people. Yuan didn't realize which of these twins was the real necromancer. Xiao was without compromise, and he suggested that the team get rid of two Yus at once. Yuan noticed that Yu is a necromancer, and they can tell the real one from the undead because a real necromancer can handle it. One of Yu's copies said he could summon the undead with his skills. The real Yu looked at the copy. He didn't think that the fake would completely copy him so accurately. The guy got upset because he thought he wouldn't be believed. The real Yu decided to destroy his copy as it was the most effective option. Yu used his weapon to split the copy's head in half. The fake Yu didn't expect such strength. After the blow, Yu's copy turned into a big red-eyed monster. The monster pounced on Yu and wanted to destroy the real necromancer, but the guy smashed the enemy into splinters. The monster fell and fell apart. It was a puppet of an evil spirit, and the system told him that if he got rid of the monster, a strange event would happen. Yu saw that after defeating the monster, he was given a spear that was very similar to his current one. Yan and Changshu immediately asked why the necromancer used physical and how he was able to hit the monster because the level of the guy is much lower. Yicht replied that his success and victory over the monster was due to his extraordinary physique. Yu started to tell a story from his childhood to answer the girls' questions, but then they saw something behind them. This object was approaching the boys, something that had no body. It was more like a turquoise-colored evil spirit. Yu realized that the appearance of the spirit is not good, and he warned everyone to be careful with the intruder. But it was too late and impossible to avoid the spirit. It entered directly into Yuan's pupil. Abruptly, the swordswoman pounced on Yuan, and in one blow took away a little over 1,000 health units from him. The necromancer didn't expect such strength of the swordswoman, but he was glad that he had a lot of health and could withstand. The target in the form of Yuya Yuan was not enough, and she ran to fight with Xiao and Chengfu. Xiao realized that the swordswoman was acting under the influence of an evil spirit. Chengfu suggested to deal with her, because if they do not do it, Yuan will do it to them. Waterbender Kangshu activated her water power ability to attack. Waves flew at Yuan, blocking her from further attacking the guys. Xiao and Chengfu realized that the swordswoman was vulnerable and decided to take advantage of the moment to destroy the girl. But the water didn't stop Yuan. She used a dragon kick to get out of the attack, and the guys flew back. The girl's eyes were red like the spirit that possessed her while Yuan was walking towards her target for the massacre. From the back, she was caught up by Yu. The necromancer slapped Yuan in the face with such force that she let go of her sword. Yen fell from Yu's powerful blow, and everyone waited to see what would happen next, and if the spirit would come out of her. Xiao was confused how Yu, with a level lower than the swordswoman, was able to knock her out with a single blow. Yu's punch helped to achieve the goal of getting the spirit out of Yuan's body, and started to leave her body. The swordswoman did not come to her senses. Chanshui suspected that Yu's actions sent the girl to the other world. At this time, Yu watched the movement of the evil spirit. He took a spear and broke the spirit into pieces. The necromancer watched the spirit disappear. Despite its size, the ghost can control a person, and even one as strong as Yuan. Yuan woke up and began to slowly rise from the ground. Chanshui anxiously asked how she was feeling. The swordswoman replied that she was fine. Chanshui used her holy water magic and treated the injured Yuan. The guys realized that they should not stand still, and if Yuan is feeling well, they should continue on their way, but they should be armed as the forest is dangerous. When caught up with Yu, she thanked him for his help because if it wasn't for him, the spirit would have killed her. Yu replied that they should help each other. The swordswoman asked why Yu's blow was so strong because he is a necromancer and they usually do not use physical force. Yu said that it was an accident. The team moved forward, but at one moment there were not 6 but 4 of them. Chengfu realized that they were lost in the forest, but Xiao said that they would go together to pass the test. The boys heard the trees cracking behind them and turned around to see what was making the noise. A tall monster appeared from deep in the forest, its eyes glowing, and it looked like a werewolf. The monster asked if it looked like a human. It was a yellow-skinned monster that slowly approached the boys with a desire to communicate with. The monster asked if he looked more like a god or a man. Xiao said he looked like a fool. Chengfu was silent, horrified by what was happening. The yellow-skinned man took offense at the insult. The monster threw one punch and caught 2 guys at once. Xiao didn't understand why the monster was so angry. Chung Fu shouted at his friend and ordered him not to talk to the monster. But the cocky Xiao decided to continue the fight with the werewolf. Xiao swiftly ran towards it to attack it. In one move, the monster stunned Xiao, who couldn't even fight back while Chung Fu rushed to save his friend. Chung Fu tried to stab the werewolf in the head with his sword, but his weapon shattered into small pieces. The swordsman screamed when he saw what happened to his blade. Chung Fu saw that the monster had chosen a target like him and prepared to attack him. But instead of using force, the werewolf opened its mouth and a yellow-green stench came out of its mouth. Xiao looked at all this and was disgusted by the smell. Chung Fu covered his mouth and nose with the palm of his hand and said that it was poison. The werewolf was smiling madly at the guys his smell spread, and the monster's plan worked, and the guys smelled his stench. Meanwhile, Yu and the three girls were walking together. Yu asked if he thought he heard a sound. He assumed it was the sound of battle. Qingshui turned around and didn't see Chung Fu and Xiao. She assumed that the guys were in danger. The team ran to look for the swordsman, and they quickly found them, Chung Fu and Xiao, lying on the ground unconscious, all shaken up from the fight with the monster. Xiao woke up when he heard the guys. He had multiple abrasions on his face and asked for help from the team. You looked up and saw that the monster still hadn't gone far into the forest. The werewolf saw the guys and asked them again if he looked more like a god or a human. You answered the monster that he looked like a sweet, gentle beast of small stature with red eyes. The girls laughed at the necromancer's joke. The monster introduced Loli, who was a beautiful little dog-like girl with white ears and long hair. The werewolf was angry at Yu's joke and flew towards the necromancer, wanting to kill him. Qiangshu shouted at Yu to be very careful as the werewolf was strong. Tangang was not confused and used her magic. She raised her index finger up and said the word tree. The roots of the trees began to intertwine and trap the werewolf in a trap to stop the monster's momentum. But it seems that such an obstacle was ridiculous for the werewolf. It was grinning madly and began to destroy Tangan's magic spell. The girl couldn't believe that the monster had bypassed her vines so easily. At this time, the werewolf caught up to Yu and hit him. Yu received only a small abrasion on his cheek and was unshaken. The werewolf was surprised, and usually he was used to winning with a single blow, but this was no different after his efforts. Yu put on his brass knuckles and asked the werewolf if he was disappointed that it didn't work out. And then Yu hit the monster, taking away over 1,000 health with one blow. Qiangshu and Yuan couldn't believe what they saw. They couldn't understand how a novice of a level lower than them could hit so skillfully. Xiao and Chung Fu got up from the ground too, not understanding how the necromancer had so much strength, and concluded that Yu was not just impressed by his appearance. Yu kicked a battered werewolf that was lying on the ground, and the necromancer noticed that there were a lot of evil things in the forest. After the fight, Yu stood still and thought about something. The guys looked at him with surprise, but Chung Fu thought the necromancer was strange. Yu looked at the destroyed werewolf and didn't understand how he had so much strength to fight. Chung Fu was surprised that Yu had killed the monster and didn't even bat an eye. Xiao assumed that it wasn't a real necromancer, but a copy. Yu turned around and went to the guys. He asked if the team was okay. Xiao told him to stop. Then Xiao drew his sword and told the necromancer not to approach. Yu didn't understand why they were so scared. Xiao brought the blade closer to Yu and asked if he was a monster or a human, because a necromancer of such a low level could single-handedly take down a strong monster. Yu asked a fair question. If he was a monster, would he be on the team's side and protect them? Xiao said Yu might have been pursuing his own goals. Xiao was confused and didn't believe the necromancer. He offered to show him proof that Yu is a human and not a monster. Qingshui said that he was always on the lookout and didn't raise suspicion. Yuan also didn't believe that Yu was a monster. Chung Fu didn't believe that the necromancer had such strength. Yu then wanted to prove to the guys that he was human and activated the visibility of all his artifacts. Yu displayed his items and asked the guys if an ordinary monster could have the same. Qingshui looked at the items and said that Yu was human because a monster couldn't possess such artifacts. Chung Fu and Xiao rolled their eyes at such arguments and continued to disbelieve Yu. But Xiao looked closely and saw that the necromancer had a pendant with a high rank. The guys looked at each other, and it was as if they were plotting something against Xiao Yu. Chung Fu said that it was a mistake. Xiao added that Yu should not take offense because it looked very suspicious. He suggested that everyone should move on. Yu looked at the guys and began to realize that Chung Fu and Xiao had something against him. Yu walked in front of the girls in the middle, and Chung Fu and Xiao at the end of the group. Xiao asked Chung Fu if he had seen the necromancer's ranked item. Chung Fu said he had seen it and didn't understand why the newcomer had such ammunition. The two continued to argue that they had never seen such powerful items on a novice, and both thought it was highly suspicious. Then Xiao suggested to Chung Fu to take all of Yu's equipment, he was a beginner, and it would be easy to take these things away. Cheng-Fu was afraid that Yu wouldn't allow it because he easily defeated the monster, but Xiao thought that they were of high level and could defeat the newcomer. They were ready to carry out their plan, but they didn't know when to do it and decided to pick a good moment. On the way, Qianshu noticed something terrible. Yuan did not understand what was happening. Qianshu turned pale with fear and pointed at what was happening ahead of the path. The guys saw a crowd of dark figures resembling human silhouettes. Judging by the glow of the silhouettes, they were ghosts of people. They stood motionless. Yuan assumed that they were players who had failed the challenge. The girl did not think that this location was so impassable. Tangang saw something and called the guys to follow her. In front of the guys stood a monument, and behind him, a stone platform. Guys wondered what is written on the stele. Yuan translated the unfamiliar language. There was written that this place is an altar, and the rules of the task to achieve the goal is to sacrifice. The girl continued reading the text on the stele. It was written that the figures they saw were the demons of the lake. The point was that the ghosts were just people sacrificed to pass the test. Yu stood stiffly and analyzed what was happening. Qianshu was scared to learn about the sacrifice. Xiao told Cheng-Fu that they could take away Yu's items by sacrificing him. The guys from behind began to attack the unsuspecting necromancer. Qianshu saw this and screamed. She asked the guys what they were going to do. Cheng-Fu said they were just doing a mission to get them out of the forest. They attacked Yu, and the necromancer fell. Yu was horrified at this injustice. The guy said he saved Cheng-Fu and Xiao and didn't deserve to be treated like that. The guys kept hitting Yu. They replied that they don't trust anyone in this universe. Yu found his strength and got up from the ground. He had to retreat for a while. Xiao saw that the necromancer was in a weak position and told Cheng-Fu to attack Yu rather to deal with him. But the guys stopped halfway. They looked around and didn't understand what happened. When Xiao saw what had happened, he asked Yuan where the altar that had just been here. The girl said she would not report to him. Xiao looked at Yuan with anger and said he would tell her later. The guys aimed at Yu again and wanted to destroy the necromancer. Xiao ordered Cheng-Fu to get ready, and they both drew their swords. At this time, Yu was very sad that he could be set up like this and have his life unfairly taken away from him. Green smoke formed around Yu, and the guys didn't know what was going on, but they were sure they could handle it, even though it looked like hell. The girls stood aside. Qianshu asked what they should do next. Yuan said she was going to help the necromancer because he had saved her. Cheng-Fu and Xiao attacked Yu while the necromancer stood still and activated his staff for further fighting. The green smoke further enveloped Yu's weapon was at the ready, and his gaze was piercing and full of hatred. Cheng-Fu was the first to strike Yu with his sword, but the necromancer blocked his attempt with his staff. Cheng-Fu urged Yu not to resist the attacks. He wanted the necromancer to sacrifice his life to complete the task. The necromancer continued to hold back the sword strike. It seems that Yu understood the reason for the attack. Cheng-Fu and Xiao wanted to take his artifact. Cheng-Fu and Yu continued to fight while Xiao ran into the battlefield. But his attempt to attack Yu was unsuccessful. The necromancer was covered by Yuan, who stopped Xiao. Xiao didn't like this arrangement. He asked the swordswoman why she was on the necromancer's side and why she was trying to protect him. The girl revealed her motive. She told Xiao that she was protecting him because the necromancer saved her life. And then Xiao asked if Yuan wanted to finish the trial and get out of the secret realm. He argued that Yuan should be sacrificed. Tangang stood back and pondered how to proceed. Yuan replied to Xiao that it was unfair to sacrifice Yu, and she would not allow it because the rules did not specify that team members should be sacrificed. While Yuan restrained Xiao, the necromancer was in the process of fighting. He dominated Cheng-Fu. The discouraged Cheng-Fu took a break. He didn't understand why he couldn't defeat the low-level rookie. Yu looked Cheng-Fu straight in the eyes and asked the guy why they were thinking of sacrificing him and why they didn't ask him if he wanted to become one. Xiao tried to lift Cheng-Fu up and encouraged him that the necromancer was only a beginner, and if they attacked together, they would defeat him. Yuan was furious. She rushed to the guys to protect the necromancer. Chang Shui also joined the fight, but only Tang Gang wasn't there. She was watching from the sidelines on her team. The girl pressed a button on the stone next to the altar. The platform on which the fight between the 5 team members was taking place began to move, and the guys fell down. Everyone stood up. The fight stopped. They didn't realize what was happening. The system reported that the sacrifice mode had been activated. All the fighters heard horrible sounds that deafened them. But only Yu was invulnerable in this situation. His amulet, which was given to him by the rector, repelled the mental attack. Under the pressure of the sounds, Xiao looked at Tangan and told everyone that she was the culprit of this situation. He shouted to her to find out why she was doing this. A gloomy Tangan stood in her hooded sweatshirt and with her hand held the button that activated the sacrifice. The girl then smirked and admitted that she wanted to finish this task as soon as possible. Xiao could barely handle the altar magic, but still shouted at Tangan that she was cynical. Then, Tangang activated the vine spell and the roots began to bind Xiao and crushed him. When Xiao was immobilized, Tangang said that their plan failed because the guys attacked Yu, and could not think that she could attack them. Qiangshu and Yuan were stunned, but Qiao Yu was not concerned. He looked at Tangang and did not understand how she activated the altar of sacrifice. I began to remember the ordeal from the moment everyone teleported into the forest. Tangang had always been closed off from socializing, and she was not afraid of anything. Then the necromancer realized that the girl quickly found the altar as if she knew where it was, and he assumed that this was not the first time Tangan had passed the location. Tangan's spell continued to work and capture the guys, and then the girl turned around and walked away from the altar, wishing her teammates good luck. Qiao Yu shredded the vine with ease and flew off the altar in the direction of Tangan. The girl heard that there was someone behind her and turned around and saw Yu Tangang, wondering how he was able to get out. Qiao Yu asked her how Tangan activated the altar and how she knew where it was. Qiao Yu slowly approached the girl and asked her the main question. He asked if she had planned everything from the beginning to victimize everyone. Tangang first showed her eyes from under her hood. She supposedly didn't understand what Qiao Yu was asking her, and then the girl strengthened the vine. Qiao Yu saw that the vine was growing again. He used a crazy punching technique to get rid of the branches, but the necromancer's attempts were ineffective. Unlike the first time he destroyed the vine, this time the vine almost defied his power. Tangang saw Qiao Yu's pathetic attempts to fight against her strength and smirked, as she also thought that the necromancer was a low-level weakling. A magical green arrow was released from Tangang's palm, and she aimed it directly at Qiao Yu. The arrow was aimed at Qiao Yu's neck, and he didn't realize what was going on. A small particle was left in the necromancer's neck, which parasitized his body. Tangang walked closer to Qiao Yu and mockingly said that he would be her victim. Qiao Yu saw that Tangang was approaching and calculated that this chance should be taken. The ring on his finger activated. Qiao Yu jumped towards Tangang and used the power of the ring, causing the girl's agility to decrease by 50%. Qiao Yu remembered that the effect of the ring would last for 10 seconds, and he needed to capture Tangan as quickly as possible. The necromancer increased his strength by an additional 30% with the Chonki pendant. Tangan was amused that he reduced her dexterity and nothing changed. She didn't see any threat from the necromancer, thinking that his level was low. But then, Tangan saw Qiao Yu flying towards her. A burgundy-red cloud formed around the necromancer, and it looked terrifying to the girl. Tangang still didn't believe that Qiao Yu had divine power that could cause great damage despite the level of the necromancer. When Qiao Yu was already close to Tangan, she cast a spell and made a defense of Liana's. Qiao Yu saw this and pulled forward his fist, which shattered Tangan's defense. Yu's fist hit Tangan's face, and she received over 1,000 damage and flew far into the forest. Tangan had only one eye open after the blow and was covered in abrasions as she wondered how the necromancer was able to hit her so hard. Qiao Yu again caught up with his target. He ran up to Tangan, and then the girl again decided to use the Lian defense spell. But Tangan didn't have time to activate the defense, and Yu followed up with another blow to the girl's face. Tangang urged Qiao Yu to be respectful because she was a girl, but the guy said that she was trying to get rid of him. Changshu and Yuan watched the fight between the necromancer and the girl. They were on the loose since Yu pulled them along with him when he left the altar. The system warned Qiao Yu that his ring would soon stop working. Tangang ran away from Qiao Yu to a safe distance as she was tired of getting hit. At this time, Qiao Yu realized that he could no longer attack as his ring had expired. The battered Tangang told Qiao Yu that she remembered what he had done and said that even her father had not maimed her like that. Then Tangang began to teleport away. She shouted her farewell that she would not forget this fight to Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu realized that the girl was really strong, and if it wasn't for the ring and amulet, he wouldn't be able to cope. Qingshu and Yuan ran up to Qiao Yu. The necromancer told the girls that everything was fine. The girls were frightened and asked Qiao Yu not to come near as they were afraid he would hit them too, but the necromancer said he doesn't hit women. Then the three of them came to the altar. The deafening torture was over, and everything had calmed down. Everyone looked at the altar. Qianxi assumed that Xiao and Chengfu had been sacrificed. Qiao Yu watched carefully, and in parallel, pulled out his blade. Yuan did not understand why the necromancer was doing this. The necromancer stood in the center and said that the altar should no longer be there. Qiangshu and Yuan froze and watched what Yu would do next. Qiao Yu stabbed the center of the altar with his spear system, congratulated the guy for gaining the strength and energy of the altar, increasing its characteristics. The altar started to split apart. Then the system notified Qiao Yu that his level had been raised. After receiving the energy, Yu realized why Tangang wanted to get rid of the team, as she would also level up and get extra points. But after Qiao Yu realized that the energy of the altar not only affected his level, but also absorbed into his spear, Changshu and Yuan approached Qiao Yu and thanked him for his help. The girls thought that if it wasn't for his strength, they would have died at the hands of Tangong. Yu was embarrassed. He replied that he had saved the girls because he was a good man, and then said that they should move on and find the lake. The guys reached the right place. Yuan realized that it was exactly what they were looking for. After Chao Yu destroyed the altar, the lake released the souls. Chao Yu started to take off his clothes on his body. There was a tattoo that appeared on his body after destroying the demon. Yu wanted to get rid of the spell. Qingshu froze with embarrassment. Yuan pointed her sword at the necromancer and asked why he was undressing. The girl was also embarrassed that Xiao Yu was naked. Xiao Yu explained that there was a spell on him, and he had to dip himself in the lake to make it go away. As proof, he lifted his shirt and showed his tattoo. Yuan understood Yu's actions, but before the explanation, she thought the guy was gripped by crazy feeling. Xiao Yu jumped into the water and dove deep. The girls remained standing on the shore. Kang Shui suggested Yuan to enter the lake too to get rid of any curses they might have gotten in the forest. Xiao Yu was enjoying the lake. The tattoos on his body were erased, which meant the curse was removed, but the lake did not get rid of Tangang's poison. The guy touched his neck and realized that it was really because he felt good. He decided that he would deal with it later. The girls completely undressed and also took a dip in the lake following Xiao Yu's example. Kang Shui said that they would never have passed the test if not for the determination of the necromancer. Yuan suspected that Xiao Yu was not so positive. While enjoying the lake, Qian Shui and Yuan bumped into Xiao Yu. The girl was holding onto the water on a log, and Yu bumped his back against it. Yuan shouted that Xiao Yu is not as good as he seems, and Qianshu hurried to cover her intimate parts from unnecessary eyes. After a while, the three of them went ashore and put their costumes back on. Kang Shui asked Yuan and Xiao Yu to leave her their contacts to contact them. The girls teleported to the real world. The system warned Xiao Yu that the universe had more tasks to do. If they were not completed, the experience would not be gained. Xiao Yu decided that he would not perform the additional tests. He reasoned that he was not strong enough for this world, but he wanted to come back here later. And so the necromancer arrived at Rector Ji Pingyan's office again after his assignment. The rector was happy to see Xiao Yu and didn't expect him to return from the dungeon. Ji Pingyan looked at the student and realized that he was talented. He didn't think that Xiao Yu would be able to handle the dungeon because his level was low. The rector told Xiao Yu that he was delighted that he had arrived unharmed. And then the man asked about the amulet he had given to the boy before starting the task. Xiao Yu handed the pendant to the rector and said that without it, he would have failed in the test. After a happy Ji Pingyan and Xiao Yu beat each other's fists. The rector joked that Xiao Yu wanted to take the item for himself, but Xiao Yu joked with the rector. Xiao Yu asked what the 5+ skill was. Ji Pingyan said that it is an increase in strength, and a rank item can make the wearer more powerful and give him more strength. Xiao Yu understood what the necromancer rector was talking about, and thought that this was the reason why his spear had gained extra strength. Ji Pingyan asked Xiao Yu about the curse. The necromancer said that he was in the lake and it no longer threatened him. The rector was happy for Xiao Yu and said goodbye to him as he had a lot of things to do. Xiao Yu thanked the rector once again and left the office. Xiao Yu walked out of the academy and met the eyes of a stranger. The stranger called out to Xiao Yu. The necromancer asked how he knew him. The guy introduced himself. His name was Lun Xiang from Sucheng, and he said that he was at the entrance exam with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu remembered Lun Xiang. This guy was the leader of the entrance exam. Yu had seen him on TV. Lun Xiang shook Xiao Yu's hand and said that if the necromancer needed help, he could contact him and offered to keep in touch. They exchanged phone numbers and Lun Xiang left. Xiao Yu liked that the guy was very kind and friendly. But when the two boys left, Lun Xiang's face showed bad intentions and dislike for the young student. In the evening, Xiao Yu lay in bed before going to sleep, thinking that the curse had passed and he had defeated it. Otherwise, things might not have been very good. The boy decided to rest. He closed his eyes and fell asleep in his bed. The next day, Xiao Yu came to the academy to meet his friends, but a teacher came and called out to him. Teacher Zhang asked Xiao Yu why he went to the Faculty of Physical Strength, since he was a necromancer by class. Xiao Yu replied that a mage must also be physically tough to stand up for himself. Zhang was indignant and said that the students' classes are selected based on their class, so Xiao Yu's magical strength rather than physical strength should be developed. Yu began to argue with the teacher and argued that he wanted to be able to defend himself while he was low level. The teacher had no arguments left and handed Xiao Yu the student card. Xiao Yu distributed the cards to his friends. Yang Xiangdi asked the teacher what they were for. Zhang explained that the card serves as payment for different items, such as weapons, equipment, food points can be saved up. Ma Fei asked if he could buy university glasses with 1,000,000 points. Zhang said it was unacceptable because students get points for doing well in their studies. Ma Fei was shocked and realized that his parents' money would not help him in his studies, and he would have to work for the points himself. The conversation with the teacher was interrupted by the voice of another teacher who called the second group together. Xiao Yu said goodbye to Zhang and went to his own. While teacher Zhang was talking to the boys, an unknown man was watching them. His name was Shen Jianshu. He was a necromancer professor, a gray-haired man in a dark robe. As Qiao Yu walked towards his group, he had the feeling that someone was watching him intently. When Qiao Yu arrived at his group, the new teacher introduced himself. His name was Wan Li Hao. He taught physical training, and his level was 35. He looked angrily at the students and said that there was no place for weaklings here, and if anyone wanted to relax, they would not be able to. The teacher said that the first test was waiting for the students. Whoever did not last 5 minutes in the ring would be expelled from the physical training group. One of the students asked what other consequences there would be if the test was not passed. Wan Lihao replied that he would expel such a student not only from the group, but also from the university. The teacher released his pressure on the students, which was so powerful that they could hardly stand on their feet. One of the students asked why the test was so difficult and the pressure on them unbearable. He doubted that he could stand 5 minutes. One of the students supported his friends and said to hold on by all means. Even though the teacher was strong, they would be able to cope a little longer and they would win. Wan Lihao watched the behavior of the students. He appreciated the guy who was the leader among the others. The guy's name was Lin Lan. He had a powerful body and ordered them all to unite and fight back. Lin Lan continued his speech. He wanted no one to be expelled. He suggested that we split into teams to defeat the teacher. None of the guys were against Lin Lan's suggestion, and then the guy announced that they had to start their plan. All the guys started looking for teammates. They approached each other and invited to join their group. Almost everyone agreed to participate in the teams, but Qiao Yu stayed away from everyone. Lin Lan approached the necromancer. He knew him by name and invited him to be on his team, to which Qiao Yu agreed. Lin Lan asked Qiao Yu what level he was at now. The guy was confused that Qiao Yu was skinny, and it was strange that he chose physical training. Qiao Yu replied that he was not a strong man, but a necromancer. The guys standing next to him heard this and were very surprised. Lin Lan also didn't expect such a turn and looked at Qiao Yu with an amazed look. Ling Lan asked Yu if he had just heard Qiao Yu say that he was indeed a 14th level necromancer. The guys heard this conversation too, and they openly laughed at Qiao Yu. Lin Lan was upset and pressed his hand to his face. He said with a sigh that Qiao Yu was driving him into despair, but the necromancer promised that he would be resilient and strong. The other guys whispered and laughed at Qiao Yu. They were sure that the necromancer was no match for them. Qiao Yu stood in a closed pose and wondered why no one believed him since he was telling the truth. Lin Lan thought of a way to work effectively with Qiao Yu. He offered to cover the necromancer while he reads the spell and summons the undead. Wang Lihao, in a commanding voice, told everyone to be ready for the next test. A group of students replied to the teacher that they were ready to begin the task. Wang Lihao also prepared himself. He clenched his fist and ordered the boys to start the test. Next, the teacher summoned a fire tiger, which gave him reinforcement for physical training in the future. This tiger was ready to attack everyone. The first blow flew at Qiao Yu. The guy didn't understand why he was the first among all. Lin Lan covered Qiao Yu from the furious tiger and told the necromancer to be careful. Then the tiger changed his target and he fell Lin Lan to the ground with all his ferocity. The other guys watched how difficult it was for Lin Lan to deal with the tiger. The guys discussed that the exam was quite difficult. Wan Lihao looked at the powerless guys and decided to teach them a lesson so that they wouldn't be so confident and prepared to show the next move. At this time, Qiao Yu was fighting with a tiger. He picked a good moment and hit the predator in the face with his fist. Qiao Yu realized that he had done a good damage to the tiger with a single blow. The necromancer wondered if the teacher's tiger was so weak. Wan Lihao was amazed at the young man's action and did not understand how a weak novice could do such a thing. It seemed that this only made the teacher angry. He thought it was an accident as the necromancer was strong and sturdy. Wang Lihao then decided to aim another strike at Qiao Yu, which was many times more powerful. Qiao Yu saw the attack coming and couldn't understand why another strike was coming at him. The necromancer put out his hand with his palm clenched into a fist and held back Wan Lihao's attack. The students who were watching were surprised at what was happening because the teacher's strength was extremely high, and here was a necromancer coping with the attack. Lin Lan's face was covered with sweat. He was worried about the necromancer and watched how he skillfully fought against the teacher's attacks. Qiao Yu managed to completely repel the teacher's attacks with his physical strength. Qiao Yu paused for a moment and thought to himself why Wan Lihao had directed 2 strikes at him. Qiao Yu turned to the teacher with a big smile on his face and asked him how he liked the fight, and if he wanted more, they could continue the battle. Lin Lan shouted to Qiao Yu not to provoke the teacher, or it would not lead to anything good. Wang Lihao told Qiao Yu that his strength was at a good level, but to himself the teacher thought that he had no idea how the young necromancer handled him. Wang Lihao was angry at Qiao Yu and planned to make another attack that he thought would be difficult for the guy. Full of confidence, Wan Lihao moved towards Qiao Yu and said that he would now become his patron. The teacher prepared to strike and activated a fist of force that was aimed directly at Qiao Yu. But the necromancer didn't want to give up just like that. He wasn't afraid and also prepared to fight. The teacher and student tried to hit each other at the same time, but their fists closed and the two forces collided at the same place. However, the teacher was stronger than Qiao Yu, and he threw the necromancer back with his punch. The necromancer was badly hurt, covered with abrasions, and slammed into the wall. The other students were horrified by what they saw and realized that Qiao Yu was obviously seriously injured. Apparently, Wan Lihao himself did not expect such consequences. He ordered Lin Lan to take Qiao Yu to the medical center for first aid. The maimed Qiao Yu stood up, his legs shaking, his clothes were torn, and his body was covered in abrasions. Qiao Yu said that the teacher's punch was strong, but he obeyed his rule and survived the fight. The guys were surprised and doubted that Qiao Yu was a necromancer. It seems that Qiao Yu's impulse was unstoppable. He looked at the teacher and challenged him to continue the fight. But then the necromancer made an obscene gesture to the teacher and sent him to hell, after which Qiao Yu fell off his feet again. Qiao Yu's eyes were closed and he almost fainted. Shen Jianshu came running and reprimanded Wan Lihao for unprofessional behavior, but the teacher denied everything. Qiao Yu woke up in the hospital room. Wan Lihao was standing next to him and was glad that the guy came to his senses. Qiao Yu saw the teacher and tensed up. Wan Lihao noticed it and hurried to calm the guy down. He promised that he would protect him and be his protector from now on. Shen Jianshu looked out from behind the curtain and heard the conversation between the teacher and Qiao Yu. Professor Necromancer continued to scold Wan Lihao, to which the teacher replied that Qiao Yu was now his disciple since he had passed the test. Wang Lihao also said that regardless of his class, everyone should be physically tough. Shen Jianshu asked Qiao Yu why he needed physical training as he was a necromancer, to which the guy replied that he thought it was the right direction. But Shen Jianshu thought otherwise. He decided to demonstrate to the guy who is a necromancer and what he is in action. Shen Jianshu opened a portal from which the undead began to appear in a moment right in the hospital room. The professor asked Qiao Yu why he risked his life and health if necromancers can win on the spot, and the undead will do everything for them. Wang Lihao didn't like that Shen Jianshu was luring a capable student to his faculty. Meanwhile, Shen Jianshu continued to prove to Qiao Yu that the necromancer's power should be developed. The professor promised to personally teach the boy all the skills. Qiao Yu would have been happy to learn new skills, but he realized that his spiritual power and will were at zero, and it was unlikely that he would be able to summon the same powerful undead. Qiao Yu, with all due respect to the professor, refused and insisted on staying at the Faculty of Physical Education. Shen Jianshu was saddened by Qiao Yu's decision, and he held out his card so that Yu could always find him. The professor promised that he would accept Qiao Yu anyway. After Shen Jianshu went into the portal that he himself had created to summon the uncleanness and said goodbye to the student. Qiao Yu looked at Shen Jianshu and was surprised that necromancers had such abilities and regretted that he would never become one. Wan Lihao came to Qiao Yu and said that tomorrow he would be waiting for him at the class, because the guy was almost healthy teacher promised an interesting lesson. The next day, the class started in the second physical training class. Wan Lichao stood in front of the students. It was a copy of the rank all the students teleported there. Qiao Yu also came to the class. Wang Lihao began to prepare the students for another teleportation. The teacher gave the students an assignment, and it was as follows. They had to meditate in the forest until sunset. One of the students asked the teacher what was the catch of this assignment. It was easy. Wan Lihao silently took a small stone and threw it to the side. At the same moment, some invisible force cut the stone into small pieces. After that, the disciples realized that there were some spirits dwelling in the forest, and they were dangerous. Wan Lihao asked the disciples not to worry, because while he was with them, they were not in danger. But he noted that he could not protect the disciples from injuries. Then the disciples asked what was the point of the task, to which Wan Lihao replied that they would train their willpower. Wan Lihao continued that there was a second benefit to the task, but the students would find out when they started the task. Lin Lan said that he would be the first to enter the forest, while the other students watched him and wondered what would happen next. As soon as Lin Lan took a few steps, an invisible force began to strike his body with weak but unpleasant blows. But Lin Lan did not stop it, and he clearly decided that he had to complete the task to the end. The guy sat down to meditate while the spirits were beating him. Wan Lihao watched this and concluded that the student's brave teacher was interested in how long he would last. Wan Lihao turned to the other students and invited them into the forest to repeat. His fellow student was the condition that the defense of each should not be less than 100. Qiao Yu asked Wan Lihao what would happen if the defense fell below 100. Wan Lihao replied that if that happened, it would be the death of a disciple very soon. The teacher asked what Qiao Yu's defense was, and the necromancer replied that his defense was at a normal level, even though it was -6 at that moment. Wan Lihao wondered why Qiao Yu's defense was so low since he was able to withstand the first trial and fight with a strong teacher. Qiao Yu replied that the defense had nothing to do with his high health. Wang Lihao asked the disciple how many health units Qiao Yu had. Chao Yu replied that he had more than 4,500 health. Wang Lihao replied that it was too little. The conversation between Wan Lihao and Chao Yu was overheard by Lin Lan, who was surprised that the newcomer had so many health units. Then Chao Yu came to the entrance of the forest and was ready to enter it to fulfill the task from the teacher. The invisible spirits began to damage Chao Yu, taking away only 20 units of health, and the guy decided that he would not need protection here. Chao Yu looked at his fellow students all sitting in the lotus posture and enduring the pain from the blows of the unknown force. Chao Yu decided to take the challenge and also sat in lotus pose for meditation. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The teacher looked at Chao Yu and was worried about him since the necromancer had little defense. The teacher decided to keep an eye on him. In the atmosphere where everyone was concentrating on meditation, a black multi-eyed spider descended from the tree. Wan Lichao saw the insect and rushed to destroy it. All the students were frightened and looked up to see the spider sneaking towards them. Chao Yu studied the characteristics. It was a spider with black nets. It was a simple monster but still posed a danger. Wang Lihao started to fight the spider to protect his students. He hit the insect directly on the head. The blow was quite powerful because Wan Lihao was of high level. Chao Yu looked at his teacher and realized that it was not difficult for him to deal with the spider. The students looked anxiously at the teacher, and then Wan Lihao told them not to worry because he was on their defense. Then the teacher added that the students would have to deal with the spiders on their own, and that would be the end of the ordeal. Chao Yu continued to meditate. He came to the conclusion that it was necessary to take action to avoid being stuck in this training for a long time. A few hours later, some of the students couldn't cope with the painful meditation. They got up and could barely move around in the forest. Chao Yu sat motionless still, withstanding the constant blows. The guy realized that he had little time left as his defense was running out. Suddenly, Chao Yu felt a surge of strength and was covered by a green dome. Chao Yu realized that he was under the effect of Tangong's spell. His body was receiving the energy of the forest and restoring his stats. Chao Yu enjoyed the spell and the positive effects of the forest. In his thoughts, he thanked the girl. Meanwhile, Tangon had discovered the exact location of the necromancer by her spell, and the girl knew his whereabouts, and she wanted to go to him. The remaining stalwart students remained seated in the lotus position and continued to meditate. The guys who had failed the test watched them and marveled at their endurance, but they were especially surprised that the necromancer was as resilient as they were. Wang Lihao also looked at the enduring disciples and praised them for their perseverance. He didn't understand how Chao Yu fought and endured, and thought that Lin Lan was stronger than the necromancer and would endure longer. After a while, Lin Lan crawled on his knees to his teacher and said that he could not cope anymore. Wan Lihao was surprised that Chao Yu did not give up first. The student who was meditating with Chao Yu didn't want to give up because he thought he was better than the necromancer. The other guys were watching the two remaining in meditation. They were betting on who would last longer, and almost no one believed in Chao Yu. After a while, the second disciple gave up and stopped meditating, but Chao Yu remained steadfast. The disciple started to justify himself to Wan Lihao, but he told him that the guy had done the right thing by not putting up with it any longer. The other guys saw Lin Lan give up and wondered why he couldn't pass the test to the end. Wang Lihao only had to wait for Chao Yu to give up and see how tough he could be. Evening came and the forest became dark, but Chao Yu still continued to meditate while receiving the energy of the forest. As darkness fell, Wan Lihao told Chao Yu to stop, because the forest becomes even more dangerous at night. Chao Yu obeyed his teacher and finished his meditation. The necromancer stood in the ground under the influence of the forest energy and noted that he felt good in the forest. Chao Yu checked his characteristics and calculated that he had gained 17 points of defense during the test. The necromancer said in front of everyone that he could have continued the test further, and his fellow students marveled at how this could be. Wan Lihao announced the end of the trial and said that the students could relax and rest. A few days later, Chao Yu was at the university, thinking that the seed Tangang had left in his neck had helped him gain extra defense points. Chao Yu's team from the academy called out to the guy. They were happy to see him again. Zhu Yu suggested that Chao Yu create a guild from the members of their team. The necromancer didn't know the benefits of a guild and asked why it was needed. Zhu Yu explained that if everyone was a member of the guild, they could get into rare copy, and there was a rule that guild members could not execute each other. Chao Yu liked the idea and didn't mind forming a guild. He said that he couldn't do it now because he would be starting class soon. Zhu Yu said that they would wait for Yu after class, and they would submit the application form to join. Chao Yu said goodbye. Ma Fei said that he should be the guild leader, and that this was his ultimatum. Yang Xiangdi said that he was against this option. Meanwhile, Wang Lihao and another teacher were standing near the entrance to the forest portal. The man asked Wan Lihao if the rumors that there was a genius among his students were true. Wang Lihao said that it was highly likely, but the man said that the guy was a necromancer. Meanwhile, Chao Yu was already meditating, and his defense had increased to 500 points. The necromancer realized that this was his best defense score, Suddenly, in the middle of the forest not far from the guy, someone began to teleport after a moment. A mechanical queen appeared. Xiao Yu was surprised by the unexpected encounter and asked her why the queen had come to the forest. The queen replied that Xiao Yu had a lot of energy now, and that was what helped her to enter the world and recreate her body. Xiao Yu realized that this was the effect of the Tangang spell. The necromancer asked the queen what the future plan was. The queen reminded the young man that he had made a promise to adapt to the outside world, and she said Xiao Yu should help her. In a moment, the queen's body illuminated the forest with a bright, dazzling light. She directed the waves of light directly at Xiao Yu. The boy felt sick from the effect, but the queen warned him that it would soon pass. The queen finished the ritual and said that now she could hear and see what Xiao Yu was seeing and read his mind. The necromancer became uncomfortable with this information and realized that he could not hide anything from the queen. Xiao Yu then visualized the queen covered with only one towel standing in the bathroom. The queen immediately saw what Xiao Yu was thinking and said she didn't want to see his thoughts anymore. Xiao Yu was happy that the queen now had no access to his head and advanced further because he had achieved a high defense score. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's team was defending themselves against a huge gang of guys. Zhu Yu was all beaten up and with a broken shield. She asked her attackers why they were doing this to them. It was a guild called Fire. The deputy said that they wanted to increase their honor points, so they attacked the guys. The deputy said that the rookie team was very weak, but they should give back the points they gave to the guys when they formed the guild. Yang Shangdi assumed that it was a group of annihilators, and Ma Fei didn't expect their guild to be attacked so quickly. Yang Shangdi said that he had informed Xiao Yu and the necromancer would soon come to their aid. Ma Fei said that Xiao Yu did surpass him in strength, but was sure that even with Xiao Yu, they wouldn't be able to handle the enemy guild. Ma Fei attacked one of his opponents. The young man was determined. But the enemy was amused by the rookie's defense attempts and asked Ma Fei why he was getting angry and reacting aggressively. Then the deputy of the attacking guild punched Ma Fei in the face with his fist. The injured Zhu Yu saw what the deputy had done to her friend, but she couldn't help him yet. The guild deputy stood with one foot on Ma Fei and asked him if the guy was the head of the rookie guild and the strongest of his team. The other guys from the enemy team laughed at the rookies. They asked why they created the guild if the guys were too weak. Ma Fei endured the physical and mental bullying of the guy getting even angrier. Finally, Xiao Yu arrived. He saw what was happening and moved to the epicenter of events. Xiao Yu was angry that his friends were being abused. He put a brass knuckle on his hand and was ready to defend his team. Yang Shangdai was almost crying from the bullying of the enemies, but he saw Xiao Yu and was happy that their young guild was now protected. The deputy head of the enemy guild turned to Xiao Yu and anticipated the appearance of a new player who would also be hurt and take away points. The deputy saw Xiao Yu getting closer, and the guy noticed him clenching his fist and asked Xiao Yu if he was also involved in close combat. Xiao Yu looked at the deputy with even more anger. He asked him if he wanted to test his strength in battle. Xiao Yu and the deputy were very close to each other, and the enemy was ready to strike the necromancer. The necromancer struck a stunning blow at the deputy before Xiao Yu could be harmed. The blow was so strong that it shattered the stone, but the deputy did not want to give up and wanted to defeat Xiao Yu. He brought his fist close to Xiao Yu's face. The necromancer said that the guy was weak, probably because he was hungry. Xiao Yu mockingly suggested that the deputy order food. The deputy was angry and wanted to wipe Xiao Yu off the face of the earth. The guy thought he hit Xiao Yu very hard, but couldn't get a few health points. And then the deputy decided to strike another blow at Xiao Yu. He activated his most powerful skill. The deputy struck, and for some reason the necromancer, who was always successful in battles, took all the blows. Zhu Yu was worried about the necromancer. She shouted to him to block the blows and dodge. The guys from the enemy guild were sure that Xiao Yu would lose, because the deputy had great strength and could handle the skinny necromancer. The deputy followed up with another series of strikes, but he was unable to break through Xiao Yu's defenses, who steadfastly accepted all attempts to destroy him. Yang Shangdai realized that something had changed, and Xiao Yu had become much more resilient in battle. The opponents didn't understand why their leader couldn't harm Xiao Yu. The head of the guild was watching the battle, sitting behind his team. It was obvious that the deputy was completely exhausted. He stood motionless, thinking about his future actions. Xiao Yu asked him if he had finished showing his strength and if Xiao Yu could take his turn. Xiao Yu stood up in a fighting stance, and his hand was ready to deal damage to the opponent. The deputy gathered his wits and was also ready to attack or at least defend against the blow. The guys from the enemy guild were shouting to the deputy and supporting him. They wanted their team member to take the necromancer's life sooner rather than later. The deputy told Xiao Yu not to be so overconfident because he was just as human and probably had weaknesses. Both young men clashed their fists and held back each other's blows with all their might. Xiao Yu broke through the deputy's blockage and then dealt critical damage to him, knocking him to the ground and breaking his arm. Then Xiao Yu approached the lying deputy. Xiao Yu told him that he had no education because those who have more strength should be treated with respect. The deputy's teammates were ready to attack Chao Yu in a mob to avenge the guild member, but the guild leader urged everyone to stop because he thought they were too weak to fight. Chao Yu guys obeyed their leader. The head of the enemy guild slowly walked towards Chao Yu with a dark red plume around him. Chao Yu looked at him and realized that the guy had at least a medium rank because of the powerful energy coming from him. The head approached Chao Yu and asked if he was the leader of his guild. The name of the guy in the red robe was Juto. Ma Fei objected and said that he was the guild leader because he even came up with the name of the guild. Judo didn't pay attention to this. He told Chao Yu that now there would be a battle between them. His condition was that the loser would give back the honor points. Zhu Yu did not like this arrangement because Juto is older than Chao Yu level. Meanwhile, Ma Fei did not stop and proved that he is the boss. Ruto asked Chao Yu if he accepted the invitation to fight. Chao Yu understood all the conditions offered by Judo and agreed to fight. The clash between the two leaders began. Judo ran up to Chao Yu at high speed and hit him, but the necromancer blocked the blow with his left hand. After the first punch, Chao Yu realized that Juto was really a medium-ranked necromancer and not a beginner. Then Ruto pulled out his weapon, a knife with a rounded blade, and started swinging it at Chao Yu. One of the strokes was critical. Chao Yu's eyes were bleeding, the knife was poisoned with poison, and the necromancer could not see well. While Judo was watching his enemy, Zhu Yu and Chao Yu's guys were shouting that it was unfair to do that to Chao Yu, who had a rookie rank. Judo replied that it doesn't matter what rank there is a battle, and there are two opponents who agreed to fight, so it's fair. Then Judo put away his knife and started to fight hand to hand. He activated his fist of raging wind and hit Chao Yu with all his might on his stomach. Judo hit Chao Yu so hard that the amount of blows threw his body into the air. Yang Shengdi and Zhou Yu felt badly for their friend but couldn't do any. Judo was not enough of being bullied in close combat. He took out his knife again and already swung at Chao Yu to give him a final blow. Chao Yu wrinkled his nose in pain and waited to see what would happen next as Judo slowly brought his knife closer to his face. An unknown teleportation began to appear between the knife and Chao Yu as if in slow motion. Judo stopped for a few seconds, and his attention was drawn to the appearance of the unknown from the pixels of the teleport. No one came out of the teleport completely, but a hand came out and used magic to throw Judo back a few meters. Judo landed and braked his knees to the head of the enemy guild members, ran up to the head of the enemy guild, and asked Judo what happened. An exhausted and bewildered Judo looked up and saw that he was missing half of his health level. The mysterious hand from the teleporter was the help of the mechanical queen. Chao Yu thanked her for helping him and saving his life. Judo realized that it was pointless to fight any further. If Chao Yu's one hit took away half of his health, he declared Chao Yu the winner. Then Judo turned to Chao Yu and heard that an object was being activated, and Chao Yu was preparing it. The necromancer put on the ring. He was not going to stop the fight because he wanted to avenge his friends that Judo had hurt. After Chao Yu rushed towards Judo to get justice. Rudo shouted that he was afraid of the necromancer and asked what he wanted from him. Chao Yu ignored and wouldn't talk to Judo. The necromancer punched the guy in the face. Rudo's body once again flew many meters away and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Judo's co-commanders couldn't believe that their leader couldn't handle the newcomer. They looked at him in surprise. Judo stood up heavily from the ground, all beaten up. He recognized that Chao Yu was still strong, and they were on equal footing. Then Judo's eyes turned bright red, and he realized that he didn't see the necromancer's extra help. Then Judo released red spikes from his mouth that pierced Chao Yu. The poison acted quickly, and Chao Yu's hands shook as he realized how dangerous those spikes were to him. This angered the necromancer, and he quickly ran up to Judo and hit him with his knee on his throat. Judo couldn't block the blow because he was weak, and Chao Yu's next attack was on the same spot with his fist. Judo gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't understand how the newcomer Chao Yu could physically surpass him because he had an average rank. And then Judo activated the Raging Wind Fist again to show Chao Yu his strength. Rudo then released 5 times more spikes from his mouth than he had poisoned Chao Yu in the past. Chao Yu had no choice but to dodge the poison arrows. But Judo was still not calmed down. He became furious and began to unleash even more poisonous spikes. Then the arrows that were aimed at Chao Yu turned into a wall like a torrential rain, and Chao Yu realized that there was no way he could avoid being infected. But Chao Yu figured out how to resist it and started to quickly throw back the arrows with his hands. Meanwhile, Judo was in a frenzy. He activated the inner binding and waited for his spell to work. Then a red aura formed around Chao Yu and black matter surrounded him. Judo said that if Chao Yu touched the matter, he would lose the ability to move and become an easy prey. Judo came closer to Chao Yu and asked him what his thoughts were on the fact that he was a beginner who could fight with his average level. But Chao Yu couldn't move, so Judo patted him on the cheek. He mocked the guy and offered to fight in the current conditions with Chao Yu immobilized. The guys from the enemy guild cheered as they laughed at Chao Yu's low level and thought that the necromancer had believed in himself for nothing. Yang Shangdai and the guys looked at Chao Yu. They couldn't believe that their friend had lost this battle. Judo spoke to the frozen Chao Yu. He recognized that the necromancer was the strongest rookie he knew, but even that didn't save Chao Yu from defeat. But the immobile Chao Yu was able to answer Judo. He asked him if he thought his class was warrior and not another. Judo was surprised that Chao Yu was not a warrior and had a different class, because Juto's spell only worked to immobilize warriors. But Juto didn't believe Chao Yu. He thought he was a warrior because of his high level of defense and close combat skills. And then Judo wanted to get it over with. He swung at Chao Yu, once again anticipating an easy victory. The Fire Guild members giggled at Chao Yu's useless talents, for despite his abilities, he was still weak compared to Juto. Yang Shangdi and Zhou Yu froze. They expected something very bad to happen to you now. Judo's fist was approaching Chao Yu, and the guild leader's face showed that his victory over the newcomer was assured. Chao Yu took control of Rudo's fist and restrained it. Then he asked Rudo why he didn't believe that Chao Yu wasn't a warrior. Judo looked at Chao Yu, not understanding what would happen next and what Chao Yu was talking about. Chao Yu kicked Judo's stomach hard, throwing the enemy upwards. Chao Yu thought that wasn't enough, and the next blow landed on Judo's face. The tormented Judo was puzzled as to how Chao Yu could move because he was wrapped in an inner ligament, and it should have blocked him. Chao Yu replied to Juto that he was not a warrior, and his real class was necromancy. Chao Yu then launched a series of blows on Judo's body, causing critical damage to the guild leader. Judo couldn't believe that a necromancer could be so strong. Chao Yu didn't want to continue talking, and he aimed to strike his opponent again. Chao Yu's last strike on Judo was impressive, and once again threw the guild leader far ahead of him as his teammates ran to his aid. The boys looked at their leader as he lay unconscious. Chao Yu came closer and asked the rest of the guild who would fight next. The guild members, as boys, began to bow down to Chao Yu. They were afraid of him and raised their hands to surrender. The system then congratulated Chao Yu's guild on their victory, and now Fire Guild's honor points were given to the young boys. The two guilds went their separate ways, and the enemy team hobbled off with a broken leader. Chao Yu asked his guys if they were doing well. Yang Shangdi said that he was not badly hurt. His abrasions would heal quickly, but Zhu Yu's condition was worse. The girl showed Chao Yu that her human shield was not intact. Some parts of the shield were split and damaged. Chao Yu concluded that he still had a lot of defense points earned in the forest, but to help Zhu Yu, he needed to go through the copy and get the shield. Chao Yu decided to ask the mechanical queen where he could get the shield for Zhu Yu. The queen replied that she knew a place, but the queen was afraid that Chao Yu would not be able to handle the copy because even the dogs there are very strong. Yu was indignant and asked for the name of the copy. Chao Yu then told Zhu Yu not to worry and rely on him. The necromancer was going to sweep the copy to win a new shield. Zhu Yu said she would go along with Chao Yu. The queen gave Chao Yu the idea that two people should go to this dungeon. Chao Yu agreed for Zhu Yu to go along with him. She smiled at the necromancer and was ready to travel. Yang Xiandai listened to their conversation and laughingly said that it was like a romance since they would be just the two of them in the copy at night. Zhu Yu heard this and reprimanded the guy and said that she would deal with him as soon as she returned from the dungeon. Chao Yu and Zhu Yu came to the entrance of the rank D copy. It was a tall door with columns decorated with statues. Zhu Yu was afraid of the dungeon. Chao Yu told the girl not to worry, although he thought to himself that the past copy of the same level was difficult. Chao Yu sent a thought to the queen asking about the copy because it seems like the queen was talking about this particular dog dungeon. Zhu Yu confessed to Chao Yu that she could hinder him in battles because she couldn't be of any use to the necromancer since her shield didn't work. Chao Yu smiled and put his hand on Zhu Yu's head and told her not to despair. Then the necromancer touched the glowing purple ball to move into the copy. The guys moved to the high-complexity dungeon. Hades is the creator of this location after death. Living beings are brought here. Zhu Yu tried to revive Chao Yu, who was unconscious. Chao Yu woke up, he heard Zhu Yu's voice, and realized that they had arrived in the dungeon. The boys looked around and saw a stone hillock without a single tree in front of them. It was quite gloomy. Zhu Yu concluded that they could only get into the dungeon when they died. Chao Yu read the notification from the system. It said that they were in a borderline state between living and being sent to the other world. Zhu Yu said that they were still alive, but were in a place where no longer living beings live. While Zhu Yu was sharing her thoughts, Chao Yu noticed that the girl had a cross around her neck and told her friend not to move. Chao Yu took the cross in his hands. He asked Zhu Yu if she was wearing this piece of jewelry and if she had worn it before. Zhu Yu replied that she didn't wear any jewelry around her neck. She said that the cross had appeared already in the dungeon. Zhu Yu suggested that Chao Yu check the cross on her neck too. Chao Yu found the exact same cross in the form of a pendant. The necromancer suggested that it might help to complete the task. The system announced a task for the boys to come to the gates of hell and the river Acheron, but they must not lose the cross after completing the task. The second one will be revealed to them. Zuyu said that she had previously read about the gates of hell. They moved to a real dungeon, but there was a nuance. If someone goes through the gate, will not return. Xiaoyu said that they had to go and reach the goal and fulfill the task. Zuyu did not know in which direction they should go. The necromancer also had no idea where to go next, but a silhouette of a spirit appeared in front of the guys, and they decided to follow his footsteps. The guys saw that there was a long line of spirits in front of the gate, and Xiaoyu and Zuyu were the last. Sometime later, more spirits appeared behind the guys, and they also stood waiting for their turn. The gates of hell were huge. At the entrance stood 2 guards on top of a dragon's head. At the entrance itself flickered green light. When passing through the gate, spirits disappeared. Zuyu asked Xiaoyu if this entire queue could consist of the souls of dead people. Xiaoyu answered in the affirmative. The boys watched the souls pass through the gates of hell. The Cerberus sitting next to them was a 3-headed man chained to the gates and to the ground. But for some reason, the Cerberus became angry, and all 3 heads became ferocious. It was an epic monster in this world. The Cerberus stands guard at the gate and devours souls that try to pass through the gate. Xiaoyu realized that the queen was talking about this dog. Zuyu reminded Xiaoyu that the terms of the mission were to pass through the gate and destroying the Cerberus was not necessary. Xiaoyu asked Zuyu not to worry because he was always successful in battles. Xiaoyu was sure that the hound was eating a lot of souls and would probably not be interested in them. Suddenly, one of the Cerberus heads opened its mouth and began to swallow Xiaoyu. Zuyu was startled and called out to Xiaoyu, but there was no answer. In the mouth of the second head, a violet-colored glowing blob of energy was formed. Then the hound's head spewed out a lump in its mouth that looked like a liquid. It was a poison that was directed at Zuyu. The girl was infected, and her health was rapidly decreasing. Xiaoyu shouted to the hound to bring Xiaoyu back from her mouth. Suddenly, Zuyu's cross glowed, which meant that the girl had acquired a new skill now that she was immune to Cerberus poison. Zuyu was surprised that she could handle the poison without any problems, and her health would not be affected. Suddenly, the hound started yelling frantically, its head spinning and swaying from side to side. Zuyu decided to watch what would happen next. She assumed that the Cerberus was turning into a berserker. When the Cerberus spewed out Xiaoyu, the hound choked on the necromancer and coughed him up. When Xiaoyu was inside the hound, he put his staff across the monster's throat so the necromancer wouldn't fall down, and it caused the dog to cough. Zuyu was glad that Xiaoyu got out. The necromancer held out his hand to her and ordered her to run straight to the gate while the Cerberus could not see. The hound fell to the ground, and the boys were already climbing the stairs to the gate and were very close. While running away from the Cerberus, Xiaoyu remembered that he had left his weapon in the Cerberus's mouth. He hoped that he would soon get it back during the test. Xiaoyu held Zuyu's hand, and they stopped near the gates of hell and looked around. The Acheron River appeared before them, and the system told them the conditions of the second task. The boys had to cross the river and keep their crosses. Zuyu and Xiaoyu stood on the bank of the river and saw a boat with oars slowly approaching them. As the boat approached, they saw an elderly man in ragged clothes. He greeted the guests and introduced himself. His name was Haran, the boatman of Acheron, and he asked the boys if they wanted to go to the other side of the river. Then Haran said his conditions for transportation on the river he had to pay. Xiaoyu asked how much money he needed. Xiaoyu took the money out of his inside pocket and gave it to the old man. Haran invited the boys to the boat for further transportation on the river. The 3 of them sailed not far from the shore, and the souls who remained on the shore rushed to the boat to jump into it. Haran lamented that these souls were beggars and did not want to pay for his service. The old man shouted to the souls to scram, for they were not worthy to be in the same boat with him. Then Haran paddled even faster to get farther away from the shore. Then Xiaoyu asked the boatman why the souls who had passed the gate could not swim across the Acheron by themselves. Haran was surprised by the necromancer's question and offered to reach overboard to find out the answer to his question. Xiaoyu went to the edge of the boat and slowly stuck out his hand. He saw demonic hands with long claws trying to catch Xiaoyu's hand. Then Xiaoyu and Zuyu saw monsters that looked like humans appearing from the river. These were their hands that surfaced from the depths of the river. Haran explained to the boys that these creatures were former souls who had entered the river in the hope of overcoming it. Haran also told them that these creatures would dwell in the river forever, and that everything that entered the river would be attacked by them and eventually become a monster. Then Haran raised his paddle over Xiaoyu and Zuyu and said that the guys would become the same monsters living in the river. Haran figured out the guys were living people and paid with the modern currency used in the world of the living. The old man swung and hit Xiaoyu on the back with his paddle, and the necromancer lost his balance and began to fall. Zuyu stayed with Haran in the boat. She shouted to Xiaoyu, who flew straight into the river. Xiaoyu fell into the river. He was unpleasant to feel it. It was muddy and chilly. The hands of the drowned souls greedily grabbed Xiaoyu to drag him deep into the river. Zuyu managed to grab Xiaoyu's hand. She was still in the boat. Charon saw that the girl was still in the boat and swung his oar to send her into the Acheron. But as soon as the boatman wanted to hit Zhu Yu, he got resistance and could not realize his plan. Zhu Yu held Chao Yu tightly. The necromancer remembered his ring. He activated it. Chao Yu managed to get out of the river and jumped back into the boat. Zhu Yu ducked, as she didn't expect such a turn. Chao Yu landed and immediately swung at Heron to hit the villain. The old man was kicked and flew to the other side of the boat. Chao Yu looked at Heron and was amazed that the purgatory servant was so weak. The boatman said that Chao Yu would be severely punished because he had harmed him and entered the realm of the dead alive. Chao Yu did not listen to the old man and kicked him out of the boat, sending Heron far away. The boatman landed with his back on the water and began to sink into the river. The sunken souls dragged Heron to the bottom of Acheron, turning him into one of them. Zhu Yu asked Chao Yu if this would be a trouble for them. In the future, Chao Yu was sure that everything was fine and wanted to clean up the dungeon. The boys continued to float in the boat on the river and waited for it to bring them to the other side. The boat hit a rock on the shore. They looked around and saw another boat and 2 men and a girl standing in the distance. Zhu Yu and Chao Yu looked closer and saw that one of the men was the boatman Heron, whom they had thrown overboard earlier. They were both scared and ready to defend themselves. Heron didn't answer them, but the man standing next to him spoke for him, explaining that it was another boatman. He asked the guys if they had really gotten rid of Heron. Chao Yu replied that Heron was a danger to their lives, so they had to do it. Chao Yu thought to himself that this man was of great rank since he was here. The man replied that the boys didn't know the truth and had fallen into Heron's trap, because if they got rid of the boatman, the first circle of hell would be very hard for them. Chao Yu asked what was in store for them in the first circle, and how getting rid of the boatman would affect them, but the man didn't want to answer Chao Yu as they didn't know each other. Then the man noticed a frightened Zhu Yu. He immediately became fond of the girl and said he felt a connection with her. The man asked if Zhu Yu wanted to know the secret of the first circle of hell. He said that this circle is like a court of law that judges the soul for its sins, and since Zhu Yu and Chao Yu had dealt with Karen, they would be condemned and sent straight to hell. Then the man added that if Zhu Yu would stick to him, nothing would happen to her and Chao Yu since he was already in that dungeon. Zhu Yu asked the man why he had been here several times, because the prizes can only be taken after the first sweep. The man introduced himself. His name was Wang Defu, and he accompanies the players on the copy. Chao Yu thought that Wang Defu was getting paid for his strange work. The necromancer looked at the woman standing behind him and thought that it was his client. Wang Dafu introduced the girl as his client and asked Zhu Yu if she wanted to follow him. The customer asked Wang Dafu why he was so welcoming to strangers, since she was paying him money to help her through the dungeon. Wang Dafu shouted at the girl. He said that being nice is not his duty, and if she is not satisfied, he can return the money, but she will be without help. Then the customer said that they should go on together. Wang Dafu said goodbye to Zhu Yu and said that the offer was still valid. Zhu Yu didn't know what to do next. Chao Yu suggested she follow Wang Dafu and his client. All 4 of them arrived at the building of the first circle of hell, where the trials for the sins of the departed souls were held. Wang Dafu asked if they liked this place. He explained that it was the court of the underworld. Everyone went to the door. Wang Dafu warned them to be silent and not say anything when they entered. Wang Dafu opened the door to the hall, and everyone saw a man sitting on the throne. Zhu Yu looked at the person sitting on the throne and was quietly surprised to say a word out loud. The judge struck the judgment gavel and ordered everyone to shut their mouths. He introduced himself. His name was Yin Yu. He was the judge of the first circle of hell, and instead of a head, he had an iron compact and was dressed like a king. Yin Yu picked up a book and announced that the court session was open to discuss the sins of the people who had arrived. Wang Dafu told everyone to watch his actions and repeat. Wang Dafu bowed before the judge, said his name, and said he had never sinned in his life, and asked Yin Yu to see if he was lying. Yin Yu opened the book, and its pages turned very quickly. The purple rays from the judge's book illuminated Wang Dafu as if scanning him. Wang Dafu had a stone in his hands that he had been holding since the beginning of the trial. The man clutched it tightly in his palm. Yin Yu announced that Wang Dafu had committed no sins and had no marginal life, and the judge found him innocent. Yin Yu said that he could come up next. Wang Dafu turned around and went to the guys he gave the stone to his client, and instructed her to declare herself innocent as well. The court performed the same procedure on the girl and found her innocent. Wang Dafu said that the stone had one use left. He turned to Zhu Yu and suggested that she use the attempt, but then she must go with him. Zhu Yu looked confused and replied that she didn't need the guide's help. Yin Yu announced that he could go up next. Chao Yu turned to the judge and said that he wanted to be an honest and kind person. Wang Dafu laughed at Chao Yu's speech. In court, he said that reprisal against the boatman equaled banishment to hell. Yin Yu opened a book and began to study the necromancer's life. The judge was horrified because Chao Yu had committed many sins in his short life. Yin Yu began to list Chao Yu's sins, and the first one was disrespecting what was left of the people who had passed away. The second sin the judge had put on the hologram was ignorance towards peaceful life. The third sin concerned the bloodthirsty treatment of animals. The fourth sin was the desecration of lifeless bodies. Wang Dafu stood behind Chao Yu and thought about how the guy had sinned and treated his life monstrously. Finally, Yin Yu declared the fifth sin was Chao Yu destroying the hellhound's head and throwing the boatman into the river. The judge continued that hell was the most suitable place for Chao Yu. He pointed his finger at the guy and sentenced him to the seventh circle of hell. Chao Yu was surrounded by a bloody stream. Yin Yu said that now the guy will suffer forever in boiled blood. Under Chao Yu's feet appeared skulls and skeletons that wanted to take him from fear. Chao Yu even jumped. Yin Yu stood up from the throne and called Chao Yu to fall into hell for his sins. Bloody Stream was to cleanse the necromancer of all his deeds. Suddenly, the judge was illuminated by a red light. Chao Yu activated his ring. Chao Yu broke free from the stream that sucked him into hell and rushed towards Yin Yu. Chao Yu prepared his fist to strike. The necromancer was angry at the judge. He thought he was incompetent and decided to add another sin was destroying Yin Yu. Chao Yu reached the judge and hit him on his helmet. Standing, Yin Yu flew into the wall of the courtroom from the brutal blow. Wang Dafu exclaimed that Chao Yu is a scoundrel and a lunatic because only such a person could attempt to kill Yin Yu. But then Wang Dafu realized that Yu did it because he had sinned a lot in his life, and attacking the judge was in his repertoire. Yin Yu got up from the floor and told Chao Yu that in ages, no one had the courage to hit the judge and try to get rid of him. The judge summoned his battle-glowing staff and moved towards Yu. Shaking the air, Yin Yu loudly sentenced Chao Yu to eternal hell and hard labor. A fight broke out between Chao Yu and the judge. Yin Yu struck the necromancer with his staff so hard that the floor of the hall was partially destroyed. Chao Yu dodged and jumped back to a safe distance. Yin Yu told the guy that he stole his speed points. Chao Yu glared at the judge and replied that his speed and agility were beneficial. Yin Yu rose up to the ceiling of the courtroom and was ready to attack Chao Yu. With a rumble and the floor shattering, the judge channeled his strength from the ceiling height. Chao Yu had a lot of luck, and the necromancer once again bounced away from the judge's strike to the side. Wang Dafu said that Chao Yu was not alive and would soon suffer. His client was horrified and asked why this should happen since Chao Yu had escaped from the attack. Chao Yu survived the attack, but the shockwave hurt his body, and he remembered that he had earned 500 points of defense. Chao Yu was contacted by the queen who warned him that Yin Yu had an armor-resistant weapon. Chao Yu asked if the queen could help him. The queen replied that she couldn't help in this universe, or her image would be erased from the face of all universes. The queen then offered Chao Yu to teach him a skill that would help him in the future. Since Chao Yu's will was 0, he couldn't use the skills he had. But this queen replied that inside Chao Yu is her heart, which will help in this matter. An enraged Yin Yu called on Chao Yu to redeem himself to him. The judge summoned magic power and prepared his staff to attack again. Yin Yu said he would personally move the necromancer to hell. Chao Yu was severely squeezed by the force that Yin Yu judge released into the attack. Wang Dafu's client yelled at the guide. She urged him to help Chao Yu, or else the judge would punish them too. Wang Dafu said to wait for now and only then do something. Yin Yu approached Chao Yu and the necromancer was ready to attack. The guy had overcome the magical power of the judge. Zhu Yu was alarmed by what was happening and wanted Chao Yu to stay alive. Wang Dafu saw that Chao Yu was the first to strike. He was surprised how an ordinary person had so many trump cards up his sleeve. The battle between Chao Yu and Yin Yu continued with no one giving up their position. Wang Dafu realized that he had to help and separate Chao Yu and the referee, so the guide had to intervene. But then Wang Dafu froze and watched what was going on after seeing that he stopped and put aside his idea to help Chao Yu. Meanwhile, Yin Yu stabbed his staff into the necromancer's chest. Chao Yu tried not to let the staff penetrate his chest. But then Chao Yu repelled Yin Yu's attack with his own weapon, and the judge flew away from his opponent. Yin Yu was lying unconscious in a pile of stones. Clouds of dust enveloped him, and the scene of destruction. Wang Dafu wondered why the necromancer had become much stronger towards the end of the fight. The queen asked Chao Yu if he liked the skills she taught. Chao Yu replied that the skill was good, but he was physically exhausted. Chao Yu had a lot of pain in his chest where he was wounded by the judge. The system announced that Chao Yu now has the queen's wrath, which turns him into berserk mode. But there could be unknown side effects from being in this mode for a long time. Even so, Qiao Yu liked the new skill. Yin Yu woke up and was surprised that Qiao Yu was capable of such a thing. The system warned that the judge had the coldest heart in the universe. Yin Yu pulled out his spear from his chest, which Qiao Yu had stuck in his chest. The judge didn't understand how a person with low strength could wound him. But the judge had something else in his arsenal. Yin Yu activated his 8-pointed halberd. Qiao Yu, meanwhile, picked up the mechanical knuckles, and the two opponents ran at each other. When the judge was at a distance to reach Qiao Yu with his staff, he attacked Qiao Yu to hold back Yin Yu's onslaught. The judge activated the spell power to the maximum, and Qiao Yu could barely stand on his feet and held back the attack. Zhu Yu regretted that she could not help her friend because she had a tank classification and could take some of the damage on her shield, but not this time. Qiao Yu's knuckles continued to resist the magical power of the judge. Yin Yu then announced Qiao Yu's harsh sentence of taking the necromancer's life. Zhu Yu quickly ran to her friend, hoping to do something to help in the battle. A puff of dust rose in the hall as Qiao Yu lay unconscious, his mechanical knuckles broken as the judge stood over his defeated opponent. Zhu Yu stopped running. She cried bitterly and felt guilty because she was the reason they had come here. Yin Yu saw the other people in the hall and said that he would deal with them now. Qiao Yu shouted at the judge and accused him of breaking his knuckles, and now the necromancer was ready to destroy the judge to get the artifacts from him. Qiao Yu got up again and was ready for another run because the necromancer's berserk mode had activated. Yin Yu called Qiao Yu ignorant and doubted that the necromancer had the power to change anything. The judge charged his spear and prepared for another battle. Qiao Yu stood confidently at a distance from him. Yin Yu tried to pierce Qiao Yu with his spear again, but the necromancer held the judge's weapon with one hand and prepared to deal damage with the other. After Qiao Yu hit the judge, there was a powerful explosion, and the whole hall was covered with a bright purple light. Then Qiao Yu once again rushed past the judge and struck a blow that severely crippled him. Wang Dafu and his client looked at what was happening, and the man was glad that he didn't get into a fight with Qiao Yu back then. Yin Yu looked at his body and saw that Yu had stripped him of a third of his appearance. The judge was offended that he would soon disappear at the fault of the sinner. The system announced that Qiao Yu had defeated the judge, and for this, the necromancer received 26 extra points. Qiao Yu exhaled as he landed close to the people watching him. Wang Dafu and Zhu Yu approached Qiao Yu. The guide recognized the guy's strength and fighting spirit. Wang Dafu then noticed that Qiao Yu was badly injured and started to heal him. He went to the soul core that was left after the judge's death. Qiao Yu caught Wang Dafu's shoulder with the bullet he sent at him, and the guide turned around and didn't understand why the necromancer did that. Qiao Yu threatened Wang Dafu not to dare approach the soul core or else he would be in trouble. It seems that Wang Dafu wanted to steal the soul core. The guide said he wanted to cure Qiao Yu, but if he didn't like it, the necromancer could take the soul core himself. The bullet Qiao Yu fired at the guide tore his shirt, and from underneath it was a tattoo with a symbol familiar to Qiao Yu. It was the tattoo of the Baiji organization. Qiao Yu wondered why Wang Dafu had this mark on his body. Qiao Yu looked at Wang Dafu and pondered why the tattoo on his body, how he was related to Baiji, and whether he was here on purpose or it was just a coincidence. Qiao Yu continued to stare at the man and realized that Zhu Yu, he had taken a copy with him in the last minutes of teleporting there. Qiao Yu thought Wang Dafu was a spy. Zhu Yu asked Qiao Yu how he felt. The necromancer replied that he was fine, and he was just pondering what prizes he would get from the core. Qiao Yu walked over to the soul core and took it in his hand. After a moment, an equipment enhancement stone fell out. It was a disposable item. The necromancer wasn't happy with this item because he didn't understand how to use it. He expected a shield to fall out, which is what they came to this dungeon for. The system announced to all four of them that there was a new task. Wang Dafu asked them to move on. Everyone familiarized themselves with the new instructions. The assignment was to go through hell and come to the Temple of Hades, but the cross must remain intact. Wang Dafu and his client walked ahead of them. The guide said that the circle of gluttony was in front of them. The guide further explained that this is where those who were gluttonous in life go, and warned that a Cerberus guards this circle. Zhu Yu asked why there was a hellhound here too, as it was in front of the entrance to the gates of hell. Wang Dafu replied that at the gate it performs work duties, and here it lives. Also, the guide added that the main thing is not to wake up the Cerberus and pass quietly. Qiao Yu noticed something up above. He looked up to get a better look. 3 pairs of red, ominous eyes could be seen in the cloudy maroon sky. Wang Dafu shouted that he should hurry, for these eyes signaled that the hound had awakened. As the Cerberus descended from the sky, he saw the intruders at home and was furious. The whole group ran as fast as they could while the hound was almost close to its prey. Wang Dafu said that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing since he had passed this location many times, and the hound had always been indifferent to the living. Qiao Yu began to guess why the Cerberus reacted this way, because before the gate to hell, he had deprived the Cerberus of 1 head out of 3. Wang Dafu didn't know about this event. He said Qiao Yu was sick in the head, and at the moment of escape, Qiao Yu stopped. He ordered Zhu Yu to keep running. The girl asked why he was standing still. Xiao Yu looked at the Cerberus and answered Zhu Yu that he forgot something in the hound at their last meeting. Without stopping, Zhu Yu replied that she would wait for Xiao Yu ahead. The Cerberus spotted the necromancer's target and ran even faster, letting out a fierce roar. Xiao Yu ducked down and activated his battle state and enhancement stats. The necromancer looked straight into the eyes of the Cerberus and was ready to take his own and fight the monster. The hound approached Xiao Yu and immediately received a blow from Xiao Yu that took away 412 health points. Xiao Yu managed to deal about 150,000 points of damage to the hound. The hound realized the need for a mutual attack and prepared a green clot of poison in its mouth. Xiao Yu looked at the dog and didn't understand how it was still standing on its feet and trying to defend itself. The hound spewed out the poison that hit Xiao Yu. With every second, the substance was taking away the necromancer's health points. Xiao Yu got to his feet after being doused with the poison. He gathered his strength and became even angrier as he knew he could defeat the Cerberus. The hound stopped and stared at Xiao Yu, making frightening noises. Then Xiao Yu took a chain. There were many of them in this circle of hell. The necromancer wanted to attack the Cerberus with chains. Xiao Yu threw the chain on the hound and wrapped it several times, and then, holding the other end of the chain, ran forward. After running the distance, Xiao Yu tightened the chain to block the Cerberus. But several links of the chain were caught in the jaws of one of the hound's heads, and with all his strength, the Cerberus pulled the fleeing Xiao Yu towards him, throwing him upwards. Xiao Yu assessed the situation and didn't understand what the hound was planning to do to him. The hound had a cruel plan and began to twist the chain in all directions. Xiao Yu held on to the end of the chain and his body broke through the columns. Xiao Yu grouped himself and gripped the chains tightly with both hands. He was ready to punish the Cerberus. The necromancer abruptly pulled the chain, thus bringing the Cerberus closer to him. Xiao Yu gathered all his strength in his fist and punched one of the monster's heads in the nose. The impact made the Cerberus's face fly upwards, giving Xiao Yu time to tighten the chains even more. But the hound was only angered by this blow and howled in anger. Then the hound started to run fast where Xiao Yu was holding on to the other end of the chain. The necromancer landed on the hound holding on to the chain link. He was terrified of the dog's behavior. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu Wang Dafu and his client arrived at a safe place. According to the guide, they had climbed a high mountain. Wang Dafu told Zhu Yu not to worry and suggested that Xiao Yu had been eaten by a dog. Then he suggested that the girl should be a shoulder to cry on. After that, Wang Dafu started laughing, but Zhu Yu told him to shut up. A huge silhouette could be seen in the distance running towards them. Zhu Yu looked closer and saw that Xiao Yu, who was riding a Cerberus, was approaching them. The hound had almost caught up with the group, and all three of them were in a daze and didn't know what to do. As soon as the Cerberus was near, it jumped over the client guide, and Wang Dafu rushed forward. Wang Dafu didn't understand such a maneuver. Zhu Yu shouted to Xiao Yu and asked about his condition. Xiao Yu replied that he was fine and joked that he was walking his dog. Then the hound jumped over the hills. Wang Dafu said that it was delivering Xiao Yu to the 7th circle of hell. The enraged dog landed heavily and with a clatter on the rocks. Xiao Yu saw a huge gate in front of him. The young man did not realize where the hound had brought him. At the entrance of the gate, a square of red light lit up, and the hound stood over it. Xiao Yu lost his balance and began to fall with the hound. In flight, Xiao Yu was hit by a Cerberus that spewed power from its mouth. Xiao Yu landed and shattered the floor beneath him with his body. It shattered into rocks. The necromancer opened his eyes and looked at the hound. He realized that it had its own secret techniques that it had never used before. The Cerberus opened its mouth on Xiao Yu and growled at the necromancer. In the hound's throat, Xiao Yu saw his blade that he had left inside last time. Then Xiao Yu decided to act while he had the chance, and he jumped right into the dog's mouth. And very soon, the Cerberus began to scream in pain as cuts appeared inside his body. Xiao Yu did it with his blade. He jumped out of the Cerberus, holding his forgotten weapon in his hand. Xiao Yu shouted to the Cerberus that if he couldn't eat it the first time, he wouldn't be able to eat it the second time. The necromancer wished that the dog would disappear. The body of the Cerberus fell to the ground. The dog wheezed and suffered in pain. Xiao Yu thought that the Cerberus was finished, but the system did not send a victory message. The young man noticed that in the past, only one head was hit, and the message was. But suddenly the Cerberus got up from the ground and jumped high, and all three heads screamed. Xiao Yu realized that he had to destroy the three heads at once to make it count as a victory. Xiao Yu realized that he had to act quickly and began to chaotically strike the Cerberus with his blade. The necromancer managed to detach one head from the dog's body with his weapon. At this time, Zhu Yu Wang Dafu and his client covered himself from the wind guide was surprised that Xiao Yu managed to defeat such a bully. Wang Dafu realized that his bosses from Baiji were hunting Xiao Yu for a reason, because he was as strong as possible. Xiao Yu watched as one of the dog's heads broke off and flew upwards. The necromancer realized that he had to detach the remaining heads as quickly as possible, as they might grow back. Xiao Yu jumped up and was near the second head, then he used his blade to remove it. It was easy for the necromancer to do this, and he was glad that there was only one last head left to get rid of. Xiao Yu jumped again to finish off the monster and was approaching its face. The system congratulated him for defeating the Cerberus and gave Xiao Yu points, after which his level increased. Xiao Yu's blade absorbed additional energy and improved. The necromancer's weapon was now higher in rank, and its characteristics had improved. Xiao Yu looked at the upgraded blade and was surprised that it could be upgraded and raised in rank. Zhao Yu rushed over to Xiao Yu like the rest of the girl was worried and asked about Xiao Yu's well-being. Xiao Yu smiled and replied that everything was fine, and said that it was not difficult to deal with the Cerberus. Wang Dafu could not believe his eyes that the hound had lost its life. Then Xiao Yu touched the core that fell to him after the victory. Zhu Yu watched the mysterious ball. Xiao Yu got a recovery pill that increases all stats by 100 for a while, but there is a side effect of a drop in intelligence. Xiao Yu liked the reward. Wang Dafu asked why he was smiling, and if it was a good item. The necromancer lied that he had gotten useless trash because he thought the guide was a spy. Zhu Yu took Xiao Yu aside and whispered that she wanted to tell him some important information. The girl said that she had talked to Wang Dafu, and he said that he had never seen the crosses that the dungeon players were wearing. Xiao Yu realized that the two of them were the only ones who got the crosses, and he didn't understand what it could mean. Xiao Yu and Zhu Yu's crosses rose up and lit up. The system congratulated the guys for completing the task and warned them that a major test awaited them. A bright light came down from above, and the system said that they should take the crosses to the Hades temple to destroy the entire dungeon and run away after completing the task. Wang Dafu also saw a bright light shining from the sky on Xiao Yu, and Zhu Yu Guide had never seen such a thing in the dungeon, and realized that the guys were up to something. Xiao Yu asked Wang Dafu what his last task was in this copy, because he must know since he had been to the location many times. Wang Dafu replied that it was to enter the Hades temple, and that was enough to clear the dungeon. Xiao Yu thought for a moment, as the main task was different from what the guide had said. Apparently, Xiao Yu and Zhu Yu had reversed the course of events, and the task had changed. Wang Dafu's client hurried everyone up. She was disgusted to be here and wanted to finish the task as soon as possible. Wang Dafu agreed and led the group to the Hades temple he had been in earlier. At last, they reached the temple. The moon was shining in the sky, and night had fallen. Wang Dafu tried to open the door of the temple, but it was locked. The guide pushed the door once more with effort. He thought it was strange because he had always opened it without any problem. Zhu Yu looked around, and next to the door on the wall, she saw 2 notches for crosses and showed it to the necromancer. Wang Dafu said he hadn't seen these holes before. Xiao Yu and Zhu Yu took their crosses in their hands to insert them. The crosses fit perfectly, and the big doors opened easily. The guys looked inside the temple. The atmosphere was oppressive. Xiao Yu closed his eyes, and an eerie image came into his mind. There were bones and skulls all around, and some of them were stacked in a big mountain, and on the mountain stood a silhouette. The image of the silhouette was similar to a human. He had red devilish eyes, a terrible smile, and was wearing a red long robe. Abruptly, Xiao Yu's lead was interrupted in the temple. The guys saw a crypt and a breathless man lying in it. Xiao Yu assumed that it was the same unknown person he had just seen in his head. He thought it was his last moments of life. Zhu Yu noticed that Xiao Yu was anxious and asked if everything was all right. Xiao Yu asked if she had seen anything special, but the girl said no. Xiao Yu realized that the strange vision was only in his mind. Wang Dafu said that he didn't understand what was happening. He had been here many times, and the crypt was always empty, but now someone had appeared here. Xiao Yu was at the sarcophagus. Looking closer, he noticed the unknown person's face smiled wickedly and opened his eyes and had a third eye on his forehead. Xiao Yu was very scared and realized that the body was going to be resurrected. A white light illuminated the sarcophagus, and the ghost rose up and flew out of it, heading towards Xiao Yu. Then the ghost passed through Xiao Yu and flew onward. The system announced that the necromancer had received the Hades seed. Xiao Yu staggered a bit from this penetration, and the system explained that the Hades seed temporarily had no effects, and it was a disposable item. Xiao Yu turned around and thought to himself that an item of this level he could use without any problems. Then the guy was called by name. It was Zhu Yu, who looked at the necromancer with horror and repeated his name several times. Xiao Yu lost his memory for a while. Zhu Yu explained to him that when Xiao Yu approached the sarcophagus, he froze in place. Everyone tried to call out to him, but he didn't respond. The necromancer realized that he was the only one who saw the vision both the first and the second time, and that it was probably created for him by someone who cared. Then the whole squad noticed that the sarcophagus was empty, and the system indicated that if he lay in it, he would not be able to move. but the decomposition of the body would not threaten. Wang Dafu believed that the crypt belonged to Hades. The guide said that according to legend, from a fake dungeon one can get to the real dungeon, and it is truly gloomy. Xiao Yu didn't understand why to go and risk. Wang Dafu replied that there were Hades treasures in the dungeon. Xiao Yu thought about the connection of the Hades seed that he received between the inheritance that was stored in the real dungeon. Then Wang Dafu urged everyone to look at the sarcophagus on its wall, had the same cross holes as the temple entrance. Then Xiao Yu and Zhu Yu put their crosses in the holes, and the crosses shone. Then the temple began to shake like a sudden earthquake. And then the system congratulated the guys that they had completed the main task and warned them to run away because the temple would collapse any minute. Zhu Yu received her new shield. Xiao Yu was happy for the girl and said that they should leave quickly. Wang Dafu yelled at the guys. He didn't understand what was going on and blamed Yu and Zhu Yu for destroying the temple. Wang Dafu added that they had ruined his business and said that Xiao Yu and Zhu Yu would not just run away. Xiao Yu suggested that they should settle things when they get out of here, because if they stayed here any longer, they would all go to the next world. But Wang Dafu was angry. He saw no point in leaving because his source of income was ruined. His client said he could do what he wanted, but she was leaving. Wang Dafu heard the client and kicked her with all his fury, and the girl flew into the wall. Xiao Yu asked Wang Dafu the reason why he didn't stop them. The guide said that he had no other reason other than the copy. But Xiao Yu didn't believe in the guide's honesty. And then Wang Dafu asked the necromancer what he suspected him of. Xiao Yu told Wang Dafu that the guide was working for the Baiji criminal organization. Wang Dafu confirmed this and said that Xiao Yu was smart, and that's why his bosses were looking for him. The guide asked how Xiao Yu had guessed this. Xiao Yu told the truth that while he was going through the test, he saw Wang Dafu's shoulder tattooed with Baiji symbol. Wang Dafu was silent and had nothing to say. Xiao Yu threw the crosses at his feet and asked the guide if it was true that the crosses were also tattooed by the Baiji organization. Wang Dafu smiled evilly and confirmed it. He said that Xiao Yu was smart and said that no one could escape from the destruction of the copy now. Xiao Yu wanted to ask Wang Dafu one last question. He wondered why the guide didn't just catch him and why he had to go to the final test. Then Wang Dafu said that when the pseudo-dungeon was destroyed, it was impossible to trace the person and his whereabouts. The guide concluded that if he just kidnapped him, the rector would go looking for him, but if the replica collapsed, Xiao Yu would never be found. And now, Xiao Yu had all the cards revealed to him. He said that Wang Dafu was too weak to kidnap him. Wang Dafu chuckled and told Xiao Yu he was free to think whatever he wanted. Wang Dafu then attacked Xiao Yu and hit him, taking away almost 200 health points at a time. Xiao Yu thought that Wang Dafu was fast enough, since even his ring couldn't track the guide's movements. Then the necromancer didn't see Wang Dafu. He asked where the next strike was and if he was scared. At this time, the man approached Xiao Yu from the back. Zhu Yu noticed this nasty trick. She ran up to Xiao Yu and covered him with her new shield from the attack. The shield was pulled back by Wang Dafu, and the guide saw that he was a rank A. Wang Dafu then said that the guys are lucky they managed to pass the difficult copy and get a high-ranked weapon, but soon all the rewards will be his. Zhu Yu replied to the guide that all his blows would be turned against him. The girl was determined to help Xiao Yu and no longer hide behind his back. After Zhu Yu pushed Wang Dafu, he flew back a few meters and braked his feet. Xiao Yu was amazed by the girl's strength. He didn't think that such a fragile creature could make a powerful attack. Zhu Yu told the guide to get up and keep fighting. Wang Dafu laughed evilly, activating his sword. He thought that the guys were poor beginners who couldn't handle him. Wang Dafu then prepared to fight with a long saber in his hand, while maroon smoke swirled around him. Wang Dafu moved lightning fast towards Zhu Yu. He thought that the girl would not block him, but she put up her shield in time. Zhu Yu thought that the guide was very fast. Wang Dafu did not stop the shield, and he circled the girl from the other side. He threatened that he would not give in to her. Then Wang Dafu struck the girl a few blows. He did it very fast. Xiao Yu saw this and worried for her friend's life. Xiao Yu ate the recovery pill, and all his stats increased by 100 points, except for his mind, which decreased by 10%. Then the necromancer activated the mechanical queen's wrath. Xiao Yu's face was burning with rage. Xiao Yu snuck up on Wang Dafu and hit him with all his strength. The guide fell off his feet and flew away from the impact. The necromancer quickly approached Zhu Yu and asked if she was all right. The girl held her injured arm but said she was fine. Then Zhu Yu looked up and shouted that Xiao Yu should be careful. It was Wang Dafu, who again tried to attack Zhu Yu at great speed. But his attempt was again unsuccessful because the girl had covered herself with a shield. But still, the guide hit her on the sore spot. Zhu Yu was angry, but her arm hurt a lot. Then Xiao Yu intercepted the shield and blocked Wang Dafu's next strike. The guide was amazed that Xiao Yu had become more agile and was leaving him no chance to do damage. Wang Dafu was not going to give up. He wanted to win this fight, and once again prepared for another run in the fight. Behind Chao Yu was the injured Zhu Yu. The necromancer ordered her to leave and recover. At the same time, Chao Yu activated the wisdom staff, which increased his intelligence. The necromancer became more belligerent and was ready to continue the battle. Wang Dafu didn't understand why Chao Yu had such a weapon, since he was a class necromancer and had magical equipment. Chao Yu ran towards Wang Dafu to maximize his damage. Wang Dafu dodged in time to realize that Chao Yu wanted to attack him stealthily. After Chao Yu activated the Dragon Roar Slash and tried to hit Wang Dafu again, the guide managed to repel the attack with his sword and suddenly realized that Chao Yu's strength and speed had become much greater. And then Chao Yu was able to strike Wang Dafu. The man didn't understand how a frail rookie necromancer could be so strong and deliver heavy blows. Chao Yu was ready to attack again to do so. He activated the ring, and the combined skills gave him a huge advantage over his opponent. Chao Yu flew high above Wang Dafu, and the man noticed that he could not quickly dodge the attack because his speed was reduced for some reason. Wang Dafu then had a hard time attacking Chao Yu and realized that his strength was also starting to run out. Chao Yu wanted to smash Wang Dafu and activated the Dragon Eye Slash again. The necromancer struck, but Wang Dafu again deflected his blow with his sword, but realized that he was doing badly because he felt that he was inferior in strength to Chao Yu. Then Chao Yu very quickly began to summon the Dragon Roar Slash, and also he quickly moved in space. In the end, Chao Yu shattered Wang Dafu's sword with his staff. Wang Dafu urged Chao Yu to stop, but thought to himself that some newcomer could humiliate him like that in battle. Wang Dafu then asked Chao Yu if he wanted to know more about Baiji and his parents. He suggested Chao Yu let him live. But the necromancer didn't listen to Wang Dafu. He was under the influence of his skills and was ready to destroy everything in his way. Wang Dafu started to say that Bai Jie had connections in the dungeon and asked Chao Yu not to hurt him. Chao Yu didn't care about Wang Dafu's stories. The necromancer struck the guide with a strong blow that even destroyed the temple floor. Chao Yu stared into the hole and listened to Wang Dafu cursing him and threatening that Baiji would still catch up with him. The necromancer shouted to Wang Dafu, did he fail to warn him about this earlier? Chao Yu started shouting that he had activated the dragon slit, and now the effects couldn't be undone. But this was a joke on Chao Yu's part, actually. He thought Wang Dafu was as pathetic as possible. Suddenly, Chao Yu heard strange sounds behind him. Chao Yu saw Wang Dafu's client smirking and holding a knife at Zhu Yu's throat. Chao Yu asked her about her affiliation with Baiji and if she was pretending to be a client. The girl confirmed her affiliation with a criminal organization and asked Chao Yu if he was surprised by this fact. Then the girl began to peel off her mask and told Chao Yu that they had crossed paths before. From Wang Dafu's client, the girl turned into Hua Qi. She was under the mask all the time and walked beside the guys during the whole ordeal. Hua Qi was holding Zhu Yu in her hands, and the knife was still near her throat. The girl told Chao Yu that she was surprised that he remembered her. Chao Yu replied that it was impossible for Hua Qi to forget. He offered her a deal to let Zhu Yu go, and they would talk quietly and discuss everything. Hua Qi laughed. She wasn't going to make a deal with Chao Yu. She said that Chao Yu surprised her because last time he was able to escape with all the kidnapped fellow students. Hua Qi asked if he would try it again, but Chao Yu was not going to run away. He realized his power, he was still under the influence of the pill, and was ready to fight. Hua Qi told the necromancer that before fighting with her he thought carefully. She revealed that she was a level 35. After that, Chao Yu realized that fighting Hua Qi was really difficult with her high rank, and he wouldn't be helped by any of his skills. Hua Qi realized that Chao Yu was giving up and was unlikely to resist her. Then the girl started waving her knife next to Zhu Yu. Then Hua Qi put the knife to her throat again. She ordered Zhu Yu to obey her, and she would not harm her. Suddenly, the ceiling of the temple started to collapse from above. Stones sprinkled down, and a lot of dust appeared. Chao Yu held his staff in his hands and told Hua Qi that he had nothing left but to admit his defeat and the sad twists of fate. And lastly, he asked Hua Qi why they had come up with such a complicated plan to trap him. Couldn't they have caught him in a simpler way? Hua Qi replied that Chao Yu is not an ordinary rookie student. He is brilliant and strong. She promised Chao Yu that he would switch to their side as soon as he saw the vision. Chao Yu thought that Hua Qi is a Baizi adept because she is a fan of her work. The necromancer called the mechanical queen for help. The guy asked the queen to come because if she didn't help, Hua Qi wouldn't let him live. Haki urged Chao Yu to join Baiza. She promised he'd like being on their side. Chao Yu formed the queen's staff in his hand and decided to act immediately. Hua Qi saw that Chao Yu was about to attack her. She threw Zhu Yu to the floor. Chao Yu's confident punch flew past Zhu Yu, and she was able to dodge it. Hua Qi realized her advantage. She armed herself and told Chao Yu that she would defeat him and then kidnap him. Hua Qi wanted to hit Chao Yu, but Zhu Yu put up a shield in time and blocked the girl's attempt. The villain was amused and assumed that Qiao Yu had no shortage of girls. Hua Qi then kicked at Zhu Yu, bypassing her shield, and the girl tank flew away with her shield and hit hard. Qiao Yu was even angrier and prepared to retaliate. He thought that he needed to gain as much dragon roar as possible for him to win. Qiao Yu started throwing multiple punches at Hua Qi, but she was so agile that she managed to dodge them all. Then Hua Qi picked a good moment and plunged her sword into Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu started to retreat as this damage caused him a lot of trouble. Hua Qi said that she would now continue to hit Qiao Yu's limbs and eventually take him to Baizhe with her. Qiao Yu joked that Hua Qi should not touch his fifth limb and leave it intact. This made Hua Qi laugh, and she said she would think about Qiao Yu's proposal. Hua Qi swept past Qiao Yu's left arm and struck it with her sword. Qiao Yu cringed in pain and realized that Hua Qi was so strong that she was able to break through his defenses without any problem. And the problem was that the girl was moving fast. Hua Qi came up from behind and landed many blows on Qiao Yu's back, and the necromancer fell to the ground. Hua Qi stood over Qiao Yu and asked him why he was taking the difficult path and looking for unnecessary trouble. Then Hua Qi kicked the guy in the stomach and Qiao Yu flew straight into the sarcophagus. After a moment, Qiao Yu's body didn't move. He couldn't make any movement. And after Qiao Yu fell asleep, the young man closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Hua Qi said that the young man could sleep for a while, and when he woke up, they would be in Baizhe's office together. Zhu Yu's voice rang out in the silence, and she ordered Hua Qi to take her paws off her friend. Hua Qi was shocked that Zhu Yu had woken up and was ready to fight for Qiao Yu. Then Hua Qi saw that the girl's shield was burning with dungeon flames. The villain did not understand how it happened because it was impossible. Zhu Yu's eye was burning with the same flame as her shield. The girl called Hua Qi again to free Qiao Yu. At this time, Qiao Yu was lying in the crypt. He realized that Zhu Yu had come to help him, but he was so exhausted that he could do nothing. The blue flame from Zhu Yu's shield spread to a great distance, and the villain tried to dodge the fire. While escaping from the flames, Hua Qi realized that it was really a dungeon fire. Hua Qi was also surprised that Zhu Yu, who was a rookie, had the highest level shield. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu was in the astral. He couldn't move and didn't understand what was happening in reality. But Qiao Yu realized that Zhu Yu with a low rank was trying to fight with Hua Qi, who had the highest rank. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu burned Hua Qi and set her robe on fire. The villain said that the girl had gone mad. The Hades temple continued to slowly collapse, and it was dangerous for all the players. Qiao Yu was still between dream and reality. He tried to call out to Zhu Yu, but Qiao Yu couldn't hear the girl. No one responded to his cries, and he was afraid that something bad had happened to his friend. However, in reality, Qiao Yu managed to shout the name Zhu Yu necromancer without any changes, continued to lie shackled in the sarcophagus. A girl came up to him and said that she was Zhu Yu and she was next to him. Qiao Yu lay with his eyes closed. He exhaled that Zhu Yu was close. He asked the girl where Hua Qi was now. A female voice replied that Hua Qi had left the castle. Qiao Yu was happy about this. He suggested to escape from the crumbling replica soon. The girl put her hand on Qiao Yu's forehead and said that she couldn't leave with him. Qiao Yu didn't understand why there was such an obstacle. The girl didn't answer Qiao Yu's question and admitted that she was sorry. Qiao Yu urged her friend not to cry. The necromancer told her to get him out of the sarcophagus. In reality, Zhu Yu kissed the necromancer's forehead and the girl cried bitterly. Zhu Yu confessed that she wanted Qiao Yu a lot, but she had to run away from the dungeon because it would collapse soon. The girl said she would send Qiao Yu back. Qiao Yu shouted. He demanded an explanation from Zhu Yu and didn't understand what she was up to. Energy came from the sky of the collapsing copy and opened a portal. Qiao Yu was lying motionless with a teleporter behind him. Zhu Yu was going to stay in the dungeon. The stones moved and the sarcophagus turned over. Qiao Yu started flying into the teleporter. Almost falling into the portal, Qiao Yu called out to Zhu Yu. He didn't realize where the girl was. Suddenly, Qiao Yu saw his friend. Her body was covered with tattoos, and next to her was her shield. Barely holding back her tears, Zhu Yu smiled at Qiao Yu as she said goodbye with a blue flame oozing out of her right eye. Qiao Yu penetrated the teleporter further and further. He shouted to Zhu Yu, asking what happened and what he missed being in the sarcophagus. Zhu Yu wished for Qiao Yu to live a happy life. The portal slammed shut, and Qiao Yu walked out of the dungeon. Qiao Yu was lying in bed with his team beside him. Ma Fei said that Qiao Yu should be warned, because keeping silent would be unfair to him. Yang Xiangdai replied that the doctors advised Qiao Yu not to worry. He thought that his friend would be bitter to hear about Zhu Yu, who stayed in the destroyed copy. Qiao Yu woke up and got out of bed with a headache and asked his friends what had happened. Yang Xiangdai lied that yesterday they were at a bar, and Qiao Yu had overdone it and hit his head on the pole on the way home. Qiao Yu quickly figured out his friend and thought that Yang Xiangdi was not telling the truth. Yang Xiangdi said he wasn't lying to Qiao Yu, and Ma Fei confirmed that it was really true yesterday. Qiao Yu held his head with his hand and felt like some important fragment in his head had been erased. Meanwhile, in Baizhe Castle, Hua Qi was kneeling in front of her master. He was angry at the girl for letting him down again. Hua Qi apologized to the Lord. She justified that in the dungeon was Zhu Yu with a shield shrouded in the blue flames of the dungeon. The girl asked for a second chance and swore that the third time she would be able to fulfill her master's task. But the Lord only looked at her in silence and then went into his own thoughts. Qiao Yu was still in the hospital. He decided to look at his stats. He noticed that his level had risen a few positions and his staff had improved. The necromancer looked out the window. He had a feeling that he was not remembering something important. The doors of the ward opened, and Lun Xiang came to Qiao Yu to check on the student and brought him some fruit. Lun Xiang put the apples on the bedside table and asked about Qiao Yu's well-being. The guy asked Lun Xiang what he wanted to talk about. Lun Xiang asked Qiao Yu if he had heard about the dungeon fighting tournaments. Qiao Yu knew about it, but they were for upperclassmen. Lun Xiang said that the tournaments were held once every 4 years, and he called Qiao Yu to show his skills in exchange for a generous reward. The boy said that the winner of the last tournament had received high-level equipment. Lun Xiang added that the tournament would start in 9 months. Qiao Yu asked if Lun Xiang would invite him to the tournament, to which the young man replied that he wanted to invite Qiao Yu to clean the dungeon first. Lun Xiang explained that in order to enter the tournament, he had to clear the dungeon he was inviting Qiao Yu to. But the guy explained that injuring Qiao Yu would not be good for the cleanup. Lun Xiang said that if Qiao Yu wanted to go with him, he could contact him and announce it. After Lun Xiang left the chamber, Qiao Yu wondered why he was invited to the tournament. The necromancer had a feeling that he was being tricked. Qiao Yu was in his room eating an apple when suddenly 2 people came into the room. His friends Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei had bruises on their faces. Qiao Yu asked the boys why they were so worried and what had happened. The guys came to tell Qiao Yu the truth. Yang Xiangdi confessed that he lied about the poll and Qiao Yu was actually in the copy. Yang Xiangdi recalled that they found Qiao Yu lying on the road and no one knows what happened to him in the dungeon. Qiao Yu abruptly got out of bed. He asked the name of that dungeon. Yang Xiangdi replied that it was a pseudo-copy. At that moment, Qiao Yu realized that he had lost his memory for a reason, and it was because of the dungeon he was in. Yang Xiangdi further said that they were trying to find out information and found out that this copy was being cleaned up by the Hunters Guild. Yang Xiangdi said that there are guides inside the dungeon who help players complete the dungeon for money, and one of the guides disappeared. Then the Hunters Guild came to Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi to find out what they were sniffing around, and the pseudo-copy of Ma Fei rudely replied to their leader. And so Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei are all bruised because they were beaten by the guild member. Qiao Yu realized that his friends were hurt because of him and told Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei to meet with the guild and their leader again. Yang Xiangdi tried to stop Qiao Yu because the guild has more than 100 members and also has a high rank and experienced players. Qiao Yu replied that it was just for intimidation, and there were actually low and medium-ranked guys that the 3 of them could deal with. Ma Fei supported Qiao Yu. His eyes lit up with anger, and he craved revenge for the humiliation. Qiao Yu changed from his hospital clothes into his own, and all 3 of them left the room. Meanwhile, in the Hunters Guild building, the members were chatting and discussing various topics. The head of the guild was called Huan, and his companions were making sweet speeches about how their lord was the best, and that the 2 newcomers should be proud that they had been beaten by their guild. Huan ordered them to stop talking about the 2 weaklings because there was nothing to be proud of because they had beaten up 2 stupid rookies. Huang wanted to know where Wang Dafu had disappeared most of all. Huang's assistant said that they would find him, and now he would go to meet the newcomers. Then the aide asked if Huang needed security. The master didn't think anyone would come after him. Then Huang's assistant said that his guild was very worried about it, to which Huang replied that the guild members should search hard for the missing Wang Dafu. However, Huang went to the meeting with the 3 freshmen as the head of the Hunters Guild. He came alone. Huang saw Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei beaten and realized that they were the ones who were beaten by his assistant. The guild leader asked what they wanted to talk to him about and threatened that if they came with reinforcements, it wouldn't help them anyway. Qiao Yu replied that he was waiting for Huang to apologize to Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei for bruising and fighting. This made Huang laugh, and he replied that he wasn't going to apologize, and those 2 should be grateful to be beaten by such a great guild. Huang said that if he wanted to beat them again, they should accept it and shut their mouths because he is the son of the head of the Hunters Guild, and he is the authority here. Qiao Yu joked with Ma Fei. He pointed at Huang and said that he was a master of ponce, and that Ma Fei needed to learn a lot to become a guru. Ma Fei argued that he could play the role more naturally, and that Huang couldn't and was doing it artificially. Huang was angry that he was being made fun of and asked the boys if they were so brave that they could do such things. Qiao Yu prepared his fist for a fight and warned Huang that he would be held accountable. After Qiao Yu punched Huang in the face and said that he would have more bruises on his face than Yang Xiangdi. Huang fell on the pavement. He cried out loudly in pain and couldn't believe that he was beaten by a freshman. Yang Shangdi joked that Huang didn't fight back because all his strength went into showing off. Then Huang threatened the freshmen that he wouldn't let them get away with it. Then Huan flew high and armed himself with a huge hammer with red symbols, and the guild leader wanted to strike with his hammer, but Qiao Yu restrained his weapon with his blade. Qiao Yu held back Huang's hammer with his blade, and the necromancer thought to himself that this upstart was strong enough. But Qiao Yu still managed to repel the hammer. He swung his blade with all his might and threw Huang away. The guild leader looked at Qiao Yu with a glare and didn't understand why he was so strong since he was a first-year student. Huang decided to continue the fight and summoned the underground quagmire. Ma Fei intervened in the fight and activated his skill of cutting through arrows and damaged Huang's chest. The young master saw his blood. He laughed and said that when he was 18 years old, he was in a copy and a man injured him. Huan said that he then caught the guy and made him eat himself, but left him alive, and the poor guy was out of his mind. Huang went on to say that after that incident, no one touched him because they were afraid of him, and afterwards he promised the boys that something special was waiting for them. Qiao Yu told the young master to think of an escape plan instead of his empty scares and threats. Huang was determined. He was sure that the three freshmen wouldn't be able to handle him. Then he activated the Chaos Hammer skill. Qiao Yu threw himself at Huang and said that he was not all-powerful, and the necromancer had seen worse enemies. Qiao Yu approached Huang and hit his hammer from the force. The asphalt cracked and fell. Huang said that Qiao Yu was stronger than he thought, and so now was the time to show the freshman all his power. The young master stood up from the asphalt and raised the hammer above him. A red silhouette of energy formed around the hammer and his body. Huang shouted loudly, and a red beam erupted from him and went straight into the sky. Yang Xiangdai warned his friends that Huang was calling for help in the form of reinforcements. Huang ran at the guys. Yang Xiangdi used a sand shackle spell to stop the guild leader. But the guy did not stop because it was too late to use the spell. He swung his hammer at Qiao Yu and used the bloodstream skill. After the impact of the hammer, there was an explosion, and dust rose from which neither Huang nor Qiao Yu could be seen. Yang Xiangdi was worried about his friend and called out to find him. The dust clouds cleared, and Huang laughed at the top of his voice, praising himself and calling the guys weak. Qiao Yu quietly crept up, and from behind Huang's back said that it was his turn to show his strength. With a great effort, Qiao Yu struck the villain Huang in the face with his staff. Huang fell to the ground and threatened Qiao Yu that his father would kill them. The friends got together. Ma Fei asked Qiao Yu what to do with Huang, but it was obvious to Qiao Yu. So Qiao Yu began to run away from the scene of the fight. He hurried the guys because he knew that Huang's helpers would soon arrive. Soon, a man in a black robe came to the scene of the fight. He smelled the blood of his young master and realized that there was a fight. Meanwhile, the head of the Hunters Guild and Huan's father was in his office. A subordinate burst through the office door and said that the young master Huan had disappeared. The head was furious. He couldn't believe it and asked the subordinate who could have done this to his son. Then the head of Huang Xinqiang ordered to find and bring to him alive the kidnapper, and then he himself will deal with him. Qiao Yu and his friends moved from running to pacing. As they had long gone from the scene of the fight, Qiao Yu dragged Huang on his shoulder. Then Yang Xiangdi saw that the hostage had woken up. Huang started to negotiate for the guys to let him go, or else they would face the wrath of his guild, and no amount of strength and skills would help them. Qiao Yu roughly threw Huang to the ground and shouted for him to behave more restrained as he was now a prisoner. Huang lay on the ground exhausted. He said that Qiao Yu would be deprived of his life, and it would be done by Huang's father Xinqiang as soon as he found him. Ma Fei told Huang that now they had switched roles, because when his guild mob beat the freshmen, they didn't think of the consequences either. Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei started to approach Huang to beat him up. The young master begged them not to punch him in the face. Suddenly, Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei saw a blue, powerful beam. They barely had time to run away, and then the beam destroyed the wall. Qiao Yu looked closely to distinguish who had come and for what purpose. He saw the butler, Charles. He is a thunder mage. The man was dressed in an elegant, austere suit with a black robe developing behind him. Charles approached the boys and said that those made him strain to find them. Huan begged Charles to straighten out the three frail freshmen. Charles said the young master had nothing to worry about as he would make sure the boys didn't escape. The butler charged his staff with extra strength and urged the boys to surrender. If they refused, it would be even worse for them. Yang Shangdai replied to Charles that he was the one in danger and better get lost. Then the guy summoned an earth blast. The impact was aimed straight at Charles, but as if nothing had happened, the butler was unharmed. Yang Shangdi was surprised when he saw this because his strongest spell didn't work. Qiao Yu was evaluating the new opponent. He thought that Charles's level was above average and closer to high. Then the butler diplomatically said that he would have to take harsh measures for the consequences of his decision not to surrender to him. Qiao Yu ran to fight Charles and urged the guys to help him. Yang Shangdi applied the Earth Dragon projectile magic spell. Charles raised his staff. Its tip glowed, and the butler asked the light if he could see the enemy. When the boys almost reached Charles, they were blinded by the bright light from the butler's staff. Ma Fei urged the boys to move forward. After Charles drew his golden holy sword and was ready for battle, Charles skillfully defended himself with his sword, keeping his opponents at bay. In a few seconds, the butler pushed the attacking guys away from him. They flew far away from Charles and fell to the ground. Qiao Yu marveled at the butler's strength. He took out all three of them with one punch and did it in seconds. Charles said that the rookies were able to resist his skills, and no wonder they took Huang captive, and Charles said that their time had come. Yang Xiangdai called Charles an old man, and now everyone will show the strength of the rookies whom he underestimates. Yang Xiangdi then laughed at Ma Fei as he flew the furthest away from the butler's kick and said that Ma Fei was still far away from Qiao Yu. Yang Xiangdai continued to laugh at his friend, saying that the swordsman was no match for Qiao Yu at this time. The pile of asphalt slowly rose. Yang Xiangdi's speech was interrupted by an explosion that came from inside the ground. From beneath the asphalt was Ma Fei, his eyes burning red and high aggression emanating from him. Charles saw the young man, and at a glance, he could tell that the swordsman's intimidating intent to destroy everything around him was going on. Ma Fei's damage increased many times as his ego was hurt, and he told Yang Xiangdi that he would wipe Charles off the face of the earth. Ma Fei called his sword into action, and the weapon lying on the ground drew its hilt straight into Ma Fei's hand. Charles noticed as his sword began to behave strangely, its light was erratic and began to flicker. Ma Fei flew towards Charles and activated the sword cut through the eras. The butler realized that danger was imminent, and he began to ask his sword to protect him from Ma Fei. Yang Xiangdi also rushed to help his friend, and the guy started to burn fat. Yang Xiangdai then activated the Earth Blast again to help Ma Fei. Ma Fei had already approached Charles, but the butler put up a dome defense that the swordsman couldn't break through. Then Charles again asked the Holy Light to help him fight and protect his life, and yet Ma Fei managed to break through the defense and struck Charles with his sword. The butler flew into the wall from Ma Fei's blow and lay unconscious on the ground. The guys came closer to him to see if Charles was still breathing and showing any other signs of life. Qiao Yu turned around and through the dust from the destruction saw that something was glowing, and suddenly realized that the danger again threatened him and his friends. Charles directed piercing beams of light at the guys, but Qiao Yu reacted in time and covered his fellow students with his body, taking the damage himself. Charles was finally angry and swore that he would destroy all three of them. Qiao Yu looked at the butler and realized that the old man was going crazy. Suddenly, Qiao Yu's head began to ache and he grabbed his temples with both hands, and writhing in pain, Yang Xiangdi asked his friend if he was hurt. Qiao Yu had vague memories, but he couldn't remember anything until the end, and it seems that someone was protecting them from the last two opponents. Charles summoned the power of the golden sword and charged at Qiao Yu's body with a powerful strike, injuring the guy. Qiao Yu fell to the ground, but he wasn't bothered by his current state. He was trying to remember what he had forgotten. Yang Xiangdi tried to help his friend and was worried about his physical condition. Next, Yang Xiangdi lifted his friend up and told Ma Fei that they should retreat because Charles was too strong and it was unlikely that they would be able to cope. Ma Fei looked at the butler with dislike and thought that if he was the same age as him, he wouldn't be so strong and sturdy. Meanwhile, Yang Xiangdi, carrying Qiao Yu on his back, ran away from the fight scene. Ma Fei was still there and told his friend to wait for him. Ma Fei walked up to Huang and abruptly grabbed his rope-bound hand. After Ma Fei dragged him behind him, leaving Charles behind, Huang asked for help and didn't understand where he was being dragged again. Charles chased after the boys, shouting that Huang would soon be safe. The boys managed to make it to the university with the kidnapped Huang. The four of them entered the university building, but Charles kept chasing them. Yang Xiangdi was outraged that the old man was doing this. The chase was noticed by two men who looked closely and saw that the students were dragging Huang. At the university, a security guard ran out to Charles and tried to find out from the man what was going on and why he was present in the institution. But Charles was unstoppable. He threw the guard aside and ran towards his goal. Yang Xiangdi ran in front of him with the wounded Qiao Yu still on his back. The guy was amazed that the old man was still running after them. While chasing, the guys didn't notice teacher Wang Lihao and ran into him. Wang Lihao asked the students what was going on and why they were running so fast. Qiao Yu said they were being chased from behind. The teacher saw Charles appear from the horizon and approached them. Wang Lihao realized that his students wanted to offend and harm him. He thought that the intruder was insolent because he had entered the university campus. So Wang Lihao ran towards Charles, who was running at him. Charles realized he was in danger and put up his light shield. But Master Wang Lihao was not deterred, and he punched through the butler's cover with a single blow. The teacher's blow created a shockwave, threw Charles backwards straight into the wall. Charles was lying in a pile of rocks, but he was conscious. The butler truly realized that the teachers and students of Kyoto University were very strong. Meanwhile, teacher Wan Lihao approached the uninvited guest and asked who he was and why he had brought so much trouble to the university. Wang Lihao threatened the old man with his fist and said that if he did not answer his questions, he would beat him and the butler would say goodbye to his life. Suddenly, Wan Lihao heard that he was told to stop and several figures teleported behind him. Wang Lihao turned around and saw a man with his assistants. Huang's father and the head of the guild had arrived at the university. Huang Xinqiang ordered Wang Lihao to let his butler Charles go, to which Wang Liqiao asked Huang Xinqiang what would happen if he didn't let him go. The guild leader replied that he had two choices, to let the old man go or to go to the other world with him. Wang Lihao did not like such an ultimatum, and the teacher punched Charles with his fist. Huang Xinqiang became worried about his butler and called out to Charles, hoping that he had survived. Then Master Wang Lihao challenged Huang Xinqiang to a duel, saying he wanted to see the guild leader fight for his butler. So the guild members surrounded Master Wan Lihao while he activated all his power for the upcoming battle. Then Wan Lihao activated his skill called the Power of Appeasement. After applying the skill, the teacher began to scatter the enemies in all directions with ease. The surviving members of the guild realized that Wan Lihao was not a simple man who had been missing for a long time but was now working as a teacher. One of the guild members asked how dangerous Wang Lihao was, and his colleague said that he was a famous martial artist. The guild member further said that Wang Lihao was made for fighting, and once he had single-handedly defeated a high-ranked swordsman with titanic strength. Wang Xinqiang realized that he was a legend and asked his teacher how he survived. Wang Lihao replied that he was healthy and full of strength, and further said that he hadn't fought for fun in a long time, and was now grateful to the guild leader for the opportunity. Huang Xinqiang was angered by the teacher's insolence and armed himself with his giant hammer. Then the guild leader began swinging the hammer in all directions to harm Wan Lihao. Huang Xinqiang succeeded in doing so, and the force of the hammer sent Wan Lihao flying off and crashing into the wall, causing him a lot of damage. The guild assistants began to discuss that Wan Lihao was not as strong as they said he was, and then another guild member replied that the most interesting part was ahead. Wan Lihao became angry and activated his battle fist, and a tiger symbol appeared behind him. The teacher started running to Huang Xinqiang to avenge the hammer blow. Wang Liqiao then aimed at Huang Xinqiang to hit him, but the guild leader put his hammer up and the teacher hit him. But Wang Lihao was unable to cope with the guild leader's pressure, and he flew into the wall and hit it. Huang Xinqiang looked at the teacher's defeat and told him that he really wanted to go to the other world. But Wan Lihao wanted to continue fighting. The thing is that the more he fights, the greater his strength and morale. And then, Wan Liqiao heard his heart beating in rhythm. He didn't understand where it was coming from. At this time, Huang Xinqiang prepared his hammer for the next round of their fight. Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei stood dumbfounded and amazed. In front of them, Ma Fei saw Huang Xinqiang's hammer hovering in the air and shrouded in flames. Huang Xinqiang, meanwhile, slowly walked towards the teacher. It was obvious that the head was in a rage. Around him were red lightning. The guild members watched from the sidelines. One of them concluded that their boss was serious about winning this fight. Wang Lihao laughed that Huang Xinqiang only hit once. The teacher was amused that the guild leader hoped to defeat him on one try. The rivals stood opposite each other, and a few seconds separated them from continuing the fight. Xiao Yu also watched the battle of the men. Suddenly, a long object flew down from above, stabbing into the floor and partially destroying it. It was a weapon that emitted purple smoke. Its position shielded the guild leader and the teacher. The observing guild members were horrified by the weapon's unpleasant and threatening aura. Wang Lihao seemed to have realized what was going on and realized that there would be no further fight between him and Huang Xinqiang. Huang Xinqiang took a closer look and realized that the highest-ranked sword called a kunwu had been thrust into the ground, and it had only one master. Xiao Yu also felt a strong aura from the weapon, and he began to wonder who had brought down his sword from the sky. Also from above, Rector Ji Pingyan arrived on the battlefield determined to have a serious conversation. The rector called Huang Xinqiang to explain what was going on and what they needed, or his guild would be personally destroyed by him. One of the guild members hustled over and threw a rope to catch and tie up the rector. The guy didn't know who was standing in front of him. Huang Xinqiang ordered his henchmen to stop attacking Ji Pingyan. Meanwhile, the rector's body was wrapped with rope for several laps. The guy from the guild did not obey Huang Xinqiang's order and continued to bind the rector. He promised the guild leader that Ji Pingyan would not be able to escape. That guy's whip was magic, and not many people could break it, but Ji Pingyan was an exception, and he easily tore the rope apart. The guy was surprised and angry at the same time. He didn't expect his high-ranked whip to be defeated by anyone. Soon, the guy with the whip was begging for mercy. He realized he was going to the end of the world. And suddenly, the poor guy disappeared, leaving only a small trace of himself. It was the rector's handiwork. He could destroy a man without even drawing his sword. Ji Pingyan wanted to continue the conversation. He turned to Huang Xinqiang and ordered him to tell him everything. Then Huang Xinqiang replied that Kyoto University students had kidnapped his son Huang Jr., and the father had come to rescue his child. Jipingyan questioned if this was really the reason that brought the guild leader here to make a mess. Huang Xinqiang confirmed that he had asked for his son to be given back to him, so that everyone would forget about everything and the guildmaster would not attack the students anymore. The rector interrupted guild head Ji Pingyan's speech and set a condition: either the guild leaves the university or the guild leaves the light. Ma Fei looked at the rector with his mouth open and marveled at Ji Pingyan's skill. The guy wanted to be like him. Huang Xinqiang accused the rector of giving an unfair ultimatum and being reckless. Ji Pingyang then asked him if he had thought of the consequences when he decided to massacre within the walls of his university and when he injured students. Huang Xinqiang replied that his students had stolen Huang, and that was the reason for his behavior. The head asked how long the rector would cover for the students. Yang Sangdai couldn't stand it and got into the conversation. He said that the Hunters Guild was the first to start the conflict. The rector replied to Huang Xinqiang that he would side with the students under any circumstances. Huang Xinqiang was angered by this statement from the university rector and didn't know how to change his mind. Jipingyan ordered the guild to leave the university while he counted to 3. The rector hadn't finished counting as Huang Xinqiang suddenly made a decision to retreat. He summoned all the members of the guild to leave the university. Qiao Yu held Junior Huang by the scruff of his neck and called out to the guild head to pay attention to him. Qiao Yu offered Huang Xinqiang a deal. At the same time, the necromancer continued to hold young Huang down. Huang Xinqiang resented Qiao Yu offering him a deal and suspected the young man of blackmail, but his father wanted to know what the university wanted in return for his son. Qiao Yu said he would trade Huang for Huang Xinqiang's hammer. The guild leader said that the weapon was very valuable and reinforced by 7 ranks. If Qiao Yu's conditions were unchanged, then Huang could remain a prisoner. The younger Huang was stunned by his father's statement and speechless. However, Qiao Yu changed the condition, and now he wants a full set of middle-rank weapon, and Huang will be released from the hostage. Huang Xinqiang agreed to this condition and told Qiao Yu to let Huang go right now. Qiao Yu didn't agree. He said that Huang Xinqiang should first deliver the equipment to him, and then he would let the guy go. Huang Xinqiang silently looked at Rector Ji Pingyang and wondered if Qiao Yu would cheat him. Then Huang Xinqiang threw all the contracted equipment and told Qiao Yu that he could take him away. After Qiao Yu threw Huang on the ground, letting him go, the necromancer said that now Huang could be free. Yang Sangdi approached Qiao Yu and said that in this situation he was decisive and controlled the process so as not to be cheated. The rector said that the guys were still weak, and it was reckless to provoke a strong opponent, and he also said that the guild might be waiting for them in the dungeons. Ma Fei said that it's not like that. The rector said that there is no difference, and in any case they will pay for the kidnapping and relations will have to be settled on fists. Qiao Yu asked the rector what he thought. Ji Pingyan replied that they made a major mistake in letting themselves be caught up and brought the criminals to the university. Ji Pingyan would make sure that no one in the guild would know who did the kidnapping. Rector added that the students were still a long way off. The guys silently showed their hands to the class. They were surprised that the rector looked at the situation like that. A while later, the guys came to the dormitory and put the guild equipment on the table. Qiao Yu said that it should be divided equally. Qiao Yu began to study the characteristics of the items. He liked the helmet that blocks headshots, but it had a long recharge time. Ma Fei took the forearm armband and Yang Xiangdi the pendant. The latter said that blackmail was cool and asked Qiao Yu what his next plans were. Qiao Yu replied that he just planned to study, and he also wanted to recover his forgotten memories because he felt that he had forgotten something important. Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi looked at Qiao Yu in silence as they thought that he would not want to remember anything else. The next day, the students gathered in the university square, and one of them asked what they thought of their rector's strength. One of the students told a story about recognizing the power of a man to defeat the dragon Jormungand, but the rector had done it earlier in just 5 blows. Wan Lihao came up to the boys and told them to finish. He praised them for doing well in the previous training sessions. After, Wang Lihao chuckled and invited the students to the second stage of training and trials. Qiao Yu wondered and didn't understand what second stage teacher Wan Lihao was talking about. The teacher said that the first stage was to strengthen their defense, and in the second stage they would have to develop their agility. Wan Lihao said that strength and defense were not enough to fight without agility, and that a student should always keep a balance between the 3. Qiao Yu was happy to strengthen his agility because he couldn't always rely on his ring. Wang Lihao gathered all the students together and they all got ready to teleport. The students and the teacher arrived at a replica called the Abyss of the Deep Sea. The students looked at the sea that was crashing against the island. One of the students suggested that the teacher would make them dodge the waves. Wang Lihao said that the guy's task would be to pass the columns that were on the island and get to the mountain, for the task was 5 minutes. Qiao Yu thought that the pillars were slippery because they were washed by the waves. Some of them were destroyed by the sea, and it would take not only dexterity, but also reaction. Wan Liqiao asked his students which of them wanted to be the first. Of all the students, the determined Lin Lan was the first to do the task. He jumped on the first pillar and there was no sign of anything untoward happening. Then Lin Lan jumped on the next column and slipped a bit, but he didn't fall down. The guys who were watching him were worried about their fellow student. After Lin Lan started jumping from pillar to pillar, the young man seemed to have adapted well and kept his balance. The other students watched Lin Lan doing the task and decided that it was quite simple and easy. Lin Lan continued to jump on the columns, and suddenly a big fish jumped out of the sea and hit his foot, and the student lost his balance. However, Lin Lan did not manage to hold on and fell from the column directly into the sea. The student showed his teacher with his hand that he was now in the water, but Wanli Chao told Lin Lan to get out on his own. The student managed to get out, but he did it in 15 minutes, which was not easy for Lin Lan. Then the teacher explained that the fish that jumped out of the sea are swordfish. They always jump on those who try to get to the mountain, but they are not dangerous. One of the students got worried and asked Wanli Hao how many fish there were in the sea. The teacher replied that this place is their refuge and that there are about 100,000 fish in the sea. The students were even more frightened by the number of fish that live here. Teacher Wang Liqiao also said that the first one to reach the mountain would be awarded a special gift. The students were happy and motivated because they know that gifts from Wan Li Hao are always valuable. After that, one by one, the boys rushed to the pillars to pass the test, each wanting to be the first to reach the mountain. Some of the students quickly lost their balance. Others tried to push each other off the pillars. Qiao Yu realized it was his turn to take the test. After Qiao Yu sprinted and jumped onto the first column, Wan Li Hao, who was watching the students, saw a red glowing target appear next to him. This was the effect of Qiao Yu's item. The necromancer jumped over the columns very quickly, overtaking some of the students. The other students who were watching the task were amazed that Qiao Yu had such a fast movement speed. Qiao Yu approached the student who was standing on the column and told the necromancer not to approach him because the column was designed for one person. But Qiao Yu, as if he didn't hear him, he rushed past the column with the frightened student and rushed forward just as fast without slowing down. The fellow students didn't realize what had happened and how Qiao Yu managed to keep his balance and not fall. Qiao Yu was wearing storm boots, an item he had exchanged with Huang Xinqiang for his son. Meanwhile, Lin Lan was moving along the columns and was again caught by a swordfish that wanted to knock the guy down and drop him into the sea. But this time, Lin Lan was more attentive, and when he saw the fish, he hit it with his fist to make it fly away. The other students watched Lin Lan's actions and realized that in the future, they would do the same when passing through the columns. While Qiao Yu was running, the queen warned him that something interesting was waiting for him on the mountain. The young man was surprised by her appearance. The queen said that she was always with him. Qiao Yu stopped abruptly. He stood on a column. He told the queen that he didn't care what was on the mountain, and he really wanted to know what happened in the dungeon of hell. The queen appeared in Qiao Yu's head and said she couldn't tell him about the events in the dungeon. But Qiao Yu didn't understand why the queen was refusing him. He wanted to know the truth. She said that the copy was destroyed and the heads of the world paid close attention to it. She hid herself so that she wouldn't be found, so she didn't know about the events. The queen added that Qiao Yu had lost his memory for a reason, and someone had erased his memories on purpose. The queen said that his friend Zhu Yu blocked Qiao Yu's memories because she didn't want him to remember her. Qiao Yu stood in a daze and horror. He didn't understand why his friend did that to him. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu stood on the pillar and saw a huge number of swordfish swimming towards him. When the fish started to attack Qiao Yu, he deftly began to hit each of them, throwing the fish away from him. Everyone watched Qiao Yu deal with the huge number of fish. But Wan Li Hao suspected that Qiao Yu had something wrong. The teacher didn't understand why Qiao Yu was hitting the fish so furiously because the task was for dexterity, and he could have just jumped on the columns. After Qiao Yu got rid of all the fish, he asked the queen if she knew how to unlock his memories, and she answered in the affirmative. Qiao Yu asked the queen to help him, but she said that in order to do so, he needed to find one thing that she would need. Qiao Yu asked what item she needed. She said it was a ghostly eye. Suddenly, Qiao Yu's face became covered in blue streaks. Qiao Yu concentrated on the object, and he asked the queen where he could find the ghost eye. The queen told him not to think about it. The lines spread through Qiao Yu's body. The young man lost consciousness and fell off the pillar straight into the sea. Qiao Yu fell quite deep. Around him were column bases and fish swimming. While underwater and unconscious, Qiao Yu had a vision in the form of Zhu Yu, who took the necromancer by the hand. Qiao Yu opened his eyes. He was lying in bed. He didn't know how he got here and how much time had passed. Qiao Yu got up from the bed and realized that he was back in the hospital room. Suddenly, Xu Xiaozhang came into Qiao Yu's room. He was surprised to see her and asked why she had come to see him. The girl poured tea for Qiao Yu and said that Ma Fei and Yang Shangdi had told her everything. Xu Xiaozhang handed Qiao Yu a glass of tea and warned him to be careful because it was hot. Suddenly, a guy burst through the door of Qiao Yu's room. He was aggressive and started shouting. He asked Xu Xiaozhang, jealous of her, if she had come all the way to the hospital for Qiao Yu. The guy kept shouting. He turned to Qiao Yu, who was calmly drinking tea. Shi Xiaozhong asked the guy to calm down. His name was Lu Yanhan. The girl told him to leave the room. Lu Yanhan didn't stop asking Shi Xiaozhong what she found in Qiao Yu because he was weak and feeble compared to him. Shi Xiaozhong told her boyfriend that he should get out of the ward and she wouldn't explain anything to him. Then Lu Yanhan suggested Qiao Yu to fight him in a duel, and whoever loses will never get close to Shi Xiaozhong. Qiao Yu said that Lu Yanhan made a fuss and questioned the guy why he showed up at his room and started to get disorderly. Lu Yanhan said that he was the strongest among the students of Kyoto City Green Dragon Pedagogical University. Qiao Yu wondered if he had never heard of such a university. The necromancer concluded that there were many more girls at his university. Shi Xiaozhong whispered to Qiao Yu not to argue with Lu Yanhan as the guy is not himself, but he has strong skills, and it is better not to mess with him. Qiao Yu slowly got up from the bed and told Lu Yanhan that he never felt sympathy for Shi Xiaozhong. Then Lu Yanhan approached Shi Xiaozhong. He said that she didn't need the coward Qiao Yu, and he was the perfect worthy candidate. The girl wanted him to shut up. Qiao Yu then clarified and explained to Lu Yanhan that Shi Xiaozhong came to his room by herself without coercion. Qiao Yu decided to play a joke on the guy and said that Shi Xiaozhong takes care of him all the time and even pours tea for him and brings it directly to his bed. Qiao Yu also added that Shi Xiaozhong considers him more handsome and taller than Lu Yanhan. The girl was embarrassed and did not understand how the necromancer read her mind. Qiao Yu's monologue made Lu Yanhan angry, and he swung to hit the necromancer. But Lu Yanhan's fist hit the block of ice that Shi Xiaozhong made. The girl ordered the guy to stop. Lu Yanhan didn't stop. He asked if Qiao Yu would fight him after he recovered while Qiao Yu called the guards on the phone. The guards quickly arrived and took Lu Yanhan, a troublemaker, under his arms. He shouted that Qiao Yu was a coward and called him to fight in the arena for Shi Xiaozhong's favor. After things calmed down, Shi Xiaojun said that Lu Yanhan was not her boyfriend and had been harassing her for a long time. Qiao Yu said he would deal with the guy after he was discharged. Qiao Yu kept his promise and went to the duel arena was a place to settle relationships because no one could die during the battle. The spectators gathered to watch the two opponents fight. They were waiting for the fight between Lu Yanhan and Qiao Yu. No one believed that the freshman Qiao Yu would win. They all started to place bets and many bet money on Lu Yanhan as they were confident in him. The two young men stood on opposite sides of the huge arena and prepared for the duel. Lu Yanhan told Qiao Yu that he had a good score for a freshman, but it didn't mean anything. After Lu Yanhan said that he would wipe Qiao Yu into powder in front of Shi Xiaozhong, he said that he was level 26 and a warrior class. Qiao Yu also gave his name and class. His level at the time the duel started was 17th level. Abruptly, the noise and cheering of the fans stopped, and the arena hall became silent. The fans started shouting that Qiao Yu had no chance against a warrior of that level. The crowd that had bet money on Qiao Yu demanded a refund. One of the fans suggested that warriors were clumsy in battle. He said that the necromancer could summon the undead, and that would level the odds of victory. Lu Yanhan was surprised that the necromancer challenged him, because with such a low-level and weak-class necromancer, he thought Qiao Yu would lose immediately. Qiao Yu didn't enter into a debate and ran towards Lu Yanhan to start the battle. Lu Yanhan thought that Qiao Yu was trying to cheat him out of money because he volunteered with a low level for the duel, and thought that Qiao Yu would die from a single blow. The fans watched and were amazed that the necromancer didn't summon the undead but flew to fight on his fists. The spectators were sure that their bets would be burned. Shi Xiaozhong thought that everyone was underestimating Qiao Yu's strength because they didn't know about his genius in fighting. Qiao Yu's fist was already very close to Lu Yanhan's face, and the guy thought that he would take the blow from the necromancer because it would hardly do much damage to him. Lu Yanhan got hit in the face by Qiao Yu and flew back a few meters. The spectators saw Lu Yanhan lying on the arena. They assumed that the freshman is so strong because Kyoto University trains them well. Then some of the spectators started to accuse Qiao Yu of lying because they thought that the necromancer had lied about his level, and he was much bigger. Those who bet on Lu Yanhan called him a loser who couldn't handle the newcomer guys, demanded their money back for betting on the warrior. Finally, Lu Yanhan got back on his feet. He had a hard time getting up because of the damage he took. Then Lu Yanhan decided that he would not give in to the newcomer Qiao Yu and would not feel sorry for him now. The battle would be on equal footing. Qiao Yu again prepared to strike with his fist, but Lu Yanhan caught the necromancer's hand and told him not to think he was weak. After that, Qiao Yu decided to hit Lu Yanhan with his left hand. He made a fist and swung, but the guy blocked the necromancer's other hand. Both stood in resistance. Lu Yanhan smirked, and Qiao Yu was serious and thought of the best way to attack. Lu Yanhan slapped Qiao Yu's face sharply, and the swing was instantaneous and fast. Lu Yanhan hit Qiao Yu with his third hand that was behind his back. This was Lu Yanhan's crowning blow. From Lu Yanhan's punch, Qiao Yu fell back a distance, losing his balance. Qiao Yu didn't realize how he got hit because Lu Yanhan was holding him with two hands, but then the necromancer noticed his opponent had a third hand. Lu Yanhan looked at Qiao Yu with an evil smile and said that the guy underestimated him. Qiao Yu approached Lu Yanhan. Now the necromancer had his improved staff in his hand. Qiao Yu wanted to hit Lu Yanhan, but he once again grabbed onto the necromancer's weapon with all three hands and gripped it tightly. Qiao Yu tried to snatch the staff from Lu Yanhan's hand, but he wouldn't give it up. After that, Lu Yanhan grouped up and hit Qiao Yu in the face with both hands. Qiao Yu flew away from Lu Yanhan's blow and rolled with his back on the dueling arena. The necromancer quickly got up. He thought that his opponent was strong, but earlier, Qiao Yu had used the silver lion helmet, and it cushioned the damage on his head. Lu Yanhan asked Qiao Yu what his strike strength was. The warrior guessed that the necromancer's strength was around 500 units. The spectators were surprised at Lu Yanhan's words. They didn't think that the necromancer had more strength. Lu Yanhan told Qiao Yu that numbers are not important, but how they are applied is important because not all strikes can be at their maximum value. Lu Yanhan explained to the necromancer that this is called the conversion rate, and Qiao Yu's strength is high, but his strike efficiency is low. And then Qiao Yu realized what was wrong. He thought that he was always lacking something in fights despite his performance. Lu Yanhan went on to explain about conversion. If the opponents have the same stats, then the one with the higher ratio will be the stronger one. Lu Yanhan asked how he was considered the best in the university if his conversion rate was low. The necromancer said that it was none of his business and thanked him for the lecture. After that, Qiao Yu said that as a reward for the information he would hit himself, the necromancer activated the berserk mode. Lu Yanhan told Qiao Yu not to do anything stupid or deceive him. Xu Xiaojun realized that Qiao Yu didn't just hit himself, and he had come up with some plan to win the duel. A purple veil of energy formed around the necromancer, and his eyes also glowed purple in color. In parallel, Qiao Yu activated the ring and told Lu Yanhan that character points had a higher priority than conversion rate. Qiao Yu quickly headed towards Lu Yanhan to attack him once again and do so successfully. The necromancer struck at Lu Yanhan's body, but failed as the guy blocked his torso with all his hands. Qiao Yu then flew around Lu Yanhan from the other side to attack him while he was out of sight. And Qiao Yu succeeded in doing so. He struck Lu Yanhan with many punches on different parts of his body. The blows were strong and precise. After this attack, Lu Yanhan passed out in front of the audience. The people watching from the stands could not believe what had happened because they had never seen a necromancer defeat a warrior of superior level. After a while, Lu Yanhan woke up and started to get up. He laughed and wanted to continue the fight. He wanted to defend the honor of his university. Lu Yanhan shouted he promised himself that he wouldn't lose to some rookie low-level necromancer. When Lu Yanhan was standing firmly on his feet, he activated some skill, and a blue-colored energy appeared around him. Lu Yanhan said that he had never shown his master's skill to anyone, and Qiao Yu would be the first to test it. The warrior had become a six-armed warrior. Lu Yanhan started to run towards Qiao Yu to show him all his power. Qiao Yu received many blows from Lu Yanhan's six arms, each of the blows taking about 200 health points. While Qiao Yu was in the process of activating the berserk mode, Lu Yanhan asked why the necromancer had become so insecure and was not even fighting back. Lu Yanhan then decided to deliver the final blow to Qiao Yu that he thought would lead him to victory. But as soon as Lu Yanhan's fist approached Qiao Yu, the necromancer held it back with his hand preventing the attack. Lu Yanhan wondered why this happened, and then Qiao Yu agreed with his opponent that everything was indeed predestined. Qiao Yu then decided to play a joke on Lu Yanhan and suggested that he remove a few of his arms because the necromancer thought it was unsightly to have so many limbs. Qiao Yu quickly moved from words to action, and in a moment, Lu Yanhan lost one of his arms. Lu Yanhan was extremely angry and was ready to take revenge on Qiao Yu for such a prank. Immediately, Lu Yanhan attacked Qiao Yu. The necromancer in berserk mode was lightning fast in striking his opponent. Lu Yanhan realized that he had lost a few more arms and had only 3 left. Qiao Yu held one of his limbs and showed it to his opponent. The spectators thought that Qiao Yu's actions were too brutal, and they were also amazed by the physical strength of a necromancer with a low level. Tanggang, who was still tracking Qiao Yu's whereabouts, suddenly found herself in the arena hall. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu had attained the most terrifying berserk phase and was ready to finish the battle with Lu Yanhan. Eventually, Qiao Yu pounced on Lu Yanhan. The warrior tried to cover himself with his remaining arms. Qiao Yu threw Lu Yanhan's body with such force that he had 1 health point left, and the guy was lying in a pile of rocks with many injuries. The spectators of the fight realized that Qiao Yu had absolutely defeated Lu Yanhan with the freshman's strength enough to win. Qiao Yu slowly walked away, But the spectators kept saying that Liu Yanhan was preparing for the world tournament and was stronger than the necromancer, but something went wrong. Meanwhile, Tang Gong waited for Qiao Yu to finish the fight. She hid in the crowd of spectators and cast a spell against the necromancer. Qiao Yu swung the doors open and confidently walked out of the arena where he had just won. Abruptly, the necromancer became sick. He coughed up blood. He thought that these effects were due to the berserk mode. Since the skill is powerful, he has to pay with his health. The system warned Qiao Yu that due to the prolonged berserk mode, he received a side effect of immobilization for 1 hour. At this time, Tang Gong quietly crept up to Qiao Yu and attacked the young man and put him on the floor. Qiao Yu was lying on the floor with no strength. He thought that Xu Xiaozhong had come to him, but he smelled a strangely familiar odor. Qiao Yu's vision had deteriorated, and his eyes blurred, but he could still see that Tang Gong had attacked him, and now she was staring at him intently. After a while, Qiao Yu woke up not in his bed. There were soft toys lying next to him, and the room was pink like a girl's room. Qiao Yu didn't realize where he was. He remembered fighting in the arena and then seeing a strange girl knocking him out. His thoughts were interrupted by 2 maids who entered his room and asked if Qiao Yu was awake. The necromancer asked the maids where he was and whose bedroom it was. Qiao Yu then got out of bed, but the maids said he couldn't go without their mistress's permission. So the guy asked who their mistress was. One of the maids said that Qiao Yu had memory lapses because he knew the young mistress. Qiao Yu didn't want to listen to them. He went to the door and said he wanted to go home. One of the maids said that the guy was not allowed to leave the bedroom. Qiao Yu opened the door and saw Tang Gong standing in front of him in a short skirt and underwear. The girl asked him how he slept. The necromancer remembered how Tang Gong had poisoned him in the mysterious forest and framed the whole team. The girl smiled. She realized that Qiao Yu didn't think they would meet again. She reminded him that she promised to find him and see him again. Tang Gong entered further into the room and ordered the maids to leave. The girls obediently agreed and left. Qiao Yu realized that something was amiss, and he asked Tang Gong what she was up to. Tang Gong told Qiao Yu not to hurry and wanted to explain everything in order. There was still a thorn in Qiao Yu's neck, and Tang Gang passed her hand over the neck, and the thorns grew right out of Qiao Yu's neck. Tang Gong plucked the flower from Qiao Yu's neck, and from his neck the seed that the girl had once left in him disappeared. Qiao Yu tried to ask Tang Gong why her maids called him young master. Tang Gong said that she was the eldest daughter in the family, and Qiao Yu was now her husband, and it was this status that made him a young master. Qiao Yu yelled that the last time they fought and then Tang Gong kidnapped him to marry him, he asked the girl what is the logic behind her action. Tang Gong started yelling for Qiao Yu not to talk nonsense. She said that the guy broke her plans, and if it wasn't for that, she would have kidnapped him earlier. Qiao Yu also loudly stated that he was doing it all for his own safety, and he asked why she kidnapped him in the first place, why she didn't find another way. Tang Gong explained that in her family, if you don't reach a high rank before the age of 25, you get married. Tang Gong could have achieved her goal at the lake, but Qiao Yu spoiled it all. The girl said she had a fiancé of convenience. Qiao Yu realized that Tang Gong wanted to set him up, and her fiancé would be angry that the bride wanted to choose another man. The necromancer said that now he doesn't have Tang Gong's seed, and he wants to leave her house. Lastly, Tang Gong said that she told her dad that she is pregnant with Qiao Yu, and everyone around her now knows that the guy will soon become a member of their family. Tang Gong said that if Qiao Yu leaves her, her whole family and the evil fiancé will come after her. Qiao Yu changed his mind about leaving. He slammed the door and said that Tang Gang knows how to persuade. Tang Gong walked up to Qiao Yu and took his hand. The young man didn't expect this from a girl. Tang Gong asked why Qiao Yu resisted and did not want to marry her. She thought that many people would like to be in his shoes, but she did not like anyone. Qiao Yu pulled his hand out of Tang Gong's grasp and realized that she wanted to use him to avoid a marriage of convenience, and he offered to help her. Then Tang Gong offered the necromancer a deal. He must pass her family's test and then deal with her fiancé, and then they would forget about each other. Tang Gong held out her hand to make the deal. Qiao Yu realized that she was originally looking for a victim to get rid of the marriage of convenience. Tang Gong told Qiao Yu to wash and tidy up and then invited him to a family dinner. Qiao Yu stopped the girl for some reason and slammed the door with his hand. Tang Gong turned to Qiao Yu and asked him what he was doing. Qiao Yu looked at the girl and said that he was her new husband. Tang Gong didn't understand what Qiao Yu was up to. She asked him to behave properly as he was now in her house. The girl and the boy stood side by side. Qiao Yu hit Tang Gong's forehead with his forehead. Then Tang Gang was hit in the forehead and flew away from the boy, losing her balance. Tang Gong was very angry and called Qiao Yu a psycho who can't control himself. The girl left the room and slammed the door loudly. Chow Yu scratched the back of his head with his hand and realized that he was in trouble again. Evening came and Tang Gong came into the room to invite Chow Yu to have dinner with her. Tang Gong looked up at Chow Yu. She wasn't prepared to see a guy like that. Chow Yu looked like a true gentleman wearing a strict black-colored tea-suit. Tang Gong hid her admiration for Chow Yu's appearance and just said that he was dressed normally. Then she called him to come to dinner. They arrived at the palace-like manor as soon as Tang Gong and Chow Yu went inside. The maids stood in front of them on either side and greeted the gentleman. Tang Gong began to tell Chow Yu to keep quiet at dinner and listen only to her orders, and the boy agreed. The young man and the girl entered the dining hall. In front of them was a luxurious interior, with a large table, Tang Gong's parents, and many servants. Tang Gong's mom was called Kong Yun. She greeted her daughter and invited her to the table. Chow Yu also said hello to Kong Yun and addressed her as Auntie Tang Gang, corrected the guy, and said it was her mom. Chow Yu told the mom that he called her that because she looked young and he thought she was Tang Gang's sister. The woman said she was old, and he was confused. Tang Gang thought the guy was a lousy guy and was being frivolous. At the same time, the father thought the same and concluded that Chow Yu was frivolous. Then Chow Yu turned to the man and asked him if he was his great-grandfather. The ladies were shocked by what the guy said. An upset Tang Gang told Chow Yu that it was her father, Tang Dingshan. Chow Yu apologized to Tang Dingshan and told his father that he thought he was the man's great-grandfather, barely hiding his outrage. Tang Dingshan stared at Chow Yu and wanted to teach him a lesson, but didn't, because the guy is the father of his unborn grandson. Tang Gong said that Chow Yu was joking and asked him to behave himself. The guy agreed and thought that the real circus was ahead and he would ruin the dinner. There was silence in the dining room. An elderly gray-haired man entered the door. It was Tang Wumu, the head of the Tang family. The whole family and the maids bowed their heads to their great-grandfather and greeted him. Tang Gong whispered to Chow Yu that this was the head of their family and they respected him. Chow Yu thought that the old man was not so simple. The silence was interrupted. Tang Wumu's eyes lit up with green light, and the wind rose in the hall. After the old man laughed loudly, he said that Chow Yu is a real hero and reminds him of his old Tang style. Tang Gong apologized to her great-grandfather. She said that Chow Yu had never been to such events and did not know the manners of Tang Wumu. Said it was okay. Everyone sat down at the table, and after a while, Chow Yu took the meat with his chopstick and started chewing and slurping loudly. Chow Yu did it on purpose. His behavior at the table embarrassed Tang Gong and thought to himself that the girl would soon not be able to stand his antics. After a while, Chow Yu had a lot of dirty plates near him, and the guy had eaten on purpose to make a bad impression on Tang Gong's parents. Then Tang Wumu asked if everyone had eaten, and if everyone was full, he asked them to leave the dining hall so he could talk to Chow Yu alone. Tang Dingshan's father and Tang Gong began to discourage the grandfather from being alone with the boy. Tang Wumu resented his family for not listening to him and repeated again for everyone to leave. The family started to leave the dining hall. Tang Gang was worried, but Chow Yu gestured with his hand that everything would be fine. The old man turned to Chow Yu and started a dialogue. Tang Wumu said he wouldn't hurt the guy. He explained that they spoiled Tang Gang and she may misbehave, but overall she is a good girl. And Chow Yu remembered how Tang Gong had acted with her team at the lake and wanted to set everyone up. The guy thought the old man was wrong to call her good. Tang Wumu then said that he wanted Chow Yu to help his family, so he asked to leave them alone. The old man said that their family needed new people, as there was only Tang Gong who was currently the strongest member of the family. Tang Wumu said that once a year there is a family meeting to determine the great families, and those under 25 years old can participate. And Grandpa asked Chow Yu to be a participant in these meetings. The boy refused because his surname is Chow, not Tan. Tang Wumu said that he was their son-in-law and his labor would be rewarded. He wanted to give the boy access to the land of the ancestors, where there is a secret how they achieved power. Chow Yu then thought that the Tang family was indeed majestic and reasoned that there were many good things in the lands where the old man could send him. Tang Wumu raised his glass and turned to Chow Yu and said that he had no other options. The old man said that there was a good chance that they would lose the title of great family at a future gathering, and Tang Wumu admitted that he didn't want to see that defeat. Chow Yu asked why Tang Wumu was so confident in him. He replied that when Tang Gong chose him, the family studied the guy's background and his achievements are high. Chow Yu explained that he could attend the meeting but would not risk his life for their family. Tang Wumu thanked the young man and said that from now on, he could feel at home in the family estate. Chow Yu got up from the table and started to leave the dining hall. It looked like Tang Wumu was up to no good. His eyes glowed green. Chow Yu went to the porch of the manor, and there was Tang Gong waiting for him, who wanted to know the outcome of the conversation between the young man and his grandfather. Tang Gong followed Chow Yu and asked a lot of questions about why her grandfather wanted to talk to him one-on-one and what they were talking about. Chow Yu joked that Tang Gang was no longer his granddaughter, and he would be her grandfather. The girl got angry and threatened the guy that her family could harm him. And then Chao Yu replied that she could do whatever she wanted with him. But the main thing is that her grandfather did not know about her plan. Tang Gang became even more angry at Chao Yu's insolence and the fact that he was keeping the details of the conversation secret. In an instant, Tang Gang became affectionate from angry, and she snuggled up to Chao Yu and politely asked him to tell her everything. Chao Yu gave in and said that his grandfather had asked him to participate in the family gathering. Tang Gang asked if he agreed, and he said yes. Tang Gang said he could have refused because she had kidnapped him against his will, but Chao Yu told her not to think about it. The boy also added that it was none of her business, and Tang Gang became angry again and sent Chao Yu away. A few days later, many people showed up at the Tang family palace, and Tang Gang, Chao Yu, and Tang Wumu's grandfather also came. The old man said that if Chao Yu had come, it was time to move out. Everyone teleported to Chuanling Mountain, and there were many people from different families in a huge circular area. Tang Wumu looked around and realized that everyone was gathered at the family gathering were families like Tang Qingju and Xiao. The head of the Xiaotian family resented Tang Wumu for coming later than everyone else and being late to the gathering. Tang Wumu replied to the man that if he was dissatisfied with anything, they could proceed to battle. Xiaotian replied that the old man was making a big deal out of himself, and the results of the meeting would make everything clear, and it was unlikely that the Tang family would remain in first place. Qing Chengshu stood among the crowd. She paid attention to Chao Yu, but did not recognize him, but suspected that this man is probably familiar to her. The judge came out to the families. He looked and saw that everyone was gathered and proposed to start the meeting. The judge's name was Jin Shu, and he told the representatives of each family to come forward. After the judge's announcement, Chao Yu stepped forward as a representative of the Tang family. Qing Chengshu also stepped forward to represent her Qing family. And then Qing Qianshui recognized the stranger. It was Chao Yu. The girl was very surprised that he was here. Around the other family members also looked at Chao Yu. They had never seen him before. Then Judge Jin Yixiu said that everyone could prepare to move to the copy. But the judge was interrupted by Xiao Tian, who asked a question about Chao Yu and suspected that the young man did not belong to the Tang family. Qing Chengshu looked at Chao Yu in silence and did not understand how he came to be in the Tang family. Then Tang Wumu replied that Chao Yu is his son-in-law and he is the husband of Tang Gang. The old man added that the boy is worthy to be the representative of their family. Xiao Tian was indignant and suspected that the old man was deceiving everyone because Tang Gang was 25 and Chao Yu was not 20. Members of other families supported Xiao Tian and said that the Tang family had taken a random student from the university and all their actions were a sham. Other people started to think that Tang Gang and Chao Yu are not husband and wife at all as they are standing at a distance from each other. Tang Wumu asked Chao Yu to stand closer to his granddaughter. The guy refused and said he only agreed to be a participant in the meeting and not to prove anything to anyone. Tang Wumu realized that it was useless to force the guy, and then he proposed a deal asking Chao Yu what he wanted as a reward. Chao Yu replied that he wanted an extra payment for being close to Tang Gang. The guy went on to say that after the successful completion of the meeting, the Tang family would have to do something that Chao Yu wanted Tang Wumu to agree to the deal. Chao Yu then walked over to Tang Gan. He gently put his arm around her and looked her straight in the eyes. Tang Gan was embarrassed by this turn of events. Chao Yu kissed her cheek and whispered that he would sacrifice a lot for their victory. Xiao Tian did a scan on Chao Yu. He saw that the guy was a necromancer at the initial stage and thought that everything happening was fake. Xiao Tian then shared the identity recognition results with everyone and said that Chao Yu was just a beginner. Tang Wumu said that his level had nothing to do with participating in the family gathering, and he too was worthy of being a representative of their family. Xiao Tian laughed and said that the guy can be their family representative, but he can't survive in the copy. He added that the Tang family has sunk in his eyes. The assembly judge Jin Shu asked to stop the argument and invited the representatives to get ready for teleportation. Jin Yixiu further explained that there are 4 ghost eyes on the mountain, and whoever gets all the eyes will become a great family. The other families have at least 3 representatives each, and Chao Yu is alone and has no one, and he was also surprised that he had to get the ghost eyes. Jin Yixiu said that the copy of the Ghost Mountain is open, and everyone can move to hold the meeting. The members of all the families started teleporting to the copy to find out which family would take the first place. Xiao Tian told the judge to activate his divine artifact. A small mirror with green stones floated above Jin Yixui's hand. Then Jin Yixui turned the mirror towards the crowd and it glowed brightly. The representatives of the families arrived at the ghostly mountain. It was dark, and only the moon illuminated the location. One of the representatives looked around at the mountain. There was a thick fog through which the scenery of the place could barely be seen. The guy did not notice the cliff and fell down. Chao Yu realized that this was a nightmarish place, and he was unlucky. First he was kidnapped by Tang Gang, and now this was a trial. The relatives were saddened by Tanger's fall. Another man said that everyone would end up like this if they didn't wait for the fog to clear and dare to walk up the mountain. Tang Wumu was quietly drinking tea. The onlookers of the meeting were surprised that the Tang family had gathered 4 people so quickly, and the old man realized that luck was on their side. Suddenly, Tang Wumu choked on his tea and looked forward and called someone a bastard. Meanwhile, other family members approached the necromancer and asked if his name was really Chao Yu. One of them was called Tang Iotian, and he said that Chao Yu would obey him from now on, and he didn't care how he had gotten here by fraudulent means. Chao Yu turned to the guy and asked him why he should follow his orders. Tang Iotian replied that their priority is to find all eyes, and he is the only strong player among the entire Tang family. A girl intervened and called Tang Iotian a genius, and Chao Yu an impudent man who came out of nowhere and lives at the expense of his wife. Chao Yu listened to them and agreed to Tang Aotian's terms, after which the girl called him a spineless coward. Tang Wumu's grandfather recalled that he told his family to listen to Chao Yu, but they did not listen to him and continued to bend their line. Tang Aotian went ahead and told his team to go as fast as possible, as the Tang family needed to get the ghost eye first. Chao Yu followed the guys. He realized that he needed the eye to recover his memories, but the Tang family also needed the eye. He didn't know what to do. The boys were walking through the forest and came upon an old woman sitting alone in a rocking chair in the forest. Tang Iotian assumed that it was the local NPS of Ghost Mountain. The guys suggested that they go around the old woman unnoticed and quietly. Everyone passed by the old woman. He stayed behind, but the guys walked on the edge and almost woke up the woman. And then the old woman opened her eyes and spoke. She said that the mountain is no place for living people, and all who enter it will perish to the other world. The boys heard the grandmother's words and asked why she was saying such terrible things. The old woman got up from her chair and said that she would not tell the youth anything except one thing. The woman said that there are ghosts on the mountain. Chao Yu activated his blade and brought its tip to the old woman's face. He demanded that she tell everything she knows. The entire Tang family team watched Chao Yu's action in silence. Tang Wumu asked Tang Gong's granddaughter about Chao Yu. He wondered if the boy was always so bold. The girl was awkwardly silent and looked at the necromancer in love. The grandmother was silent and didn't say anything under Chao Yu's onslaught. She only looked at the guy in surprise and got angry. Chao Yu did not wait for an answer and slapped the old woman on the face. He ordered her to tell them all the information about the mountain. The 7 Tang boys were horrified by the blow on the woman. The old woman growled angrily. Chao Yu said the old woman had asked for trouble. The necromancer struck the woman with many blows and then took her by her breasts and lifted her up. The mutilated old woman begged Chao Yu not to hit her anymore and said she would tell them what she knew. Chao Yu put the old woman on the ground and told her that if she had gone straight to talk to him, she would not have gotten hit in the face. The young man ordered her to tell everything. The woman told the legend that there is a crossing of the underground and the world of the living on the mountain, so evil ghosts are waiting for them on the mountain. The grandmother added that ghosts cannot be reborn, so they are on the mountain as in purgatory. She continued that ghosts hide in the fog, and if they feel that the living have come to their territory, they will attack. Chao Yu stared into the darkness. The boy thought about the old woman's words and began to imagine what they would have to face next. He imagined the ghosts coming at him and asking for their lives back, each ghost thinking that his departure from life was unfair. Chao Yu was interrupted by Queen. Chao Yu admitted that he didn't think the mountain was so dangerous because it affected his mind from a distance. Chao Yu tried to find out more information from the old woman, but she said she didn't know anything else and asked the necromancer to let her live. Chao Yu suspected that the woman was not telling the truth, so he asked her what she knew about the ghostly eyes. While the heads of the other families were watching, they were surprised that Chao Yu could find the eyes just by talking to his grandmother. Tang Wumu asked Tang Gong if Chao Yu was a necromancer because he was using a blade and necromancers don't have such an arsenal. Chao Yu told the old woman that if she really didn't have information on ghost eyes, he wouldn't use a weapon to beat her up. The woman surrendered to Chao Yu and said she knew what he was asking about, but she only knew about one of the 4 eyes. The old woman told him that one of the eyes was in the eye socket of a ghostly monk, and to get what he wanted, the monk had to be destroyed. Chao Yu asked the old woman again about the ghost monk, and she confirmed that she was not mistaken. The woman said that he used to be an enlightened monk and wanted the ghosts to no longer suffer wandering around the mountain. One day, the monk performed a ritual. He performed ablutions, lit incense, put on ritual clothes, carried a staff, and came to the mountain. The old woman said that the mountain became bright, and the mountain looked like a golden Buddha who came down to the mountain to help the monk do good deeds. But everything was engulfed in a ghostly mist, and after a while the enlightened monk turned into a ghostly monk. The woman pointed her finger to the ruined temple and said that the monk dwells there. She warned the boys to make their weapons more powerful. Chao Yu listened to the grandmother, turned away, and left. He said he believed her, and they would follow her instructions to the ruined temple. The woman was tired of being treated so negligently by Chao Yu. She got angry, and her eyes turned green. Then the old woman came from behind and struck Chao Yu with her clawed hand. The necromancer armed himself with a blade, turned on the woman, and said that he sensed that she was up to something bad. And then Chao Yu did not pay attention to the woman's age. He struck her on the stomach with his weapon. The system congratulated Chao Yu on his victory over the old woman. His weapon received 1 energy. It can be accumulated, and the staff will work at maximum. Chao Yu realized that this was a great opportunity to gain additional power in the battle against his enemies. Chao Yu turned to his team. Tang, the guys, and the girl were terrified of what they saw and were afraid of the necromancer. Tong Aotian asked Chao Yu not to touch them and to be reasonable. The girl assumed that the necromancer was possessed by someone, or else how did he become so frantic? Chao Yu smiled wickedly and said that they were a team, and there was no reason for him to deal with the guy. And the Tang family members were once again startled by Chao Yu's words and facial expressions. Tong Aotian introduced the rest of the team to Chao Yu. The guy with green hair was called Tang Hu, and the girl was called Tang Lun, and the guys decided to move on. Tong's team walked through the forest, moving towards the mountain in the grass. They heard a strange, frightening sound. This noise was getting stronger, but Tong Aotian suggested not to pay attention to it and move on to the mountain. At this time, the participants of the meeting were watching the guys, and they spoke of Tong Aotian as a capable and calm guy, unlike others. The spectators said that there were fewer ghosts on the mountain than in the forest, and that it was better not to provoke them. Suddenly, everyone was surprised at what Chao Yu was up to. On the screen, everyone could see the necromancer teasing the ghosts to fight them and win because he needed to increase the energy for his staff. Xiao Tian shouted. He was worried that if Chao Yu attacked the ghosts now, everyone, including the spectators and participants, would be in trouble. Chao Yu managed to lure out the ghost who was rushing towards the necromancer on all fours. Chao Yu was pleased that the ghosts started to come out, and the necromancer dodged the attempt of one of them to hit him. The guy armed himself with a staff and crushed the ghost. The system gave him +1 energy to his staff. After a light battle, Chao Yu raised his head and saw a horde of ghosts in front of him. The members of Team Tang standing behind him were terrified. Tong Aotian was especially alarmed. He asked Chao Yu why he had brought the ghosts here, but Chao Yu didn't answer him. He looked at the ghosts and thought he had enough energy to make a special spell for his staff. The crowd of ghosts saw Chao Yu's target and rushed towards him, while the necromancer prepared his weapons for battle. Chao Yu started slashing the ghosts in close combat. Fighting them, it was easy, and many of them fell after a few minutes. The necromancer saw a notification from the system that the energy for the staff had reached the maximum 100 mark. Chao Yu then saw his staff improved. Its damage increased by 50%, and 30 points of ghost deterrence appeared. Chao Yu didn't fight all the ghosts, and after he gained enough energy and ability, the remaining ghosts ran away from the guy in terror. Tong Aotian and Tong Hu didn't understand what happened and why the ghosts abruptly turned around and ran back into the forest. At this time, Chao Yu was being watched by Tong Wumu's grandfather, who realized that the guy was much stronger than he thought. But Chao Yu didn't stop chasing the ghosts. The necromancer felt that the acquired energy had several stages. While Chao Yu was chasing the ghosts, he cast a spell, and the unknown man's hand lit a fire on himself. The spell was called Fire Dance, and so the ghosts were burned. Chao Yu looked at the fire with ghosts. He was furious, as he wanted to deal with it himself and earn more energy. Zhang Erhe appeared in front of the necromancer and asked the angry Chao Yu if he was all right. While the family members were watching, one woman said that they had met a Taoist, and now the difficulty of the trial had been reduced by 1 level. Xiao Tian thought that the Tang family had a high probability of staying in the lead among the great families this time. All the guys from the Tang team except Chao Yu thanked the Taoist for his help. Zhang Erhe said that everyone should leave the forest as the mountain was very dangerous. Tong Aotian explained to Zhang Erhe that they had come to this replica for a reason. They all needed to climb the mountain to pass the test. Then Zhang Erhe suggested that the team follow him as he knew the way but warned that it was dangerous, and as there were many people, he would not be able to protect all of them. Tong Aotian thanked the Taoist and thought to himself that it was good luck to meet him on the path, and now he could not worry that Chao Yu would ruin everything. Everyone followed Zhang Erhe, and finally he led the team to the foot of the ghostly mountain. But there was no further road. Tang Lun looked at the creepy mountain and was frightened. She asked Tang Aotian if they really have to go there. The girl asked if he would protect her from the ghosts. Tang Aotian stroked the girl's head and said that she had nothing to worry about because he was by her side. Chao Yu thought that these two were too naive to face the mountain and decided not to help them and pursue his goal. Chao Yu then activated his staff and began to clear the way by cutting down the plants that were blocking the path. Zhang Er had watched Chao Yu's actions and realized that his weapon was not an easy weapon for the Taoist to wield. He felt a particularly strong energy from it. Zhang Er asked Chao Yu what he was doing as a necromancer. The necromancer decided to make a joke and said he was a butcher. But due to his experience, Zhang Er realized that cutting meat could not achieve such energy for weapons. After Chao Yu continued to remove the obstacles from the passage to the mountain, he cut not only plants but also trees. After the obstacles were cleared, Tang Aodian saw that there was a passageway ahead and assumed that one of the other teams had reached the mountain earlier. Zhang Er told the guys not to hurry to go to the mountain. He pointed to the side and suggested that they look at something. Everyone looked in the direction the Taoist was pointing and saw many people lying on the ground who had gone to another world. Tang Lun assumed that this was the team of the rival family. She was horrified that these people were gone and thought that something terrible was waiting for them on the mountain. Zhang Er suggested to go further, and when everyone went further into the forest somewhere not far away, a ghost was biting a man's neck. Tang Aotian asked the Taoist who the monster was. Suddenly, Chao Yu pushed everyone away and went to the monster. The necromancer didn't care what kind of creature it was, he was ready to destroy it. The monster was creepy, its eyes glowing red and had sharp teeth. The monster turned around and saw Chao Yu. The necromancer swung his staff and struck at the monster, eliminating it with a single blow, and for this, he received a plus of 1 unit of energy. Zhang Er looked at Chao Yu's battle and thought he was a pretty tough guy. Tang Lun was shaking with fear. She asked her brother to go home, but Tang Aotian said that they should go on and find the ghost eye. The silence of the forest was broken by a song someone was singing opera, and the team heard it. The unknown person's singing continued, and Tang Lun shouted to Tang Aotian that there was water all around them. The amount of water was increasing, and all the team members were already in it. No one understood what the sudden appearance of the body of water was about. Tang Aotian approached Tang Lun and began to calm her down. Meanwhile, a head with black hair lurked behind the guys in the water. Tang Lun saw something behind her brother. She shook with fear and warned Tang Aotian that there was something behind her. The frightened Tang Lun saw a terrifying ghost in bloody clothes behind him. Turning around, he shouted that there was nothing here. She was just imagining things. The girl shouted to Daoist Zhang that he had seen it too. There was a ghost of a girl. But to her surprise, the guy looked at her with a puzzled look and asked which ghost of a girl. Folding his fingers, he whispered, "Ward off evil, bind, the demons protect the body, preserve life." His eyes lit up with blue fire. Dao Zhang folded his fingers in a magical sign. He said, "Heavenly Wesser, open up." At this moment, his eyes released a beam of light. After a moment, Tang Lun saw the girl's ghost dissolve. At this moment, a powerful stream of green energy flew into Dao Zhang's eyes. Blood appeared on his face. He thought he hadn't even seen the ghost's face, but he was injured. How fierce is this vengeful ghost? At this moment, Chao Yu grabbed his sword and shouted, "Where is she?" Dao Zhang said the left side supports the 6K, the right side guards the 6 Ding. In front is the yellow emperor, in the back is the mountain seal. The Lord is as harsh as the devil. He used the spell of destroying the 7 gods and demons. At this moment, the ghost was enveloped by rings of crushing energy, and she screamed loudly. With fiercely glaring eyes, the ghost girl rushed towards the dumbfounded Zhang. He couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. She could still move even after being destroyed by 7 gods and demons. Furiously attacking the girl ghost tried to deliver a powerful deadly strike. Sticking out his fingers, Dao Zhang shouted out the 9th retribution. A shift in the firmament. A powerful stream of deadly energy rained down on the girl's ghost. Watching the confrontation, Aotian said that Dao Zhang is incredible. He really can summon heavenly thunder to deal with evil ghosts. At this moment, Chao Yu suddenly shouted for them to stop. She was not dead. They heard a song with the lyrics, "Beloved is in joy, and I am in longing. My heart is broken forever. The moon alone knows my bitter sigh." Frowning, Zhang shouted for them to run. He doesn't know what this ghost went through in his lifetime. This kind of offense is rare. After a moment, everyone rushed away from the place. Suddenly, Aotian shouted dumbfoundedly why this water was moving behind them. He talked himself into thinking that there was no way Master Zhang would run away. It's just a ghost, after all. Clutching the deadly spear in his hand, he shouted furiously that he would fight the ghost. A moment later, the tip of the spear passed close to the ghost. She managed to dodge it. The guy grinned and asked if she was so nimble. So, she's afraid of his spear. With a firm grip on the spear, he jumped up to attack the ghost. As he swung, Lucian shouted furiously and used the Ice Daze technique. Suddenly, he lost sight of the ghost girl. Dao Zhang shouted for Aotian to be more careful. At this moment, the ghost girl touched him, and the guy thought that it was very cold. His body wasn't obeying him. Suddenly, the ghost gave the Pranyu a powerful, crushing blow, and he flew aside. Frowning, Zhang thought that if there was no other way out, there was only one thing left for him to do. He saw Qiao Yu heading towards the ghost and shouted for him to run and not waste his strength. This ghost is full of resentment and is very strong. Ordinary spells won't help here. Qiao Yu grinned that times have changed. He will show them what it means to go against the omnipresent. After a moment, clasping his spear, the guy rushed towards the ghost. In the next instant, Qiao Yu swung around and delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Seeing this, Daozhang was dumbfounded. He asked in surprise what it was. At this moment, Qiao Yu furiously swung his spear while releasing a powerful energy. Suddenly, Qiao Yu was surprised to notice that the ghost girl had disappeared again. At this moment, the guy felt a cold, piercing breath beside him. Right next to Qiao Yu's face, a grinning ghost girl appeared. With a smirk, the guy wondered why this sister was so pale. Evilly flashing her eyes, the ghost girl loomed over Qiao Yu. To defend against the ghost, the guy used the silver lion helmet technique. Attacking the ghost, he fiercely swung a crushing spear using the storm boots. Using the dragon roar / technique, Qiao Yu delivered a deadly blow. At this moment, the sign rushed out to run. The guy shouted for her not to run away. He wants to chop her up. Watching the guards, the guys were dumbfounded that Qiao Yu was chasing after the ghost. One said he was just a beast, the other said he wanted to kick his ass. At this moment, the guy was trying to catch up to the ghost trying to escape. He grinned and shouted, "Is she still running away?" And after a moment he struck. The powerful blow of the deadly weapon rained down on the ghost girl. The crushing tip of the spear was rapidly approaching the dazed ghost. The guy delivered a crushing blow, and the ghost girl was unable to dodge the spear. After destroying the ghost, Qiao Yu's deadly energy increased by 100. Daozhang thanked Qiao Yu for his help. He replied that it was thanks to Zhang for weakening her. Moving closer, Aotian thanked the guy for his help. Qiao Yu replied that they all contributed. At this moment, Tong Wumu was told that his grandson-in-law wasn't even at the initial stage after all. Would he not deign to explain himself? With his eyes glaring furiously, Ta Wum asked what it meant to explain himself. Does he have to do that? Angry, the head shouted that he was an old geezer. Had he really reached that level? When the leader stepped back, the boy asked, should they put their plan against the Tang family on hold for now? He replied that although he was a high-level old man, he wasn't young. He wouldn't even last a year. At this time in the copy, they continued on their way. Tang Lun ran after Qiao Yu. She asked why he wasn't paying attention to her. This ghostly grief is so scary on this ghostly grief. He will protect her, right? But Qiao Yu pulled his hand away from the girl and shouted for her to get away from him. Fiercely clenching his fist, he promised to punch her if she didn't get off his back. The girl was shocked. Aotian excitedly asked if she was okay. She apologized to Aotian and said she shouldn't have behaved like that. He was the best. The guy replied that it was no big deal. At this moment, Daozhang shouted for them to be quiet. There is a strong yin energy and sounds of fighting ahead. He doesn't know yet if it's friend or foe. Therefore, they need to be very careful. Turning around, he wondered why there were 3 of them. Where is Qiao Yu's brother? At this moment, they saw Qiao Yu rapidly approaching the edge of the mountain. He shouted that helping others is the key to success. They shouldn't be afraid. Qiao Yu is an expert in exterminating evil spirits. Jumping down, the boy shouted that he would save them. He grinned and thought that the ghosts would be safe. In a moment, Qiao Yu had already fallen to the ground between the guys and the evil ghost. It was the Xiao family. The guy's name was Xiao Tsung. He stared dumbfoundedly at the guy who had suddenly appeared. A huge ghost with no face was standing in front of Qiao Yu, who had descended. Seeing him, Zhang said that it was Huapi Gui. It is said that he skinned people and put it on himself to pretend to be a victim. This ghost is stronger than the last one. At this moment, the guy introduced himself as Xiao Kun of the Xiao family and asked Qiao Yu to help them defeat the evil spirit. At this moment, the image of the head appeared in front of Qiao Yu, and he replied, well, no way. Unwilling to help the Xiao family, he turned around to leave, throwing a pokeda on the way. Seeing this, the head frowned furiously and said, well done. Xiu shouted for Qiao Yu not to leave. If he helped them get rid of Huapigi, they wouldn't be in debt. The guy smirked and said that since Brother Xiao was so generous, he wouldn't mind 5 million. Without thinking, Xiao Tsung replied in hand. Qiao Yu couldn't believe that it wasn't a trick. Releasing energy, Qiao Yu said, look at me. The left side supports the 6 Jia, the right side guards the 6 Ding. In the front is the Yellow Emperor. At the back is a mountain seal. The Lord is as harsh as the devil. He commands to undergo 7 annihilations of gods and demons. Zhang watched him. Fiercely clutching his spear, the guy swiftly rushed to attack with a shout of bend. Swinging around, he released a crushing energy and struck a powerful blow. A bright flash illuminated the surroundings. The ghost was suppressed. Seeing this, Xiao was shocked. He said that the 5 of them couldn't defeat this ghost, but he suppressed it with just 1. He is a necromancer, but he exterminates evil spirits. At this moment, Qiao Yu shouted why they stood up. Let them help faster. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Kun realized that he was brooding and standing in one place. He shouted forward, and all the guys bared their swords and rushed forward to attack the ghost. Crossing their swords, the guys unleashed crushing energy at him from all directions. They fiercely attacked the ghost, trying to destroy it completely. Suddenly, the dumbfounded Shao Kun noticed the ghost had a glowing red eye. He shouted joyfully that there it was, the ghost eye from Huapigui. The ghost eye had found him on its own. God really does favor the Xiao family. When Qiao Yu saw it, he thought it was a ghost eye. That's lucky. The eye here and the ghost monk's eye. That's enough. We don't have to try anymore. At this moment, Xiao shouted forward, "Have them make more Nadris on Huapigui." He wants to take a proper look. Waving their swords, the guys rushed forward to attack. The overjoyed Shao Kun shouted that it was indeed a ghost eye. If he succeeded in obtaining the ghost eye, it would definitely become the object of the family's attention. He shouted for brother Qiao Yu to help him destroy this ghost eye. He would pay him 10 times the amount. Smiling, Qiao Yu replied, "Okay, let him go first and he would immediately follow him." Xiao shouted the famous tamer, fierceness. The huge gray wolf fiercely flashed its red eyes and rushed at the ghost. The huge maw with sharp wolf fangs closed over the ghost's head. The ghost eye glowed with red light. The ghost began to dissolve. Soon, everyone saw the huge wolf fly aside and the ghost rose into the air. Frowning, Qiao Yu watched the confrontation. Xiao shouted out the Wolf King. A moment later, a ghost hovered above them, flashing a huge ghost eye. The huge Wolf King, fiercely flashing red eyes, rushed to attack. With its ghostly eye, the ghost spread demonic energy around it. Suddenly, the guys realized that they had entered the space of the demonic eye. Xiao Tong said that this was not good. Looking at Qiao Yu being sucked into the vortex of demonic energy, Dao Zhang shouted excitedly. Watching them, the people said that it was over. The Xiao family and the Tang family's son-in-law were sucked into the ghostly eye space. The bronze mirror can't show what's inside. There is a ghostly energy raging in the ghost eye space. The members of the Xiao family might be in danger. But to gain the recognition of the ghost eye to enter it is simply necessary. Suddenly, Qiao Yu saw a girl approaching him. She turned to the young master. The girl said that everything here is so gloomy. She is very scared to be here. Could he please escort her to a safe place? He replied that it was no problem and asked what he would get in return. Qiao Yu thought to himself what she was up to. Unfolding her robes, the girl replied that she had nothing to repay him for his kindness, unless she could promise him herself. The girl threw herself into the guy's embrace. Suddenly, Qiao Yu gave the girl a powerful punch and pushed her away from him. The girl flew aside and the guy told her to forgive him. It just came out of her own accord. Falling to the ground, she asked resentfully why the young master was suddenly so cold to her. Maybe he doesn't like girls in trouble. Then she could take on a different appearance. A beautiful girl appeared in front of him who teased him with her seductive form and asked if he liked it. But Qiao Yu ignored her attempts to seduce her and grabbed his spear. Frowning, she said that it seemed like he couldn't be taken like that. He doesn't like young girls, nor mature women. Then let her look into his heart. The girl's hand flashed. He replied that he did not advise her to do so. The girl said that it seems her assumption was correct. There is indeed a very important person hidden in his heart. That's why he can't be tempted by carnal temptations. She reached out her hand to his heart. Qiao Yu tried to fight back, but the girl told him not to even try. In the ghost eye space, she is a goddess. He won't be able to do anything. She will only take a glimpse of who is hidden in his heart. Suddenly, the girl changed her image again and said she didn't expect him to be a lolicon. She asked who this girl was to him. Probably someone very important. The girl laughed, seeing a shocked Qiao Yu. Frowning, the guy angrily shouted furiously, "Does she really want to go to the other world?" The girl replied for him to give up. He wouldn't leave even a scratch on her. And anyway, how did he raise his hand on her when she looks like that? Smirking, the guy asked gloatingly, and didn't she know there was someone else in his heart? And that someone was more terrifying than her. At that moment, a foot appeared from his body. The shocked girl saw a ghost of a girl appear from Qiao Yu's body. With her eyes rounded in fear, the girl rushed to escape. But the ghost released huge bone ropes and threw them towards the fleeing girl. After a moment, the ropes reached the fleeing girl's body and bound her arms and legs. The ghost told Qiao Yu that it was time to start. She was now vulnerable and could be defeated. Furiously swinging the crushing spear, the guy struck a powerful blow. His deadly energy increased by 200, and the ghost eye was obtained. He asked Her Majesty if this thing could break the memory seal. She answered yes. Holding out the ghost eye to her, Qiao Yu said that before this place collapses, it was Her Majesty's turn. She took the ghost eye. At this moment, the guy frighteningly asked if it hurt. Reaching out her hand to him, she replied that it didn't hurt at all, and after a moment, she inserted the ghost eye into it. The guy screamed. The girl said with a smile that she had no idea what pain was after all. A moment later, the ghost eye glittered on Qiao Yu's face. There was a rumbling in his head. Memories of his life began to surface in the boy's mind, but he didn't see everything. The girl said that it seemed like the seal was stronger than she thought. The ghost eye couldn't get rid of it completely. He cried out in despair what to do. but she told him not to worry. It's not the last ghost eye. If he finds 3 more, then he can definitely solve this mystery. And that could be considered a hidden blessing. Now, his eyesight was greatly improved, and the ghost mist would almost have no effect on it. If he could successfully use the 4 ghost eyes, then he would most likely obtain a skill related to it. Xiao Yu replied that he needed to get 3 more. At this moment, the ghost eye space began to crack and disappear. Seeing him, Shao Kahn excitedly shouted that Xiao Yu had finally returned. Let him give him the ghost eye. He said that all the Xiao family members who came with him had died in the ghost eye space. Therefore, he asks Xiao Yu to give him the eye. He will receive his reward as soon as he leaves this place. Pretending not to understand what he was talking about, Xiao Yu asked which eye he was talking about. Angry, Shao Kahn shouted that if he didn't want to do it the hard way, he would have to do it the hard way. At this moment, the huge wolf king, fiercely glaring with red eyes, rushed toward the guy. He asked what Xiao was talking about in the first place. Zheng shouted for him to stop screwing around. He knows he has the ghost eye, and since he won't give it to him, he will take it himself. He ordered the wolf king to chew him out. Frowning, Xiao Yu clenched his crushing spear and swung with force. A moment later, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow to the Wolf King. The dumbfounded Xiao Tsung stared at the guy in shock. Blood spatters of the destroyed wolf flew towards him. At this moment, Xiao Yu received plus 100 points for destroying the evil spirit. The agitated Shao Kahn rushed towards the dead Wolf King and shouted furiously. Looking around, Xiao Yu decided that the Xiao family was no longer a threat, and it was time to leave this place. Rapidly moving forward, Xiao Yu thought about the fact that he didn't know where everyone from Tang had gone. At this moment, the head shouted to Tang Wum that he was an old bastard. How dare he harm their family? He will meet his end today. The old man replied once family members set foot on the ghost mountain, their lives and demise are determined by fate. Honor and wealth pass into the hands of God. Is he Xiaotian going to take the initiative to break the rules set by the major families in the past? Looking at the representatives of the Qing and Ji families, Xiaotian frowned but remained silent. Pensive Tang Wum tried to understand what Xiao Yu had in mind. He had become somehow uncontrollable. At this moment, Xiao Yu was moving along the ghostly mountain trying to find Doas Zhang and Tang Aotian. Suddenly, he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's voice asking brother Aotian to save him. Approaching the place where the faint voice was coming from, Xiao Yu was dumbfounded by what he saw. He saw the destroyed Tang Lun lying on the ground in a pool of blood. He thought that she might be a suck-up, but dying for such a thing was too cruel. What a way to go. He told her not to worry. He'll get rid of the monsters in the fog. At that moment, the boy saw a heavenly gaze and heard the words ward off evil, bind demons, protect the body, and preserve life. He realized that it was Dao Zhang. Xiao Yu did not hesitate a moment and rushed to him. Seeing him, Dao Zhang said that he was happy to see him safe and sound. Turning to Tang Aotian, Xiao Yu asked where Tang Xiaoxiao was. The fellow was silent. Then Xiao Yu shouted that he was asking him, "Where is Tang Xiaoxiao? Wasn't she with him?" The frightened guy replied, "Sorry, it was all his fault." He said that the fog was very thick, but Xiao Xiao was following him as usual. And then the girl suddenly shrieked loudly as if she was surprised and disappeared. But because of the fog, he didn't immediately rush after her. He didn't know what to do. The guy grabbed his head and sadly shouted for Xiao Xiao to forgive him. Frowning, Dao Zhang said that this one was not Brother Aotian's fault. Miss Xiao Xiao must have been destroyed by Bao Pigui. A surprised Xiao Yu asked what kind of Bao Pigui. Dao Zhang replied that it was the most terrifying of ghosts. Bao Pigui's nature is ugly, so they hunt beautiful people and skin them. Their original purpose was to wear the skin of their victims. But a ghost is still just a ghost. Human yang energy is too strong for it, and it causes unbearable pain when wearing the skin. That's why the Bao Pigi make lanterns out of leather. That way they can forever preserve the beauty that doesn't belong to them. A dumbfounded Tong Hu said that this meant that Xiaoxiao's skin was. Sighing, Dao Zhang said that Lady Xiaoxiao fought off the group and was destroyed. At this moment, the frightened Tang Hu asked the lanterns he was talking about. "It's them." Turning around, the dumbfounded Xiao Yu saw a huge number of lanterns behind him. Sheathing his sword, Dao Zhang shouted for brother Xiao Yu to be more careful. The sinful souls of the 9 underworlds are following the fragrant cloud sign. The blue lotus of concentration and wisdom gives birth to the eternal peace of the gods. Infinite peace breaks the curse of hell. Fiercely shouting, Dao Zhang began to release streams of crushing energy, destroying the lanterns. At this moment, Xiao Yu shouted no, his deadly energy. Let it leave him some. Swinging his spear, he started destroying the lanterns and received plus 50 to the deadly energy for each one. Dao Zhang shouted for Xiao Yu to be more careful. These human skin lanterns are just a small trick. The real terror is Haopigi hiding behind the scenes. At this moment, he saw huge glowing red eyes. Frowning, Xiao Yu carefully gazed into the darkness, trying to discern Haopigui. Suddenly, a huge hand with sharp claws reached out to him from the fog. The guy barely managed to dodge the deadly claws, and they stabbed into a tree. A moment later, an ugly, terrifying Hapagui appeared in front of Qiao Yu. He said with a smile that his skin looked great. He liked it very much. Can he give him his skin? His skin is better than theirs. Silence is a sign of agreement. Let the guy give him his skin. Trying to fight off the terrifying demon, Qiao Yu swung his spear and shouted to get the hell out of here. At this moment, Hapagui's mask glowed and fell from his face. An ugly demon with sharp fangs appeared in front of the guy. The enraged Hapagui shouted furiously that those damn people were ruining everything. He was being nice to them. He asked for his skin, but they didn't appreciate it, and even broke his lantern that he had worked so hard to make. Stretching out his huge hands, the ghost promised to skin them and eat their flesh. He would eat their souls. Trying to stop the enraged ghost, Qiao Yu delivered a powerful spear strike, but he couldn't defeat it. He thought that this ghost is tough. Only deadly energy helps. It looks like he can only defeat the opponent by entering the berserk state. The guy used the berserk mode to defend himself. Suddenly, someone shouted an ice-cold scream. A moment later, a thick ice shield appeared in front of him and protected him from the ghost strike. At this moment, Qiao Yu saw people approaching him. The guy shouted that they had come to help. Swinging the deadly sword furiously, the guy lowered himself to the ground in front of Hapagui. They were the people from the Qing family led by Qing Hao, the junior sword god of the Qing family. Flashing his naked sword, Qing Hao attacked the terrifying ghost to help Qiao Yu. Looking at the guy, Qiao Yu thought that he had an incredible high attack power. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Hapagui rushed to attack the standing guy. The girl next to him shouted out an ice sheet to protect Qing Hao. A huge ice shield appeared in front of the guy, preventing the ghost from reaching him. Looking at them, Qiao Yu thought that they were working harmoniously. Yes, and the timings are well matched. Could it be that they had already encountered Bao Pigi before? At this moment, he realized that Bao Pigi seemed to have a ghost eye. Otherwise, why else would they help their opponent? At this moment, Dao Zhang shouted that he didn't know where that arrogant brother Tang had gone, but someone has to deal with Bao Pigui. He replied that Dao Zhang should go and he would be back later. Zhang replied that he would wait for. At this moment, the Qing family was fighting a ghost. He thought that they were powerful. No wonder Bao Pigi ran away from them. Swordmaster Qing shouted the sword of the three emperors of heaven, earth, and humanity. The sword of the emperor of humanity. A moment later, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow at the evil ghost. At this moment, Qing Hao shouted that they should attack together. They must not let the ghost eye space open up. The entire Qing family bared their swords and released energy, and rushed to attack Bao Pigui. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out, illuminating everything around with a bright flash. At this moment, a ghost eye appeared, and the guy flew up to grab it. He managed to get close to the ghost eye and was about to take the ghost eye. Suddenly, Qiao Yu grabbed it and rushed out. Upon seeing him, Qing Hao shouted furiously to be grabbed immediately. The guy rushed out and the entire Qing family rushed after him. Overjoyed, Qiao Yu thought that he had the second eye. There are still 2 more to go. Ghost Mountain is a joint trial, so it's not worth relying on him alone. He tried to get out of here as soon as possible. At that moment, a deadly sword flew past the guy. He grabbed it and continued chasing after the fleeing Qiao Yu to retrieve the ghost eye. Grabbing the handle of the flying sword, the guy approached Qiao Yu. The dumbfounded Yu thought, how could this even be possible? Ahead of Qiao Yu, the guy lowered himself to the ground, blocking his path. He shouted that Qiao Yu would not escape. Brother Qing Hao would also be here soon. At this moment, people with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared. Seeing them, Qing Hao asked who they were, which family they were from, and how dare they break the rules of the Ghost Mountain. He realized that they were at an intermediate stage. If they acted together, they would definitely die. With a frown, Head Qing said that it looked like someone had set a trap for their youth. The other said that it was like challenging all the families in Kyoto. Standing right in front of the strangers, Qing Hao asked what they wanted from them. The guy replied that it was nothing. They had just heard about the Qing family's junior sword god a long time ago and wanted to fight one-on-one. Qing Hao replied that if it was a one-on-one battle, then he was fine with it. At this moment, the guy who was chasing Qiao Yu asked who they were. Did they know that he was from the Qing family? Daring to attack him, do they not fear retaliation at all? With flashing red eyes, the guy replied that he was the one who would take his life. Fiercely clenching his fist, Qing shouted something else and rushed to attack the hooded guy. He used King Qing's technique and started furiously throwing powerful punches. Grinning, he shouted that he wondered how long he would last. Dodging the hooded guy's powerful fist, he said that it was for nothing. A moment later, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow to the Qing family guy. Sealing him to the ground, the hooded guy continued to deliver powerful punches. Frowning, Qiao Yu thought that he must not be human, and why does it look familiar? At this moment, the other guy stopped him and told him not to forget why they were here. Turning to Qiao Yu, he asked if the guy would surrender peacefully, or if they would beat him to a half-dead state first. Suddenly, the hooded guy received a deadly blow. Turning around, he recognized Lin Lan. A dumbfounded Qiao Yu asked him Lin Lan in surprise, but how did he become? The guy interrupted Qiao Yu. He said that they were once classmates. To make life difficult for him, he would not make life difficult for him. There are more men in black in this copy. They all came for his soul. Saying goodbye, Ling Lan shouted that they would be enemies next time. Frowning, Qiao Yu thought that the people in black had come for his soul. At this moment, Qiao Yu was spotted by the Qing people and shouted that he was here. As they approached, they were dumbfounded to see two broken bodies and shouted how it happened. After getting stoned, Qiao Yu thought that this was a bad luck. He would never be able to clear his name now. At this time, the head of the Qing family, Kong Tian, told Tong Wum that his son-in-law had destroyed his family's junior. He should hand him over to them. Tong Wum frowned and lowered his eyes. He didn't answer anything. Listening to the accusation, the girl thought that it was impossible. Qiao Yu couldn't. At this moment, Qiao Yu told the Qing family that he didn't destroy him. Would they believe him? Unveiling his sword, Qing Hao asked what Qiao Yu himself thought. Activating his undead ring, Qiao Yu said, "Okay, no, so no." The guy activated the steal mode. The angry Qing Hao shouted for him to stop. The guy yelled, "Stop chasing him. He really didn't destroy him." Qing asked if it wasn't him, then why was he running away? Running away, Qiao Yu yelled for him to put his sword away first. Qing Hao yelled for him to stop. Jumping onto a tree branch, Qiao Yu hid behind the trunk. The Qing boys lost sight of him. Breathing out, Qiao Yu thought that Ling Lan had set him up badly. He would have a hard time when he got out of the copy. Dao Zhang was still waiting for him, but first, he had better recover his memory. At this moment, Dao Zhang said that according to Master's words, Master Yuan Kong's remains and the lost Dharma artifact of their sect should be in this temple. May Brother Qiao Yu forgive him for leaving without saying goodbye, but this journey is too dangerous, and he can't take it with him. Entering the temple, Dao Zhang saw a huge Buddha statue in the center of the hall. Seeing the object in his hands, he shouted with joy that he had found it. It was the lost drachma artifact of their sect. Suddenly dumbfounded, Dao Zhang recoiled from the statue to the side. He saw the energy and heard a voice that said that it had been a long time since Daos had set foot in these places. Clenching his fists, Zhang shouted furiously who was here. "Enough tricks. Let him come out." At this moment, a monk appeared and said that there was no need to be nervous. It's like cultivating Buddhism and Taoism. Both are for the good of the world and the salvation of all living beings. A surprised Zhang recognized Master Yuan Kong and wondered if he was alive. The monk replied that he could not become a Buddha until the Ghost Mountain was purified. Only when all beings are saved will he attain enlightenment. He asked why Erhai had come to the mountain this time. He replied that he had come on behalf of his late teacher to retrieve the drachma artifact, the star disk. Smiling, the monk replied that he didn't seem to have come to join their Buddhist order. Frowning, Zhang asked what the master was talking about. He respects him as an elder, but let him not mention any more about accepting Buddhism. He is Zhang Erhei, a Taoist in life and a Taoist ghost in death. The monk replied that Erhei's benefactor is close to his Buddha. It is predestined by the heavens. Tapping his staff and flashing his eyes, Master Yuan Kong told him to convert to Buddhism. The dumbfounded Dao Zhang frowned as he looked at the monk deciding what to do. Master Yuan Kong said like this: he should bow down and convert to Buddhism. Giving in to the monk's strength, Zhang Erhei began to slowly kneel down. Qiao Yu suddenly appeared and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, preventing him from lowering himself down. He said that Buddhism doesn't accept those without a bachelor's degree. Dao Zhang is so molo. He must have never read a book. So how can he be a monk? Hearing Brother Qiao Yu's words, Dao Zhang came to his senses and looked around dumbfounded. At this moment, he realized that it was close. Master Yuan Kong had almost turned him. Smiling, the monk asked Benefactor Qiao if he too wished to embrace Buddhism. Apologizing to Master Qiao Yu replied that he was a rude person. He did not want to dishonor Buddhism. The monk said that his Buddha has great compassion and wishes to save all those who have attachments. Towering over the floor, Master Yuan Kong added that no one could reject his Buddha. At this moment, the shocked monk saw the guy picking his nose. Smiling, he told Master Yuan Kong that he had a busy performance. Let him continue. The surprised monk thought about what was going on. If someone has the ability to become enlightened, he will be converted by a Buddha, and this guy has no reaction. At this point, Zhang said that this is wrong. This is not Buddhist Dharma. This is an evil technique that bewitches people. He's not Master Yuan Kong. Who is he? The monk replied that Benefactor Erhei is wrong. A Buddha has no form. Appearance is only a fleeting illusion. After a moment, he released a dark energy. Clenching his sword furiously, Zhang Erhei shouted that he was a demon and was still stubborn. Smirking, Qiao Yu said that of course he was not Master Yuan Kong. To be more precise, he is a so-called ghost monk. That's right. Getting angry, he replied that those who dare to call him a ghost monk, be it humans or ghosts, have already dispersed their souls. He released a dark energy. Qiao Yu thought that this yin energy was even more terrifying than Haopigui. Seeing the transformed monk, Zhang Erhei shouted for Brother Qiao Yu to be careful. Master Yuan Kong possessed boundless Buddhist power during his lifetime. After passing away, his possession remained. He is 10 times more terrifying than an ordinary vengeful spirit. The ghost monk said that all beings suffer, but gods and Buddhas turn a blind eye. Then he will become the one who gives salvation to all beings. If the gods or Buddhas prevent him, he will destroy the demons and Buddhas. Even if he has to become the enemy of heaven and earth, he will not back down. He is Yuan Kong, the only true Buddha. From his powerful dark energy, Qiao Yu and Zhang Erhe flew aside. The entire temple was embraced by powerful streams of crushing energy. A rumbling sound was heard. Seeing this, the dumbfounded people from the Qing family tried to understand what was happening. Rising up, Zhang clenched the deadly sword. Qiao Yu said that this ghost was strong. Frowning, Dao Zhang said that Qiao Yu should be careful. He might be able to protect him. He shouted, "The left side supports the 6 Jia, the right side guards the 6 Dian. In the front is the Yellow Emperor. In the back is the Mountain Seal. The Lord is harsh, not inferior to the devil. 7 destroying gods and demons. He commands." Dao Zhang said he wounded him. The ghost monk replied how ordinary people can hope to harm a true Buddha. Let the benefactor Erhe look beneath his feet. Zhang saw that the entire floor was covered in mist. The monk said that sinners can redeem themselves only by entering the hell of the sea of blood and suffering there forever. Now their only way to escape this hell was to turn to his Buddha. Frowning, Zhang said that he was just an evil Buddha indulging in wild fantasies. The sinful souls of the 9 underworlds are following the cloud sign. At this moment, Qiao Yu shouted for Taoist Zhang to take his time. He was still covered in blood. A powerful discharge of crushing lightning was released by Zhang Erhe directly into the blood. The guy's body was pierced by a powerful discharge of energy, shaking his entire body. With a flash of his eyes, Qiao Yu used a Berserk mode transition. Taoist Zhang shouted, "The blue lotus of concentration and wisdom gives birth to the eternal peace of the gods. Endless peace shatters the curses of hell." With a wave of his sword, Zhang shouted, "Appear." Putting his sword in front of him, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow to the ghost. Suddenly, the dumbfounded Zhang Erhe was shocked to see his sword shattered into pieces. The ghost Buddha smirked and said that it was the pitiful people who dared to attack the true Buddha. What foolishness. In the next instant, the ghostly monk struck a powerful blow with his staff. From the powerful blow, Dao Zhang lost his balance and flew far to the side. Suddenly, the ghost monk felt a dense, deadly cui. With a wave of the deadly staff, Qiao Yu delivered a crushing blow. The ghost monk, Yuan Khan, level 30, skills Mantra Conversion Mantra, Buddhism Bloody Sea Pacifying Demons Vajra. He was once a virtuous monk. Because of his excessive desire to become a Buddha after passing away, he stepped onto the path of evil. Looking at him, Qiao Yu thought this ghost monk was only a level short of the final stage. He is practically at the peak of the intermediate stage. If he didn't destroy those ghost lanterns and absorbed a lot of deadly energy, they would have a hard time, even together with Taoist Zhang. At this moment, Zhang said that there was nothing left for him but to risk his life. If he dies, let you take his body, the star disk, from the mountain. He doesn't want to become a vengeful spirit or possessed. Qiao Yu promised that Dao Zhang would not die. Neither will he. The ghost monk said that Benefactor Qiao's deadly ki is so dense. After perishing, he would definitely fall into a Vinci. Qiao Yu's deadly spear came together in a confrontation with the monk's staff. At this moment, the ghost monk on the other side tried to attack Dao Zhang from the other side. Suddenly dumbfounded, Qiao Yu saw that the monk holding his spear turned his head towards Zhang. The ghostly monk's eyes flashed with red light. Frowning, he looked at Zhang. After a moment, with a powerful stream of energy, he sent him far to the side. Seeing this, Qiao Yu realized that the monk had ghost eyes. 2 of them. If he destroyed it, he would collect all 4. At this moment, the ghost monk turned towards Qiao Yu and directed a stream of energy towards him. The shocked fellow saw the deadly spear in front of his face and felt that his body was restrained. He couldn't even move. Seeing this, Dao Zhang shouted his name in horror. A moment later, the ghostly monk delivered a crushing blow to the guy, knocking him down. From the powerful blow, Qiao Yu flew far to the side and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. At this moment, Dao Zhang shouted to Yuan Chong, "The heaven and earth are boundless. Borrow the power of the universe. A sword stained with the blood of his heart destroys evil. Smite the demons and destroy their traces. Rise from the dead and ascend to eternal life." After a moment, Zhang struck a blow to his heart. The enraged monk screamed that he was insane. Does he really want to take him with him? Clasping the sword in his hand, Zhang shouted, "Heaven net and earth pit." The sword pulled out of its sheath should slay the demons. Shouting, "Let all calamities be reversed," he threw the sword towards the ghostly monk. The enraged monk screamed furiously. A moment later, his body burst into flames. After delivering a deadly blow, the exhausted Dao Zhang began to slowly fall down. At this moment, he was picked up by Qiao Yu, who ran up, preventing him from falling. Dao Zhang asked Chao Yu if he was still alive. Smiling, the guy replied that he was just lucky. He thought that it was all thanks to the silver lion helmet passive. Otherwise, he would have been at least seriously injured. He asked if Yuan Kong had died. Zhang replied not sure. If he were an ordinary evil spirit, he would have been gone long ago. But he had turned into a Buddha ghost. He doesn't know if his sword strike was able to destroy him. Chao Yu replied that he would finish him off then. Suddenly, Chao Yu only saw the hilt of the knife he had stuck in. The ghost had disappeared. Suddenly, he heard the voice of a ghostly monk who shouted that they should all go to the other world. In a moment, Dao Zhang and Chao Yu were surrounded by a ghostly fog. In the middle of this fog sat Yuan Kong surrounded by a large number of monks. Seeing this, the guys were shocked. They realized that it was becoming increasingly difficult to resist. Sitting in the middle of the ghostly lotus, Yuan Kong said that since they had seen the true Buddha. At this moment, Dao Zhang fell to his knees, unable to resist. Chao Yu could hardly stand on his feet. The guy shouted that the ghostly eye space was terrifying. What should he do? Zhang asked, why doesn't he use a ghost eye as well? He has two of them too. He would be able to see through space. Deciding to try, Chao Yu took out a ghost eye and inserted it into himself. The guy cried out in sharp pain. His eyes were now glowing with a red light. The shocked monk, seeing the ghost eye, reached out his hand towards the guy. The ghost monk's huge, crushing palm towered over Chao Yu. The ghost struck the palm on the ground with all his might, hoping to destroy the guy. His strike left a huge imprint on the ground. Standing in the center was Chao Yu. The shocked ghost monk cried out in astonishment that this was simply impossible. At this moment, a ghost girl separated from Chao Yu's body and illuminated the surrounding. Looking at the world with ghostly eyes, the guy noticed how the ghostly space started to crack. He thought to himself, it was as if the world had changed. He can even see particles in the air. This is the power of the two ghost eyes. If only he could gather two more. After a moment, the ghostly space completely dissipated, and he saw Yuan Kong. Looking at the guy in surprise, the ghost monk noticed the ghost eyes. He said that the other two were actually his. Smirking, Chao Yu wondered if he really wanted to get them. Throwing himself at the guy, the ghost monk furiously shouted that he would take them away from him. Suddenly, Chao Yu realized that his vision had become much better. He could even anticipate his next action. He saw the ghost monk's staff approaching and used the artifact Storm Boots. After a moment, he swung the crushing spear with a powerful strike. Smirking, Chao Yu said the fact that the monk dodged wouldn't help him. He launched a dragon roar combo. He started swinging his spear furiously, trying to break through the ghost monk's defense. His strikes became more and more rapid. The dragon roar combo summed up 5 times. The dumbfounded Yuan Kong realized that the guy's strikes were faster and heavier each time. Chao Yu continued to strike with increasing speed. The monk's staff shattered into pieces. The dragon roar combo summed up 20 times. The monk saw the head of an energy dragon in front of him. A moment later, Chao Yu dealt a deadly blow to the ghost monk, destroying it. Dissolving into thin air, the shocked Yuan Kong shouted that it was impossible. How could he do it? At this moment, Chao Yu's deadly energy increased by 400. And he received 2 ghost eyes. Furthermore, the guy obtained a disposable item A-rank card recognized the father of the villain 3 pieces. This card could ignore the target's will and force him to recognize a living being as his adoptive father. Getting angry, Chao Yu shouted out, what other card? Junk. What a bad luck. At this moment, the crushing weapon he had received fell onto the floor. It was a rank D equipment, the Crescent Moon Halberd. Chao Yu was surprised. When a player used the Crescent Moon Halberd, he could launch a deadly attack against his foster father while ignoring the defense. The boy rejoiced. This changes everything. It turns out that he can perform at least 3 deadly attacks ignoring defenses. After taking the ghostly eyes, Chao Yu decided to move on. Now he could unseal his memory. Deciding not to put it off for later, he inserted both ghost eyes at once. After a moment, the shroud from his memories began to gradually fall away. He saw a girl and realized that it was Zhu Yu. He asked if it was really her. Chao Yu had obtained the hidden skill S-Rank Ghost Eye Battle Art. The player can expend XP to see or mimic any attack or melee skill within their line of sight. Chao Yu's memories after using the 4 ghost eyes began to return. Shards of memories from the past began to come together. The enraged guy clenched his fists furiously. He remembered the Baiji and Hua Qi. At this moment, Dao Zhang ran towards him. He shouted to Chao Yu what was the matter. Turning around, the guy replied that everything was fine. The ghost monk was finished. Thinking back to his encounter with the people in darkness, he thought that from the looks of it, those people were most likely from Bai Zi. It seemed that Lin Lan had also become a test subject for Bai Zi's experiments with the other world. At this moment, Chao Yu was discovered. The ringleader shouted to inform the other 3 teams to hurry over here. He told Chao Yu to go with them and not force them to take action. With a smirk, he replied, why not? He thought to himself that they were all at the intermediate stage. The masked man said he was being stubborn for nothing and ordered him to be captured. Clutching the crushing spear and releasing energy, Chao Yu rushed forward to attack. At this moment, the dazed fellow saw a powerful explosion in front of him. The strongest blast wave threw the guy aside, stopping the attack. A moment later, Chao Yu was attacked by a man with a sword. To repel the attack, he put out a spear in front of it. Sparks flew in all directions from the confrontation of the powerful weapons. Finally, Chao Yu managed to repel the attack, and he threw the sword guy aside. After stopping his fall, the guy was shocked. He didn't understand how this was possible. Was he really weaker than Chao Yu? To defend against the attack, they put up a shield in front of them. The surprised Chao Yu thought that the shield was very strong. After a moment, a fireball flew in front of Chao Yu again, and a powerful explosion sounded. At this moment, a man armed with a dagger tried to attack him from behind. He barely managed to dodge. He thought that none of them could match him individually, but their teamwork is too good. If he couldn't take out one of them and break the formation, he wouldn't be able to break through the defenses. Taking out one of the cards, Chao Yu shouted that, in that case, don't let them blame him for using his trump card. Picking up the card, he said that if Lord won't abandon him, he wishes to become his adopted son. The dazed shield boy couldn't understand what was happening, why he felt so close to Chao Yu. Changing his spear to a halberd, Chao Yu shouted that a real man should not be content with subjugating others. He is an old rascal. He will fight him. The shocked opponent didn't realize what was happening and put up a shield in front of him. At this moment, Chao Yu delivered a deadly blow with his halberd, piercing through the shield and destroying the opponent. Looking at this, the other opponent couldn't believe that Chao Yu had vanquished an intermediate stage tank with a single strike. Throwing himself at the opponent, Chao Yu shouted out that he was fed up with his hill. The next opponent created another explosive fire dragon projectile. At this moment, Chao Yu destroyed the next opponent with 150 points of deadly energy. On the other side, the guy was attacked by an armed opponent shouting a shadowy Heaven's End destruction. Waving his deadly weapon in all directions, Chao Yu grinned. Was this really too fast for him? Glittering with his ghostly eyes, he swiftly approached the dumbfounded guy. With a smirk, he said Shadow Destruction Heaven's End and activated the Berserk mode. The shocked guy couldn't understand how Chao Yu managed to use his technique. Looking around, he wondered why there was no deadly attack yet. A moment later, the suddenly appeared Chao Yu gave a crushing blow to the other guy. The survivors looked at the swiftly moving Chao Yu in horror. At this moment, Chao Yu smiled predatorily with his ghostly eyes and said that there were still 2 left. The shocked guys saw this and fearfully shouted that he was a real demon. He replied that they were from Baize, so they should all go to the other world. Running away, the guys shouted that this kid was too weird. They'd better wait for the rest of the team. Looking at them, Chao Yu thought that he had already used all his trump card. It would be unwise to chase them any further. At this moment, Dao Zhang came out to him. Chao Yu thanked him for everything. He promised that they would definitely meet again, and disappeared a moment later. At this time, in a gloomy, dark place, a sad girl let a tear fall. She was tightly restrained on her arms and legs by huge, heavy chains. Tears ran down her cheeks. She thought about the fact that he had managed to break her seal after all. At this moment, Chao Yu came out of the opium and found himself in the real world. On all sides, the guy was surrounded by angry people from the Qing family. Scowling forward, the head of the Qing family, Kong Tian, stepped forward and glared fiercely at the guy. At this moment, the sneering Xiao family head gloatingly thought he would now see what the old man would do. The head of the Qing family accused Chao Yu of destroying the younger ones of his family and demanded an explanation, but Chao Yu replied that he did not destroy. Smirking, Xiao said, did the guy think that he would just say it wasn't him, and they would believe it? They are not blind after all. Everyone saw little Qing chase after him, and then died. If he didn't destroy him, then who did? Chao Yu said there were 2 men in black. One of them is called Ling Lan. He used to work at Kyoto University. Now he's joined Baiji. They were the ones who destroyed. Xiao laughed and said it's all fiction. No one saw it. At this moment, Chen Shui approached him. Frowning, he asked if she didn't believe him either. The girl said that he had destroyed her family member. How could she believe him now? Frowning, he looked at her sadly and replied that it was clear to him. Suddenly shouting for Chao Yu to forgive her, Chen Shui bared her sword. A moment later, the girl gave the guy a powerful, deadly blow. The dumbfounded Chen Shui looked at Chao Yu in surprise, who didn't even move. She asked in astonishment why he didn't even dodge her punch. He replied that it was the payment for her help in replicating the soul purification lake. That was why he didn't dodge. But from now on, he Chao Yu and she Chen Shui Semti Tsung. They are even. There is no longer anything tying them together. He thought that Zhu Yu would definitely believe him. The shocked Qian Shui looked at him and thought that maybe she had really misunderstood him. At this moment, the people of the Qing family surrounded him and shouted at him to stand. He asked what the Qing family really wanted from him. Head Qing Tangtian shouted who was allowing him to leave. He asked Hao Er if he had destroyed the people. The guy replied that he hadn't seen with his own eyes. But when he came, they were destroyed. He also encountered the men in black. They fought until he decided to leave, and he doesn't think it was them. The head frowned and said whether Qiao Yu had heard. Regardless of whether he destroyed the Qing family members or not, he will remain the prime suspect. He can't just pick up and leave. Qiao Yu asked what he was offering him then. Fiercely looking at the guy, Head Xiao replied that it was simple. He must be destroyed, and the 4 ghost eyes should be taken away. Laughing loudly, Qiao Yu said, "Well, the Qing family is really giving." He repeats once more. He did not destroy any of them from his family. Their deaths had nothing to do with him, and if he, old geezer, decided to destroy him, then he will take him with him. The shocked people couldn't believe that he dared to call Chief Qing an old geezer and threaten him. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The Qing family head frowned as he looked at Qiao Yu, and a strange feeling never left him. What if they really clashed in battle? This boy could destroy him. He asked if the Qing family could be manipulated by some elementary stage kid. He ordered to take him. It didn't matter if he was alive or not. The Qing family's men rushed towards the boy. He took out his remaining cards and halberd and shouted, "Let them try." Suddenly, Tang Wum stood right in front of the guy and shouted, "Let them try to attack." Qiao Yu is the son-in-law of the Tang family. If they touch him, they will declare a full-scale feud against the Qing family. Head Xiao thought that old man Tang Wum was out of his mind, for the sake of some temporary fake son-in-law. The furious Qing Kangtian asked if Tang Wum really wanted to destroy the Tang family. He replied, maybe if they start a feud, the Tang family wouldn't compare to Qing, but he would definitely be able to take a few bites out of them before he died. When the Qing family suffered heavy losses, wouldn't the rest of their people be like wolves who smelled blood and rushed forward to devour the Qing family? Besides, in the copy of Ghost Mountain, life and death depend on fate. This has always been the rule. Is the Qing family's life more valuable than the lives of other families? People shouted that the Qing family was overreacting. When Jin family people died, he didn't say anything. The Qing family wanted revenge. Double standards. Qing Kangtian frowned and said it was very good. Tang Wum and his Tang family would definitely pay for today's actions. He ordered his Qing family men to leave, and they all headed away. As they left, Qing Hao thought deeply about what had happened, deciding that it wouldn't leave it like this. When they left, Qiao Yu thanked Head Tang. The head replied that he works for his family. It was only natural that he protect him. He called him back to remind him that he promised to let Qiao Yu enter the Tang family's ancestral land, and he's not backing down on his word. As for the opportunities he will get there, it all depends on his luck. At this time, the men in black were kneeling before the Lord. He shouted that they were scum. 20 intermediate stage players couldn't handle 1 elementary stage player. Then what are they good for? The people asked the Lord to punish them. At the same time, the head of the Tang family brought Qiao Yu to his palace as promised. Using the family magic, he opened a secret passage and invited the boy in. The head said that the ancestral land was just below. A huge staircase leading to the dungeons opened in front of Qiao Yu. The head went first. At this moment, the guy was warned by the ghost girl that he should be careful about using his eyes. If people found out that he had an S-rank skill, there would be many problems. Qiao Yu mentally replied that he understood. They walked down the huge staircase for a very long time when they finally reached the underground altar. A surprised Qiao Yu wondered why this altar looked exactly like the one in the copy of the Soul Purification Lake. Seeing his confusion, the head asked if the boy was fine. He replied that he was fine. It was just hot. Head Thane smirked and replied that it's okay. It won't be hot anytime soon. Sensing something wrong, Qiao Yu shouted that this old man was up to something. The head replied that what he shouldn't have done was to interfere with Tangav in the Soul Purification Lake, and since he had ruined his plan, he would have to replace Tangan. At this moment, flames erupted. Pulling out a map in front of him, Qiao Yu shouted to the head of Tan Wumu Behold. Suddenly receiving a crushing blow, the guy lost his balance and fell to the floor with a clatter. After a while, he struggled to open his eyes and saw a surgical lamp in front of him. Trying to focus his eyes, Qiao Yu saw a man in a medical gown asking if the guy was awake. The guy was chained by his arms and legs and couldn't move. His mouth was also taped shut. At that moment, Tang Wum came over to them and said, "Enough games, we need to get down to business." The sneering head, looking at the guy, said that he had a perfect body. He told Qiao Yu that he would soon pass away from old age. Unless some unforeseen circumstances arise, he wouldn't even live until next month. But if he erased his memories and download his memories into Qiao Yu's brain chip, he can resurrect him using his body. Qiao Yu mentally begged Her Majesty to help. But the girl apologetically replied that he was injected with a paralyzing substance. It helps absorb the effects. The head said it was a pity. The best candidate was Tangang. She is his granddaughter, so there would be less chance of rejection. It seems Qiao Yu has a lot of secret, but soon they would be his. He commanded it was time to start. At this moment, his assistant connected the equipment to switch their bodies. With all his strength, Qiao Yu tried to open his capsule. After getting out, he shouted how the old man dared to erase his memories. Today, one of them would die. Head Tang chuckled at this youthful arrogance. He is already far beyond the final stage. Qiao Yu has no chance of opposing him. The boy replied that if he didn't leave him, he would wish for Master to become his adoptive father. The dumbfounded Head Tang saw the map in his hands and asked in surprise what it was. Swinging his halberd, Qiao Yu shouted, "Foster father!" The head couldn't understand what was going on. How could some newcomer make him feel threatened? For defense, he decided to transform and shouted invincible golden body. At this moment, the guy threw a punch, but the defense stopped him. Tang Wum laughed. This is a one-time A-rank item. Even if Ji Pingyang gave it his best, he wouldn't be able to break through the invincible golden body's defense with a single strike. What to speak of Qiao Yu, an elementary stage player? Suddenly, the old man faltered when he saw the crack in the defense. Screaming for the old man to go to the other world, Qiao Yu delivered a deadly blow. From the powerful blow, the Head Tang's defense crumbled and he received a crushing blow. The dazed Qiao Yu couldn't understand what was wrong. Why did he have so much experience? The old man used the Sage Defense. This S-rank item saves from one deadly attack. The enraged Qiao Yu shouted at the old Wubadok for having Sage Defense. You also wasted it on yourself for nothing. Why didn't he just die and leave it to him? At this moment, Head Tang was trying to understand why this clearly low-ranked weapon was making him feel threatened. It was all too strange. He shouted to the guy, "What other tricks are these?" Qiao Yu took out the last card and said, "Let the old man show how many sage defenses he had." Suddenly shocked, Qiao Yu saw that the old man had just disappeared. Looking at the hole in the wall, he realized that the head had escaped and doubted that it was the old man who only had a month to live. Such a strong but facing him, an initial stage player decided to openly flee. He is really afraid of perishing. At this moment, Qiao Yu received a message. A mysterious force that protects his foster father has been discovered. The attack was unsuccessful. He can launch another attack against him. The boy said he saved the last map. The day they next meet will be the day the old man dies. His life is running out, and he might not live to see it. After testing his strength, Qiao Yu clenched his fist. Tang family, Ching family, Baiji Hunter Guild. What he needs the most is strength. He has crossed the path of so many people and doesn't have enough strength. Moving forward would be difficult. He couldn't help feeling that he had forgotten something, and Qiao Yu decided to return to the university. The confrontation between Head Tang and Qiao Yu was being watched from hiding by an assistant. After reaching the university, Qiao Yu thought that it wasn't as gloomy as the ghost mountain here. Suddenly, the surprised guy saw a ghostly hand on his shoulder. After a moment, the dumbfounded students saw that the guy had just disappeared. Suddenly finding himself inside the room, the dumbfounded Qiao Yu saw Rector Ji in front of him. Frowning, the rector said that Qiao Yu had destroyed a member of the Qing family in a copy of the Ghost Mountain. Striking himself with his palm on his chest, the guy shouted that he didn't destroy anyone. At this moment, Rector Ji released a stream of powerful energy at the guy. Clenching his teeth with rage, Qiao Yu struggled to resist the rector's pressure. Looking at the guy, the rector asked if he had any proof. He replied that he didn't. He was destroyed by Ling Lan, who had joined Baiji. Then the rector said that since he said that Lin Lan was the destroyer, let him bring him to him or provide proof. He gave him 4 months of time and a guarantee that no one from the Qing family would touch him before that time expired. The boy agreed. After leaving the rector, Qiao Yu went to the university dormitory. Upon seeing him, the excited students shouted that they were happy to see Brother Yu. They had good news for him. Ma Fei used his money power and they found leads on Zhu. The surprised guy asked the students again what they said they found. He walked closer and they showed him a rotating glowing sphere. It was a replica of an ancient royal court. After entering it, the player was randomly given a role. Ma Fei, for example, the last time he went there, he turned out to be a great eunuch. The crisis of this replica is national destruction. People from another more powerful country invade. No matter which side you choose, the battle is inevitable. This copy is leveling up especially fast. Last time they hadn't cleared it yet, but they almost made a breakthrough to the intermediate stage right during the battle. Unfortunately, a monstrous boss showed up at the end and they failed. The guy said that Zhu Yu's appearance in this copy meant that she needed to quickly gain experience to level up. The guys thought maybe, but if she's alive, why doesn't she come back to them? Qiao Yu replied that she might be experiencing some difficulty. He suggested that the guys go to the copy and see. Maybe they would be able to find out something. After a while, the guys went to the entrance of the copy. They decided that they should move before the Hunters Guild found out anything. But the guys were being followed by a stranger watching from afar. Once inside the copy, Chow Yu heard voices saying that more than half a month had passed. The crown prince hadn't woken up since then. Since he was fished out of the empress's bathtub, the other one told him to shut up if he didn't want to lose his head. His Majesty has already ordered the appointment. A new crown prince. How dare he still call this inanimate body the crown prince? His assignment was to regain the position of crown prince. Yu turned out to be the fourth prince of the Red Tribe Kingdom. According to the backstory, shortly after becoming crown prince, he got drunk at a banquet, and then he was found naked in the empress's bathtub. So the emperor issued a decree to strip him of the title of crown prince and choose a new one from the other three princes. Chow Yu thought that there was a good chance that he was framed by the other three princes. He thought, what if he just beat the other three princes to death? Wouldn't he be the only candidate for crown prince? Rising up in bed, the boy ordered those two to come over to him. Falling to their knees, they congratulated His Highness on his awakening. He asked where the residences of the other three princes were. Let them show him the way. But one of the servants replied that His Majesty had instructed him not to let him go anywhere without his permission. The enraged Chow Yu shouted if the old man had decided to keep him locked up. At this moment, the doors opened and announced that His Majesty had arrived. It was the ruler of the Red Tribe Kingdom himself, Kong Xiaocheng. Seeing him, Chow Yu was surprised to think that this copy of his father was the emperor of the Red Flame Kingdom. The emperor shouted that the trashy boy would not care to explain to him why he was found drunk in the empress's bathtub. The boy wondered if he could instantly destroy him with his half-moon halberd. At this moment, Her Highness Yang Guifei arrived. In this copy, she was the birth mother of the fourth prince Yang Guifei. Running up to him, Guifei shouted that she was happy to see her son. He called her mom and thought it was so warm. He hadn't felt this since his mom disappeared when he was only 6. At this moment, the angry emperor shouted contentedly, "Does young Mengshuan know what her son has done?" Lowering her eyes, she asked her son to forgive them. Her son didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, Chow Yu stopped his mother. He said that he would take responsibility for his actions. Why should she apologize for him? He turned to his father and said he didn't know why he got so drunk, or how he ended up in the empress's bathtub, but he asks that he be given 3 days to find out the truth. Frowning, his father replied that he would give him 3 days. If he can't find out the truth in that time, he will banish him to the borderlands and forget about him. Mom told Chow Yu that the emperor never jokes. If he couldn't sort things out in 3 days, he would indeed be banished to the borderland. He told her not to worry. He is confident in himself. He'd better go back to his place and get some rest. He asked her where the other 3 princes live. After a while, Chow Yu went to the eldest son's residence to find out who set him up. Smirking, he said, let them wait for a while, and they would get everything from him. Swinging open the front door with his foot, he said, let them show him first what the eldest prince was made of. When he opened the door, he saw the senior prince lying down and was surprised to recognize him as Yang Xiangdi. The boy was happy to see Brother Yu. He said that this copy was just something. He was given the role of the eldest prince. But according to the assignment, he has to help some lousy fourth prince regain the position of crown prince. Frowning, Chow Yu revealed that he was the fourth prince he was talking about. Laughing, Yang Xiangdi said, so they are both princes. That means Ma Fei must be. At this moment, a man entered the open door and said, isn't it obvious? Ma Fei entered and said that he himself was also a prince. The second prince, Xiangdi, said that there was no point in investigating anymore. There are 4 princes in total. 3 of them are them. It's obvious that Brother Yu was framed by the third prince. Satisfied that it was so obvious, they went to the third prince's residence. A servant announced to the third prince that the senior second and fourth princes had arrived. The third prince was surprised. He thought that his plan against the fourth had been discovered, but that's impossible. He did everything perfectly. They have no proof. Seeing them, he said with a smile that he was not revived by the sudden visit of his elder and younger brothers, and not ready to receive proper. Suddenly, the third prince, who had no time to realize anything, received a powerful blow to his jaw. He flew aside, and Yu said that the elders would show dear brother some love. They started beating him. One shouted that this guy was a bad man and needed to be kicked. The second yelled for the third brother to feel their love. The third begged the guys to let him get a couple hits in. Covering his head, the terrified third prince yelled, "What are they doing?" Yu yelled that it was for him for setting him up. Let him confess. The third prince shouted that he knew nothing about it. Frowning, Yu told him not to play dumb and motioned for the guys to continue. The third prince yelled for them to stop, he would tell. He apologized to the fourth brother, saying he was blinded by greed. Tomorrow when his father goes hunting, he will confess everything in front of everyone. He promises he'll ask his father to reinstate him as crown prince. That's the way to do it. Not believing him, Xiangdi said he must be up to something. Yu replies that the three of them are on the same side. What are they afraid of? If they really destroy him here, it won't be easy for him to regain his status as the heir. Xiangdi agreed with him. They returned to the senior prince's residence, and Xiangdi told Yu that there was something he should know. Last time they came here, they found out. The country that wants to invade the Red Flame Kingdom is called the Great Shaman Kingdom, as the name suggests. There are many shamans in this country. They can summon wind and rain, control thunder and lightning. Their methods are similar to those of the elementalists. Ma Fei said that based on his and Yang Xiangdi's previous experience, tomorrow, the great kingdom of shamans will destroy the emperor at the hunting ground. After the emperor plays the box, the four princes will fight for the throne. The Red Flame Kingdom will be engulfed in civil strife, and the Shaman Kingdom will take advantage of the chaos and stage an invasion. Now that the three of them are princes, they don't have to worry about such a situation. Yang Xina said that when he ascends the throne and becomes emperor, he will make all of them hereditary princes. The next day, the emperor and his men went to the hunting ground. When he saw Mama Yu, he told her not to worry. He is now completely healthy. She said with a smile that it was very good. At this moment, he heard that the fourth prince greeted Yang Guifei first, and not His Majesty. Did this mean that in his heart she was above His Majesty in status? It was the Empress of the Red Flame Kingdom, the third prince's mother. The agitated Yang Guifei replied no. This was not what her son meant at all. The guy asked who she was. Everyone came here on a horse and she doesn't have one. Where's her horse? She must have lost it. The Empress shouted angrily at him for his insolence. How dare he speak like that? He replied she was crazy and not worth his time. She demanded justice for him. He replied that there were 2 days left out of 3. If the fourth prince did not give him a satisfactory answer, he would settle old and new scores with him. At that moment, a servant announced to His Majesty that everything was ready. The hunt could begin. The emperor shouted forward, and all galloped swiftly after him. He thought about what the crown prince and princess of the shaman prodigy kingdom were saying. Despite their young age, they are already fluent in the shamanic art. The great shaman prince can summon invulnerable monsters with one hand, and the great shaman princess can freeze thousands of miles with her arms spread out, which is even scarier. The fourth prince was originally skilled in both civilian as well as military, and was the best heir to the kingdom, but he didn't expect him to blossom like this. Maybe the heavens wanted to destroy his kingdom. Busy thinking, the emperor missed and couldn't destroy the deer. He said the fourth son has the best archery skills. Let him shoot the deer. If he fails, he'll be flogged 50 times. Looking at the deer, Chao Yu asked what would happen if he succeeded. The emperor laughed. He said that the deer had fled 400 to 500 meters away. If he could hit it from here, he would fulfill its every wish. Taking out an arrow, Chao Yu said that the emperor never jokes. If he succeeds, he wants to make Yang Guifei the empress. Taking aim, the boy released the arrow. At this moment, all the knights with the emperor were carefully watching the flight of the arrow. Watching him, the emperor thought that it seemed like the fourth prince had really changed after the bathtub incident. The guy said archery was fun. He ordered the ghost eye to capture the target. Now he wouldn't miss, but suddenly the dazed Chao Yu overdid it and broke the bow. The prime minister father of the empress said that the fourth prince has poor eyesight, but the strength he really has. At this point, Yang Xiangdi said, "You doesn't even know how to shoot a bow." Ma Fei replied that he just had to show off. Now he's in trouble. The deer that remained unharmed stood still without moving. The emperor ordered the fourth prince to be taken away and flogged 50 times, but Yu told them to take their time. The prime minister said his bow was broken. He would still be struggling on the brink of death. Grinning, Chao Yu replied that who said that a broken bow can't destroy? The knight laughed that he had been in battles all his life and had never seen a broken bow have any destructive power. The fourth prince must have lost all his brains in half a month. This is ridiculous. But the smiling Chao Yu swung with all his might, clenched the arrow in his hand, and threw it forcefully towards the deer. The deadly arrow, released from his hands, swiftly approached the standing deer. A moment later, the crushing arrow hit the animal's body and killed it. The prime minister and the knight rounded their eyes in astonishment. They couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. The shocked emperor stared at the fourth son dumbfoundedly, unable to believe his eyes. Chao Yu grinned and said that he had kept his promise. His Majesty would also keep his promise, right? He thought that if Mom became the empress in the copy, she would be happy. The emperor thought about the fourth son's words, not knowing what to say. The prime minister cried out that this is impertinence. The empress's position is so important. How could it be changed by just a few words from the fourth prince? The boy replied that they argued with His Majesty and he destroyed the deer. The prime minister shouted who is wielding without a bow. Yang Sandi said they still don't realize who they are dealing with. Yu is a necromancer who can fight in close combat, so he is not capable of such things. Smiling, Yu asked if His Majesty should take back his words in front of the minister. The emperor replied that he would keep his word. When he returned, concubine Yang would become the new empress. The prime minister shouted that the change of queen is a national event and should not be taken lightly. He replied that he had already made up his mind. They're coming back. The prime minister frowned at the decision but dared not argue. The empress told Yang Mengshuan that she was very brave, raising such a horrible son and daring to publicly insult her. She replied that Her Majesty should forgive her. The crown prince is still a child, and he is ignorant because she did not teach him well. If the son is uneducated, it is the mother's fault. Let her be magnanimous and leave him alone. If she has any problems, let him come to her. The infuriated empress struck her a blow and shouted that Yang Mengshuan was a bastard. She must remember that she was the head of the harem. Holding her face, Yang Mengshuan said that if Her Majesty would leave the fourth prince alone. But the empress wouldn't listen to her and shouted away. At that moment, Qiao Yu arrived. Running up to her son, his mother asked why the prince had come back so quickly. He replied for Mom to forgive him for being such a terrible son and making her suffer. With tears in her eyes, she replied that he was a foolish child. If he did anything wrong, it was entirely her fault. She's old and useless. She can't help him, but shame him. The empress asked what she looks like when she weeps. Today is a great day for His Majesty's hunting, and they can't spoil his mood. Glaring furiously at the empress, Qiao Yu demanded that she apologize immediately. She replied that the fourth prince had gone mad. She as an empress should not apologize to a concubine. She is the head of the harem. But the empress didn't even have time to finish her sentence. Qiao Yu slapped her in the face. The shocked empress lost her balance and fell straight to the ground. Looking down at her from above, Qiao Yu said that it was a slap on behalf of his mom. She shouted furiously, how dare he hit her? She would definitely make him pay for it. Seeing the emperor, she demanded that action be taken. The fourth son has lost his temper. He dares to hit her. This is a total disrespect to her empress and also to His Majesty. The prime minister shouted that it was outrageous. Such scoundrels should be executed by law. The knights were shocked that the fourth prince allowed himself to strike the empress. It seems he really has gone mad. A monster in human form. The empress smirked and thought that she would see what he would do this time. A flustered young Mengshuan shouted that it wasn't like that at all. The fourth prince is not like this. Frowning, the emperor asked if what the empress was saying was true. The boy replied that he hit her because she was bullying his mom. If he had just stood by and watched it, he would have been a good son. At this point, the third son decided this was his chance. Let the fourth brother not blame him for being cruel. He said he could prove that the empress was telling the truth. He too had been victimized by the fourth prince. Showing his bruises, he said he thought they were brothers, so he endured his blows. But who would have thought that not only would the brother not stop there, he would go further, dare to raise his hand against the empress. The fourth brother is in this situation because of his leniency. Let father punish him, not his brother. Yu thought everyone in this copy had an Oscar. The emperor ordered his guards to immediately capture the fourth prince. Mama Yu shouted that all is not as His Majesty thinks. The fourth prince has been unjustly accused. The emperor must investigate the matter. Clenching his fist, Qiao Yu said, boringly. He was too lazy to play battle drama with them in the palace. He was waiting for the Annihilator from the Shaman realm to appear. The enraged emperor shouted that the disobedient son was going to start a riot. The guards must capture him and concubine Yang. If they resist, destroy them. The satisfied empress and her son and father watched. She thought the fourth prince dared to go against them and was between a hammer and anvil. In a moment, Qiao Yu and his mom began to be surrounded by guards to capture. Suddenly, thunderous lightning pierced the sky, and everything around them swirled in a whirlwind. Barely able to stay on her feet, the empress shockedly tried to realize what it was. Bonfires erupted everywhere, cutting off the guards from the dumbfounded emperor. Frowning, he stared at the scene without realizing what it was. At that moment, armed men appeared through the raging lightning and headed towards the emperor. At this moment, the frightened prime minister shouted that they were shamans from the shaman realm. The guards must quickly protect the emperor. He shouted for His Majesty to be careful. At that moment, fire and ice flew at the guards. The guards, who had no time to do anything, were destroyed one by one. Seeing the rapid approach of the shamans, the prime minister shouted for the emperor to flee. He shouted he is the supreme ruler of the Red Flame Kingdom, the true emperor. He suggests that he flee in panic in front of the entire kingdom. He is an emperor, and even if he is destined to die, he will not run away. Qiao Yu thought his dad was more arrogant than Ma Fei. Suddenly, Yu received a message that if a key character dies, he can never become the crown prince. Let him act immediately. Running up to the nearest guard, he shouted, "Borrow a spear." His mind was spinning with the thought of just getting there in time. Swinging with all his might, Qiao Yu threw the spear towards the standing emperor. At this moment, a powerful lightning discharge was rapidly approaching the emperor. From the impact of the spear, the emperor lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. The deadly discharge flew past him without hitting him. The shocked emperor sitting on the ground looked around, trying to understand what was happening. The shamans grudgingly said who was this person who was ruining what they had waited so long for. At that moment, the prime minister shouted to protect the emperor. The guards must catch the criminals and prevent these shamans from escaping. At that moment, one shaman said too much talk and directed a fireball at him. The terrified prime minister, upon seeing the deadly fire, screamed in terror. Soon, the entire clothes of the prime minister were engulfed in a powerful, deadly flame. Seeing this, the empress' frightened father screamed. The third son looked on in horror at what was happening. Guards surrounded the four shamans, trying to stop them and capture them. One shaman said the canine emperor was still alive, so the four of them are dead men. But even so, he'll take him with him for the glory of the shaman kingdom. At that moment, one of the guards approached one of the shamans with a spear. Unzipping his cloak, the shaman shouted to his brothers that he would be the first. After a moment, he activated the self-destruct mode, and a massive explosion rang out, blowing everything around him. The remaining three shamans rushed towards the emperor, shouting to destroy the dog emperor. At this moment, using the storm boots, Qiao Yu rushed after the shamans. One of the shamans told his brother to destroy the fourth prince, and then go after the emperor. After accepting the order, the shaman stopped and turned towards Qiao Yu with an ice flow in his hand. Directing the deadly ice energy at the guy, he shouted for the fourth prince to go to the other world. It was reported that the player Qiao Yu defeated the non-player character Wu Zhao in close combat. 21 characterization points and 105 experience points were gained. He furiously thought about not letting his father be destroyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the task. A moment later, he threw a deadly halberd and a crushing spear at the shaman. The fleeing shamans tried to dodge the deadly weapon. To repel the attack, one of the shamans created a powerful earth shield, but Qiao Yu's crushing spear split the earth shield into small pieces. The shaman who had almost reached the emperor was hit by the halberd. Lying in front of the dumbfounded emperor, the shaman whispered with his last strength that he was a dog emperor. At this moment, Qiao Yu heard cries for help. The empress was screaming for someone to protect her. A shaman was approaching her and said that if he couldn't destroy the emperor, he would destroy the empress and her son. The terrified third brother cried out in terror for the fourth brother to save them, but Qiao Yu replied no, he was injured. The third brother asked for help and promised that he would explain everything to his father later. The empress screamed that her son shouldn't have slandered him. She begged to save them. At that moment, the shaman tossed a huge clod of earth into the air and said it would save them. The shocked empress and her son watched in horror as the lump of earth hovered over them. After a moment, the shaman dropped it on the empress and the third prince. Drops of blood splattered from the destroyed people onto the shaman's mask. At this moment, Qiao Yu delivered a powerful, crushing blow, destroying the shaman. He received a message that the player had destroyed the non-player character, Wu Qi. Approaching the emperor, Yu asked if he was all right. The emperor replied that he had heard everything the third son and empress had said before his death. He was wrong. This time, he had contributed greatly to saving the emperor. Let him say what he wants, and he will give him this reward. Smiling, Qiao Yu replied that then he would say it directly. He wants the throne that rightfully belongs to him. The dumbfounded emperor said that's how. Yu replied that no, the title of crown prince would be enough for him. The emperor replied well. He thought the son was just trying to re-establish himself as heir. He just misunderstood him. The boy received a message that he had regained his title as crown prince. Now he must protect the Red Flame Kingdom from invasion. Qiao Yu jumped up on his horse. At this moment, the emperor shouted that he had gotten what he wanted. What would he do now? The guy replied, of course, to fight to prevent the great shaman kingdom from invading. He would destroy them first. And when he returns, he wants to see his mom on the empress throne. The surprised emperor interjected, fearing an invasion of the shamans they should attack first. Frowning, the emperor ordered the warlord to gather the kingdom's army. After a while, the boys traveled to the shaman kingdom. Yang Xiangdi asked you nothing that there were only 3 of them. That boss is just something with something. And he also heard that the great shaman kingdom had cultivated 2 unrivaled geniuses. With a grin, Ma Fei asked him what he was afraid of. Then he can hide behind him. He had destroyed enough people last time. He only had a few more to go. A couple hundred points to the intermediate stage. Let him better not steal them from him. Zhang Di asked if he was the one the boss was chasing last time. How many times can you be so boastful? Qiao Yu thought that everything should work out. He has no right to make a mistake. Seeing Kia's fire in the distance, Yu thought it was the fire that was on Zhu Yu's shield. As he approached the fire, he thought that in theory, after restarting the copy, everything should be updated. But now this clod of flame had appeared. Does that mean Zhu Yu is in the copy now? She's the one who left the trace. Suddenly, he felt that this clod of flame was draining him of his strength. The guy screamed. Yang Xiangdi came running over and asked what happened to Brother Yu. He shouted for them to stay back. This flame was not something they could handle yet. He thought he had made a mistake. It's not that she was in that copy. It was that this strange flame was so powerful that it could ignore the rules of the copy. Frowning, Chao Yu shouted for Ma Fei to give the sword. If his hand wasn't taken away, he would turn into coals. But Ma Fei only grinned and did not dare to fulfill Chao Yu's request. Then Yu shouted for Ma Fei to do it as quickly as possible. Let him act if he is his brother. Smiling, Ma Fei said, "Okay then." Does Chao Yu know how long he had been holding back? Suddenly, the guy noticed a small red object that started to blow out the flames. The small red ball was blowing on the strange flame until it was completely extinguished. He guessed it was Hades' seed, a rank 5 disposable item he had gotten in the pseudo-dungeon. It had consumed the dungeon flames. At this moment, Ma Fei swung his sword and shouted sword technique Pinyang syllable 1. 1 Pinyang sword technique. The dumbfounded Yu shouted that Ma Fei was a beast. The fire is no longer there. To stop him, Chao Yu used the Ghost Eye battle arm. He shouted, "One sword subdues the sun. Pinyang sword technique movement 1. He managed to repel Ma Fei's attack without letting him land a crushing blow. A shocked Ma Fei shouted, "How could this be possible? How does he know about the Pinyang sword technique? It's an A-rank skill." After becoming the disciple of the rector, he begged him for a long time before he wanted to teach it to him. He's been studying since the beginning of the school year. But so far, he can only perform the first move. Why did Chao Yu do it? After all, he's not even a swordsman. Yu asked if the Pinyang technique was something he had to learn. He thought that just looking at it would be enough. Yang Xiangdi told Ma Fei, "It's normal. Everyone has different abilities." He was once angry for an entire evening. It's normal for him to study slowly. Ma Fei shouted that he didn't believe it. It is impossible. The first movement must be too simple. But soon, he'll learn the rest of the moves, and there was no way he would believe that he could do it too. With a smirk, Chao Yu said that Ma Fei doesn't know what a true genius is yet. As long as he has enough HP, he can repeat anything, even behind the rector. At this moment, a man approached them and said that he heard from the scouts that 3 rats from the Red Flame Kingdom had sneaked into the Great Shaman Realm, into the Great Kingdom of the Shamans. He didn't think the rats would turn out to be big mice. The 3 princes decided to infiltrate them. He's so honored. He asks that the princes follow him and not force him, but he didn't have time to finish. There was an earth explosion and he fell to the ground. Xiangdi said he died during his villainous monologue. What a dumbass. Thinking about it, Chao Yu called Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi and said that he had an idea. On the ground next to the dead shaman lay the mask that was on his face. At this time in the Great Shaman Kingdom, people gathered near the throne. They informed Her Majesty that for a reason unknown to them, the Red Flame Kingdom had suddenly gathered its troops and was moving towards their border. Shi Xiaojun thought strangely, didn't the system ask them to lead the Shaman Kingdom to invade and capture the Red Flame Kingdom? Why did their army come here by themselves? It's just the Red Flame realm. At this moment, everyone greeted the Crown Prince. A shaman said that the Crown Prince is a genius, who only appears in the Shaman Kingdom once every 1,000 years. The other replied that no one but the Imperial Lord could be his opponent. The Crown Prince here, the Red Flame would be destroyed. Prince Gusu said for them not to worry. He is here. Even if the Red Flame Kingdom gathered a large army, they will find their doom here. The princess said that if Chao Yu had said that, she would have believed it. But let him forget. Hearing Chao Yu's name, the Crown Prince became angry and gritted his teeth in rage. He said that he had already overcome the intermediate stage. If he and Chao Yu met again, he would defeat him in just 3 moves. He thought that Chao Yu was just a stepping stone on the path to growth. His true goal is him. The prince commanded the shamans to move forward. They will show the Red Flame Kingdom the power of the Great Shaman Kingdom. He told them to obey the orders of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Sensing that something was wrong, Gusu thought that it was strange. Why does everything suddenly seem so familiar? At this time, 2 armies gathered on the front line at the border of the kingdom. The army of shamans greeted Her Majesty and His Highness, the Crown Prince. Prince Gusu shouted, "Begin." They will make the Red Flame Kingdom's army suffer. A moment later, he summoned a shadowy aide to battle the enemies. The frightened Red Flame Kingdom warriors cried out in horror that these were the monsters summoned by the Prince of the Shaman Kingdom. Suddenly, they were surprised to see snowflakes sprinkled on them from above. At this moment, Shi Xiaojun turned the fluffy snowflakes into sharp ice shards. She screamed to destroy the Red Flame Kingdom and their entire army. To protect themselves from the deadly ice, the Red Flame warriors put up shields. Immediately after the ice rain, a deadly stream of lightning rained down on the warriors. The army commander shouted for the warriors to hold formation and not panic. He thought that the emperor had said that the Crown Prince would lead the army to the Shaman Kingdom, but why couldn't he see him anywhere? Suddenly, the warriors saw multicolored beams of energy rain down on the shaman. The system congratulated Chao Yu for destroying the non-player character Wu Hu in close combat and gaining level 20. He rejoiced at the 20th level. There was only one more level left until the intermediate stage. He is such a genius that he was able to come up with the idea to infiltrate the shaman squad. The dumbfounded Crown Prince Gusu couldn't understand what was even happening. He saw that a large number of shamans had been struck down and destroyed. Trying to understand what had happened, Prince Gusu guessed that there was an enemy among them. He angrily shouted to the shamans to all take off their masks immediately. Obeying His Highness's order, the shamans began to take off their masks one by one. After a while, there were only 3 of them left wearing masks. Looking at them suspiciously, Gusu asked why these 3 were not taking off their masks. Taking off his mask, the guy said that he thought they would get along with him, but in response, he suddenly received aloofness. Taking off the mask, Chao Yu said, "How many years? How many winters?" Gusu was surprised or discouraged. Enraged, Gusu shouted again Chao Yu. Smiling Yu replied that he was thinking about why he hasn't been seen for a long time, and he turned out to be the prince of the great shaman kingdom. He congratulated him. Grinning, Chao Yu said, "Let Gusu come over here," and they would hug. At this moment, he threw a punch at him. The dumbfounded shamans rushed over to help, frightened, shouting His Highness. At this moment, Gusu said, did he really think he had let his guard down? How insidious. He had already sacrificed the minion and used the shadow. At this moment, a girl came up to them and said that she didn't think that she and Chao Yu would fall into the same copy and become enemies. He shouted for Yang Xiangdi to deal with Xu Xiaozhang. He doesn't hit women, and let Ma Fei help the Red Flame Kingdom. The enraged Xu Xiaozhang recalled how he had hit the Empress and asked him if he didn't hit women. Releasing a powerful stream of deadly ice flows, she shouted for the dog to be sent to the other world. At this moment, an earth wall collapsed on Yang Xiangdi. Shattering it, he told Xu Xiaozhang to forgive him, then her opponent him. Chao Yu shouted for the guys to take their time. He needed experience. Ma Fei shouted to the army not to panic. The king came over. At this time, Chao Yu stood in front of Gusu. Gusu said that they needed to settle all the old grudges and new ones. Using the deadly Shadow Bite sacrifice technique, he released dark energy. He shouted that only by defeating Chao Yu with overwhelming strength could he wash away the humiliation he had suffered earlier. Looking at him, Chao Yu thought that Gusu in this state caused him to feel more oppressed than Lu Yanhan. To confront Gusu, he used the Ghost Eye battle art. Looking at Gusu, Chao Yu realized that he could see everything and could anticipate his movements. At this moment, Gusu attacked him, trying to deliver a devastating blow, but the guy managed to dodge the deadly attack and swung his spear. After giving him a powerful crushing blow, Chao Yu shouted furiously. The enraged Gusu clenched his fists in anger and shouted that Chao Yu had no moral principles. He smirked and replied that he had to abide by the law, but not the martial etiquette. In this state, Gusu is invulnerable. Therefore, he is trying to find his weakness. Infuriated, Gusu promised that he would strip Chao Yu of his tongue. He had changed and would not lose to him again. Fiercely clenching his fist, he attacked Chao Yu, trying to deliver a powerful punch. But at this moment, he received a crushing blow from the sneering Chao Yu. Flying aside and nearly losing his balance, Gusu shouted that it was impossible. Rapidly pushing himself off the ground, he rushed to attack Chao Yu again. But suddenly, he received another crushing blow from his opponent. Rising to his feet, Gusu shouted that this was impossible. How could Yu become so strong? He had anticipated all of his actions. Sighing, Yu replied that it wasn't Gusu's fault. Even on the contrary, he had done a good job. But the structure of man and fire cannot be generalized. If he is a genius like him, he will understand everything. A distressed Gusu said that when he was called a genius by everyone. But now, at this moment, a powerful explosion rang out. Chao Yu turned around to see what was going on. He saw the restrained Xu Xiaozhang and wondered who Yang Xiangdi had taught such a thing. Turning around, the guy shouted to Brother Yu that her ice skills were so powerful. Coughing, Yang Xiangdi asked what Chao Yu would do with them now. After thinking for a bit, he replied that it would be better to send them outside the copy for starters. At this moment, a shaman approached them and shouted for the prince and princess to forgive him for coming so late to save them. An excited Yang Xiangdi shouted for Yu to be careful. This was the very boss that he and Ma Fei had encountered. It was the greatest shaman of the great shaman realm. He had come to the rescue. At this moment, Ma Fei arrived and said that he had returned. How would they be able to defeat the boss without him? He is a 23rd level intermediate stage Ma Fei swordsman. A surprised Yang Xiangdi asked what level he was, just how much experience he had accumulated. Ma Fei replied that geniuses always evolve quickly. The greatest shaman said that the Red Flame Kingdom had indeed produced 3 extraordinary and talented princes. With one wave of his hand, he released Xu Xiaozhang from the shackles that held her. It was the story boss Shaman Wu Yao, level 25, skill power of the 5 elements. The system informed you that the greatest shaman possessed the power of the 5 elements and could crumble mountains and breed seas with a single wave of his hand. Grabbing her weapon, Xu Xiaojun shouted that she would help her mentor. He replied, "No need. Let the princess rest." He could do it alone. The shaman said that since they dared to invade their kingdom, it was too late to leave. Shouting a water spear, he directed powerful streams of water at the boys. Swinging his sword, Ma Fei shouted that the old man gave him a good thrashing last time, but now he would get even. Swinging his sword, he shouted sword technique Pinyang Syllable 1. The shaman used a wooden shield to repel the attack, but it couldn't withstand Ma Fei's attack and shattered. The shaman used golden ki and deadly arrows flew towards Ma Fei. Furiously swinging the crushing sword, the guy repelled the attack. At this moment, Yang Xiaodi's sandy ocean screamed, the yellow spring swamp. A moment later, sand shackles swirled around the greatest shaman. Clenching his halberd, Qiao Yu rushed towards the shaman to deliver a crushing blow. The shaman laughed. This is just a small thing, showing off in front of Master, and shouted the splitting of the earth. A moment later, a huge crack rapidly began to spread across the ground. To attack Qiao Yu, the shaman created a huge fireball and shouted a divine fire blast. Frowning, Qiao Yu thought that this was not a good thing. This boss's agility is at 0. Stealing it wouldn't be possible. A moment later, a powerful, crushing explosion rang out, shattering the surrounding. Enveloped in a puff of dense smoke, Qiao Yu activated his immortality mode. Fiercely clenching his fists, Qiao Yu waded through the thick smoke and headed towards the shaman. Glaring with his eyes, he glared furiously at him and asked now it was his turn. Clutching his halberd tightly, the guy rushed forward to attack. He thought about the fact that the boss with only 100 experience points would die from a single blow. Not believing his eyes, Wu Yao said that it was impossible. He had survived the divine fire and was still standing on his feet. Swinging his deadly halberd, Qiao Yu shouted that he could do something else. Suddenly, the ground opened up in front of the shocked guy, and he found himself on the edge of an abyss. Using the skeleton king ring, Qiao Yu shouted that it wouldn't work a second time. He thought that the ghost eye was watching all of the boss's movements. He would definitely not be able to dodge this attack. After a moment, he threw a crushing halberd at the shaman. Creating a protective barrier around himself, the shaman said that all his attempts were useless. Without causing him any harm, the deadly halberd flew past him. The dumbfounded Qiao Yu frowned and asked if this was even possible. At this moment, the greatest shaman once again used golden ki to attack. A stream of deadly golden arrows flew towards the guy. Qiao Yu didn't know what to do. He thought to use recognize the father of the villain. He needs to get closer to Wu Yao, but he can't do that now. All his skills are ranged, and Ghost Eye can only copy melee skills. His characteristics and style completely overwhelmed him. It looks like there's no way to fight him. Yang Xiangdi erected an earthen wall for protection. At this moment, the shaman used the disheveled tree technique, and tree branches broke through the earthen wall. The powerful tree branches were destroying the earthen wall. Qiao Yu shouted to Yang Xiangdi that he was grateful for the help. Otherwise, the old man would have completely worn him down. The guy replied that the tree defeats the earth. Therefore, no matter whether they attack or defend against this old man, he had no chance. Cussing, he asked him if he had infinite mana. The shaman counterattacked after he used the skill, and his mana was almost out. Suddenly, Qiao Yu had a thought. He asked Yang Xiangdi to repeat his words. The guy said that the old man had endless mana. Smirking, Qiao Yu thought that using skills definitely consumed some energy. Even Ghost Eye level skills required energy in the form of health points. An old man can't have infinite mana. At this moment, Gusu shouted for Qiao Yu to give up. He wouldn't be able to defeat the monster, although he is only 25th level his skill mastery, no worse than higher level players. He lasted less than 10 rounds against him. Yu replied that he didn't last long against him either. At this moment, Qiao Yu was visited by a hunch. King Wu Yao seems to have been standing there ever since he arrived here. Every time he tried to approach him, the old man's first reaction was not to hide, but to distance himself from him. This is suspicious. He shouted to Yang Xiangdi to summon an underground dragon at the old man's feet. Ma Fei would cover it. The shaman shouted they thought he was deaf. Using the golden key water slice and volcanic blast at the same time, he shouted how they would handle it. Immediately, 3 streams of deadly elements swiftly flew towards the guys. At this moment, Ma Fei attacked the shaman, shouting a single sword dissecting the entire world. Grinning, Wu Yao put up a defense in front of him and shouted to Ma Fei that his attempts were futile. At this moment, Qiao Yu, accelerating Yang Xiangdi, shouted that this was a great chance. Avoiding the deadly blows, the guy thought that there was no turning back. He wouldn't let Brother Yu down. He summoned the underground dragon, and the ground under the shaman's feet split into pieces. A moment later, a huge dragon appeared from beneath the ground. The shaman found himself on its maw. With a shocked shriek of a wall of size, the old man promptly sank to the ground. A moment later, full of energy, he was once again standing on the ground against his enemies. Qiao Yu said that it seems like he guessed correctly. The reason why King Wu Yao has endless mana is under his feet. He shouted for Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei to lift the old man high into the air. The guys simultaneously shouted Underground Dragon and one sword splitting the world at the same time. Frowning, the shaman said fine. He shouted, gold, wood, fire, and earth. The 5 elements are one. It was the supreme technique of the 5-sided heavenly gate that sheltered the shaman. Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei's crushing attacks were reflected off the gate without reaching the target. Yang Shangdi's attack screamed an earth-shattering explosion. Yellow Spring Swamp. At the same time, Ma Fei used the Pinyang Sword technique, syllable 1 Pinyang Sword. The guys attacked but couldn't break the gate. The shaman told them to give up. With their attacks, it was impossible to break the seal of his 5-sided gate. He's been playing with them long enough. It was time to get rid of them. Suddenly, the shocked shaman realized that he was being lifted up from below by powerful arms. He guessed in amazement that they weren't trying to break the seal of his 5-sided gate. They were distracting him from this boy. Fiercely cursing, he shouted a water curtain. But Qiao Yu, firmly holding the shaman's leg, shouted that the old man had been bullying him for a long time. Now it was his turn. Trying to defend himself from the crushing attack, the shaman shouted the fire dragon armor. At this moment, the dazed shaman received a powerful kick to the face. With a smirk, Qiao Yu said that close combat was his forte and clenched his fist furiously. A moment later, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow to the greatest shaman. Seeing this, Xu Xiaozhang shouted that they should do something. Gusu was in agreement. Unveiling his sword, Ma Fei said that he advised them to think before doing anything. They excitedly looked amongst themselves, deciding what they should do. The shaman shouted that even if he had to die, he would take the crown prince of the Red Flame Kingdom with him. He shouted the 5 elements are in conflict with each other, and heaven and earth can't bear it. A moment later, powerful streams of multicolored energy enveloped the king's body. He shouted that if the guy let him go, they could both survive. Otherwise, the 5 elements would explode and they would die. Violently clenching her fist and releasing dark energy, Qiao Yu shouted that only he would die. She delivered a powerful, one-handed, crushing blow without letting go of the shaman. The system sent a message that the player had defeated the epic boss shaman Wu Yao in close combat. 25 points and 125 experience were gained. The guy stood over the crushed shaman lying in a crater from the powerful blow. At this moment, Qiao Yu thought that everything depended on him. He used the silver lion helmet, which increased the head defense. A moment later, a powerful, crushing explosion rang out, releasing multicolored flames. A huge blast wave spread around, destroying everything in its path. Standing in the helmet, Qiao Yu said that it looked like the bet had played out. The Shem went berserk. Suddenly, the guy felt the helmet flying apart. The system reported that the silver lion helmet was damaged. The hidden effect of the silver lion helmet was triggered. When the helmet was damaged, the player's level would increase. The system congratulated Qiao Yu for leveling up and moving to the intermediate stage. A rank A superhuman passive skill was obtained. The surprised Qiao Yu didn't even immediately realize that he had reached the intermediate stage. He thought that something was wrong. How come the awakened skill immediately turned him into a person with high attack, high defense and agility, and very high horsepower? He's a necromancer. He opened the properties panel. It said necromancer, level intermediate stage 21st level, strength of bays if disagree, defense iron wall, dexterity quick, skills ghost eye power works wonders, superhuman powerful contract anger, mechanical Hades seed, equipment Perstron undead boots, storm boots halberd, crescent moon jinpun, Yanadao armor, wild spider ring, skeleton king wisdom staff. He decided to see if anything from the yearling boss had fallen out. The system reported that the skill book B rank absorbing barrier had been obtained. The system said, set the barrier to absorb the life force of all creatures within it, and convert it into the power needed by the player. Now he understood how Shaman Wu Yao had infinite mana. He drew life force from the people of the shaman realm. Qiao Yu had also obtained a disposable 5 elements hard item. He thought if he used it, he would be like Wu Yao's shaman. He would be able to control the elements. But if he used the heart of the 5 elements, it could replace the heart of the mechanical queen. After thinking it over, he shouted to Yang Xiangdi to hold the coaster and threw the heart of the 5 elements to him. The overjoyed guy shouted, "Thank you to Brother Yu for his kindness." At this moment, Xu Xiaozhang came over and said that she had something important to tell him. She asked if he remembered Baiji, the mysterious organization that kidnapped them after the exam. Frowning his eyebrows, Qiao Yu excitedly asked what she knew about Baiji. She replied that she knew about them trying to recruit them, and not just them. The guy interjected that she meant not only them, and how does she know that? The girl said she'd been lured there again. It turns out they find talented craftsmen in the dungeons and try to lure them to their side, by persuasion or force. That guy who came to them was very strong. Even if he and Gusu fought against him, the chances would be 50-50. Frowning, Qiao Yu inquired who was from the university. She replied Ding Lan. He was amazed that Ding Lan was trying to lure her to Bai Zhe. The guy asked if she could get in touch with him. She replied that she was wary of him. He has many strong masters with him. She could be captured again. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu said that he would exchange the information for a C-ranked item. Xu Xiaojun was in agreement. After receiving the staff from the guy, the girl promised to look for him and let him know about the place and meeting, and thanked him for the staff. Xiao thought about the fact that he couldn't get information about Zhu Yu, but he found out about Baiji. At that moment, the guys came up to him and told him that the boss had been defeated. The dungeon tasks have been completed. It was time for them to leave. A surprised Xiao Yu asked if they had all passed. He said he wanted to see someone. He returned to the kingdom and heard the emperor read out the order in front of everyone. The emperor announced that concubine Yang Mengshuan was becoming the next empress. He said that she was now the empress and asked what else she wanted. She replied that she only wanted to touch the rays of His Majesty's glory. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said that they could leave. Yang Xiangdi asked if Yu had come here to see what the emperor would do. Once they leave the dungeon, everything will reset and start over again. He replied that maybe so. Don't they look like real people? He wondered if the heroes of the copy realized they were heroes. If they were still heroes, what connects the dungeon and the thing of parents with Baiji? Yang Shandi said that Yu thinks too much. This is an ordinary dungeon. They made the decision to leave. After a while, the guys leisurely walked out of the copy and were dumbfounded by what they saw. It turned out that the people of the Hunters Guild were already waiting for them at the entrance to the dungeon. A grinning Huanying from the Hunters Guild said that he had finally caught them. Smiling, Xiao Yu said, "What a coincidence," Brother Huanying said. He thought the fools of the fighters exude mid-stage strength. There are even a dozen masters of the highest stage. Huan replied that it was not a coincidence. He specifically tracked him down and brought people to catch them at the exit of the dungeon. Smiling, Yu replied that Brother Huan was drunk on something. They were wrong. Let him relax. All humans are brothers. Getting angry, Huan shouted for them to shut up. It was because of the three of them that the Hunters Guild had lost its reputation. On top of that, they had lost 2 high-stage fighters. They should be punished for all their crimes. He shouted to Hage that they were his. He wants to see them on their knees, weeping and wailing, begging for his forgiveness. At that moment, a huge, muscular man stepped forward. He said he was a level 32 high-stage tank. His name is Haiga. Xiao Yu thought that he was indeed at a high stage. At this moment, Huang shouted for Haiji to act faster. "Stop dicking around with him, buddy." The powerful Haga took a swing. Xiao Yu thought that his stats had passed 2,000, which was much more than a middle-stage fighter. He wondered if he would be able to fight a high-stage fighter face-to-face. 2 powerful energies converged in a crushing confrontation. The hunters were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how. He is a high-stage tank. Xiao Yu is an average mage. By what miracle did he even withstand Hage's strike at all? Looking at him, Huang wondered how many more trump cards this bastard had up his sleeve. He had already thought that they were equal in strength, but he didn't expect that, in fact, the difference between them had only increased. At this time, Xiao Yu thought that it was great. He can fight with him as an equal. Fiercely clenching his fists, he swung his leg and gave Haiga a crushing blow. With a grin, Heiji replied that he had timed his punch so well. He liked it. Now it was his turn. Grabbing the guy's leg, he delivered a powerful, crushing blow. A moment later, grinning broadly, Haiga pinned Xiao Yu to the ground. The guy, who had no time to recover, received another powerful punch to the face. A powerful explosion rang out, raising a thick layer of dust and rocks above the forest. After flying aside, Xiao Yu could barely stay on his feet. He couldn't understand why. His stats were high enough to fight normally, but he can't gain any advantage in a fight. What the hell? At this moment, Haiga swiftly rushed towards the dazed guy. Smiling, he shouted for the little guy to come towards him already. He would show him a real fight. The boy barely managed to dodge Haiga's crushing attacks. The grinning tank was rapidly advancing towards Xiao Yu, shouting for the kid not to hide from him. To protect himself from the deadly strike, Xiao Yu crossed his arms in front of him. Suddenly, the tank grabbed his arms and laughed that he had tricked the little guy. Grabbing the kid by one arm, Heiji prepared to deliver a powerful punch to the body. At this moment, Xiao Yu's flashing eyes activated his ghost eye. Putting his elbow in front of him, he repelled the tank's crushing attack. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out, illuminating the surroundings with flames. Releasing himself from Haiga Xiao Yu's tight grip, he flew aside. The tank laughed that the baby was teething, biting back. At this moment, the guy activated the Mechanode Queen's rage state. An agitated Yang Xiangdai shouted if Brother Yu was all right. He answered more or less. Looking at the tank, he thought that there was something wrong with him. His stats are definitely higher than his, but why doesn't he let him do anything at all? Easily suppressing all his efforts to attack. Where did he go wrong? If this doesn't work, we'll have to use the foster father card. Unclenching his fists, Heija said that he didn't expect him to want to continue fighting after this. Qiao Yu has a very strong body. That means he can fight to the fullest without fear of being torn to pieces. At this moment, the mechanical queen told Qiao Yu that the tank should be hit on the hand. Enraged by this blow, Heigi shouted that now the little bastard had really pissed him off. Now he was going to pull his ass over his head. Using the Wind Boots artifact, Qiao Yu guessed that the weak point of the tank was the joints. Swiftly moving behind his opponent's back, the guy struck his knee joint. A moment later, from the powerful blow to the joints, the dazed Haiga fell to his knees. Seeing this, Huang was shocked. He didn't expect the guy to be able to resist the tank. Rounding their eyes in surprise, the hunters watched the fierce battle. At this moment, glaring with his eyes, the furious Haji got to his feet. Seeing the released energy, Qiao Yu said that the tank was now entering the second stage. He is right. He put out a spear in front of him. The enraged Haga shouted that he was a dick and not the second stage. The tank dodged the spear and grabbed Qiao Yu by the throat. The guy realized his mistake. With his eyes flashing angrily, Heiji shouted that he had finally caught him, or he was jumping around like a flea. Now we can talk. Suddenly, Ma Fei shouted for him to stop. He'd better let him go, or he'd be killed. He thought he would have to use his trump card. The hunters laughed at what he thought of himself. He's about to be put to the sword. Medium-stage minnows trying to threaten high-stage masters. The tank grinned and said that he even wondered how a clown like him would be able to destroy him. Looking directly at his opponent, Ma Fei replied that the world was full of idiots. Someone like him could not know the depths of the sword art. Ma Fei shouted, "The blade come." The hunters laughed. What is he talking about? The return of the sword? What a fucker. What kind of clowning? Some kindergarten. At this moment, the blade that suddenly appeared gave a crushing blow to Haj. The shocked hunter fiercely cursed and shouted, "What was that?" Satisfied with himself, Ma Fei thought that he had dreamed of such a pathos scene for a long time. Looking at the blade, the dumbfounded hunter said that it was Kunwu's sword. He shouted to Mr. Huang to get out of here quickly. Ji Pingyang is here. Shocked, Mr. Huang thought that it was really Kunwu's sword. It's definitely him. At this moment, Ma Fei received a slap from his mentor who suddenly appeared. He said that he had given the guy a sword pill so that he could save his life when he's on the verge of death. But he doesn't even see any signs of struggle on his uniform. And the pill was used. He should have at least fought to begin with. Looking at Qiao Yu, he said that his aura is very strong, but it is dissipating instead of gathering. It was dense on the outside, but empty on the inside. Didn't he instruct him to track down Lin Lan? Yu was stunned. The director realized his problem in a second. He said that he had found some leads and was waiting for confirmation. Enraged, Huang shouted, "How dare the old man ignore the Hunters Guild?" The headmaster replied that it seemed that they had a rather curious guest. Let him finally come out to them. There was no point in hiding. At this moment, Huang Huayu, the former head of the Hunters Guild, came out. Glittering his eyes and frowning his eyebrows, he said that Ji Pingyang was quite overconfident. Did he really think that Ji Pingyang thought that the Hunters Guild was so weak? The headmaster asked who he was. He replied that his name was Huang Huayu. The dumbfounded hunter said he was the former leader. Turns out he's still alive. Ji Pingyang will be in trouble. Huan Huayu is one of the 8 great kings. At this moment, Huan shouted that these bastards were insulting their guild's honor again. Grandfather must destroy them. In Huan Huayu's hands was a huge hammer. Clutching the deadly weapon tightly, he released a powerful energy and rushed forward to attack. He delivered a powerful, crushing blow that caused the ground to explode. A huge blast wave blew everything around him. Rock fragments flew in all directions. Hovering in the air, Huayu said that everyone is saying that Ji Pingyang is the #1 swordsman in the world. It seems like the rumors are quite exaggerated. This is what happens to cheaters who steal other people's fame. Standing in the midst of the stone rubble, Ji grinned. He couldn't be serious. The shocked Huayu shouted that he couldn't survive his attack. This is impossible. He thought that he had hit with all his might, and he wasn't even injured. Frowning, Ji Pingyang replied that he was too weak to fight him. The hunters were shocked at the words that one of the great kings was too weak. Is Ji Pingyang really that much stronger than Huang Huayu? At this moment, Ma Fei asked to slow down. He is taking notes. These are valuable learning moments in practice. Laughing, Huayu asked if he really thought he was weak. He hadn't heard such a joke in years. Lowering his head, Ji Pingyang sighed and replied that these were just facts and nothing more. With a smirk, Huayun asked the headmaster to show him what his self-confidence was based on. Swinging a huge hammer, he used the Yanlui Divine Hammer technique. The principal told Ma Fei to watch carefully. Hammer and Axe Master type classes were very demanding on strength. However, they were not easy for sword masters to deal with. He should remember that the sword art is all about its ability to change its shape quickly. If he encounters a hammer or axe master of comparable strength, it is best to avoid a close combat encounter. He should first evade attacks and study his opponent. When he was done, he could only strike with his sword once and be done with it. An overjoyed Ma Fei shouted out that the instruction from the world's best swordsman right during the fight. This was something that no amount of money could buy. Huan Huayu shouted that a warrior can be destroyed, but you can't degrade his dignity. Today, he would make him pay in blood for what he had done. The headmaster questioned whether to degrade his dignity. Of course not. He just thought he was the perfect example for his student to demonstrate his mistakes. An enraged Huayu shouted that Pingyang was seeking doom. The headmaster said that there are a total of 6 sword realms. They are sword whistle sword, light sword, brilliant sword strength, and sword intent. If the speed of the sword is fast enough, Ma Fei can create a stream of air when wielding it, which can reach the enemy at a distance. This is called sword energy. It can be controlled. It's sword light. And the energy that can materialize is called sword arc. If the sword aura is strong, it can carry the will of the sword master. It is the changing power of the sword under the influence of the will that is the intent. The furious Huayu shouted that this was too much. The inspired Ma Fei admiringly said what a powerful will. The headmaster continued that Ma Fei should remember that the sword intent extracted by different masters might be different. He needs to walk the path himself. All he can do is show his sword intent. At this moment, Ji Pengyang released a powerful, crushing stream of energy. From the crushing blow of Pengyang's sword, splinters flew in all directions. Watching Qiao Yu thought that this was exactly the same skill. But the director's sword intent is just on a completely different level. It was as if he was putting his soul into the sword. In a moment, Huan Huayu was destroyed by the deadly sword strike. Looking at the stumps from the trees destroyed by a single strike, Qiao Yu thought that this was what real sword intent looked like. The crushed Huan Huayu collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The shocked Huan shouted, "Grandpa, this can't be." The hunter shouted the former head died. This is a scary thing. The Hammer King was annihilated in 1 second and was unable to counter his opponent with anything. At this moment, Huayu coughed and Qiao Yu shouted that it was the old man who was still alive. The headmaster was shocked. Frowning, he looked at what was left of the old man. Huan Huayu was lying on the ground shrouded in clouds of dust raised in the air. Suddenly, a tree sprout began to sprout rapidly not far from him. A moment later, the tree's powerful branches attacked the dumbfounded Ji Pengyang. Seeing this, Ma Fei, Qiao Yu, and Yang Xiangde fearfully shouted to the headmaster. After a couple of minutes, Jin Pengyang was completely restrained by the powerful branches. Releasing a powerful internal energy, he blew the wooden shackles into splinters. At this moment, the powerful tree branches were rapidly approaching the standing guys. In order to protect his comrades, Qiao Yu released his energy and pushed them aside. He immediately began to be enveloped by the branches tightly clinging to his legs and arms. The puzzled headmaster saw the tree branches entangling the guy and lifting him high into the air. Qiao Yu shouted that he was fine. Let the principal ignore him and catch this old man. But realizing that things were bad, he shouted that he was apologizing to the principal. But it seems he was wrong. Qiao Yu shouted for him to save him. Releasing a powerful stream of crushing energy, the headmaster tore the branches, freeing the guy. Once on the ground, Qiao Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. He said that he was lucky. He had almost lost his dignity there. He apologized to the principal for detaining him. If it wasn't for him, Pingyang would have caught the old man in time. He said Yu did the right thing, taking the blow for himself. Comrades should always come first. He thought to himself that this old man was a master of the forces of nature and the forest. Obviously, now that he had escaped into the thicket, he could easily hide his presence from him. The fact that he managed to save the boys was already good. With a few swings of his sword, Ji Pengyang scattered the entire guild of hunters. He warned the guys that from now on, the Hunter Guild would hunt them down trying to destroy them. He hopes that they will become strong enough to stand up to them and defeat the Hammer King. A surprised Yu replied that the Hammer King would surely be able to handle them all by himself. The headmaster replied that that was great. They now had a goal. The outside pressure should add to their motivation to study. Lying on the ground, Huan promised that he would make them die the most miserable death possible. After these events, the guys returned to the dorm. Yang Xiangdi said that it was very good to be in the dorm after all. Lying on the bed, he was flipping through his phone and suddenly swore. He shouted that Brother Yu and Brother Fei should see this. The breaking news reported that there was a fire in the Tang family's estate. The family was completely destroyed. No one survived. Not even any bodies were found. Shocked Yu couldn't believe it. At the Four Families tournament, the Tang clan had improved their position with his help. Who dared to destroy them? Suddenly he thought it might be Tang Wum himself. Had he gone mad and was still trying to prolong his miserable life? He worriedly wondered how Tang Lan was doing. At that moment, Xiangdi said that Yu shouldn't worry. It was the senior family's quarrels. He was just curious to read the rumors. These matters don't concern them. Yu said for the boys to stay here for now. He needs to ask teacher Wang something. He should help him with the things the principal was talking about. Seeing him, the teacher grinned, wondering if His Majesty had decided to welcome him to class. Embarrassed, Yu replied that he shouldn't joke around like that. Principal G said that he could consult him on a matter. He said he has a 21st level friend at the middle stage. He has 2,000 characteristic points. However, his combat strength is not up to it. What could be the reason for this discrepancy between stats and actual strength? The astonished teacher asked this what the fuck kind of monster he had become. Embarrassed, Qiao Yu replied that he was talking about his friend. Laughing, he said, "Forget it. Let him look at his characteristics." The name Li Had was written there. Classmaster Martial Artist. Stage King level 45. Impressed you said so. After the highest stage comes the King. Did Master Wang really reach that level? He replied that his level is twice as high, and the number of points is barely over 3,000. If the 21st level has 2,000 points, that would definitely cause problems. There is some sort of proportion of the convention of characteristic points to actual combat power. In his case, it's like giving a kid a machine gun. The weapon itself is great, but the kid can't handle it properly. You understood. He asked what he needed to do to convert all the points into real power. The teacher replied, "You need to quickly raise the levels and bring it up to par." The kid thought that his main trump card was the mage's brave heart. If you don't increase the characteristic and only increase the level, it's like putting the cart before the horse. He asked if there was another way. The teacher said, let him continue to increase the characteristics. Sooner or later, the numerical advantage would translate into the quality he wanted. Yu realized that if he couldn't win with 2,000, he could win with 4,000. After all, if a child is given a button that controls a tactical warhead instead of a machine gun, he can still blow everyone and everything away. The teacher said he didn't know anyone who could overcome 2,000 at the middle stage. Even Director G couldn't do that. The boy replied that he would be the first to do it. That is, not him, but his friend whom he had heard about. As he was about to leave, Qiao Yu thanked the teacher and said that he understood everything. Suddenly, the teacher stopped him. He said that since he had 2,000 characteristic points, it wouldn't be a problem for him to compete in the International Intercollegiate Tournament. He would earn points for their academy and cover his absences. Turning around surprised, Qiao Yu asked, "Teacher Wang must be joking. After all, this is a competition for 3rd to 4th year students." The teacher replied that he was generally right, but strong 1st and 2nd year students can also participate. There are 2 competitions, team and individual. The university team has already been formed. No one will call him to participate, but he can form his own or take part separately. He would like to take part in the individual competition. Qiao Yu asked if there were any rewards for participating. Angry, the teacher shouted that bringing glory to his academy was not a reward for him. If he placed high, he would receive a prize. There are 2 ways to qualify for the tournament. The first is to pass a special dungeon. The second option is to fight him. Yu asked if the second option isn't the same as signing his own death warrant. Does he have a chance? He said no. Yu said he understood. He will participate in the tournament. He thought that both Principal G and Teacher Wang had done a lot for him. One should be grateful. But there was one more thing he definitely had to deal with. After a while, he went to the Eternal Forest to meet with Xu Xiaojun. She said that she had set up a meeting for Lin Lan. He would be here tonight at 8 o'clock. He paid her for the information, so there was no point in her deceiving. At 8 p.m., Lin Lan arrived. He said he was glad Xu Xiaozhong had come. After she joined Baiji's ranks, she would see the world from a completely different angle. Thanking her, the girl said that they were honoring her by accepting her into their rank. He told her to follow him. He would show her the real state of affairs in the world. Suddenly, a dumbfounded Ling Lan heard an ice cage shout behind him. He was surrounded by ice on all sides. The girl told Qiao Yu that she had done her best. A moment later, Qiao Yu appeared above Lin Lan with a deadly halberd. Turning around, Ling Lan was shocked to see Qiao Yu in front of him. The enraged guy shouted that he was the one who had helped him at Ghost Mountain. If it wasn't for him, he would have been caught long ago. So why is he hunting him? Qiao Yu recalled that he himself had said that the next time they met, they would be enemies. Besides, he was then blamed for the death of the Qing family's heir. Ling Lan cried out, "Did you really think he knew everything about him?" Tearing off his clothes, Ling Lan shouted that Qiao Yu didn't understand anything. Showing his snake tongue, he shouted, "Baize is strength." Qiao Yu thought that Ling Lan's appearance in his turned form had become even less human. He asked if it was really worth it, becoming a monster or a human, and all for the sake of some illusory power. Lin Lan replied that of course it was worth it. Yu doesn't understand that. He comes from a poor family. He never had any talent for martial arts. If he hadn't joined Baize, he would never have become as strong as he is now. Yu replied that his actions were unforgivable. Therefore, let him not take offense. He would have to use force. The boys clashed in a devastating confrontation. Unleashing his huge claws, Ling Lan shouted a swift dragon claw strike. Grabbing the guy's hand, Qiao Yu grinned and shouted, "And this is the dragon." At this moment, he activated the dragon roar and attacked Lin Lan. Amplifying the power of the attack, Qiao Yu shouted a double strike. The dragon roar delivered a crushing blow. The shocked Ling Lan gritted his teeth in anger. He furiously shouted, "How so?" A powerful, crushing blow rained down on the dumbfounded Lin Lan. A moment later, he flew far to the side and collapsed to the ground with a clatter. The characterization window showed that Lin Lan was level 25. The skills were Dragon Claw Swift Strike and Dragon Transformation. The dumbfounded Qiao Yu thought that this was exactly the same as when they met Xiong Dong in the Thousand Poison Cave. She was a kind of Nipa, combined with the role of a boss. Could it be that Lin Lan's body also contains a boss? What is Bai Zi trying to do this way? The enraged Lin Lan shouted that he had forced him to resort to this. Releasing a powerful energy, he began to transform into a dragon. He shouted that using the power of transforming into a dragon was causing irreparable damage to the body. Now Qiao Yu deserved to be destroyed because he was forced to use this skill because of him. Grinding his sharp teeth, the dragon transformed Lin Lan rapidly approached. Releasing a powerful energy, Qiao Yu shouted that he had already destroyed the likes of him when he was still at the rookie stage. Using the Stormboot's artifact and waving his halberd, he rushed forward to attack. After a moment, he caught up to the fleeing dragon and dealt it a devastating blow. At that moment, a powerful explosion rang out, shattering everything in its path. Pinned down by Yu Linglan's halberd, he shouted that this was simply impossible. An ordinary person couldn't be this strong. It's not fair. He had given everything to possess the power he possessed now. To merge with that hideous dragon, he endured terrible pain. But in the end, the power he received in exchange for his suffering turned out to be so fragile and insignificant when he faced him in battle. Looking at him, Qiao Yu replied anything was possible. He thought that it was exactly as Teacher Wang said. His strength was not yet enough to fight high-stage enemies. But he can fight medium-stage enemies. Bare strength is still capable of breaking under his own power. He said he would leave Lin Lan alive, but he'll go with him and help him. Let him turn back into a human so he won't walk down the street with a lizard. Lan shouted that he was a dragon and not a lizard. With a powerful punch, Qiao Yu asked who he was. Sticking out his long tongue, Lan replied a lizard. After a while, Ling Lan turned back into a human again. Qiao Yu said it was time to go. Suddenly, the guy heard someone ask if he was going to leave this place and looked around. From their hiding places, Bai Zi's men came out to him. One of them said it was just a gift. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to track him down, and he had come to their doorstep. Yu grinned as he wondered if they were sure they wouldn't choke on him. At this moment, Yang Shangdi and Ma Fei stood shoulder to shoulder beside him. Surrounding them on all sides, the Baji boys said that Ling Lan was a weakling. The guy said that if he was not mistaken, they were the ones there at the Ghost Mountain. The hunter replied that he was right. He grinned that they weren't having a quiz. There are no rewards for correct guesses. After a moment, they drew their swords and rushed at the boy from all sides. Swinging his sword furiously, Mi Fei shouted that they needed to separate them. He delivered a crushing blow, and the Baiji boys put up their shields to defend themselves. The dumbfounded Ma Fei furiously shouted what the fuck was going on. He didn't do any damage. Qiao Yu shouted for him to tank the tanks. Let him piss off the support first. After a moment, he rushed to attack. The Baiji leader shouted for them to stop him. At this moment, Yang Shangdi, releasing energy, shouted, "Spring Swamp Sandputs." In a moment, all the hunters were surrounded by the sand restraining them. The enraged leader, Baiji, shouted for the fatty to be mopped up first. Immediately, 3 hunters swiftly rushed towards the guy waving their swords. The dumbfounded Yang Shangdi shouted a ground movement to repel the attack. At this moment, a huge gap formed between him and the attackers. They were shocked, not expecting that earth mages were capable of such a thing. The ringleader shouted for them not to stop. They should grab him sooner rather than later. Qiao Yu used the Skeleton King's ring to attack. He delivered a crushing blow. To protect themselves from the deadly attack, the Baiji boys put up their shields in front of them. Suddenly, one of them recoiled in fright when he saw Yu's spear pierce through the shield. Soon, the shield shattered into small pieces, and Qiao Yu attacked him with his halberd. The hunter started to talk about how there was something wrong with this guy. Qiao Yu asked what his nickname was in Baize. If he wasn't mistaken, they had a ranking system for strength there. He replied that his code name is 2333. He's so aware of their structure. Why doesn't he just want to go with them? Maybe he's having doubts. He should just agree to go with them. He'll get all his questions answered, like finding out where his parents are. The guy asked his parents in Baizi, and what do they have to do with their gang? Grinning, the guy replied that he would only find out if he went with them. With a deadly blow, Qiao Yu shouted that he would find out the truth himself. He thought about how they were related to Baiji. Why did they disappear without leaving a trace? If they are feuding with Baize, he definitely can't go there. He's too weak, it's pointless. The hunters noticed that Qiao Yu was thinking and decided that this was their chance. One of the hunters shouted a fire spear and directed a stream of fire at Qiao Yu. At the same time, the second shouted Holy Dawn Sword to release a stream of powerful energy at the guy. The third unleashed a storm wind, releasing powerful gusts at him. 3 powerful, deadly streams of energy simultaneously approached Qiao Yu. A powerful explosion sounded out, enveloping everything around with a thick layer of dust. To defend against the attack, Qiao Yu activated his rage state and ghost eye. He used the Pingyang technique of the first style of unity with the sword. From the deadly strike, one of Baiji's hunters flew aside with a deadly kick. The Baiji girl screamed, releasing healing energy. The guy yelled they were about to see who was faster, his hit and his damage. The healing energy revitalized the guy, but the destructive energy came crashing down after it. At this moment, the girl screamed, healing again, trying to save the guy. Qiao Yu once again delivered a powerful, crushing blow, destroying the enemies. The girl was releasing healing energy to save them. One of the guys begged for them to stop treating him, and he would go to the other world in peace. Smirking, Qiao Yu said that they seemed to think that he wasn't doing much damage. With a dragon roar, he began to swing his spear furiously, destroying the opponents. He said that his damage was the winner after all. He hoped it would heal itself faster than its allies. The frightened boys rushed to flee. They were shocked by Qiao Yu's strength. Swinging his spear, he shouted for them to hold it in pursuit. The Baizi guys screamed in horror as they were struck down by the powerful flow of energy. Qiao Yu stood, clutching the crushing halberd, and looked around. At this moment, Yang Xiangdi shouted that it seemed to be over. All the opponents had been destroyed. He said that it was time to go back then. They would deal with Beiji one way or another. First, they need to get Lin Lan. After a while, the boys returned to Peking University. Entering the rector's office, Qiao Yu said that he had brought Lin Lan to him. An unconscious and wrinkled Ling Lan was lying on the rector's desk. Frowning, the headmaster said that he looked strange. What had happened to him? Qiao Yu said that although Ling Lan had escaped, he believed that he had been trivialized by the opportunity to quickly become stronger. The Baiji organization is responsible for this. They specialize in dungeon bosses and human fusion technology. Qiao Yu told the rector everything he knew about the Baiji organization in detail. The rector said that he was often busy, so he couldn't take care of their safety all the time. He handed him a pill and said that it was a sword pill. Wherever he is, if he breaks it, he'll feel it, if Baiji came to his soul. The boy thanked the rector. He thought that with the rector's help, it wouldn't be hard to deal with Baizhe. Holding out the pendant, the rector said he would give it to him. The pill increases all the characteristics. Overjoyed, Qiao Yu couldn't believe that the rector would actually give it to him. Tapping the guy, the rector shouted that he was giving it to him because he had accomplished a difficult mission. Let him take it and not lose it. This item is dear to him. He's been wearing it since the middle stage. The boy was amazed. He asked if the rector gave away such a powerful item, what would happen to him? His combat power would drop. Laughing loudly, the headmaster told Qiao Yu that he was fine. There is no big difference for him. The system congratulated user Ji Pingyang for binding and activating the S-rank item. At this time, the guys were sitting fishing, enjoying the peace and quiet. At that moment, a knight came over and asked Boss Bai if he had decided to go fishing. He asked if he was the Sword King. He inquired about the Hammer King. The man replied that he was saved by Muwan but lost half of his body. Boss Bai said they finally realized that Ji Pingyang can't be defeated in a one-on-one fight. They need to find the right time, place, and the right people. Only then will they have a chance to take him down. Ji Pian is too much of a nuisance. He really needs to be taken out. As for a place, he suggests Sukshan City. It seems that's where Chao King was born. The Sword King replied it would be done. After resolving all the issues, he told Bai Boss that in that case, he would go. Suddenly, the dumbfounded Sword King saw a fishing hook fly past his face. Boss Bai said that he had one more question. Are they 8 kings willing to join forces to destroy Ji Pingyang? It was already deep into the night. Darkness had fallen on the city, illuminated only by the moon. The hooded guy frowned as he knocked on the glass doors with the lights on. After hearing the knock, Teacher Li Hao appeared at the door and wondered what Ling Lan was doing here. He invited him in, saying that the principal had told him everything. Once inside, the surprised boy saw multicolored glows all over the room. He asked what was in here. This was where they had their second training session, the place where they hid from the fish jumping out of the water. The teacher said if a teacher can't teach a student, he's lazy. He's his student no matter what. And it doesn't matter what he's become. He, as his mentor, is also responsible. He offered Lin Lan a drink. Taking the bottle from his mentor, the boy took a sip and coughed loudly. Master said that he has a bloody lousy temper. He's addicted to fighting. If he doesn't get in a fight with someone for a day, he's all over it. That's why they called him the battle maniac. When he was younger, half the town was after him. That's the kind of troubled kid he was. If someone had told him back then that he was going to teach at Peking University, he would have laughed at him. The guy was surprised by Li Hao's unusual background. After patting the kid on the head, the teacher said, "What a crap teacher Wang Liqiao is." So that's what he was getting at. He asked Lana to share with him why he was sad, what challenges he was facing that he couldn't handle. If he made a mistake, he should admit it. Worst case scenario, he'll just have to start over. A truly strong person is not someone who doesn't make mistakes. It's the one who has the courage to admit he's wrong and face the consequences of his mistakes. He hopes Lin understands. The guy admitted he was wrong and was willing to accept any punishment from the academy. His life would begin anew from that moment on. The next morning in the dormitory, Xiao Yu tried on the mask. Xiang Di asked why he needed it. He said that he was going to participate in a tournament, but he wanted to avoid possible problems with the entrance to the dungeon. Ma Fei asked him about the World Intercollegiate Tournament, and how could such an event take place without the brilliant Ma Fei? After pondering for a while, Yang Xiangdi said that 5 people were needed to participate in the team competition. They went out to look for team members. They called a girl to join the team, but she hesitantly said that she felt she would only get in the way. A confident Ma Fei replied that it was fine. She shouldn't worry. With him on the team, they would win even if the 5th member was a dog. She was furious and asked what he meant. Trying to justify himself, Ma Fei replied nothing of the sort, just wanted to say that she was better than a dog. The guy immediately got hit. After a while, they put on their masks and went to the dungeon. The girl asked if they needed 5 participants. Why didn't they call Zuo? Covering her mouth with his hand, Xiao Yu said that the unique dungeon is called the Quiet City. He suggests just silently entering. Quiet City. Complexity D is a place the remains of an ancient ruined civilization. A powerful and mysterious force once dwelled in the depths of the city. That, over time, due to battles and destruction, it mixed with darkness and became severely distorted. At this moment, Xiao Yu was tapped on the shoulder by a guy and asked if they would be entering the dungeon. If not, then have them let them pass forward. The guy said his name was Taeju. He's a senior student at Changkyong University. He asked if they came here to qualify for the tournament, too. What a coincidence they're here for the same reason. Xiao Yu said his name was Chao Dapao from Galakan Academy. With a smile, Taeju said that was fine and offered to go through it together. The more people, the easier it would be to pass. Deciding that it was a good idea, Xiao Yu introduced his team. Student Taeju responded by introducing the students who came with him as well. At this moment, a girl appeared and disgruntledly said that they didn't call her. Taeju was surprised by her appearance. They began to argue loudly and clarify their relationship with each other. The other guy from Taeju's team told them to forget about it. He hoped Team Chao wouldn't get mad at them. Smiling, Xiao Yu replied that it was fine. There was no need to apologize. Having finally resolved all the issues, both teams united and went to the dungeon. As Xiao Yu was diving in, he heard a voice asking if he believed in the power of blessings. For example, when he wished for a happy birthday. It could only be a fleeting thought. In fact, without even realizing it, he already believes that his goodwill will lead to a good outcome. But does it? Can the order of things really change just because of his will? He wondered who was talking. He opened his eyes and found himself inside a building. The system reported that this was the Silent City. Rear to find out why supernatural powers had manifested here. A dumbfounded Xiao Yu realized that he was chained in powerful chains. The system reported that the reward depends on the player's contribution. He must trust his will. With difficulty, Xiao Yu raised his head and saw a female figure in black in front of him. Grinning, he said, "Wow, what an interesting dungeon." He already liked the beginning. At this moment, the mysterious girl turned around and he saw a monster in front of him. The guy shouted that he takes back his words. Smiling evilly, the monster clutched a huge flayed knife in her hand. It swung it, and the guy barely managed to pull his shoulder away. He cursed furiously. After a moment, he managed to free himself from the chains that bound him. He delivered a crushing blow, and the system congratulated him for destroying the faceless ghost. Evil spirit plus 100. Clutching his halberd, Xiao Yu thought happily that this was a very convenient place for him. Suddenly, he heard a suspicious sound and looked around. In front of him, the evil smirks of several faceless ghosts were glowing at once. Waving a crushing halberd, he furiously asked if they hoped to scare him. Crushing the evil spirits, Xiao Yu shouted for them all to go to the other world. Soon, the faceless ghosts stopped grinning and fled from the guy. Smiling, Xiao Yu shouted where they were going. There was no need to run away. He still lacked the evil spirit points. Swinging the deadly weapon furiously, he continued to destroy the faceless ghosts while gaining evil spirit points. After destroying all the faceless ghosts, he said that he had to find the others as soon as possible. It would be hard for them to fight against these monsters. Opening the door, he looked inside and realized that someone else had been teleported here. He heard footsteps, and Taeju appeared in front of him. He asked Brother Dapao about sharing with his team. Suddenly, they heard loud screams that echoed further down the hall. Someone there was loudly and desperately asking for help. Soon, loud footsteps were heard. At that moment, a girl chased by a huge red-striped spider ran out. Along with her ran Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi. They shouted for Brother Dapao to help them. Clutching the crushing halberd, Xiao Yu moved to attack to save his comrades from the monster. Swinging as hard as he could, he launched the halberd at the terrifying spider. Taeju said that it was a great strike, but Xiao Yu replied that he hadn't received the annihilation notice. The bloodthirsty spider continued to advance. The system reported that it was a spider with a human face. There were 998 resurrections left. Level 22. Skills: Soul Absorption, Soul Entanglement Webbing Resurrection. A terrifying monster that parasitizes human souls. Has an increased chance of resurrection as long as it has a human face on it. A dumbfounded Yu realized that they could destroy it until they pulled out all the souls. He told the guys to leave. This thing is too tough. All it needs is a touch to pull out a soul and it will get more than one extra life. The girl asked what about him. He replied that he would be fine. With a forceful strike on the ground, Qiao Yu released a powerful stream of energy. Cracks appeared on the floor. A deadly stream of crushing energy rained down on the monster, breaking its claws. The knockdown spider collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash with its head ducked. At this moment, Qiao Yu unleashed a new stream of crushing energy on the bloodthirsty monster. After destroying the spider, the guy swiftly rushed out to return to his team. Seeing him, Yang Shangdi was glad that he was finally here. Qiao Yu asked where Teju was. Shangdi replied that he had found his own, and they entered the city. They saw the writings on the wall, and they wondered who had left them. They read that by going through this stone door, they would enter the Silent City. Signed, Wang Teng. There's a real underworld ahead of them. If they are desperate enough to enter, they must memorize this mantra. It will protect them when they encounter the horror that dwells there. Yu asked if the inscriptions could be trusted. Zhang Di replied that he didn't understand half of the words in the mantra. Ma Fei said he understands 6 words out of 8. The girl replied that she did not understand. Qiao Yu replied, "Whatever, we should go," and swung the doors open. They walked through the open door and found themselves in the Silent City, which was in ruin. A chilling wind was blowing. The girl shivered and said it was very cold. Suddenly, she saw a picture under her feet that the wind had brought. It showed a boy and a girl standing with their backs to each other. Suddenly, the boy's face contorted with a grimace of anger. He bared his teeth and flashed his eyes. The girl threw the photo aside in horror and screamed in fright. The guys asked her what was wrong, and she said that she saw a ghost in that photo. A surprised Qiao Yu asked her if it was true. "So that's great." Taking the photo thrown to her in his hand, he looked at the image. On it, a ghostly guy was approaching with grinning teeth and flashing his eyes. At this moment, Qiao Yu tossed the photo into the air, and fear appeared on the guy's face. At this moment, Qiao Yu gave a crushing blow, splitting the ghost photo in half. After receiving 50 points for it, he said that it wasn't enough. "Where can I find more ghosts?" The dazed girl thought they hadn't seen each other for a while, but he was stronger again. Suddenly, they heard cries for help. Turning around, they saw a girl running towards them. She was rapidly running towards them, begging for their help and rescue. Looking at her, Ma Fei asked if the Nipas in this dungeon could be good. One must remain wary. They can't let themselves be fooled. Looking at the little girl running, Qiao Yu smiled and replied that anything could be. At this moment, the little girl came up to him and asked for help. Qiao Yu asked what was wrong with the little girl. The girl cried and said that her mom suddenly fell down at home and she couldn't help her. The guy replied for her to take him to her mom. He would definitely help her. Together they went to the high-rise building where the girl had led them. Pointing to the doors, the girl said that this was her home. Qiao Yu replied, "Well." Swinging around, the guy kicked the door with his foot and kicked it out with a powerful kick. Inside the room, they saw a ghost with red eyes sitting on the bed. Seeing the people who entered, the ghost shouted furiously and glared its eyes. After a moment, it swiftly rushed out to attack Qiao Yu standing in front. The guy asked this all. Maybe he has some ghost siblings. Let him call out to everyone. Opening its mouth with huge, sharp fangs, the ghost shouted loudly and lunged at him. At this moment, Qiao Yu swung a devastating halberd and destroyed the ghost with 100 points. Seeing this, the shocked girl rounded her eyes in surprise. Qiao Yu smiled and told the girl that he had solved all of her family's problems. The girl asked excitedly if it was true. "Brother is so cool." He asked what happened to her mom. Don't let her say it was her. A moment later, he gave the shocked girl a devastating blow with his halberd. She vanished into thin air, and the system reported that he had received 50 evil spirit points. Seeing this, Yang Shangdi said that he thought so. The girl asked how Qiao Yu realized that this girl was a spirit. He replied that there are traps like this in every dungeon. These ghosts work in pairs. One lures the group, and the other destroys them. Ma Fei said this dungeon has a lot of ghosts. Looks like it's not as simple as they thought. At that moment, the girl screamed again. The guys asked what happened again. She asked if they hadn't seen it. Something just flashed over there. The guy rushed in, chasing, screaming not to run away his favorite evil spirit energy goggles. Ong Di shouted for Brother Yu to wait for them. Seeing the swiftly flying ghost in front of them, Qiao Yu shouted, "Stand, to whom they speak." At this moment, an old man appeared in front of them and told the young friends to be careful. This is a 100-year-old spirit, an extremely dangerous and bloodthirsty creature. It used the 5 lightning strike technique. A powerful stream of crushing lightning energy rained down on the ghost. The evil spirit roared furiously and grinned its fanged mouth with sharp teeth. Suddenly, the evil spirit dived under the ground and disappeared. They didn't have time to catch it. The enraged Qiao Yu shouted, "What the hell? Who caused his energy points to escape?" Rubbing his beard, the old man said that it seemed like his Yang Wulei's strength hadn't weakened much. The boy asked who he was. The old man replied that his name was Zhang Xunyu. He's a continuer of the Taoist tradition. They can call him Taoist Zhang. Frowning Qiao Yu thought that he looked like that Nipa from the Ghost Mountain. The city is full of all sorts of evil things. This nip will be very useful. At this moment, Taoist Zhang frowned and shouted that there was a ghost ahead. Turning around, they saw clots of dark energy rapidly approaching them. The guy thought that he couldn't be allowed to steal the evil spirit's energy again. Just a little more, and the evil energy of his dragon blade would fill up. The old man shouted after him that he shouldn't throw himself so carelessly at the evil spirit. His earthly weapon would not be able to harm the ghosts. The old man rushed after him. Seeing Qiao Yu's swift movement, Dao Zhang was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how such a thing was possible. What kind of young man is this? He was running on the ground at a speed comparable to a flying blade. Climbing to the roof of the building, Qiao Yu saw a group of Teju surrounded by ghosts below. Teju frowned as he stood in front of the monsters prepared to fight. A huge crowd of vicious ghosts surrounded them, chattering huge, sharp teeth. Cussing furiously, Teju asked his partner if she remembered the spell from the wall. Trying to remember the words of the mantra, he said, "Mao Buddha Yang Du Yang." All his companions began to repeat the mantra along with him, and a bright light spilled out all around. The bright, blinding light surrounded the Teju group, preventing them from attacking them. Soon, losing all interest in their victims, the ghosts began to retreat. Seeing this, Qiao Yu was amazed that the ghosts were retreating after using the mantra. He decided that this was a good opportunity to earn a lot of evil spirit points and jumped down. At this moment, Taoist Zhang and Qiao Yu's group arrived at Teju's group. The old man asked where the ghost pile had gone. How could it suddenly disappear? After looking at them thoughtfully, he asked where the young man with the sword had gone. He asked the boys if they had seen any ghosts. The boy told the captain that the old man was Zhang Xunyu. The guidebook said that he was one of the most important nippers. They need to follow him. To progress through the main plot, Teju told Dao Zhang that his name was Wang Teju. They dealt with the spirits with the help of a mantra. The old man was surprised and asked himself. The guy replied that it was right. If they too like them want to rid the world of evil spirits, why don't they unite? He had always respected those who followed the precepts of Taoism. At this moment, the guy heard Qiao Yu say that here was Teju, that he didn't wait for them at the entrance of Quiet City. He understands. But now, he is trying to take his Nipa away. His evil spirit was increased by 1,500 points. He thought it was good that he had managed to kill all the ghosts, otherwise the old man would have fallen for Wang Teju's words. Teju replied he went forward to clear the way. He didn't think Da Pao would go to Silent City. As long as they read the spell, the spirits wouldn't touch them. Why were they so late and didn't use the spell? Crossing his arms, Qiao Yu replied that they simply didn't need it. He couldn't say that they didn't know the spell. And if the spell was to scare away ghosts, he didn't need it because he needed to destroy them. Teju grinned and said like this. The girl in Teju's group said that Wang is a coward, being nice to people from undergrad. They're trying to get on their tail because they need their protection. Hasn't he figured out their cheap tricks yet? Shame-angered Yang Xiangdi shouted out what she meant. Laughing, she replied that they were just a group of underdogs. Do they really want to put up a fight? At this moment, Teju told brother Da Pao not to listen to her. He called him to go with them, promising to take care of everything. After thinking for a while, Qiao Yu decided to trust him this time. They wouldn't be able to do anything to him anyway. Dao Zhang asked what they were waiting for. The spirits have been destroyed. If they did not go further, then he would be forced to leave them. Commander Teju said, "Let's go. Let the master lead them. They are ready." Doazhang said the city has long been abandoned. Suddenly there are so many visitors at once. He hoped their presence wouldn't disturb that thing. Frowning, Tashio clarified what the old man meant. Dao Zhang replied that it was the king of Pacific City. In a place like this, the strongest survive. The ghosts devour each other, constantly fighting. And so it goes on until the strongest one is left. The girl asked, frightened, if this ghost was so strong. He said that's not the right word. It can't describe all the grief and suffering that it brings to the world by appearing in one place or another. It has destroyed every living thing. His father once faced another ghost king. Only the combined power of several masters could drive that thing into the tomb. And that ghost king was an ancient monk following the path of the Buddha. But seduced by his demons, he ended up in the ghost world. A real battle was fought there. Qiao Yu wondered if he had entered the ghost world. He couldn't believe it. The guy remembered Taoist Zhang from the Ghost Mountain. Running up to the old man, he grabbed his shoulder and shouted his father's name. The girl shouted what was wrong with Xiao Dapao. Let him release the monk immediately. With fiercely flashing eyes, the guy turned around and shouted at her to shut up. The dumbfounded Taoist Zhang replied that his great father's name was Zhang Erhe. A shocked Qiao Yu asked how this was possible. He wondered if this was really the same Erhe with whom he had passed the Ghost Mountain. Since the old man had mentioned him, there were only two possibilities. Either there is another Zhang Erhe, either the speed of time flow in these dungeons is different. The girl screamed as Qiao Dapao dared to raise his voice at her. Does he know who her father is? He is a student of an out-of-state university. If he dares to insult her, he won't get out of here alive. Shangdi told Brother Yu to put the Dao Paos in his place. The surprised old man interrogated Qiao Dapao. Brother Yu, so his name is Qiao Yu. He is the master who destroyed the Ghost King my father told me about. He answered correctly. He's the one who destroyed the monk along with his father. Dao Chang said his father passed away over 30 years ago, and he's still young. It seems his father's hypothesis was correct. The old man said that before his father passed away, he had realized the truth of this world and guessed his origin. He remembered his father saying that he seemed to understand why he couldn't find a person named Qiao Yu after that battle at Ghost Mountain. It was because he didn't belong to their world. He then asked what it was his father was talking about. Putting his hand up, Taoist Zhang Erhe replied that guy came to them from the main world. Suddenly the sky darkened and powerful bolts of lightning began to split the sky. The sun said, "This is the punishment of the heavens." At that moment, a strong wind rose. The lightning increased. The father told him that the heavens were afraid. At that moment, a dragon-shaped storm was rapidly approaching the old man. Laughing, he asked him a threat. But why should he Zhang Erhe be afraid of them? He shouted for Xinyu to remember this. This is his final prophecy. One day, he would meet a person named Qiao Yu. Suddenly, a discharge struck him. The old man asked for the following words to be passed to him. The world Qiao Yu lives in is real. So is the world he Zhang Erhe lives in. All the people in his world have been deceived. A deadly lightning discharge destroyed the monk. Zhang Xinyu said that these were the words his father asked him to pass on before his death. He didn't believe he would meet him at such an advanced age. The boy thought that Taoist Zhang was a nip who had awakened his own self-awareness, like the king of the mechanoid. What if it's true and they're not nip? But his strength is clearly not enough to touch this mystery of the universe. Ma Fei shouted to Brother Yu that something was wrong. Suddenly, bloodthirsty ghosts began to rush towards them from all sides. Xiao Yu said to leave it to him. It felt like he had been awakened from sleep. He thought that his sword needed 500 points to fill up. Swinging the halberd, he destroyed the ghosts with 100 points each. The system reported that the amount of evil energy was 1,000. The amplification effect was improved. The damage to the spirits was increased by 200%. The amount of evil energy absorbed is critically high. Urgently improve the weapon. Qiao Yu thought he had finally finished off the evil energy. The old man shouted for Senior Yu to be careful. The ghostly aura wouldn't dispel. Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi, who were watching, were shocked by what was happening. Suddenly, a huge bony skeleton arm appeared from underground. A pile of bones and skulls rose to the surface. The girl recoiled in horror, screaming out what it was. A huge blob of dark energy appeared in front of them. Dao Zhang said, "What an abominable breath." It's a ghost king. A demon girl appeared in front of them. The system reported that they had successfully found the source of Pacific City's supernatural powers. Mission accomplished. They should leave the dungeon as soon as possible. The monk asked for help from the merciful gods that can destroy the power of evil. He shouted the god's decree and unleashed a powerful, crushing stream of energy at the demon. At that moment, the system activated the hidden mission. They must close the dungeon. The requirements of the mission are to work together, eliminate the source of Pacific City's problems, and restore it to its pristine appearance. Difficulty C. Captain Teju shouted that they should quickly read the spell to stop the ghost. They immediately started chanting the mantra Mao Buddha Yangumdu Yang in a friendly manner. A bright, dazzling light headed towards the creepy demon girl, but the ghost only grinned. The mantra had no effect on her. She ordered her knees. Suddenly, the whole group of Teju reciting the mantra fell on their knees. The guy screamed that he had lost control of his own body. Grinning, the ghost ordered them to go blind and broke their arms and legs. Screaming loudly in pain, Teju's group fell to the ground, unnaturally twisting their limbs. The shocked old man said words of edict, but this was impossible. How could a spirit gain true speech? Crossing her arms, Yang Xiangdi rather said that the handsome men were not affected by her words. The enraged demon shouted that it was simply impossible. Why orders don't work? She furiously shouted for them to go blind and break their legs, broke their arms and spine. But Qiao Yu's group continued to stand there as if nothing had happened without even moving. It dawned on the guy that she was the one who left the spell. Let them surrender. Her words of command would have no effect on them. Rapidly pushing himself off the ground, Chao Yu swung his halberd and shouted for her to go to the other world. Furiously shouting that this kid was too arrogant, rushed to attack. Chao Yu used the storm boots for speed. He shouted a dragon kick. The ghost girl was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that some kid was attacking. Swinging the deadly weapon in all directions, Chao Yu dealt the ghost girl devastating blows. Feeling his body again, Taeju wondered if the ghost had been destroyed. The old man shouted for Chao Yu to be careful. The ghost's aura still hadn't disappeared. Without turning around, Chao Yu replied that he knew. After all, the mission had not been completed. Suddenly, the dark energy began to twist into a huge spiral. Releasing a powerful stream of demonic energy flew towards Chao Yu. The dumbfounded guy saw his hand burst into flames. To help him, the girl shouted a healing shout, releasing healing energy into him. Thanks to her healing energy, the demonic flames on Chao Yu's hands were extinguished. At this moment, the demonic energy gathered in the center blazed with flame. In a moment, a 28th level Fury Witch appeared in front of them, her skills imperishable body words of truth. The system reported that the unfortunate woman in her past life had turned into a Rage Witch after her demise. She has control over the Blood Lake and is incorruptible. Looking at her, Chao Yu thought she was eternal again. Looks like her eternal life is directly related to the Blood Lake. He shouted to Shangdi to drain the Blood Lake. He replied understood and shouted split the earth. At that moment, the ground under the evil witch's feet split open. A bottomless abyss appeared. Approaching the witch, Chao Yu delivered a powerful, crushing blow. Flying into the air, she swiftly headed towards Yang Xiangdi and shouted that he would go to the underworld. At this moment, the guy shouted Spring Swamp to defend himself from the evil ghost. At the same time as Chao Yu and Yang Xiangdi, Ma Fei shouted the sword Restraining Sun and struck. From the crushing attack, the evil witch's fiercely glaring eyes began to disintegrate. Blood splatters were flying in all directions. The witch screamed that they couldn't escape. Grinning wickedly, she shouted that they would never make it. She is imperishable. Yang Xiangdi shouted for the guys to leave the Blood Lake to him and take care of the witch themselves. He shouted Sandban. The enraged witch promised that she would destroy the bloody fatty first. At that moment, the sand slings swirled around her, restraining her body. The boy grinned and shouted, "Oh no. He can't set Brother Yu up like this and lose the heart of the 5 elements he had set up for him." A moment later, there was a powerful, crushing explosion, destroying everything around him. A shocked Taeju asked how such a thing was possible. That fatty wizard was using the magic of the 5 elements. The furious evil witch, furiously glaring with her eyes, shouted that each of them deserved to be destroyed. At this moment, Chao Yu released a powerful energy and gave her a devastating blow with his halberd. The shocked witch cried out where the man got so much evil spirit power from. After giving her a deadly blow, Chao Yu shouted that there was no other way. It's a class. It's time for her to turn into a Buddha already. Let him put her to rest forever. With a powerful halberd strike, Chao Yu sliced open the imperishable body of the evil spirit. Taoist Zhang asked the salvation of the soul, but isn't that a job for a Taoist like him? Is it really achieved by such a strange method? The evil witch's body disintegrated into small pieces, raining down bloody rain on the ground. The system reported the clandestine mission accomplished. Reward +1 level +100 character points, a sharpening stone, and an equipment awakening stone. A satisfied Chao Yu said he didn't expect it to be such a nice bonus. He used them all at once. The system reported that it was successfully used. B-rank Golden Dragon Blade successfully upgraded to an A-rank item. Successfully applied to a weapon. Jujuyan Spirit has been awakened. The Golden Dragon Blade has a special effect. The weapon can switch between 2 modes, dark and light. The dark state increases dexterity and the light state increases the chance of a critical strike. Chao Yu said beautifully. A perfect weapon for a necromancer. Seeing his team looking at the bonuses, he thought that the guys seemed to have gotten a good deal. At this moment, Taeju came over and thanked them for passing this level thanks to Brother Da Pao. But if they met in the competition, he would fight with all his might. As they were leaving, Ma Fei said that Chao Yu should be careful with that Chu Xing girl. She was giving him a nasty look. He replied that Ma Fei wasn't worried. Spoiled girls like her were not uncommon. Yang Shangdi said he would go report to the supervisor on how everything went. Ma Fei said that he had to go to the academy rector's class. Chao Yu looked at them and wondered which teacher the rector would appoint as his personal mentor. Maybe it would be teacher Wang Lihao. His current stats would be enough to scare him. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him, and the dazed boy saw a huge hand. He only had time to scream "what the fuck" as the huge hand grabbed him. After a moment, the hand, along with the trapped guy, vanished into thin air. Once inside the dungeon, Chao Yu tried to understand what was going on. Could it be that Chu Xing had hired someone to get back at him? He tried to get out, but he was unsuccessful. Chao Yu swore furiously. He thought that someone hired by a rich student would not be able to control such a strong summoner. Angry, Chao Yu shouted into the void who did this. Let him show his face if he had balls. At this moment, the huge hand suddenly unclenched, and the guy collapsed to the ground. Looking around, Chao Yu tried to figure out what this strange place was. In front of him was an old table. On the table was a stack of old newspapers. Taking one of them in his hands, the guy was dumbfounded. He saw an article that said that the founders of Baizi Company were Bai Xian and Qiao Anken. He shockingly said that his father was the founder of Baiji. Mom's maiden name was Bai Shixia, so Bai Xian could be her relative. What's the connection between modern Baiji and the company his father founded? What the hell is going on? At this time, there was a knock on the door in the director's office. He said to come in. Wang Lihao walked into his office. The principal asked what was the status of Lin Lan's case. The teacher said that Rector Chao Yu was in trouble. The principal asked what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into in the academy grounds. He thought to himself that he also had the sword pill he had given him with him. Suddenly, the teacher flashed his eyes and attacked the academy rector. Frowning, the rector released a powerful energy towards the attacker. Before he could get close, Wang Lich was knocked to the ground by the powerful energy flow and flew off to the side. As he shattered the wall, he said that no one could be called the strongest swordsman. Frowning, the rector said that he was not Wang Li. What did he want here? Laughing, the boy replied that in that case, masquerading was unnecessary. He said he would introduce himself again. He is one of the 8 kings, the king of painting. The rector said, who cares what king he is? He just wants to know one thing, what happened to Chao Yu? At this moment, a hammer appeared in the open door, and a voice asked the rector if he was still worried about him. The Hammer King walked in and said that he should be worrying about himself right now. Enraged, the rector shouted that they dared to attack the students of his academy. He didn't care who they were, for such a punishment of annihilation. At this moment, a girl walked in and said that she liked the way Ji Pingyang looked at. Isn't he curious to know how they managed to get through his academy's defenses? It was one of the 8 kings. Grinning, she asked he guessed how many of the 8 kings they had gathered here this time. Frowning, the rector replied that he didn't care how many useless scum like them to destroy. At this moment, the Hammer King rushed over to attack Ji Pingyang, promising revenge. With a fierce shout of flaming hammer, he delivered a crushing blow that shook the building. The rector jumped to the roof of the building to escape the deadly explosion. All the kings who had arrived at the rector's place rushed to attack him. The Hammer King shouted that he would die today. Clutching his naked sword tightly, Ji Pingyang shouted, a blade piercing the sky. Frowning, the Hammer King shouted for them to be more careful. The Painting King laughed that Ji Pingyang didn't realize that he was already poisoned. The Poison Queen managed to carefully influence him while they were playing a performance for. Several other people descended on the roof in front of the rector. Among them was the Poison Queen. She said that this time he couldn't get away. He is poisoned by her deadly venom. Very soon, the poison would completely suppress his abilities, and then he would turn into an ordinary human. One of the 8 kings, the Shadow King, said it was time to begin. There's no need to stall. Next to him, one of the 8 kings, king of gambling, folded and began to release streams of energy. Folding his arms and frowning, the Fire King released powerful streams of flame. One of the 8 kings, king of swords, frowned and clenched the deadly sword. Surrounding the rector from all sides, she used the 8 skill technique. As their energies intermingled, they combined to create a world-destroying phoenix. To defend against the attack, Ji Pingyang swung the deadly sword. He delivered a powerful, crushing blow at the world-destroying phoenix. Hit by the powerful strike, the phoenix crashed into the wall, destroying it to the ground. From the powerful blast wave, all 8 kings lost their balance and scattered in different directions. A powerful, blinding stream of energy crashed into the roof and exploded, destroying everything around it. Amidst the puffs of thick smoke, Ji Pingyang stood unharmed, clutching his sword. Frowning, he thought about the poison. For now, he would be able to suppress it. The Sword King furiously shouted, how so? He and he are at the same rank, and yet he has the strength to resist alone, and yet he is also poisoned. The Flame King shouted that they can't do it without the boss. We must wait for Mr. Bai. At this time, Chao Yu, sitting at the table, continued to study the newspaper article. Suddenly, a man came up from behind and asked if he had found the answers to the questions he was looking for. Coming closer, the man put his hand on the guy's shoulder. The dumbfounded guy turned around. The guy was dumbfounded to see an unfamiliar guy. He asked if he was Bai Xian. Frowning and flashing his eyes, the guy told Chao Yu that he couldn't call him by his name. A fiery energy erupted behind the guy. Chao Yu asked why. He replied that it was because he was his blood uncle. Chao Yu was shocked. He thought that meant Baizi was founded by his father and uncle. Then why were they trying to kidnap him? He said that Bai said he was his uncle. But what can he prove? Bai Xian said his mom, Bai Shixia, is his biological sister. What more proof is needed? Frowning, Chao Yu asked. Then why did he bring him here? Why did he send his men to kidnap him? He replied that the original purpose of the kidnapping was to try to get that coward Qiao Anqin to give himself away and face him. But now he's changed his mind. It would be a shame if his uncle didn't give him anything when he met his nephew for the first time. Let him give him something. At that moment, he gave the boy a powerful blow. From the crushing blow, Qiao Yu crashed into the wall, raising a thick layer of dust. Xian said for Yu to fight seriously, or else he is a coward like his father. In that case, he would have to destroy the guy. Qiao Yu struggled to stand, leaning against the wall. Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought that this bastard was hitting at full force. He really wanted to destroy him. Clenching his fist, Qiao Yu shouted that as long as he didn't use his real strength, fighting with him was not scary for him. Releasing a deadly energy, he gave Baiyu Xian a crushing blow. The dazed Qiao Yu suddenly realized that he had failed to inflict damage. Fiercely cursing, he thought about how this could be. Why didn't his attack do anything? At this moment, a fist appeared in front of his face. Bai Xian said that if he thought long enough, he would die. He released a powerful stream of crushing energy towards the standing guy. Clenching his fists furiously, Qiao Yu released the energy and headed towards his uncle. Upon seeing his weapon, Bai Xian said that it was an A-rank evolving weapon. Yes, and it also has a strong awakened spirit. It's very interesting. Noticing the guy's glowing red eyes, he said that Yu was full of surprises. Let him show him what he's worth. He would like to appreciate him, to understand his true strength. At this moment, he gave the guy a crushing blow to his face. Qiao Yu screamed. From the strong blow, he lost his balance and flew aside, smashing the wall with his body. The guy fell down and coughed. At this moment, a pill flew into the air. The pill broke, releasing dark streams of energy spreading around Qiao Yu. Looking at the streams of energy, Bai Xian frowned and said that it was a life-saving artifact. He had no idea that old man Pingyang valued it so much. The guy thought that if his defense wasn't pumped to the max, with that blow, he would have blown away half of his life. Even the sword pill Ji Pingyang gave him couldn't do anything to him. What should he do? The rector felt that the sword pill had been activated, so Qiao Yu had also been attacked. Swinging his fist, Bai Xian shouted, "Is this really all that Qiao Anqin's heir is capable?" At this moment, Qiao Yu activated his ghost eye to anticipate his movements. The crushing attacks rained down on the guy at a tremendous speed. Furiously cursing, he thought about what the hell this was. Even the ghost eye couldn't recognize this fight. What kind of techniques are these? It felt like he was facing a tsunami wave instead of a human. He said he'd consider him his foster father and pulled out a map. Suddenly, the system said that using the foster father card had failed. Qiao Yu was shocked. At this moment, Bai Xian gave the guy a powerful, crushing blow. From the powerful punch, the crushed Qiao Yu lay in the middle of a crater of cracked earth. Grinning, the uncle said that Yu was certainly weak. If he gave up his surname and took the name Bai, he would teach him such techniques. With a weak smile, the boy asked why not change his surname to Qiao. The surname would be the same, so he could teach him. Getting angry, Bai struck again. He said Yu speaks just like his lousy father. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. At that moment, he heard someone asking Boss Bai how it was going, whether he had caught him. Hovering over Yum, he said he was giving the boy another chance. After all, he's his sister's son. If he changed his last name, his promise would stand. Suddenly, the dumbfounded boy saw Bai Xian disappear into thin air. He wondered if he had left, leaving him here alone. Angry, Qiao Yu shouted for the bastard to show himself and let him out of here. At this time, Rector Pingyang continued to fiercely fight with the 8 kings. With a crushing blow, he sent the Sword King into the wall of the building. The Sword King shouted, "Is Boss Bai not going to intervene?" At this moment, Bai Xian himself appeared on the rooftop and furiously asked what. Was he really going to tell him how he should act in this situation? Frowning, the Sword King replied that he wouldn't dare. He told the boss that they really couldn't handle it. Looking at the guy who appeared, Ji Pingyang thought that this person was more dangerous than the 8 of them put together. The boss said that he was counting on the kings to make him expend more energy so he would save his own. Too bad it didn't work out, but there's nothing wrong with them not being able to defeat him. He has long since surpassed the level of a saint. The kings were dumbfounded to hear this. The Hammer King said that a master of the 60th to 70th level is already a saint, but the highest known level among masters is 7. Frowning, the rector asked who he was and what he had done to Qiao Yu. What does he want? The guy replied that his name was Bai Xian. He heads an organization known as Bai Zi. The furious rector shouted at Bai Zi, so they're the ones responsible for the atrocities committed on the students of the university. How dare he appear before him after all that their organization had done? The rector gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes flashed. At this moment, the poison continued to take effect. The Poison Queen realized that this was the 7th stage of the poison. He was definitely dispatched now. Bai said that the thing was that he didn't really like to handle things personally, but it just so happens that Rector Ji is interfering with his plans, so he must destroy him to remove the obstacle in his way. Therefore, Ji Pingyang will go to the other world today. At this moment, Qiao Yu was in the dungeon. He was furiously shouting for the Xiyan creature to let him out of here. Releasing powerful streams of energy, he waved the deadly blade and shouted for it to release it immediately. Suddenly, blue streaks crawled across the guy's body, spreading to his face. He screamed furiously. and fell to the dungeon floor in despair, hitting the ground with all his might with his fists. At that moment, huge streams of dark energy released from his body and destroyed the dungeon. The sun appeared. The guy's eyes flashed. A deadly dark energy was growing in his soul. He was ready to fight.